It's nice to hear you say hello. And how are things with you? I love you. But very soon it's time to go. An office job to do while I'm here writing songs for you. It's nice to hear your voice again. I've waited all day long, even wrote a song for you. It's strange the way you make me feel. With just a word or two, I'd like to do the same for you. Strange how a phone call can change your day, take you away, away from the feeling of being alone. Bless the telephone. It's nice to hear you say hello. And how are things with you? I love you. But very soon it's time to go. An office job to do while I'm here writing songs for you. It's nice to hear your voice again. I've waited all day long, even wrote a song for you. It's strange the way you make me feel. With just a word or two, I'd like to do the same for you. Strange how a phone call can change your day, take you away, away from the feeling of being alone. Bless the telephone.
Sit watching our TVs while some local newscaster tells us that today we had 15 homicides and 63 violent crimes, as if that's the way it's supposed to be. We know things are bad, worse than bad. They're crazy. It's like everything everywhere is going crazy, so we don't go out anymore.
Lock the front door, make sure the windows are shut. No matter what, I ain't gonna hurt to set out the cut. I'm staying put, long as I got my food supplies in the kitchen, I guess to work. Temple orthodoxy, rhyming division, commence the locking. Non-stop bumping that hip, hopping, spend a month in here, sharpening dusting your shit. Popping, I ain't never leaving, surfacing for oxygen, the sunlight, even no longer conscious of linear time of days and evening. Bounce of pens, a stack of past, the best weed that I ever had, that's all I need. I'm introverted. introverted by myself and feeling glad I relish in the solitary. Hip-hop money's commissary. Do this to express myself solely for nothing monetary. I could never swim the way they swim in nameless, faceless fools. Your non-existence contributions to humanity, you tools. You make me wanna barf inside the methyl chloride barbicide to sanitize. Won't follow sports, the sheep who life's what I despise. We locked in, don't come calling or knocking. We locked in, never slacking or stopping. We locked in, claustrophobic and boxed in. We locked in, ain't no talking or squawking. We locked in, don't come calling or knocking. We locked in, never slacking or stopping. We locked in, claustrophobic and boxed in. We locked in, ain't no talking or squawking. I'm torturing my soul and thoughts. This battle that's forever fought while feeling caught and stagnant in whatever goal it is I sought. I must succeed, but not to purchase items or to feed my greed. I feed the need like Sneed to proceed, just indeed defeat the seeds. I move with paranormal speeds. I'm underground like demon ghouls. I never shall obey or follow predetermined heathen rules. Proceed indeed to slapping dudes. Lyrically voracious fighting, always been original. Not one of these cats is known for biting. In my style I slow reciting, never seen another soul. Potentially cause use a distraction to keep me away from goals. So stay away, don't need nobody. Take it fucking easy, laddie. On the edge and possibly ready to catch an easy body. Open flames and burst in rages. Or the years that pass of phases. Spread it ink that wrap the pages. But I think the tracks and blazes always raises lyrically the bar the unexplainable. My skill level simply superior, unobtainable. We locked in, don't come calling or knocking. We locked in, never slacking or stopping. We locked in, claustrophobic and boxed in. We locked in, ain't no talking or squawking. We locked in, don't come calling or knocking. We locked in, never slacking or stopping. We locked in, claustrophobic and boxed in. We locked in, ain't no talking or squawking.
They say that time is lost in memory. We cannot touch, see, or control time. We are essentially prisoners in this fourth dimension. And one day, all of this will be gone. Yet, for some reason, we don't seem to care too much.
Dimension 6 you can't see. Phone entanglement, what do you believe? Communication, military, technician of speech. The young man they taught nicely his grandmother sleeps. The source of all light is in the darkness of the deep. We carving rapper seeds like we harvesting the wheat. The more you know, you less you speak. You love your own physique, your tears bleeding on the streets. Your organs leaking on the beast. 33 degrees, you're cutting angles off the sea. You hear the last these demons teach, straight defeated from the weak. We like the organs off the sea, picking lions off the beach. A lion Ryan's bill, electric pyramids of G. Clip the wings of fallen angels, blast lyrics on the streets. You can't compete. Reincarnated inside the mind of a subasm spreads design. I drank too many cups, I think I lost my mind. Skynet, I'm at down 10 years in my Pyrex. These cunts are stealing souls of the mindless. Savage is not worth the name of the highest. We swim with wolves and dolphins, silhouettes of psychophagms and minds. Cold giants, fiction of tyrants.
A waiting weapon is opening intestines. Coming in your bill if in different direction. I can't teach you lessons in surgery dissections. And demons cutting cuts with ultimate perfection. Your succulent flesh, stab it to my teeth. Plunge it to your teeth, your bloody murders of defeat. There's no chance in hell you're surviving an attack from the apex predatory traits in my family. I'm fish calling, Glasgow City, murder town, city full of luck and doom and dirty junkie room. Fuck a gun, we've used blades since the 1920s. Shove a kitchen knife inside your face and you'll be smelling pennies. Razor facelift, 300 stitches. Cut you for your chinny hair like the babe sides are ripped me.
A child, touched by fire.
Yo, war ghosts, back from the dead. I was born on a planet with no atmosphere. Giving pap smears, all I do is rap and swear. Time I labeled on the up and fucking choked his ass. Chewing 40 bottles up, I swallow broken glass. Back home from jail, they should have buried me there or given me the electric chair, not that anybody would care. The first thing that I did was cop the gun and the knife. So you faggot motherfuckers better run for your life. The second thing I did was pop the fifth for gin to seal the deal with the devil, forever live in sin. Called my parole officer and told him suck my dick. Sniffed the 8-ball to the face and then I fucked my bitch. Pull my box cutter out and make you spill your guts. Use my psychic powers on you just to kill you fucks. When I'm making my salad, I use a Glock for my suture. So if you come between me and the law, then I'ma shoot you. Nothing could satisfy my appetite for destruction. These rhymes are the key to the afterlife with instructions. My blade decorates stab wounds to your flesh. Got your death certificate tattooed to my chest. So come on, motherfuckers, bring your ass to the stab fest. Got a bullet with your name on it, plus your address. When I was young, I used to pick my scabs and need them. And if there was pets in the house, I'd look for them and beat them. But now I'm all grown up and the streets is mad at me, cause I praise Bin Laden and practice bestiality. But when I see you motherfuckers, only worship my balls. Cause when it comes to spitting rhymes, I'ma torture you all. And when it comes to busting guns, I'll leave you dead in the ditch. Don't make me pistol whip a bitch and then your head will get split. So pay me respect, dogs. I'm the best with this mic, or I'ma have to leave you scarred for the rest of your life.
And heroes from then should come into the coast. Seaport deeply within to know. Seagulls, a seamstress, seafood, a ghost. Hindu music, vinegar cup, what boast? The war had gone on between kingdoms. The Bible guides explosions ripped through 8 boats. How can I, like Fabian Cousteau? Me and Kong from Kings and the Lamb is shown. How definitive an elephant gun is blown. Winter thrust, a javelin hits your throne. The future Buddhists have all gathered to hear your moan. Morning hunt down your tombstone and stomp your bones. That is cold word. A mountain home. Now the mountain has found a way to kill your tone. The prophecy like the billiards bloodstone. These zombies smoking by pregnant women all alone. A shot was fired by the capital of Navarone. The ancient spirits and the cave's grace microphone. The stereophonic sound, what poem? The abomination of Moab. The owl that Christ has flown. The moth that the earth is the Lord's volcano foams. An arrow then split by an axe to Pueblos. How does a museum still roam? How does a man drink Patron? Inside the house there are ladies with a comb. Inside the world is revealed a scope. Inside the ocean is the wandering antelope. What use have you of Hartford and Croak? Some kind of visual ghost, breathtaking but is found inside a rose. A balloon explodes, the mountain journey mows, the jackdaw and the man in the snow. Search the wire before George Lowe. Your preference is a dagger and a cloak. The clock of the Notre Dame Hope, the soul bespoke in the court 50-foot long throat. Portugal near Cape St. Vincent and their established resistance. Weather reports was the first to use telegraph to transmit. Wreck is deadly, pressed a Chevy Rice-headed weapon house. Robotech goes, still lit, humorless trucks attack a diner post.
Jihad unit. What's poppin'? Yo. Welcome to the Machine Lies, where we talk about. Welcome to the Machine Lies, where we talk about the lies of the machine on the machine that lies. Bless you guys, man, for being out here with me. You know, and tonight I'm going to take an easy road and just do a review of some of the content that's on the channel. You know what I mean? For you guys. And see what's going on. There's a lot of videos on my channel, over 88 videos at this point. You know what I mean? Presenting different topics. And a lot of people might not know where to find the content. You know, there's a lot of hidden Easter eggs on this motherfucking channel. You know what I mean? Not everything is labeled correctly, you know, and it is what it is, man. I'm trying to adjust my camera here. But yeah, man. I'm trying to my head just disappears. All right, folks. Let me change my background so I can fucking get this shit figured out, man. Because this is looking real poor. It's a poor presentation. I don't know why it's eating me up today, man. It is what it is, man. We got motherfucking Dickhead Jones. Motherfucking Dickhead Jones in the building, man. Yo, let me put you up, man. Let me see what's going on, man. I don't see no camera, folks, for the Dickhead brother. But yeah, man. We need like camera out here, man. What's up, Dickhead Jones, man? You got something you want to put forward, man?
Yeah, man. Can you hear me?
Oh, yeah, brother. Man, what's going on, man?
I could not resist watching that video where you guys mixed it up with the Sanity Machine.
Oh, the Sanity Machine. Yeah, he's on a run today, man. He's on a crazy run today.
Well, no. Just the fact that he's like a living demon and does all the things that he does. You guys were nailing it, and it was amazing to watch.
Who's you guys?
What was that guy? Chalkline.
Yeah, I was doing a lot of the heavy lifting there. You know, I don't know if you noticed that, but yeah, Chalk Body Outline. You know,
see, here's the thing, bro. At the end, you guys really started getting deep.
And yeah, that's what I'm saying. They finally let me at him at the end there, and that's where I really tore it into him about the Gnostic shit.
Well, see, Diablo doesn't know as much as he wants people to believe he knows. He doesn't answer very well, and the questions that he answers with are not very. They're very poor responses.
You're aware that you can go talk to him right now. You can confront him.
No, I didn't want to talk to him at all. I wanted to school you guys.
I don't even give zero fucks about the Sanity Machine.
It's not about him. It's not about him. It was about the subject matter that you guys were talking about that really grabbed my attention. I was like, you guys are asking some high consciousness questions, and this dumb animal doesn't have the knowledge, the foundation of knowledge to be able to actually answer you, to stimulate your mind, to critically think about what it is that you guys believe.
You really hate the Sanity Machine. What did he do to you?
Well, my old channel on YouTube is called The Perception Deception. That piece of shit has been trolling my comments section for the last 4 or 5 years, trying to get subscribers to come to his channel. If you look it up, The Perception Deception.
Deception. Yeah, man, I'll plug you right now, man.
No. Here's the thing. That channel has been out of my control for about 5 years now, because about 5 days after I opened the channel, uploaded a whole bunch of content on it, YouTube locked me out. Therefore, he's been able to troll my comment section and troll people to come over and check his channel out, because I can't block his little pissant, rancid, fucking demonically possessed ass. And then that prick started using my name and all kinds of other shit, and it really pissed me off. So I called him out, and he revealed himself to be what he fucking is. But here's the thing,
personally, because he just kind of goes off on a lot of people, because like that's kind of what he gave me a whole treatment there too. You know, where he gave me like an hour-long video about me.
Oh no. I'm surprised he hasn't done one on me, because I called his ass out, and the only reason why
he did an hour-long hit piece on me one day.
No, the only reason why he has all of his teeth. Yeah. Sorry. The only reason why he has all of his teeth is because I can't cross that fucking border.
No, don't say that shit, dude.
You have no idea how
it's not even worth it to get involved like that, man. You know.
No, there's certain lines you don't cross, and when you dox,
what did he do to you?
He started doxing me. Now, here's the thing. I talk about some things that challenge people, challenge them to critically think, to think about things in a different way, to contemplate things that we haven't been told, and to analyze their beliefs because most of us don't do that until something happens. And that's what I wanted to kind of talk to you and see if you wanted to rap about. If you had another agenda for your thing tonight, I'm not trying to take over your shit, man. But
there's no motherfucking agenda here. I was literally just gonna look at some content. I was gonna read some shit, some material. You joined early. Go ahead, brother. You know,
let me ask you a question.
Yeah.
Have you ever contemplated the difference between what we as human beings think, aka our opinions, versus what we believe versus what we know? And the difference between a belief and knowledge, true knowledge.
Yeah. Have you ever read Socrates?
I've been reading Socrates, Plato, and all those guys for 15 years. I'm 52.
And you know about the dialogue, the Meno, I mean, right, where he talks about anamnesis, the concept of anamnesis, about knowing, the paradox of knowledge. You know, so he's presenting this dilemma.
Yeah. Well, there's certain things you can know through direct experience. There's certain things you can know. We can't know all things because not all knowledge has been made available to us. But in lieu of that,
right. Well, knowledge is infinite, is it not? You can never.
Well, here's the thing. What I wanted to do is point out the concept of transcending beliefs, where and when we can, into the realm of knowledge. Because here's the thing. Let me point something out. Have you ever studied any etymology at all? And it's not an issue of whose dick is bigger. I'm just curious. Have you ever studied etymology at all?
No.
The study of words. Etymology is the study of words.
So we got Dickhead Jones here, and we got another character named Poop.
That's me. Don't point it to me.
So check this out.
Yo, fuck that. I don't even know what these people are. Yo, what are you guys doing? Yo, who are these people? Yo, what you guys trying to do out here, man?
Good.
Educate.
Just tuning in to you live, man. Just trying to see what's going on. Just understanding what's the convo's going on and shit. So, you know, no weird, no, dude, no, not even no weird shit, man. Just understanding what's going on in the conversation and stuff. So, more me.
Yo, welcome, bro. Yo, we got some heavy hitters here. We got Dickhead Jones and Poop. I don't know if I'm being fucking trolled here. Like, what the fuck?
No, you're not being trolled.
All right,
you're not being trolled.
All right,
I'm 110% on the level with you. I'm trying to drop some shit, some logic bombs, just to challenge.
I think where you're headed with this. You said that we need to get to transcending beliefs through knowledge itself, man. Can you tell me?
No. I mean, bro, like, look at the world that we understand. Like, people think everything is normal, which is not. If people just realize inspiration in life itself, you know, then people would at least give it a try, at least to understand things instead of like thinking like, oh yeah, well, the next day will be all right. But then again, there's more to details. There's clues.
You should transcend understanding into comprehension. You don't want to understand. If you look at what understand actually means, you do not want to understand. You want to comprehend. You don't want to believe. You want to know.
Yeah, exactly.
Let me explain something. The word belief. Or beliefs, believe. What do you believe? Look at the word, write it out. BELIEVE. What's sitting right in the middle of that word? Look at it. It's telling you right there.
Belief?
I want a black bitch twerking on my wiener tip.
Come on, seriously. If you spell it out, BELIEVE. What's in the middle of your beliefs?
Well, that wasn't me.
The word lie is sitting right there. They're showing it to you in the friggin' word, my man. Yeah. There can be lies in the middle of what we believe because most of what we believe was given to us by other men that had a desire to control your mind by programming it with shit that isn't real.
Yeah.
And so when we become conscious, we then begin to analyze our beliefs, recognize where there are falsities there, and then seek the knowledge that transcends those beliefs. That is what a conscious, sentient, self-aware, autonomous being does.
Right. No, you're right about that. I just feel like, I don't know what I believe, but it's like show internet and stuff like that. Like it's just I feel like people doesn't really know.
Hey, teacher.
Unless like
I want to sharpen your pencil.
Let's beat some shit. Nah, you guys are good. Sorry. But no, like I just feel like the world's just nothing but like video games, like Grand Theft Auto. Like it's more just it's deeper than that, you know. I mean,
Grand Theft Auto is a virtual world that's not real.
yeah, that's what I'm saying. But like, I just feel like that's how the world is. You know, there's deeper situations and what people think that's going on in the world, but it's more to it.
Well, here's the thing: life in the last 3.5 years has been calling everyone to a higher level of their existence, and in order to not be deceived in this realm, you have to think critically about things you've never thought about before.
Right. And that's you know,
I'm calling
at first I'm not gonna lie to you, man. Like at first I thought, you know, I was those type of people, but you know, slowly for surely I had like buddies, you know, had to like show me around, and like, you know, they had shown me like different people's lives I went through and the conversations that you guys have about, you know, the government and other shit, you know, and I was like, oh man, that's straight cap or whatever, but like, no, really, man, you just gotta listen and understand. And listening, understanding will take you further than what it is, you know.
So anyway, machine lies.
I'm not trying to think. I just don't want to be like the clueless people, you know. And
we're all clueless. No, we're all clueless until we're not.
Dude.
And we have to work for that. We have to work for that. We have to put in the time to become no longer clueless. We're all fucking clueless until we're not.
Put in work. You must be working for the Gustavo. Gustavo.
You're tripping, man.
I know.
Sorry, guys, but yeah, but no, that's the reason why I tapped in, just to like hear and understand what you guys are talking about. That way we, at least not only you guys but everybody else around you guys, have like at least another, like a better understanding of what's going on, instead of just like, oh no, this is just fiction, you know, instead like this is just fictional bullshit that you guys are saying. No, you just,
hey, should we do it?
All you have to do is listen and hear, and then maybe you probably get the clue.
Yeah, like, I say let's play a song and let's go booty chick.
It's pretty much putting like,
what's
the world is like, you gotta put pieces together. You gotta put pieces together as a puzzle, you know. So that's why I'm here, just to hear you guys just have the conversation and have more understanding of what's going on. So.
Let me, if you don't mind, get back to talking.
I like your friend. You know, the energy they bring in, you know, is real live right now. You know what I mean? So blessed, man. You know,
there's messages out there, man. The better way I could say this, fellas, is just messages. I mean, if anyone could just catch up and keep up and then getting the messages, then, you know, then they would probably have an understanding too. But I just feel like people don't want to really take that serious. And, you know, it's the sad part about it. That's how, like, people think it's slow. Like, you're taking everybody out one by one, but they don't see that. You know? Who else? You know, same thing when you want to take that COVID shot. I didn't even take that COVID shot, dude. No, that was bullshit.
We can't talk about that on here. But yeah, everybody take the medical recommendations and all that shit. But yeah, man, you know. Yeah, we get thrown off the interwebs for talking about that shit. But yeah, man.
My fault. Yeah, my fault. Yeah, yeah. But
machine life.
I feel you though. Yeah, go ahead, brother.
Yeah, just understanding of what's going on in society. It's just, you know, it's sad, but you know.
So can I actually address machine lies, dude?
Oh yeah. Go ahead. Go ahead, dickhead.
Of course.
Since I made that name, you're like, go ahead, dickhead. You guys were nailing Sanity Machine with some questions at the end. About religion, about God, about Jesus, about beliefs, about a whole bunch of stuff that it was painful to not be there to be able to interject something that resembles like a more accurate answer, or at least an answer that would trigger someone to think in a different way.
Right.
So do you remember those questions you were asking them?
Booty waters.
What?
Shake.
Yeah, I'm listening, bro. I don't know, man. It's just I would say
did machine lies bail?
Just kidding. Machine lies never fail.
Yeah,
machine life never fails because Poop and Dickhead are up in this building.
Okay. All right, for sure. Yo, this girl is crazy, man. But yeah, for sure.
My friend is a savage, dude. Oh God, man. Sorry guys for interruption. She's something else, man. But yeah, I don't know. I wanted to ask you guys, how do you think the world's gonna be in the future for the
For the what?
for how you think how do you I'm trying to say this. I'm trying to ask this in a proper way. How do you think the future is gonna be like, to you guys' opinion?
Oh, I got a clear answer on that on this channel. I think the future will be primitive. You know, we're gonna live in a primitive future. What do you guys think, man? But yeah, man, bless you guys for being here, man.
I think it's going to be Orwellian at best.
Orwellian. Okay. You're talking about the near future. I was talking about a little bit further down the road.
Oh, how far? Well, how far out are you talking about?
I'm talking about like in the next 100 years or so.
Yeah, I think we're going to be very close to something.
To like middle age shit, you know, swords and shit.
I think that when by the time 100 years gets here, if we're all literally still alive, because like World War III hasn't happened, they're going to have a technocracy that is going to scare the shit out of every living being that exists today. The places and spaces they want to take mankind are at a lawn dart trajectory to AI chasing your brain, control of the currency. Would you, whoever is that, can they shut the fuck up?
No, we're not going to tell this girl. No,
sorry, man.
Bro, sorry guys, I'm peeing out my butt.
Chill, bro. You gotta chill. You gotta chill, bro. You gotta chill. No, you gotta chill, bro. You gotta chill.
Yo, I don't know. Here, hold on, guys. You guys gotta be real quiet, real quick, because I gotta figure out who these people are. Here, hold on.
Okay.
Which one is it?
Let me see who the fuck these people are for real.
You talk about us or them?
Yo, who is this? Knock, knock. Who's there?
Are you talking about us?
No, I'm talking about FR. FR, identify your state your name and purpose, sir.
Who's FR?
Who's FR?
FR is, I don't know who the fuck that is. Yo, man, I'm about to remove you from the stage. You don't put on your cam or say something. FR, what's the deal, Holmes?
FR, if you're whacking off to us, we're gonna fuck you in your butt. Just kidding.
Fuck this. Okay, FR, I'm sorry you didn't make the cut, Holmes. Yeah, FR didn't make the cut. It is what it is, man. But yeah.
Might not be us.
This is a serious conversation we're having.
Turn on your cam. Turn on your cam or say or fucking in the back so I could like see what the fuck is going on with you, man. I don't even know who you are, but yeah, man, bless. Somebody trying to, because we got porn bombed out here. But yeah, man. You know what that is? You guys know what that is?
I swear I can't with you guys, man.
They're laughing like it was a mark that they know.
Tommy, I love you, Tommy.
Hey, good. Hey, positive.
Tommy's
that's
a good guy.
That's one thing about lives too. You gotta have that good energy when it comes to us having a proper conversation and stuff. But
that's right. That's right. Yeah, I like the good energy you guys have, man. Bless you guys for being here, man. It's straight up.
I actually came over because I forgot how long I was streaming into yours, and a little birdie told me you were getting fucked with. So I was like, well, we better head over there.
No, there's no fuckery here. Just conversations. You know what I mean? My man was talking about knowledge. He wanted to talk about the sanity machine. I don't know. He just broke out. He got mad and broke out.
Was
I wish he
Sanity
would come
Machine
back.
here?
No. There was a man here named Dickhead Jones that was actually talking about the sanity machine. Yeah.
Hold on, man. Bro, be honest with you. Listen, you know, the reason why I barged in, bro. You know, if
that we're Dickhead.
Wait, I can't hear you guys.
I'll be honest with you, bro. Like, why am I here then? You know, if that was the case,
we're not Dickhead Jones. We're
at least, bro. I want to support what you guys are having out and talking about in society and life.
John, we're
hey, you need to snatch your old lady up by the arm and tell her to keep it down while you talk.
I just say our names are poop sticks.
Yeah, she's lit, guys. Don't mind her, bro. She's lit, guys. She's lit. She's having a good time. That's
guys. It's literally a black dude and a white girl. They're just having a lot of fun.
Well, yeah, and that's why that white girl needs another black eye, and then she'll shut up.
Taste the rainbow.
Hey, man, I'll
I'm just
see
kidding.
you guys.
I am white.
Better than me shit, man.
Yeah.
Hey, y'all my peoples. Hey, everybody the same. Everybody exact same to my eyes. So I don't care what you guys, black, purple. I don't care.
Even white dudes will give their white girl a black eye, and if she doesn't stop, then you give her another black eye. That's why God gave her 2 eyes.
Ain't nothing like that. Ain't nothing like that. You can look at it as a different perspective, but I think of it as my way of how I see it.
Tommy's saying, "Give me a
Which
black
is nothing
eye,
but
make it
peace,
get to a
in my eyes, you know.
Tommy's a bad boy. Tommy's a bad boy. Just kidding.
Listen.
Man,
We don't hit women, but there's a million reasons too.
Tommy, can you be a real help?
Why would you hit women?
What's the opposite of World Star Hip Hop? I'm looking up. What's the Hispanic version of World
guys
Star
wanna see
Hip
your
Hop?
shits right here.
No, stop it! I'm just trying to. I try to ask Tommy.
Come on,
I would say the opposite of World Star Hip Hop is probably some Mormon music
No,
channel.
I want the brown version. The brown hip hop.
How can
Here, hold up.
the
Here, hold
brown
up. Here, hold
version
up,
be
y'all.
opposite of the black
Here,
people
hold up,
version?
y'all. Here, hold up, everybody.
You didn't hear from me, fellas.
All right,
You heard
I'm shutting my pie hole. Sorry, guys. I'm shutting my pie hole.
Here,
Sorry,
hold
guys.
up. Here, hold up. We gotta be quiet again. We gotta be real quiet again for a second because I gotta see.
All right, I'm shutting my pie hole. Sorry, guys.
Yo, JG, is this you right now?
I'm shutting my pie hole.
Yo,
You're
JG,
corny, mystery person. You're corny.
Hey, man, she's cool, man. She's just having a good time, man. Come on.
Yo, JG, what's up?
Whoever's screaming for JT is corny.
What's the
I don't
other?
know.
His hop.
I don't know if this is JG. Yo, JG, come through and put your cam on if you want to come through, man. I don't know what's going on with this person. It's either JG or it's not. I don't know who the fuck that is, but yeah, man. I don't know who the fuck that is. All right, we could talk again. It is what it is.
Yeah, you guys should, why they hiding the cameras, bro? Ain't no one go bite, bro. It's just like.
Yeah, we are. Our dicks are on fire.
Not you.
We are the serpent.
The people
Take
that
our heads off.
No, people that just popped up in live.
Dude, we our dicks are the we're the Leviathan. When we whip it out of our pants, that is the Leviathan. They gotta take it off. Pow, pow, pow. They gotta stomp on the head of the Leviathan.
My friend has a crazy knowledge of things. I'm sorry.
Wait, no, I'm just kidding. I just trying to find the World Star Hip Hop of the brown
You got
people.
crazy knowledge of Adderall in my experience. That's you guys party.
I don't even know if this is JG right now. It is what it is, man. I just added this person.
JG's cool. JG's a hick and he's funny as fuck.
Bro, you don't even know who that is.
I know
Did you say JG's a hick?
He's cool.
She said a hick?
He's a little hickish, but he's cool.
Hickish? Really? Oh, wow, bro.
Hicks can be cool.
I grew up in West Virginia, and I would classify myself more hick than redneck. Yeah.
Tommy wants the award.
Cheesecake Factory. Don't judge no one, man.
Dude, I wish I can get this. All right, my bad, guys. It's not your guys'
So
fault.
I think it's funny. I've recently found myself at a notoriety level where your girl's not the first to just suddenly know me, and I have no idea what context she's seen me around. The Punjabi guy was also on that tip.
Tommy! Fuck my butt!
Shut up, bitch.
I just said like a neutral thing about you, and that's what triggered you. You didn't get triggered when I was talking shit. Now I said a neutral thing about you, and you're like, fuck you, motherfucker.
Wait, you got who's the opposite of World Star Hip Hop? I'm trying to find the other guys. What is it?
I don't know opposite. I don't know what you mean by opposite.
I'll try to find it. Sorry, guys. I'll find
it. Beefs? I don't know.
Black Hebrew Israelites.
Don't worry about it, guys. I'll find it.
Wait, the opposite of World Star would probably be TikTok.
They'll try to be like the Nation of Islam or some shit.
Like I would describe World Star as like the nigga TikTok.
Bro, she's like more of National Geographic type.
Yeah, like a bone through her nose, dancing around a fire with a spear.
You spoke.
She's very Nat Geo.
Oh my god.
Sly Shy, 30 years old.
That's JG. JG confirmed.
But yeah, guys, what's the topic? Where we talk? What's the conversation for tonight?
I don't know. Ask your old lady. She's kind of running things right now.
No, I'm not. I'm in the background. I'm just gonna play the music. I'm the DJ.
I know. Now I know why I got the message that you were getting trolled over here. He thought you were getting trolled, and this dude's lady just wow now.
It's your guys' kid.
Where's
bro.
Dickhead Jones?
I don't know.
Yeah,
Man.
it's no trolls to be detected. There's just a couple people. They're just chilling. I mean, it is what it is. But yeah, man, bless you guys for
Hey
being
guys, newcomers. You guys doing? You guys are ready to have this conversation, or you guys just sit down?
I'm ready to have this conversation. You explain the topic, and then I'll talk about it for real. That's how it goes.
No, actually, I just barged in, dude, and in the middle of you guys' conversation, so I'm just trying.
Oh yeah.
Kind of like,
This guy was talking about. He was talking about knowledge and belief. You got anything to spit on that?
Yeah, just more people just at least can actually just be actually in the reality of life instead of like thinking, like TVs and shit. I used to watch
like you were saying, like the government shit, like when people believe like the government is doing all that shit, like that shit is capped. Like what were you talking about? Like go ahead.
Like basically like everything around us, man. You're just not. You're thinking you're everything is all right, but it's not, man. It's more too. It's detail. It's more behind closed doors,
Yeah, man. Yeah.
The truth is hidden in plain sight. I feel what you're saying, man.
Yeah, man. Right now it's just more just in front of us. It's just more just like how you say it, like a decoy or some shit.
Well, that's the strategy now. Is and back in the day before internet and before everybody had access to information, you kept things secret. Now that everybody has access, you just flood and overabundance information so that the truth is harder to decipher and to find. It's like the needle in the haystack effect.
Information overload. Yeah, that's a real thing. People got information overload going on. They're a naive child stuck in an information overload unit. And that's the thing. Knowledge is infinite, but information, as T.S. Eliot said, he said, where's the wisdom we have lost in knowledge? Where's the knowledge we have lost in information?
Right.
Y'all know?
Yeah. It's just, I don't know, man.
It's kind of like there's some YouTubers where they'll say a lot of good shit, factual shit, and I'm like, I feel that. And then as soon as they go over the edge with it, I'm like, now you've lost everyone you could have benefited when you go full that much into it.
Right. I just feel like guys, like slowly for surely, everybody, I don't know, like, are slowly catching on. Not much, but I feel like just the more we get people to understand that I mean, doesn't matter what we do, they're gonna have a way of decreasing any type of exposure or like any type of way of what's actually going on, and they're trying to keep the word maintained as much as they can. When it comes to power and money, dude, you can't overpower that.
First you get the power. Then you get the money. Then you blow up like the Twin Towers. Ow!
That's a real keeper you got there, bro.
Yeah. Yeah.
Sorry.
And I say that from the heart of my celibate solo act.
Yeah, just trying to keep everything maintained, guys. She's having fun, so as long as she's having a good time, I don't know. I can't really. I can't
get the money,
shut that down.
then you get the power, then you blow up like the Twin Towers.
No, I know girls like that. I bet she's wild in the sack.
Yeah, she's lit. Man. She's having a good time.
I'm not. You.
I'm not.
I'm just kidding. I'm not gonna win her you.
I'm not. Oh my god.
See, I know girls like that. When I was a bouncer, I would have been putting an X on each of her hands for the night.
Yeah, man. But yeah, man.
Oh, you ain't gotta go home, girl. We're just making sure the bartenders don't serve you anymore.
That's right. We had enough for one night. That's for sure. God damn it. Yeah, man. What do you guys want to talk about since
Hey,
we
we're
got
getting
through all that?
out of brewskis. Can we conjure up some brewskis?
You should not,
Is
man.
that code for steal them?
I'm just kidding.
God damn, bro.
Talcott, you know if you're ever gonna operate that fireplace, you better take that string of lights off. Like that's the most meltable spot you can have a string of lights above a fireplace.
Tommy is cool. He likes it. He rests.
Yeah.
Dude, I just wish my phone didn't die. Because I finally found the song I was looking for was by Latin Beast.
Yeah.
Miss Fist Soto.
I am gonna put my money on that fireplace has never seen a wooden log in it, much less burnt. Yeah,
it's a gas fire.
Like, I wonder how far into the future of not burning wood that houses will still have like an ornate fireplace like that. Because I've worked on houses that it had a fireplace with a chimney, but it was a gas line. It's like technically you don't need a chimney for a gas line.
Oh my god!
But it was just about that look we're used to, you know.
You guys are crazy.
I feel like Santa's coming soon. I better get my twerk on here shortly.
What?
My phone
Santa
died.
brings coal for twerking girls.
Coal? Does he say Santa brings coal for twerking girl?
Yeah, naughty kids get coal.
That sounds like a bunch of bullshit. I better be getting those peppers, Nick. 12 days of Christmas. Santa brings to me 5 turtle doves. 5. I better
No, you need to listen to the Twisted Christmas album whenever anybody killer explains Santa to him. Like, man, Santa never brought me no bullshit. He's like, that's because you ain't right. But it's pretty funny.
You guys are crazy.
Hey, wait. Wait. No, I know what you're talking about. You're talking about Santa is coming through the space heater if he's robbing my house tonight.
Yo, Red 40, you gotta
Even
cool it
Cecil
on.
looks challenged by
I
this.
know for some reason you don't like
Santa's
Jack
coming through
Talcott,
the
but
space
you gotta
heater.
just chill the fuck out or you're gonna get banned out here, man. What the fuck
Who's
is this?
getting banned now?
This cat. No, I'm talking to Red 40, man. He's being too
Oh,
harsh.
Red 40's
on the
culted
other
up as
Talcott
fuck.
for
He
no
was just in my chat.
Yeah, we don't get to troll him out here, man. You guys just chill the fuck
Yeah,
out, man.
Red 40 is very unslaved.
This cat keeps going. Right after I said that, he's gonna keep going.
He's
Yo,
a
maybe you
character.
didn't hear me.
He's a character, or she's a character. Whatever.
Wait, is it Jack? The guy I whack off to with my vibrator?
It might be.
You guys were like awesome.
Jack responded as if he gets that a lot. Which he does. Yes, Jack, from now on, the one and only.
Yo, how many of the channels do y'all watch? Or like, y'all
It's just like they're all over again, guys. Like, what the fuck?
And this is where I get the term community. When I use it here, the community is, are you a channel that most of us would know if you said it? That's the community.
I feel like my dude right here. I feel like we met in real life, dude. Man, are you by chance Yemeni? You know, you look like a Yemeni brother. I know, man. You might be a Yemeni dude, man. I don't know.
Who, me?
Yeah.
Dude, he's the avatar of Kanye.
Kanye, what? You talking about Kanye? Bro, no.
I think he's the avatar of Kanye.
I do not look like Kanye, bro. A lot of people says Kevin Hart, but not really. I don't really look like Kevin Hart.
Man, Kanye's doing this in a real weird spot. Like, I was never a follower of his music. I probably only got 2 of his jams on my playlist.
I'm not even triggered. I'm just saying, lay off the brother Talcott. Like, I don't know why you keep harassing, Talcott. I just don't get it. But yeah, man,
I finally found the song. Here he goes. I can booty twist. Sorry, guys. You guys can't hear me in the background. Sorry, I'm not trying to interrupt. I'm just trying to booty twist. Here we go.
This is one of the biggest things that Paul can't answer for, is no matter what Paul does, you can reference the people he's creating in the chat. Like, that's the Unslavia people going outside of their kingdom, and it's what they produce. And there's no answer for that. It's just factual as you encounter it.
What the hell's going on right now?
It's a random night at this point. I was gonna review some of the content on my channel, and somebody came up named Dickhead Johnson who wanted to review the work of the Sanity Machine. Crazy shit. And yeah, I think that person got offended by our friend's poop here, and they just left. But I don't know. I don't find much offensive with poop here. You know, poop is chilling. Poop is a chiller team. You know what I mean? But yeah.
Device is ready to pair.
Well, I mean,
Poop, when you fantasize about killing your girlfriend, how do you do it?
No, I didn't have her butt.
I don't have a negative. Dude, I don't have a negative mind, but
Here we go.
Shit like that.
Yeah, wake up.
No, it was an old Tyrese bit. Rest in peace.
Everybody has their own life. There's own way of having their fun and turn up. You know, I'm not to be the one to shut it down or be the
we can't have that. We can't have that.
No,
We can't have that.
the bit was.
I'm not gonna get to that level. You know what I'm saying?
He would ask a couple in the audience that he singled out. He'd ask the guy, like, when you fantasize about killing her, how do you do it? But then as the bit goes on, he's saying, ladies, we love you so much that we couldn't hurt you to dump you or break up with you. That's why we just kill you. We don't want to hurt you, so we'll just kill you so you don't have that hurt feeling.
I'm just being myself, man. I can't help it. I'm always just gonna be myself, you know. Like that's who I am. I don't know. I'm different. I don't know. I'm just me. Like, well, I mean, what else do you guys want me to say? I'm always on neutral and things. So.
Yeah,
They gon' leave your ass, bro.
Yo, hold up, everyone. Let me talk to my brother real quick, man. And this is crazy shit, man. Yo, Trad, what's going on, dude? How's everything cool, man?
Well, it's been quite an evening. I had a sort of an impromptu debate earlier, so that was nice.
Oh, did you?
I did with Flow State, among others.
Oh shit! Oh, that's pretty interesting. Yeah, man. Tell me about tell me about what happened there.
Well, it was the usual. It was people claiming that they knew and understood more about traditional societies than I did, even though they'd never read anything, and I have. So it was pretty much par for the course at this point.
Yeah, it wasn't relating to capitalism, was it? Or
it was not. It was, or at least not directly. It was related to, I guess, human behavior and like relations between the sexes and things like that. It was it was the usual. It was basically he was claiming that there were universals, that basically that what Western culture does is just what every culture does, and I was pointing out that that's garbage, and he wasn't very happy about it, and he got kind of butthurt because basically I was making the point that I've studied and I understand these other cultures, and he hasn't studied. He doesn't understand these other cultures.
Oh shit! Is this an ongoing debate? We need Poop Team to come back. I don't know why they left us. They left us just because of that backstaging. But yeah, man, Poop Team, come on back, man. I don't know what happened.
Hey, Trad, is you one of them anthropologists?
Sure.
Yeah, Poop Team's cool. They just, while his girl's lit, he needs to do that mute till replying thing.
I think you need to study that poop feller. He looks a little sketchy to me.
He looks skinny?
Sketchy.
Oh, I thought your picture was Master Ken whenever it was thumbnail size.
We got the hit.
You guys know who Master Ken is?
Oh, yeah.
I know who Master Shake is.
Master Ken is a badass YouTube karate instructor that teaches you vital information like how to take on a seated enemy, how to take on wheelchair people. He's fucking hilarious.
Now, Trad, I know you don't like capitalism, but you sure are capping. You don't know nothing about no master shake.
Dancing is forbidden.
I'll tell you one thing. That flow state might be going live in a little while. We should go over there and try to fucking blow up his panel.
Oh, I'm gonna.
No. It's much
challenge him
more.
to a debate. I mean, that should be crazy, man.
No, you need to bring him over here because when you beat him in a debate, he just goes Paul mode and starts backstaging you.
Backstaging everyone. Yeah,
Yep.
but this time it'll be a lot more.
Just let him come over
everybody
here
will
and
see it
restream
happen.
it, bro.
So motherfuckers will be, huh?
Why don't you want to host said debate?
Oh, because he's not gonna come over here to debate when he's doing his show. But yeah,
why won't
I
he?
think I would do it. Right?
See, he's
Maybe
got
he
a lot
will.
of Paul tendencies, whether he's aware of it or not. Like avoid. Now he's starting to avoid other panels because he doesn't have power there.
I'm gonna write in his chat, debate trad culture and don't run.
Yeah, I noticed that that Trad and Cascadian and Flo and Joe Cool and all them fellers over there with Gen X Jeff the Satanist, and I just don't understand why they don't come over here to you, the Muslim.
Well, Gen X Jeff is afraid of me because he's a spurgy Satan worshiper. Like he'll chat at me all day from the chat like a busted hoe. He won't panel with me.
I love how he like rocks back and forth
Yeah.
and claims.
Yeah, I don't know what is it. Like if he has an issue that makes him do that, I wouldn't make fun of it except that he's such a douchebag that I'll go ahead and make fun of it.
I've seen a bunch of people on amphetamines do that.
I used to do meth and I wouldn't rock like that.
I'm not saying everybody who does amphetamines does that, but there's a bunch of people who do amphetamines that do that.
Yeah, and the only time I did something like that was there was this one type of ecstasy I got one time that we went home from the rave and we were bumping some techno as one does, and I was like bobbing to it, and then the rest of the night, no music. I was still maintaining that like same rhythm bob, but only that one batch, nothing else.
I think it has more to do with the type of person and the type of drugs.
Yeah.
Or
But he might be some medical reason, but I don't know.
Here we go. We're gonna deploy trad culture and see what happens. Right?
Because even though he doesn't have what Michael J. Fox has, I always make Michael J. Fox stabs at him.
Parkinson's.
Yeah, Parkinson's.
Flow state is kind of like a joke state, if you know what I mean.
Fail state.
You're not making something out of something. You're denying something. What it is.
See, I like to have fun with flow state, but when it gets serious,
you
he
have
gets
to
defensive.
believe it. And if you hand me a piece of shit and tell me it's a candy bar,
in order to
I
be
can
able
tell
to
myself it's
believe it,
candy.
you have to say it again and again and again and again and again. If you say it again and again and again, it's just like all the shit on TV, dude. Like Joe Biden. Are you kidding me? There's people that believe what Joe Biden says because they've heard it so goddamn many times.
He's gonna notice.
Okay?
He's gonna
That's
notice
it.
this comment. Watch
And
him
then
pin
now
this
they
shit.
go along with that narrative, and it becomes their reality.
Or he'll
And you
just
can't
ignore the
tell
shit
them
out of me.
different, right? It's true for everybody, though.
That's how
And so why
chants work.
wouldn't you
That's
tell
how
yourself
mantra.
the best possible version of whatever it is that you want?
Yeah,
because sometimes it's not a
That's
possible.
the challenge. That's the practice.
Because if I
he
because
talking to
there's a
Lig?
limit to
All
things,
things
right?
are possible.
Yeah,
There is
no. I don't believe
there
that,
is a
bro.
limit.
I don't-
You cannot tell me that if
No,
I
there's
hand you a
not.
piece of shit that
You know what I've seen?
What?
I've seen.
Yeah,
shit
that's Lig. Lig is like
before my
he got
eyes
rejected by the
based on
Paul
my
crew.
belief. I've seen it.
Well, he got
And things
rejected.
You know
that
what
I
I've
didn't
you know what
respect
I've
or
seen?
wouldn't believe, and it happens.
I mean, I
You know
won't.
what
I'm
I've
just
seen?
giving you my testimony for
I don't
you.
know.
No,
so that
I'm
you
saying
Let me tell you what
his
I've seen.
thing's played out. He doesn't really have a
be
thing.
able to, experience.
Well, I feel like there's workable.
I appreciate that.
Whatever that is for you. I want that for you.
Dude,
That's
I
what
got
I want for
receipts of a time
I
back in the
appreciate
day
that.
he went over to We Are Awake to try and
look,
push
look,
the
there it
Paul
is.
agenda.
Because
Here, hold up.
Matter.
Hold up a second.
It doesn't matter.
And so, hold on. This
speak my truth.
Take a break. Because you're just going into exactly what I was going to say. I've seen as a rebuttal is that I've seen you dismiss douchebag behavior and enable it. At some point, you have to recognize when people have ill intentions, you can't turn that shitstorm into a sunshine.
But that's just like your opinion.
Because you won't believe it, right?
Maybe I'm not the person to do that. Because I don't believe it. I believe that they're doing the best they can with what they have because I've already been that douchebag. I've been that douchebag a lot, and I'm still probably that douchebag.
I'm gonna drop in there and see if I can
I don't think
stop Lig's flow. I'll come right back.
I think you're a different kind. We're all different kinds of douchebag.
Different kind of douchebag.
Right.
I seen
well,
I learned this from Paul and Slade.
So let me ask you this
about people.
So since
because he'd be watching somebody's show and then he drops people over there into their show, says them troll the show, some crazy shit, man.
We're programming our subconscious, right? That's the point of all this.
Yep. Can I go back to this? We'll go back to that. But Greg Braden says your body.
He's not even addressing the comment. Like
to create.
Yo, he pulled it away.
Mind and heart coherence. So mind and heart.
So TML, remember last week when you were like bored and you were like, "Yeah, hey, let's go over there." Remember?
Yeah, I did go over there. It was highly successful because Toilet Bowl Earth literally failed to fucking repeat the 10 commandments. He didn't know the 10 commandments. He had to go look them the fuck up. It was the saddest thing I've ever seen. It was like,
I mean, he's not a real Christian. I mean, that's
total
much
but that's some total fraud shit. Like that's some shit. Like last Saturday, this cat came up. I just sat there on the panel. These motherfuckers start asking him, man, if you're such a Christian, what are the 10 commandments? This dude names off 2 of them and go and starts pausing and shit. I could not fucking believe my ears. I was like, dude, you're a fraud. You're a fucking fraud. Like debating you is like debating a literal fucking retard. Like, let me not waste my damn time. Like you are not
me of a certain person whose name will not be mentioned, who claims to be an Orthodox Christian and claimed that in the beginning was the Word, and the Word was with God, and the Word was God, is from Genesis. That was the opening line of the Bible. I was like, wow.
Oh man, many of them that, many of them from that. Was that who was that again? Was that my debate partner, Resident Sleeper, or
it was not? It was a very prominent guy whose wife has been on Tucker Carlson.
Oh shit! I don't know who you're talking about. Then sorry, I thought you were talking about somebody else.
But yeah, but yeah, refresh my mind. What is this debate about with you and Flo State? Human nature, and then you guys went into anthropological data. And you told him
basically, he thinks that he knows about the nature of humanity, but he hasn't studied any society that isn't Western. And he got mad when I started bringing up non-Western examples. And he started getting mad at me for knowing more than he did. I thought it was hilarious. It's very much. I mean, it's basically a repeat of the same crap I've gone through multiple times with multiple bad faith people that don't want to think outside the box and think outside their narrow worldview.
Yeah, I think Flow State is a lot more of just a social commentator. He's not really into that much of a debate style, you know. But
well, I mean, it showed because he was terrible at this debate. He completely owned himself.
So what I was gonna bring up about like last week, because I was like going to bed and shit, right? And you were like, "Hey, you want to go over to Flow Stage 10?" I'm like, "Yeah, dude, whatever."
I remember that. Then he kicked you. I love what you said though. You said
this is a fucking sleep stream. I'm like, "Yeah, bro." And then so I started bringing up like
the Jewish shit. That show is funny.
Yeah, I started talking about Semitic economic policies when they're guests in other countries and whatnot. And he's like, "But anti-Semitic," and so I didn't pay attention, dude. I just crashed and went to sleep. And then like the next day, I went back and looked at his channel, and I noticed that he's got a little ticker down there, kind of like freaking what's his name, the fucking wannabe Burn Eye, the fucking fake guy, the freaking hit my freaking PayPal. You know, anybody who's begging for freaking money on YouTube, they have a certain script that they're allowed to talk about, a certain amount of topics they're allowed to talk about, and that's it. You know, and I think these people are like lower class of citizens when it comes to the internet. It's like, dude, please hit my PayPal for $1. Like, oh, okay, so I already know what you are and are not allowed to talk about on here, so I can't take you seriously.
You think that's Flow State too? But I think Flow State's just chilling. You know what I mean? He just started that shit. You know what I mean?
I mean,
But I don't
I
know.
don't know. I don't know much about the guy. I just noticed that there was a little
He's just a
ticker at the
regular.
bottom of the
He's just a
screen.
regular dude. You know. I like him a lot because he's just kind of just straightforward. You know. But I usually don't have a problem with too many motherfuckers. Like honestly, I mean, unless they like really try hard to have a problem with me.
Right.
But,
I'm the
like,
same way. It's just, you know, when you want to start, like, you know, some of that stuff is kind of diametric to my educational interests, or you know, I'm trying to educate people here about, you know, the JQ and shit like that, and like same with Adam Green, you know, and it's like anti-Semitic, and I'm like, no, I'm not even being racist. I'm just trying to explain how this particular group acts in a cultural manner and why their cultural manner doesn't work with a lot of other cultures. And you know, but you know, that is not, like, again, that is not conducive with being an e-shekel beggar on the internet, and they will shut your ass down, just like Mr. Green was saying. Like, no, you can't have a PayPal if you have that opinion. And I don't have a PayPal, but I do have a job. You know.
So you wanna do you wanna pop in there, Trad? You know, you pop in and then I'll follow you there. You know, if
Yeah,
you
go
want.
fucking slap
All
him,
right,
bro.
sounds good. I guess I'll see you there.
All right, I'll be there in a bit. I'll be watching. Let's see what happens.
Go slap his ass, Trad.
Yo, we got Joe King out here. Bless Joe King. Yo, what's going on, brother? Yo, good to see you again. Yo, what's up?
What's up, everybody?
Yo, what's popping? We're trying to get this debate started
Trying to manipulate you
on human nature.
so you know.
No, I'm being straight up with you.
Because I see it.
And I'm gonna cut Tommy for a minute. I'm gonna wait till Trad Culture shows up in there. I'll be here too. He'll be hearing Tommy too much now that I don't have to. I just mute his ass. Yeah, man.
He's good at arguing.
I think he's way smarter than people give him credit for. Right?
What he's got is a quick wit.
Oh yeah, he's clever. He's funny. Yeah,
yeah.
You could tell by the humor. Yeah.
He collects information on you when you give it, and he collects it. So when someone comes at him, he's got stuff ready, like loaded up in the chamber.
Yeah.
Oh, boom, he comes back. So it seems like he's got a super quick wit, but he's also got it planned. You know, it's funny.
Yeah. That's true. That you notice that he's got excellent memory. That's one of the things I notice about Tommy.
You say
like,
there's no way or something, he'll be like, "Oh yeah, well you're a good dog owner, huh?" You know what I mean? Like,
yeah.
So, are you actually capable of injecting people into other streams or chats or anything? Can you like link them over there?
I mean, yeah. I mean, I just send him over. I just tell him to go join the stream. So eventually, I guess he will. I mean, I don't know.
Okay.
I think my shit's behind too. I gotta go back to like where it is in real time. Oh yeah, he's already there. Shit, I'm missing it. Fuck. All right, let's go. Let's watch this shit. See what happens.
What's going on?
My mission was to get you to do it.
Okay.
Well, Machine Lies dropped a comment. Debate. I think it says traditional culture.
Here we go.
That's the guy's name. No, that's
I
from
wasn't
Trad.
sure if he was talking. I wasn't sure if he was talking to me or what.
Oh yeah.
So Trad Culture, what are we debating?
Well,
here
I
we
can
go.
do a
Perfect
whole
timing.
host of topics. I guess anything that we have a disagreement on. Obviously, there were some pretty significant things we disagreed on earlier. If you want to rehash that.
But full disclosure, I don't want this to give Lig an out from where we were going with Lig. That's got to happen sometime, Lig. You're never going to walk freely around these panels until that gets gone in on fully.
What are you going on?
Oh, like the stuff he's still coming around giving this
Tommy
like
jacked it.
air of
Tommy jacked the
info. He's
argument.
still
Of
got the
course,
receipt
bro.
of whenever he went to
Of
We Are
course,
Awake to
dude.
try and promote his
Shut the
daddy.
fuck up, Tommy.
Even Real Eyes
fuck up,
TV
Tommy.
put it to him, and that was one of Ian's most stomp, put his foot down times was boot and leg out over that stuff. Well, why don't you ask your daddy why he didn't show up last night for the panel, huh?
Well,
It's a good clip.
I'm here.
Lig is allowed to like who he likes. I disagree with his assessment, but it is what
He's
it is.
allowed to say the dumb shit he says,
man,
but
who
if he's
gives a
gonna
fuck about
put
who
on
Lig likes?
airs,
Are you
you gotta come
serious?
put it to him.
Some old fuck, like,
I'll
who
tell you
cares?
what. Listen, I like Paul for what he does. He's not my daddy.
Oh, no, they're talking about Paul again.
He's your uncle.
Do you know what the daddy thing means, though? Like, I might as well call you one of his flying monkeys or his cult.
No, do you?
Okay,
Trad culture. We'll debate.
Dude,
give me just a second to kind of wrap up this thing.
Here we go.
Better wrap that gavel up, B.
Yeah, wrap that gavel up.
I'll shut up.
I just forgot what this.
Dude, machine. Read that shit that's going on the
say.
bottom of the screen.
I think you need to put me between the white circles. If you get white circles, maybe it's just YouTube.
Yeah, but
And
he
then
took that.
Jack.
He
Now
took
put
that from
Jack
a show called Fight Club. You know, so he just, you know.
between you and
Okay.
Jedi, and it'll just be a more symmetric. There, my OCD feels better.
Good look. Good
No,
look.
now put me above Jack. Put me above Jack.
All right, fair enough.
Thank you. Yeah, now it's perfect.
Pay me money to be on my panel.
Oh, he just took his spot
Still
back.
symmetrical, Jack. No, it's still symmetrical that way.
Okay.
I screwed you up, Tom.
Well, am I next to like a skinny Jerry Garcia that survived the deadhead days?
That's why Jedi was one of the good folks.
You're next to Jack. Jack, did you see my latest short? It was good. I wonder how it's doing.
Hey, I was confused for a little bit there, but now I see better what's going on. Is this traditional culture? That's who Machine Lies was talking about.
That's
On
right.
Gen
Jack,
X,
we're way
yeah.
ahead of you,
So,
buddy,
stay
and I even
focused,
told you that
people.
a minute ago.
I know you. That's what helped catch me up, Tommy. But it sounded
But
like
mail me a bag of that.
traditional culture.
Send me a bag of that.
trash.
His name is also a subject.
Yeah, he was
right? So
talking
it-
trash. He sure was. Traditional
Yeah,
culture.
That's
was
why it
talking
was
trash.
confusing. Yeah,
Yeah.
that's why I said no. Traditional culture is the guy.
So earlier we were on Gen X Jeff's panel and we disagreed on. I guess not. What did we disagree on? Because I feel like we agreed on the macro points, but disagreed strongly on the micro points.
Yeah, basically the issue was that I have a general sense from the years and years I've spent studying these things. That
How old are you?
How old am I? I'm a
Mhm.
millennial.
Me too. Like, I'm 36. Are you older or younger than me?
I'm close to your age.
I
Lothar.
can't
So
believe
you're-
I was out of high school before Flow State was in high school.
Oh, here we
How
go.
old are you, Tommy?
43.
And he is, well, I can let you state your position, but I would describe him as way more woke. It's particularly on gender topics. The gender roles is where we really kind of clash.
No,
We agree.
I've heard trad culture
Woke?
before. I think where I
You gonna take
stand
that
with a lot of
trad?
this stuff is
This
like
motherfucker
I
just called you
appreciate his
woke, son.
stance on society needs some kind of like spiritual or
With you though, I like
religious
flow,
thing
man.
to maintain. But I'm just, as he probably knows, I'm one of those Jesus people where I'd be like, yeah, and that thing should be my thing, but I won't force it. But I appreciate what he said on some channel where they were just trying to deny all need for religion
What's
or
up,
spirituality.
Yeah, Trad's evading.
Can't even keep my own visits
I'm gonna
straight.
type that in the chat. I'll be like, Trad, stop
So,
being
yeah,
evasive.
I'm the same way. So do you agree that we disagreed on gender roles more primarily?
Yeah, well,
Yeah, there we
I
go.
would say that essentially where you see a very like rigid one size fits all, I look and I see an incredible diversity of possible options, and I'm not at all convinced that the option that we have is the superior one.
So I guess I would sort of adjust that and say I do agree. You see a plethora of options that I don't see being there. I wouldn't say that I see one rigid. I don't think it's rigid. I do think, though, that the gender roles are generally applicable, which is that men are masculine in the sense that we think they are, and women are feminine in the sense that they think that.
That would be a good time for me to fit a quick stance.
Shut
I
the
do
fuck
see a
up,
rigidity,
motherfucker.
but I see that rigidity as do you live more testosterone or estrogen? Whereas I don't like women on front lines combat just because men don't make great sounds when they lose limbs. But we've all seen that meme where there's the row of special forces guys with a tree up on their shoulder together, and then the picture of the Russian woman doing it by herself. Like, yeah, that there's always an exception, but I think the gender roles are fit, but more because of the physical aspect of what happens from primary estrogen or primary.
Yeah, but you're not in this
Well,
bait.
here's the interesting question: who do you think, on average, is braver, men or women?
Definitely men, because it's harder to convince the full estrogen side that we have to die over top of each other until that gun bunker is taken out. And
On
I
the
don't
other hand,
see.
but for thousands of years, we managed to convince the estrogen side to undergo incredible agony as well as a huge possibility.
Oh, they even have a higher pain tolerance.
And we did, yeah, they have a higher pain tolerance. We didn't convince them of that. What happened is that was a byproduct of sex, and everybody wants to have sex.
No, I think he's talking about like this idea that has been sold to women that they want to not have kids and want to be CEOs.
Well, what are you you're talking
Well,
about?
I'm saying that
Yeah,
before we go around saying that men are braver than women, we have to keep in mind that throughout most of history, women had a higher death rate than men. This idea that women live longer than men is relatively recent.
No, that's because it's easier to kill women.
No, it's because of the fact that that childbirth was traditionally extremely dangerous, and yet women still submit.
Oh, it still is.
How do you know who's easier to kill, Tommy?
Huh?
How do you know who's easier to kill?
Well, I don't want to. It kind of goes still with the estrogen and testosterone thing. Whenever you say if men are braver than women, that's not what wins. I mean, you have to be brave in war, but you don't win because men are brave. You win because men can toss heavy things and do extreme outdoor things while still killing each other.
Nobody's denying that. Nobody's denying that men are physically stronger than women. The problem is that when you start taking the physical differences and start turning them to psychological.
It's not just the physicality, it's that mindset that you can take a man's life in front of you. And women aren't. There's exceptions where women are like that, but you don't build armies of them that can be armies of men.
Yeah, because women aren't as, in general, in most societies, women are less.
Can we? I mean, the death rate doesn't have anything to do with bravery. I mean, it might be related
it
a
does
little
have
bit.
to do with bravery, because if people are willing to submit to things that are incredibly dangerous that could potentially kill them for thousands of years.
If you're pregnant, you have no choice.
Could we not also say that?
I know I'm leaving Trad hanging, but I just want to see where this goes. But the thing is that I don't know why he puts so much emphasis on culture instead of technology. And I don't mean to be critiquing his work when he's not there, but yeah, it just is what it is. It's a rough world out here. It's a cold world. And the thing is that I think that the technology plays a role. I mean, obviously, women can go to work the same as men. I mean, anybody can push fucking buttons. You know, that's the issue here, is that, you know, it doesn't take a man to do the job. You know what I mean? So you know, anybody can do the job, you know, when it's machines that's going on, and the women are going to work. Right. That's what's wrong. That's why we don't have the traditional society. You know,
war and stuff that women aren't going to go. So it's not even. It's such a hypothetical. You know, like you're right.
Yeah. You know, like obviously, I mean, they can shoot. A woman can shoot a smart gun or land a drone as well as a man can. Like, you know, what's the problem?
A family structure, they're ruthless in that way. You know, they'll do whatever.
Right.
protect their family. So in nature,
you're right. Yeah,
they'll drown your ass. But you know,
that's right. And nature really grounds everyone. You know what I mean?
Then that they'll punch you at a bar, maybe, but like something more ruthless.
Cecil's phone has gone off this whole show. Like Cecil's phone has gone off. Like every live stream, his shit is on vibrate. Goes burr, burr. Like it's fucking crazy.
I find myself just watching his face, dude. Like, I'll get all baked and I'll just be all looking at his face.
Yo, Cecil, you got to put your phone on silent when you come on stream, Holmes. Like this shit is. I'll tell him when he shows up. I think he's over doing something, but yeah.
I love my laptop.
Yeah, the laptops are the shit.
Sexual practices that are unlikely to lead to pregnancy.
Tried it. Yeah, I mean, but that's we're going backwards. She's already pregnant.
Yeah.
So that's preventative. Are you trying to get in there, Aaron? Are you?
Frank,
but that has nothing to do with that doesn't have anything to do with bravery. They counted the days wrong. She's pregnant. She doesn't have a choice except to be brave. There is no cowardly option. She can't cower out of that situation.
But my point is that, like, you're trying to create this false dichotomy in a traditional society where men are warriors. They don't have any choice but to be warriors either.
Sure they do.
They get kicked
sure
out.
They do. Dudes have run away from the beginning of time.
Yeah, even if it gets them shot, even if it gets them killed for running, they still run.
That's the problem.
And when we say brave, when we're talking about bravery, though, don't you think cowardly men are responsible for a lot of the woman deaths, as a lot of cowardly men will kill a woman?
I think that
what
if you were talking about war deaths, there's a lot of tribes where traditionally they're just indiscriminately massacre people and in the dead of night, indiscriminately murder men, women, and children.
Yeah. You usually just killed the whole tribe and only kept the kids young enough to make your tribe minded.
Right. And that doesn't have anything to do with men or women being more brave, does it? Tie it in.
It does.
And bravery still isn't why we're saying the job's fit for gender.
It does. It does in the sense that this idea that like male bravery is so incredibly much.
No one's saying bravery. We're saying the primary testosterone in a physical, chaotic universe is what gave men the dominance.
Well, I mean, we're saying.
Obviously, if the argument comes down to who has higher testosterone, it's freaking obvious it's men.
Well, what was the original debate? Because I think your bravery stance isn't sticking to what the debate point is.
Let me. What do you think, Jedi?
Honestly, I see a lot of circling because it's gone from it's like bounced from like bravery to like, just like a story about bravery with a woman being pregnant.
Yeah.
And then
what the fuck is this conversation?
Well, how about this? How about instead of
this whole conversation has been bullshit.
Where did they go? Like, why are they talking about women fighting in war? What an inane version of this topic. You know what I mean? Like, we're talking about male and female sexuality and gender roles in society, and like about traditional society, and anthropological data. And then wouldn't you talk about like you could move that into liberalism? I don't know. I'm just trying to find out. Like maybe I need to have a conversation with Trad about this, because at this point, like I feel like a lot of his approach is a little bit, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Leave it because like why would you move into women fighting in war? Like obviously it doesn't even matter. And then they're talking about female bravery. Like what the fuck? Like what? Like
it's like Fox News or something,
Yeah, there's some shit going on here. This conversation has gone awry. I might need to go in and correct this shit. But I have a feeling I might get backstage if I play too heavy of a hand. You know what I'm saying? So I'm just like I go in there like it's my show, but it's not my show. You know what I mean? So yeah.
Going to do what they need to, whether they're going to be a man or a woman.
Right. Yeah.
But there can be, obviously conceptions or pre-notions that, maybe a man might be harder, and may be able to deal with stuff,
The difference is in
but
the examples.
at the end of the day, it's all in how much the individual themselves put in that situation want to survive. How far they're willing to take it to survive and do what they need to do.
I got 2 points to disagree, though.
Tom, I'm gonna need you to stop talking for a minute.
Sure, waste your time.
Professional.
I can save us a lot of steps in.
They backstage Tom.
No, anyways,
Damn.
because
very official.
He's gonna come back over here.
Generally speaking, these are things that are inculcated by society. Society inculcates people across certain.
You know, the minute they kick him out, he's
and
gonna
one of
come
the
back over
dimensions
here.
Is in terms of what you could call bravery, what you could call stoicism, and generally speaking, in most non-Western societies, there's not actually a lot of difference in terms of how they inculcate males and females when they're raising them.
I've already got this wrapped up.
See you, Tom. This one's on the house. Say your point again.
And here comes Tommy over here now. Watch.
When people are raising children in traditional societies, they generally inculcate them with certain values, certain virtues.
Right.
And across the vast majority of world cultures, especially non-Western cultures, there's not actually, and this has been actually studied, there's not actually much difference in terms of how they inculcate male children and female children when it comes to what you call bravery, what you call stoicism, what you call fortitude. It's generally the cultural differences are much larger than the gender differences.
So
and that,
what's the culture that,
blowhards,
that teaches young boys to be warriors or young girls to be warriors?
What's a culture that teaches girls to be warriors? There's a number of cultures that have female, that have women that are able to defend themselves in combat.
That wasn't the question, though.
I'm not exactly sure.
So, I mean, just if we can look at all over, I'm not. What are your background? Something in anthropology, right?
Yeah.
And I'm not an anthropologist, but I've been to college. I've got enough education that I can tell you confidently that across the world throughout all of time, men are taught to be warriors. Women are not trained to be warriors. If they are, it's in a much less capacity to the men.
In warrior societies, typically it's the men who fight, but that doesn't mean, first of all, that does not at all mean that women are less inculcated towards stoicism, bravery, and fortitude. It simply means that perhaps they channel that stoicism, bravery, and fortitude towards different ends.
Well, I haven't heard an example. Maybe you have one, but there's no example of a situation that requires those virtues in as much as, say, going to war. That traditionally in old
childbirth requires stoicism, bravery, and fortitude.
No, it doesn't, because you can't avoid it. You cannot. There's not an option to bail. There is an option to bail on war.
There's an option to bail in childbirth, and there's an option.
I guess we're
warrior societies
gonna leave this guy hanging. So we'll go head over there. So you want to go head over there with me, brother Joe King and brother Cecil? Okay, we're gonna go over to Flow State. Just click the link on the StreamYard over there and just join me over there, all right? And we'll move our panel over there. And I'm gonna full screen the show over here. So then we'll be over there for a while. But yeah, I'll see you over there, brother Joe.
All right, cool. Thanks, buddy.
And I don't know about Cecil. Cecil, you coming with us, or can you hear us? Yo, Cecil. Well, I wrote in the private chat, Cecil, if you come back, we'll be up at the Flow State. So I'm gonna I'm gonna drop his link in the back in the private chat too, so you can find it. Give me a second here. Let me see.
I like Flow.
I think it's this one here. Yeah, and we'll go join the conversation over there because I told my friend I'd go join him over there just for a little bit. I'm not even trying to stay for the whole time. When Trad leaves,
always got stuff going on.
Yeah, when Trad leaves, I'm gonna leave too. But yeah, I'll see you guys over there. But yeah, I'll be right there.
For sure.
All right. And let's see if we could sign in over there without my motherfucking laptop freezing up and shit.
You already click it.
Yeah.
Let's see.
Doing last time that was an issue is you were trying to pull the you were playing your credentials down.
No, I was playing the fact that I fucking have studied this stuff and you haven't. And that's
so
the
you
problem.
think that I should take your word for it?
No, I think that if you have an objection though and you haven't studied the relevant research, then you're going to be at a disadvantage.
So why don't you? Okay, then if we're going to play that game, I would like to see your sources on these abortions.
On abortifacients, I mean, you want to look at the most basic, probably famous.
I want some sort of source besides you that will tell me that that abortion was safe and widespread.
I came over to talk about how that's a fail from the start.
Bronislaw Malinowski, one of the most famous anthropologists of all time.
I'll wait.
Trobriand Islanders, the
I don't
sexual
know if
life
the
of
chat can hear
savages
me.
in.
I'll wait. Just grab whatever you want and drop it backstage. I'll wait. Hi, Machine
Everything
Lies.
I said would happen. The flow state is too stupid. He's too slow, and I'm trying to get the fucking debate moving.
studied
Because
I
they
had
don't
the
realize
reference.
they've left
So this
the
is
subject.
where
they're no
we
longer
kind of fell
talking
apart
about
on the
what
panel
the
earlier
debate
because
because
of
Trad
that
got
claim
him
right
on
there.
that
It's like,
bravery bullshit.
okay,
that is
you're an
not the
anthropologist.
basis of
I'm not an
why
anthropologist.
there's
If you want to
man
play
and
the I
woman
know
job.
better than you and you know nothing card, why the fuck are we
And
even
now
talking?
Machine Lies is
Like, how could I
dropped
possibly win the
himself in
debate
there to not
if
realize
everything I say
how
is going to be
off the
just
debate
discredited
is?
out of hand
I was
because
going to make a
you
Machine
went to
Lies,
college
so
for this?
I was
I
talking
went to
about
college
how
too.
those two
I've taken
millennials
history.
are
I'm not a
fucking
fucking
up.
retard.
And I realized I
it's a
took
bad
too
faith
long. I
argument.
got lost for a
you're
moment,
making
forgot I
claims
was
about
coming
things that you
back.
don't know about. The problem is that you're
And-
saying, well, I
And
know
now
about
Trad is
X.
going to
You
stand
don't
on his,
actually know
I've
about
read
it.
And
more,
you
I've
make
seen,
claims
I've done this study.
that are your
doesn't make
values pushed
correctness.
into reality.
It makes
No, I
You're
make
woke.
claims
You're
based
woke,
on
guy.
reason
You're woke.
overwhelming
right
evidence.
all
I
the
make
time.
claims based on more than 100
You
years
are
of
woke,
They're
research.
and your
debating
woke
Okay, so
ideals
over
show
Bronislaw
through in your
Malinowski
claims.
studied
and
That's
it
why
has
I don't
nothing
trust
to
your
do with
claims
why
about
there's
what
male
you learn.
jobs and
Bronislaw
female jobs.
Malinowski, who lived during the
And I had this
1920s.
I
big
don't know
point
how the
to
fuck to
drop,
spell that.
and
Find it
because
and drop the link
Flow
backstage.
State is a bitch and a crybaby,
Literally
he dropped me
just put it in
before
the
I could
private
make
chat.
it.
Bronislaw Malinowski,
All right.
Sexual Life of Savages in Northwest.
I'm over here
Melanesia.
trying to make Machine
Northwest
Lies
Melanesia.
channel money
Yeah.
for you 40 people, while
That's
Flow
a
State
basic
goes over
primer
his
for
regular millennial
understanding
The
bullshit.
sexual life of
for 60
savages in
people.
Northwest Melanesia. You think that even comes close to showing that abortions were widespread throughout history and safe?
See, now
This
they're
is
talking
one
about
little side
abortions,
culture.
bro.
Hang on. Wait.
This isn't
It
the
indicates
debate
that
point.
that's one source indicating that in an area that was the case.
They're just gonna
I
loop
can give you
in
other
Y
sources if you
section
really
I
and
want something.
crossroads,
I want some. Give me like
subject after
Rome,
subject, like
Greece, and give me a
conversation
big
does.
civilization.
But in a
Why does that have to be a
debate,
big civilization?
you gotta
Because
keep it on
we're
tap.
talking about
And I tried to keep it on
humanity at
tap.
large.
He
I don't
got in
want.
his
There's always
feelers,
an exception to the rule.
backstage me.
I don't want your isolated tribe. It doesn't fucking
as
matter.
they
There's always
do,
one off.
I
Maybe
will
this tribe
do
was
to
great at killing
shampoo.
babies.
You know
I'll
who.
take your word for it, but it doesn't prove the
And
point
because the
that
timing was
abortion
perfect,
is a viable option throughout
the
human
Machine
history.
Lies went over there as I
Proves
was
the
coming
point
back
that
in
in a
over
huge
here.
number of societies, and by the way,
He's
this
not
is
listening to his
one
channel.
example
He's
that's very famous, but you can
He's
find
leaning
many other
into the
examples
going
of
to
the
Machine Lies.
record.
It proves my point that this is the
I'm not
example
sure
you're
if the
giving me.
unsubscribe is to this channel or to
I don't
Flow
even get
State's
that.
channel.
No.
Who wants to
There
jump
are-
in? Somebody else can jump in for a second.
If someone would react to on Flow State's panel to unsubscribe,
We're not debating the virtue
that
of
would help clarify it for me in
abortion,
real
just
time.
the morality of it.
If it was
Or,
to
I'm
Machine
sorry, not the
Lies,
morality of it. The
why is he
is it
sharing
an
chat
option?
on his channel while not
Is it
listening
an
to the
option that
audio?
would make it so that childbirth
It's all
is an
fucked
act
up
of
now.
bravery? And
What am I
don't at
supposed
all
to
think
do now?
that article
It's all fucked up now.
is sufficient to say that okay, we can consider
I
childbirth
wish I
an
knew the
act of
lyrics
bravery in the same
Victory
way that
better
going to
and go
war is.
into it.
But the real dispute is the bravery.
Oh, they done brought Joe
conditioning
Cole
of
in.
the genders.
What is Machine
I'm
Life
like
doing?
that a lot.
Do this?
So my basic contention
That's
is
an
that
unorthodox
most of what we in the West
strategy he's
think is,
using tonight.
like,
Let's see how it works
sex
out.
differences is basically the result of cultural inculcation rather than actual biological differences.
Okay, and Flo is presenting that there are natural differences.
Which, by the way, I agree with. I think that there are natural differences, but I don't think that they correspond all that well with the differences that our society imposes on the
They absolutely do, though. It corresponds with the psychology of men versus women. It corresponds with the physical reality of men versus women. It corresponds with Jack.
I think there's something there. You're right in that the differences are there, but they've been exaggerated through the societal conditioning.
I think that they're under. It's the opposite right now. Look at society. Women are told to act like men and they're brave and applauded, and men are told to act like women and they're brave and applauded. And I think we all agree that right now things are going to shit more than ever.
Yeah, absolutely. Things are very maladaptive now. But one of the problems now is that actually we have, and this has been studied and it's been shown over and over again, actually in modern Western society, you have the largest sex differences that you've ever had in history. That's
bullshit.
Even nowadays,
what's the sex difference?
Personalities are a lot greater in the West than they are in like Africa or Asia.
No, that's bullshit. That's bullshit. See, this is what I'm talking about. I go
Now you're literally just crapping on actual research.
I'm crapping on your honesty and your integrity. Hold on. Let me tell you why. There's a panel that I go on regularly and have been for some time. It's full of Africans in Africa. They are way more masculine and their women are way more feminine. And they think we in the West here have lost our fucking minds spouting shit like
Hang on. You just said that. So you think African women are more feminine than Western women? African women who traditionally been
the gender roles are more clearly divided in the way that we would, in the colloquial sense of masculine and feminine. Yes.
You understand that in traditional African society, most of the
I don't care. I'm talking about today African society. I'm talking about today African society.
Well, hang on. Wait. But see, that's the problem. So you're saying that basically traditional societies, what happened in traditional societies doesn't matter. What happens in post-colonial society?
You said that the West right now is the most
that's based on
ever,
actual research
ever in history. I don't give a no. I don't. Shut up. And I'm telling you, I know these people, and I've talked to Africans, and you're wrong.
Okay,
they
great.
think we're nuts.
Evidence which doesn't count for shit. My point is that if you look at the actual data,
this is why we couldn't debate earlier. You're a bad faith. You're a bad faith debater. You're a spoiled brat, and you think that you know better than everybody. So when I tell you something,
clown around.
What do you think? Machine Lies. I dropped him because he's arguing in bad faith. I clearly.
What is? Moderate a little bit.
Wait,
before you bring him
I'll bring him back up if you can explain to me how he's not being.
I just want to ask, what is?
Well, but hold on. We got to resolve the current.
Somebody
thing. We have a
gender
current
norm.
claim.
What are you guys saying?
We jump back to the gender role. We jump back to the gender role argument from earlier, right? And what he just said.
All right, I'm with you. I'm with you guys. All right. I'm caught up. Yes. We spoke about that earlier too. How much sense does it make? Yeah. Yes, back in the day, yes, there was less chance. A woman couldn't carry a 80-pound rucksack and all of that nonsense. Good point. Yeah. More so than us. Yeah. Yes. Yes. I wonder if RJ isn't, or I think that's his name, JR isn't along with what you saying. I think it goes along with JR. I forgot his name.
Okay. Well, I mean,
yeah, good bridge.
Before we go there,
that's very good.
I have an issue with the current point that we were on, right? Which is, I mean, if I say I know something from firsthand experience that is directly the opposite of what you just claimed, and he's going to say, I studied it, you didn't.
Yes.
I trump you. If he's going to play the trump card, then we might as well not even have a conversation.
I'm wondering, is he even aware of the logic of what Flo is saying? I wonder, is he even aware?
I'm totally aware of what's going on. What's happening is that it's a battle of somebody's attempting to interpret anecdotal experience versus actual data on gender differences in personality.
Yeah, I trust my experience way more than I trust the data that you're telling me about.
Okay, cool. So if we could play that game, then you're owned because my experience isn't yours. If it's just gonna be dueling personal,
do you see the issue between lies?
Then
This dude's childish, and he thinks that his education gets him prestige.
No, I'm saying so. My anecdotal experience isn't yours. Which, by the way, earlier you were crapping on my anecdotal experience.
I know. I will crap all over you. I will still crap all over you. You need to find a better way to make your point. If your point is so strong,
that's the issue. You don't want to deal with the data.
Okay, why is it that all of us have always seen men have a role, women have a role? You're telling us that all of our experiences are wrong, and you have papers that tell us what's right.
Hold on. In every society, there is such a thing as gender roles. There is a difference between specific societies in terms of what exactly those gender roles end up being.
Okay, so what's a big one in the West that is flies in the face of whatever the rest of the world, biology, whatever you want to.
Well, the one we talked about earlier, which one is more social, men or women? It's very different in the West from how it is outside the West.
And actually, I still have the article that I was looking at pulled up right here from Psychology Today. The very top paragraph talks about exactly what I was trying to say, and I'm posting it in the chat now for anybody who cares to look at it. Even as babies, females are attuned to the social cues on people's faces, and baby boys are paying attention to objects.
Cool. So that is.
I was wondering, Flo, if
that is the case. No, that is the case. I fully concede that is the case in the West. Western society.
You think that babies are indoctrinated already?
I think that at a very young age, you already start being inculcated. Absolutely. You start being inculcated with certain values the moment that you're born.
Type a 1 in the chat if you think he's still operating in good faith.
Hey Trad, let me ask you really quick. What is your overarching point?
What's the overarching
Mike,
point
really
the overarching point I'm making is that this idea that everything should be measured by this Western benchmark is ridiculous, and that if you look at the rest of the world, it doesn't operate the way that the West does. And we have copious, incredible amounts of documentation in favor of that. And I would argue it's incredibly bad faith to just dismiss it out of hand because, this is like you smart intellectuals. You don't understand reality like us common sense people who have no evidence for our position just pull shit out of our ass.
All right. I check this out. I got it. Let me get in for a second if I can. Your now my assessment is you do rush to that argument. It's always just like a kid. The argument always ends with, well, you don't know what I know, so you're stupid,
No, well,
like
no,
a child.
the problem
It makes
is,
sense now,
no, the
Mom. Wait,
problem is,
hold
I will
in there.
make
You
a
see
point.
the same way you can't control yourself? And instead of, God dog it, I lost my fucking train of thought. Yes, you feel attacked. You feel like you're smart, and people are generally attacked this way. So you expect everybody to attack this way, man, and you're impatient. Go ahead.
No, so you understand. The problem is that when somebody admits that he doesn't know anything outside of his own narrow realm of experience, but
Is that what I said?
At the same time, is
yeah, that's not what I said. That's not what I said, bro.
Do you know about non-Western cultures? What do you know about non-Western cultures from actual experience?
I said everybody I've experienced. I've been around people. There are Asian cultures here. There are Indian people here. I've met people from all over the world. I've been out of the country. I'm 36 years old. Everything I've seen fucking movies and documentaries. Every single thing that I know shows me a consistency in gender norms, and it works logically with biology. It all makes sense perfectly. What doesn't make sense is that you're trying to say that gender norms are abnormal.
No, I'm not saying what do you mean gender norms are abnormal? I'm saying that gender norms have an incredible range. And you could say, well, I've seen this example from this whatever society of westernized people that come to America, whatever. So what? So I've been to multiple countries. I've lived in multiple countries in the world, and my experience has confirmed the suspicions that I already had.
So if we're just going to push back and forth on who knows who's got better information instead of actually addressing the points, we're not going to go anywhere.
The problem is again. The core fundamental issue is that you're making claims about things that you don't actually have.
That is not the core fundamental. That has nothing to do with anything. You are not the judge of how much he gets to kick in. Argue your point. If it's solid and true, argue your point. You ain't got to keep telling us how stupid he is and he don't know shit. That's not helpful. I do believe your assertion earlier was that the Western whatever is flawed. I think Flo's right. I think you did say that. Right? The Western culture or whatever we're talking about here is flawed. Sex culture or something is flawed. I thought that was.
Yeah.
For the record, you got
absolutely. And the reason
1-1. There was 1-1 in the chat, and it was conditional.
Doesn't have much basis in what people do in the rest of the world. And that's been copiously documented.
It has not been copiously documented.
Well, see, exactly. And there you go. You just say it's not been copiously documented. You have no knowledge of the area.
Be nice. Be nice.
You have no reason to believe it hasn't been copiously documented.
You have given me no reason to believe it has been, except your word, which you already know I think is worth not shit.
You want me to give you all?
I want you to do better at arguing something you're supposedly an expert in.
No, okay, so
be more persuasive.
No, I would gladly give you the copious documentation that I am aware of.
The last time I asked you for reference to show that abortion was widespread and available and safe, you provided me an article to the Savages of New Guinea or some shit.
So what? What's your
the
point?
Sexual life of savages in Northwest Melanesia. That is far from.
They still write titles like that. Can you do that? Is that politically correct, bro? The Savages in New Guinea. That's bogus.
He said they call them savages.
That better be an old article.
Right? They call them savages.
But yeah,
you haven't given me a single source other than just. Well, I think that I'll tell you what.
I am the
if you
source.
don't like my source.
Some things don't need sources.
You haven't given me a fucking source.
Yeah, because I'm not making absurd claims.
Wait, hang on. How do you determine what's an absurd claim and what's not an absurd claim?
Gut instinct.
Okay, see, there you
and
go.
we
So
follow logic too.
So
and we
follow Western
logic
social
too.
programming. That's what it is. That's your Western social programming. You're claiming, oh, this gut instinct.
Do you see how pretentious and indoctrinated you sound? You need to get your head out of the Kool-Aid bowl.
See that. I think what's going on right now. By the way, it's fascinating. It's fascinating. Real people in the real world that aren't extremely online don't have this sort of problem. It's the extremely online people that have this issue.
Here you are.
Well, I think there's got to be
What issue? What problem?
There's got to be some issue with the Western culture. I mean,
Absolutely.
with the
That's
way
not
gender
based
roles. I mean, there's got to be some issue with the way gender roles are placed in Western culture, just by the fact that kids are chopping their dicks off, little girls
I
are
dig
chopping
it.
their tits off. Like,
Right.
That's
you
a
know,
good
that is
argument.
one of the. You know, that's the main.
But
the main
that's
thing.
an inversion of gender roles. That's the
No,
problem.
that is the
exactly.
result of maladaptive gender role.
Exactly.
No.
Exactly. The
Result.
inversion.
Well,
how
he
they
said
can
that's the
switch.
result.
The switching of
So-
gender roles is both
Right.
like psychological and biological at this point.
So
because kids
men
are
need to
actually
go
being
back to being
born.
men, right?
Well, it's just scientific, because kids are being
I hear you,
born
Flo.
with like feminized genitalia, and also women are being born, because see what happens is, it's scientific, because you have two ingredients that make a man, because it's something called gonadotropins, and then also something called HGL cholesterol, which makes the brain. See, for a woman, all right, so I just shared in the chat a very large analysis of multiple countries in the world, indicating that gender differences in personality are much larger in Western society than outside the West. Yeah, I'm sorry. I think my internet cut out. I'll make my point later.
Can you? If I don't know how. I
You're
haven't
back
had a
now,
chance to look at this
Machine
yet.
Last. Yeah, you're back now.
But if you have, if this is a new article, if you've got one that's older, I would appreciate that. Thank you, Steve, for the memberships. 222 memberships, $1, best value on YouTube. Buy one for yourself. Be like Steve and buy 20 for your friends. Make it rain in the chat. All right. Now let me look at this. Why can't a man be more like a woman? Sex differences and big 5 personality across 55 cultures. Did I drop this in the chat?
Sex differences across 55 cultures.
Why can't men be more like women?
As if it's a positive thing. I don't know.
Right. I mean,
it's
the title itself. So what do you do? And let me ask you this before I start getting into this. What do you do when an article that's peer reviewed, and I'm not saying this is the case with this one, I'm just wondering broadly.
Yeah.
If you read a peer reviewed article that says down is up, which one are you going to trust? What you know to be true, or what you just read some experts told you is true?
Well, I trust what I know to be true, which is that the claim that Western gender roles are universal is bullshit, based on my own experience, as well as this research. I mean, that's the problem. What you're saying is, well, I know X is true because my experience in the West proves X. Okay, fine, I can play that game. I know Y is true because my experience outside the West proves Y. So what?
I do think that Flo is right, that the gender roles here are the most around the world, right?
Depends on the trait. Depends on the specific
Like,
issue that you're talking about. If you're talking about which one's more social, men or women, then no.
But generally speaking, a man's the leader and the chick's the backup band.
The men are the leader in some domains and women are leaders in other.
Look, it says right here, women reported higher levels of neuroticism, extroversion, and agreeableness, which is exactly what you would
expect. In the aggregate, in specific instances, there were a huge number of disagreements with that, by the way. And what they most notably found was that the gender differences on most traits were relatively small, except in the West. So in the
Okay,
West,
so that's not what it says right at the top of the abstract. Do you have to pay for this, or where's the whole article? Is it here?
Hold on, I can find. I'll go ahead and see if
No,
I can.
the abstract right here says exactly what I say, and you're negating what they say in the abstract based on particulars in there. But they chose to put this in the abstract, which leads me to believe that this is the takeaway. Women who report higher levels of neuroticism, extroversion, and agreeableness.
Yeah, and that what I look at the abstract and I say, and what I see, which is what you're choosing not to see, is that in less fortunate social and economic conditions, innate personality differences between men and women may be attenuated, aka there's small differences in cultures that are not.
Where is that in this paragraph?
That's the last sentence.
I have a question for Trad. Maybe this will help a little bit. Trad, what is your ideal situation that you would like to see happen without referencing exactly where you're pulling from? Like, try to give us the ideal adaptive society you think we should try to strive towards.
I would say that if you look at the most adaptive societies, you generally find that they are small-scale hunter-gatherer type societies on average, not in every case, but on average, and that they tend to be societies that follow a norm that does not lean too heavily in the direction of either, I guess you could say, patriarchy or like modern feminism. It's just a sort of an egalitarian model. It seems to be the most adaptive cross-culturally.
Do you think that?
But by inherent in that statement, aren't you saying that's the much smaller percentage of people and cultures?
A smaller percentage of people, in that the societies tend to have low population densities.
Well, you're
okay. So let me. I just read the rest of this abstract. Was somebody want to get in?
I just want to say you're also saying technology is not very not going to go with that very well, correct?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, technology, generally speaking, you're going to have low levels of technology in a society like that, but that's only a problem if you have this, worship of technology, which I don't.
Okay, I read the rest of the paragraph, and obviously by the title and by the phrasing, the authors of this article are much in favor of more loose gender roles, right? They prefer having those watered down. It is, let's see, propose that heightened levels of sexual dimorphism result from personality traits of men and women being less constrained and more able to naturally diverge in developed nations. So yes, the more gray area there is, the more sexual dimorphism you have. And in less fortunate social and economic conditions, innate personality differences between man and woman may be attenuated. So they're wanting to reduce the differences that are innate. This confirms what I've been saying.
They're not wanting to do it. They're reporting what happens, which is that these differences are attenuated in circumstances that are not modern and Western and, privileged, basically.
Between innate personality differences. These are.
Did I ever deny that there are innate personality differences? I've always said there are innate personality differences. I just don't believe that they include all the crap that we produce as examples of innate personality. There are differences between men and women. Absolutely. But they're not.
Somebody else feel free to talk to him about this, because it's irritating me.
It seems like there's been argument about a non-argument, non-disagreement, or making a bigger deal about distinction. I'm not sure.
There is a disagreement, but they are making a much bigger deal about it than there really is. It's a small thing, and they're making a big deal.
I mean, it is a small thing, but it's kind of important to move forward, I think.
Yeah, it's important because this has
It's important
to do with
because it illustrates that you're bad faith arguing. Your
Yeah,
source,
I don't care
your
what you have
source
to
supported
say.
me,
You don't
and you're
know
still
anything.
arguing with me about it.
See, this is what this is what every like bad faith person I have to deal with on the internet.
Don't get attacked by everybody
is
right now. Keep it.
You start pulling this. We're like, oh, like your source agrees with no. My source completely backs up the claim that I made when I cited this source, which is that it's largely an effect of a modern society that there's such a divergence between the sexes.
I didn't see that.
Okay, so I don't care if you weren't looking when it.
I mean, go ahead. I'm willing to look at it again.
Incredibly clearly said that modern societies.
All right, let's move on. Let's move on. I'm satisfied with this topic. You're not gonna concede defeat, and I don't want to spin my wheels on it. Earlier you said that. Societies that it would be better for a woman to have multiple husbands than for a man to have multiple wives.
Overall, societies that are polyandrous are more adaptive and less chaotic than societies that are polygynous. Yeah.
Welcome back, Tommy. If you want to take over, now's a great time for you.
I know. I came back because everything that's transpired is what I said I was going to skip for you guys. So you deserve what you just sat through. TML handed you some content for the night and abandoned his own show.
What am I doing?
Yeah,
Tommy,
you guys have consecutively stayed off of why gender roles are appropriate. And as soon as you got on this bravery and personality bullshit, that's not why we assign gender roles. Like, the exception is when men say there's some jobs women shouldn't do, we also mean not all men should do those jobs. If you want to protect the president and you can pick between me or Shaquille O'Neal, have Shaquille O'Neal protecting the president, not my 140, 50-pound ass. Has nothing to do with who's braver, who's personality-wise. It's not taught. This is a chaotic physical universe, and the benefit to men is we are strong and robust in that universe when it comes to maintaining power, telling a bitch twice until she's got 2 black eyes. It has nothing to do, and I can see how you two are millennial. You're both millennial as fuck. And what Joe was trying to say is, yes, Trad, you're studied, you've read. It doesn't always make you right. You can't just stand on it and say, I've read more, I'm correct. God, I'm Gen X as fuck. Would you guys not agree?
Agree.
You look cool in your Jinko jeans too.
I still have one pair of big party pants that I just couldn't let go over nostalgia. So they look like some kind of techno street samurai pants.
I say,
is he mute again?
Somebody was about to say something.
Yeah, I think it was
rest
Lig. He's had
is
a
wild.
in and out on the audio.
You can't hear me.
Heard that part.
How about can I compare people to dogs?
Can you hear me now?
Oh, I can
I
go
do
there
it all
too.
the time
Go
when
for it.
I call my ex-girlfriend up.
I can also go a little chimpanzee direction as well.
Like every single set of female and male dogs that I've been in their homes have act almost like the same exactly. Like the female sits and watches you walk back and forth. Doesn't take her. A male comes up to you, says what's up, goes, oh, the plumber's here, cool, and then he goes and gets his toy or does or hangs out or leaves you alone. But the female sits there and watches every single time without fail. Doesn't take her eyes off you. And it's funny. And once you see it like 1,000 times, you're like, that's kind of a trip,
And that also might be because that almost might be because there is a male and female, where if it was all female dogs or just one female dog alone, it could be different. But yeah, what you're saying
Different
might be
dynamic.
because of both genders.
I have a genuine question for everybody. If you could fix 90% of all the problems that we all see by just simply going back to say no more technology than like a house phone, for example, would you guys bite the bullet and say, okay, let's do it? Or would you say
First, wait a GD minute. the real Neurojack would never come around here asking questions.
For sure.
You're a fucking stock account.
No,
bro.
you
What'd do with
couldn't.
Neurojack?
Always ready.
You couldn't hit the button and take it back and get rid of technology because it's just stopgap. If you leave some, it's going to multiply like it always does. It's just a temporary thing. If you push the button to take away 90% of it, it'll grow again.
Well, because of the amorality, that's how we got here. Do you want to stop flushing toilets? No.
Well, let's say that we could keep the knowledge that we've gained since then. Say, if you think that we just hit the spot again.
Well, yeah, internet doesn't like us.
Yeah, it sounds
Yeah.
like you're saying, what if only the right people had guns? And that is a questionable stance.
Okay, Tommy, do you think that society would be better off if you had 2 wives or if your wife had 2 husbands?
That sounds like that poly stuff you wanted to get on earlier. I think monogamy.
Yeah, it's like
I think one-on-one monogamy is why religion has helped society because
I
that
agree with we all agree with one-on-one monogamy.
I'm
Is
gonna agree with that one.
Yeah, we all
right,
agree.
that okay. Religion promotes monogamy. Monogamy makes the
Okay.
nuclear family. The nuclear family is what the freest.
But
most
that
advanced
wasn't the question,
country
though. I'm
was
not
founded
asking
on.
you if you like monogamy or religion. I know that you like both of them.
I
As a
wasn't
second-
answering your question. I was corresponding the same way I'm telling this dude that testosterone in a chaotic universe is what made the man jobs. I'm linking a chain together that maybe your punk millennial ass could learn something from. Because after tonight, I'm going hard on you, Flow State. Not only did I
I've been waiting
predict,
for it though.
not only did I predict I'd come over here and you'd backstage me over your inferior feelers. So I got to prove
backstage you
that
because
to
you're
Machine
loud
Live
and
channel.
obnoxious.
But
Tom.
now that I know you're what, 6, 8 years fucking younger than me, oh, I'm gonna go hard on you, boy.
I thought you
From
were going
now
to go hard
on,
on me
you get to
last
be
stream,
boy.
and that was such a disappointment that you privated it. And it's a good thing that I was streaming it because, do better. I hope that you go hard because the last one was so soft.
No, it was privated because your panel nailed it. I just whipped that up to fuck with you. That's not gonna sit on my channel. It was literally about coming over here and telling you there's a video.
Do you think? All right. Do you think that you got me good with that one?
I think I got you good as I have to sit here and tell you it's privated because I didn't make it for a video. I made it
Because
to
I
come
feel
over here
like you got yourself with that one.
because it's a bad video.
I mean, yeah.
Okay, did I sit here and just tell you why it's not a video and how the video was coming over here to be like, I have a video, I'm Dark
All I hear is
Paris.
excuses for your poor
See, the
performance.
this community is too slow for me and I act out. I'm proving it as we speak and Neuro knows what I'm talking about.
Anybody want to try to?
No, I'm talking to you, boy.
I don't know what I mean. Then bring me something to work with. You're bringing
God,
me
you're
less
such
than-
a millennial, man. You're a millennial dude.
Tom, you're bringing me less than JR brought.
Right, but we brought you content, so you better work with it. I was trying to say Trad and Machine Lies should go back over. I'll wreck Trad on Machine Lies ground. Because that's why he's quiet right now. He knows he installed bravery in place of that's not why we say gender role. And then I watched you guys get lured out of the subject like that, and you had me backstage. TML wasn't coming back. Now I'm trying to save you the debate time. How is gender role jobs not appropriate, except for those rare exceptions I talked about?
I zoned out.
Yep.
Oh, and Jack's gonna join in the Look, I came over here saying you should debate Trad. You didn't live up to very much. And I don't want Trad to be scared of me. I like the debate. I'm not saying he's a dick. I'm saying you all got off of the debate of the general thing. If you want to talk personality, yes, he was right in the context of personality and culture, training, but that's not why we have gender roles.
The problem is that gender roles are so different in different cultures.
They're
Well,
not.
maybe it works fine according to the if you had a whole culture of communism, communism's going to work if everybody's down for it.
I'm
It's
not
hard
sure
to
that's
make a
the
free
problem
man.
anyway.
It's hard to make a man that seeks his freedom and individuality. It's hard to make communism work in a group of or a country of men like that.
I think that now's a good time to remind people there's a ticker at the bottom. You can buy people off the panel.
Oh, don't know. They can cash at me to cheaper buy me off of here. Advertising.
So okay.
See, you're on. You're Paul as fuck.
I have a serious like postulation for you guys. Don't you guys think that it's going to be way easier to fix the men versus women problem if women are just too busy like washing dishes and like washing clothes by hand?
They love that.
I'm muting.
Talking with their sister and mom and shit, rather than like being on their phone 24/7, going to the gym.
Absolutely, nobody should be on their phones, and nobody.
Tommy's gone for the rest of the night, and new main order since he just left right before I saw that. Maybe he saw it before I did. You also get a rain check for 1 5-minute dip out next time, so that you can have the satisfaction still of yanking the cord out from under him. Just reminded me that I gave you a rain check on that.
Wow. Nice.
But the rain check isn't good for for the whole night thing. It's just for like a one-time off, you know.
How many people
we need to get Tommy on my channel.
And new main order, I appreciate the support.
Anybody raise a daughter?
Yeah, mine's 13.
Yeah, you learn a lot that way.
Mine's grown.
Yeah.
You know,
And she is so goddamn girly. She was raised by her dad. I got custody of her when she was 2. She's girly.
How about
I didn't teach her that?
How about Disney and all that shit though? I mean, the programming for little girls was insane, man.
I tried my damnedest to get her to watch like Archer, right? We could both agree on Archer because it's an adult cartoon. Things like that. I wasn't encouraging kid stuff. They go there automatically.
So are you guys really concerned as guys who are raising daughters about the cell phone in their hand? Like, how do you guys approach that issue? Because I mean, it's got to be like one of the big issues that you're mostly thinking about, right?
We have monitoring software on the phones and like screen time, so it powers down at night, and you know the normal parental shit. To be completely honest, we are looser with it than I feel like I would recommend people be.
I told my daughter that every man out there was evil and she should be scared of all of them all the time, and she seems to be pretty savvy about the whole situation.
Well,
I should have tried that.
Let me put it like this: if the world was different, would you rather your daughter get married and having kids at 16, 17, 18 rather than what the current system is? Or do you think that like you're just not sure because of the way things are now, or kind of like
I like that question because I think
if the world were different and we died at 50, like back in the day, at 50 was old age, now you got an argument.
No, I think he's got an argument already. I think that's the reason teenagers get into trouble all the time is because we're keeping humans in childhood stage well past our biological imperative.
Interesting.
I see you, Sasquatch. Past history stuff though too.
I have 2 daughters. One of them married directly out of high school. The other one has still yet to decide what it is she wants to do with her life. This is both normal.
What's up, buddy?
You scared her when you said all men were evil.
No. The one that I told all men were evil is the one that got married to some random dope. And the other one is like, no, Pops, I believe you. That's the real deal.
Well, I got a good compliment from my son-in-law. He's like, you did a great job with your daughter. And I'm like, dude, when she was a little girl, I told her, I'm not going to follow you around and run your life for you or nothing, man. Because you go and you do bad things or go with a bunch of guys, that's hurting you, it's on you. It's your life. You're going to have to live all this stuff. And she never did nothing. You know what I mean? She's like,
my girl been square.
Yeah, she
was
little.
had them problems.
Yeah.
My kid never wanted to wear the skanky shit. I never had those issues. Never wanted to go with the guy with his pants sagging and so dope. She was never attracted to him. She made my life easy.
Same, dude.
Mine has so far too, and I'm kind of nervous that like the big one's around the corner or something. You know, like I don't know. It's been
Right,
too easy. She's too good a kid. She gets. I mean, she makes it super easy. I never have to deal with her getting in trouble. Never have to deal with the school. Like she got good grades. It's easy for her.
I know some good girls got pregnant and stuff like that. It wasn't even like, you know, it's like, whoa, that could happen to anybody, dude.
So
Like,
she just recently broke up with her first boyfriend. She's in 8th grade. He was a freshman, and she dumped him. She dumped him because he quit football to play golf, and she wasn't down with that, which I thought was hilarious.
The reasons are.
I just thought that was like that's the most fucking Chad move I've ever seen out of an eighth grade girl.
That's petty as fuck. Yeah.
I know.
Keep looking for one, bro.
Good.
She wanted out.
That's a good thing. Number one.
Yeah, there's a few of them. I'm like, that ain't gonna be the guy for you. You know, when she's younger, she's like, listen, like, okay. You know.
Does anybody else think that we keep kids too far into adulthood?
Oh,
I do.
Big time. The world's
I
structured.
don't know if that's something that we can necessarily just gauge off. I mean, I think each person matures differently. So, you know, so like some people say women mature faster than men and shit like that. I just feel like people in general, you know what I'm saying? Like, I think it's kind of where it should be at. Because 18 is about where you start to come into your own and figuring out what you want to do. And I mean, well, at least you should already know, I would assume. But you kind of got a set idea.
Well, the issue is that we don't have a smooth transition. We have like a violent, rough transition via adolescence, which you wouldn't have gotten, you know, in a traditional society.
I don't know, man. Have you ever seen the coming of age ceremony in most?
Yeah, well, actually, the coming of age ceremonies
fucking
actually no, but what they end up doing is they end up actually that actually helps people manage it better, having like some sort of ceremonial initiation.
I thought that's what the graduation was.
Hmm?
Isn't that graduation? Don't we do?
You don't have to.
No,
you don't
do
prove
graduation
anything.
doesn't involve, you know, painful ceremonies or things like you
I
have to
don't
go out
know.
and hunt a bear or something like that. Like, oddly enough, that actually teaches maturity at a much higher degree than what our society does. The problem in our society is that because we don't have a way to transition people into adulthood, basically what we get is this extended period of adolescence where they just become rebellious and good for nothing, and they cause a lot of trouble. Which is
But how much is that on the people that raise these kids as well? Because I feel like a lot of people don't tend to like feed their kids with real information until they get into a certain age where they really are rebellious to the information.
Yeah, that's another problem.
Well, but that's because the state and the technology kind of takes care of people when if you didn't do that, people would kind of just work their own shit out. You know what I mean? I mean, it's bad to say.
I hear you.
Hey, Sanity Machine, I hope you have a reason for asking that and you're not just slinging bullshit around. Once this tab loads up, I'm deleting that motherfucker.
I'm sitting here with two
Depends
dogs.
on how much money you were raised with. People from third world countries and poor children have a tendency to mature quicker than children from first world countries and children from rich families. That's my opinion.
I don't know. I think it's all about discipline as well, because necessarily just because you're rich don't necessarily mean that you're gonna be just a privileged asshole or something, or just so pretentious and this, that, and third. Some people are actually brought up humbly and taught to never stop grinding, never be complacent. So I feel like it all depends on the family and how much they really care about the legacy and the journey of getting to success as much as getting actual success.
I think that our when you say that, I don't disagree with it, but I think our mental set point is too old. Let's say it's 18, right? 18 is the youngest in society that somebody's an adult.
Yeah.
You have done nothing except sit in a class and be bored out of it, any creativity you have. You have no skills. You don't know what you want to do because you've never done anything except for your obedience training. You're solid 4 years into your reproductive years.
Okay.
Right. You've got all the testosterone and aggression as a man that you'll ever have, and it leaks out in destructive ways.
But I also believe that when we talk about adulthood, we get to the point where, like, when we jump all the way into a 16-year-old having a family and shit, and I feel like you gotta teach these motherfuckers something, bro. Because I think at the time, you know what I'm saying, like the average 16-year-old or the 1950s or 40s or some shit like that had some type of skilled trade by 12 and shit like this. So you know, you're not teaching a person nothing. So like that was gonna go into culture. Yeah, the whole culture of how we teach ourselves and how we raise up children should be totally different if we're gonna talk about throwing the kids out into adulthood earlier. It's got to be a complete change. It can't just be a lower of age and that's it. The way shit is now.
That's exactly the point I wanted to raise. You're talking about somebody having a trade by a given age. By the time I was 12 or 14, I could raise a pig complete through its entire life cycle, right? Because I grew up on a farm and I saw this taking place. I didn't need training for that because it happened. I learned how to train dogs. I learned how to do this is all before I was 16. I could mend a fence. I could fix a tractor. I could start a car that randomly not started. Is that a trade or is that just skills?
That's letting the person grow up the way they should.
Who taught you those skills? You know what I mean? That's the important part. I mean,
well, I had a father who was
exactly, and that's kind of the main point. Is like, you know, there's a manhood crisis in our culture. You know what I mean? And it comes from 3 stages. You know, it comes from the fact that men don't learn a skill or trade from their father. You know, they don't go to work with their dad. You know, their dad goes to work for the boss. You know, and that boss, the kid doesn't really see the boss that the dad works for, you know, and he assumes that it's somebody more powerful than his own father, you know, so he gets this idea in his head, you know, and that's
my
where
father.
yeah, and then you have feminism, which feminism is institutionalized. You know, it's taught in the schools, you know, it's taught in like grade school, you know, they teach basically feminism, you know, through social and emotional learning programs. You know what I mean? And then they have you know, basically another institution is the the Industrial Revolution, you know, which I brought up earlier, where they had to institute abortion so that the women could go to work because they were losing half of their work population. You know, so they said the women have to go to work, so we got to bring something in. So they had to bring in Planned Parenthood as a form of population control so that the women could work in the factories, you know, because they needed to double the workforce in the factory. And this is a historical fact. I mean, right?
I can't agree with you on that. I'm not saying that you're wrong. I'm just saying it doesn't seem like it's accurate, bro. But go ahead though.
Well,
no, it does.
It's a historical fact. If you read UNESCO, you read the writings of Julian Huxley. I mean, you read why they made Planned Parenthood. You know, it was made for population control, and it was also made to get the women in the workplace. These people believe
that's the part that I disagree with you. Not that it was a form of population control, the whole workforce thing, because I feel like two different time periods.
Yeah, they absolutely.
But I don't know exactly. I'm not all the way 100%. It's not jotting in my head. Go ahead though.
No, I got you. Because see, what it's called is it's called Fabian socialism. You know, so basically a lot of world leaders instituted these programs, and some of them worked for the UN, you know, the United Nations, you know what I mean? And basically what they thought was, you know, in Fabian socialism, the concept is that the influence of family will always cause there to be hierarchical divisions within society, because they want to institute equality abroad. So they said the influence of family is actually intrusive in that project. See, they want children to belong to the state. so that they could receive education in the public school, you know, and they could learn what all the other little kids learn, and they could learn how to be a good citizen, you know. And if their family has influence on them, and their family tells them, no, you're Irish, or you're a a Hispanic, or you're a this or that, you know, then that's going to cause them to feel some sort of way, divisiveness, inequality towards their fellow man. They said the way we can get rid of that is to get rid of the influence of the family. And there's actual writings on this. You know what I mean?
How about your Margaret Sanger and
yeah, exactly.
Bill Gates' dad?
Yeah, there
Margaret
you go.
Sanger.
Yeah, there you
Thank
go.
you.
Yeah, that's a fine example. Margaret Sanger and all those stuff. So you could actually read these writings and all this stuff, and you know, and I'm sure trad culture knows about a lot of this types of stuff too. You know, they talk about how women receiving higher forms of education will cause them to have less children. That's actually a efficient form of population control, to send the little girls to school.
Worked in
No, I mean,
China.
basically, it results.
So you saying basically like, well, which it is true that women with higher education are less likely to have children. But what is the alternative? Do we say we don't educate our women or something? Like I don't know.
They're putting pregnant.
Hey,
Hell no.
They're gonna look at
look at the Muslim. I'm just saying, but what is the
No, I'm not
alternative?
saying
to
that.
that? If we talking
I'm just
about
pointing at the
the
facts, man.
solution, though. I'm just pointing out because I'm a solutions nigga. I'm a solutions type of guy. I don't like just talking about problems.
Yeah,
We
we
wanna
can talk about
solutions,
solutions
right?
off air. Yeah.
Hey, off topic. Since I got both you guys here, man. Both you guys. What's your name, Machine Lies? Do you have a name?
Oh yeah, my name is
Or is
Muhammad.
your old- what did you call you?
If
Oh,
that
is it
helps
Muhammad?
you. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah,
And
my
my
name
name
is
is
Muhammad.
Taylor. Taylor and Mom. You guys, I had to tell Flow State. I'm like, I think you'll grow more. You know, like all the old, you know, like the Joe Rogan Experience or whatever. Got his name in it. You know what I'm saying? Like,
yeah.
Oh yeah.
Telling him, I'm like,
And I have done it for a while.
the show is that, but your name is something else.
Right.
Flow.
Yeah, there's plenty of
Enough
people
flow.
that done blew up without their name ever being known. It's in the
It's
spotlight.
sort
Or none of that
of
shit.
it sort of created like a weirdness for me, because then people like new people started calling me Taylor, and old people started calling me Flo, or we're still calling me Flo, and it just like I don't know, it crossing the streams. I'm just
What's the
rolling with it.
most
I think you're
popular
right.
name in the world?
Never crossed the streams.
What's the
Never
most
crossed the
popular
streams.
name in the world?
What surname?
Muhammad.
Or
It's
first
Muhammad.
name?
Yeah, it's what's your last name?
Yes, it is.
Damn, man. Is you talking about in the world?
Yeah.
Oh, then all right.
Oh, if my Wi-Fi starts up, then I'll leave it.
Is Cecil frozen, or is this just where he's chilling? Oh, nope, no, he's not. Just looking at the top of your dome, you hadn't moved your head in a while. It's a weird
Yeah,
angle.
no, we were wondering about the reflection.
But
because it
we're
was
so
starting.
used to your head bobbing up and down. When you
I
didn't
dig
go
it.
up and down.
I like it. Is your name Neil and Bob, or is that what you do? I'm sorry. I apologize. I don't mean to do that.
No, you're good.
Hey, Joe Cool, are you a Chevy man or what?
Most deaf, yeah. My girl has a Chevy. I've been a Chevy man all my life. Well, my old man was a Chevy man. I think therefore I'm going to be a Chevy man, right? And I'm always like Camaro, Corvette. I've always been,
Silverados. Silverados are the best trucks.
Give me a Chevelle every day of the week.
Chevelle, right?
Camino.
Silverado in the ditch last winter.
1969, 396 El Camino Super Sport Clone with like the full trim. Dude, it's beautiful.
My
I
dad
won't
had
let
the orange and white El Camino 73. The orange and white one.
Oh,
no, baby. The long wheelbase 69 that you can put a full freaking camper in with a fifth. Dude, are you joking? There's no comparison. That 396 has weight. All right.
Do you guys? Do you and Barbie Sasquatch live in the same house? Caucasian, Caucasian Sasquatch
Yes.
and Barbie
No.
Sasquatch. You know? I just noticed that was the thing.
Not even the same state.
Oh,
Oh,
damn it. Dude, Flo, come on. Let me play the
shoot, did I-
goddamn killer.
Yeah, let him
I got
get it.
distracted. Did I fuck up the game?
Yeah, let him
I'm
milk
sorry.
it for a little while.
No.
I
I don't
fucked
even
that
know
up.
this chick. She's some weird chick I found
Paul
on the
doesn't know that for sure
Gave
or
her a
not. For
shitty.
all he knows, he did.
I mean, they may. I haven't been to either of their houses, so they may, for all I know.
Plus, Sasquatch can time travel. That's his Doctor Who tunnel right behind that one screen. He
That's
can
what
hop
the
over
jet
there.
engine falls through.
This is where I throw all of my shits I give. All of
Yeah,
them.
yeah.
Hey, Joe. How you doing?
Yeah, think about Hawkins radiation, man, but I can't bring it up. You'll talk about it, but
You
I
wanna
would
talk
kill a
about
fucking
Hawkins radiation?
panel.
We can talk about Hawkins radiation. I know a little bit.
That shit behind you makes me think about it, but ain't we gonna kill the fucking room?
I'll be interested to know.
What the short version is, nothing escapes a black hole.
True.
Hawkins determined that something did escape it. It's called Hawkins radiation. Technically, it don't escape it. It doesn't go past the event horizon, but it rips the molecules asunder, and one particle goes in, one particle comes out. That leaks out, bonds to other shit, changes things, and
Joe,
that's the
it's been
basic.
bothering you since last time we talked, buddy.
What's been bothering me?
Bother? I don't know about
You just look
bothering.
across the
I'd
flat
probably
horizon
discuss
there
it.
and see it.
No, he's right. There is this point at the black hole where you have a mirror effect where part of something is ripped out and some part of something is ripped in. And at that point, there is a splitting of atoms, molecules, and even Planck constants. Where
Hawkins radiation. He's the one who
release,
named it. Yeah.
creating Hawking's radiation.
You guys seem very sure of this. Are you really
Yeah,
sure?
man. So y'all talking about some damn fairy
Yeah,
tales.
I'm sure that I've read it. I haven't did any of these experiments myself, but I read a lot about that.
over here.
That I have read the math that leads to the concept of Hawking's radiation, and that it seems to check out, at least as far as I personally can check it, which, as Joe can concede, is probably a little further than most. But that's just a guess.
Yeah, I've been checking it out. So from I don't know, a long time back with the Tower of Physics. Back then it was more iffy. Now it's just total fucking consensus across the board.
That's what scares me.
Yeah, because what's gonna be the next thing that's gonna become consensus?
I don't know, but that's the way science works, right? Motherfucker thought one thing, they get a little more information and shit changes. I can't be afraid of it.
It's consensus.
Well, the problem is, the major problem is that they have two different physics. You know, they have one for the extremely large and one for the extremely small. You know, they got quantum physics for the extremely small, and they got relativistic physics for the extremely large bodies, and they can't really merge them both together as of now. So they just have two different parallel mathematical models that don't really fit together.
But
So
they've been trying.
Yeah,
they've been trying string theories, M theory, all like Sasquatch is talking about attempts at a unifying field theory. They've just been unsuccessful.
I mean, they already made it up. You know, it's called dark matter. I mean, if you could believe that. That 99.9.
Hey, whoever was trying to get
at some point, you gotta make this shit up because how can you explain it?
Whoever was trying to get up just now, we got a spot open on the panel.
You may be wrong, man. If you are familiar with the periodic table, they could predict that those elements would be there, and they already left the space open for them because they knew how things work. They knew something was missing. Then they found it later. That happens often.
You're right. No, that's correct. But we can go back to a simple mathematical premise: the Planck constant. When it comes at least to black holes, when you split the Planck constant, there's nothing but remainders left. All of those remainders are, by definition, isotopes. So you would end up with a radiation that is not quite definable. Hawking's radiation.
I've even heard that those breaking those apart could form new particles that aren't used to intermingling with the particles here, and perhaps form totally new particles and make new things possible. I've heard some really good theories on that shit.
You guys are getting tore up right now.
It's too derived for me. I have no knowledge.
Yeah, we can change. You should have never allowed us
I'm not
to go
suggesting
there.
that you. I just let me ask this question.
Me and Joe
Does
should
anybody
have
sort
our
of
own
think
show.
that Stephen Hawking was a mockery?
Oh, you
here's the-
cats don't like him.
Here's
No,
something on
no.
the-
I don't know anything about him. I don't pretend to know anything about his work. I'm just saying that to present to the public as basically the pinnacle of intelligence, a guy in the robot shit.
He would tell you he famously made some very big mistakes. He bet another famous cat $50. He believed that the Big Bang would blow everything out, and at some point everybody at that time believed that it would slow down like any other explosion and gravity would cause it to coalesce again, calling that the Big Crunch.
Doesn't make sense.
Let me tell you the Big Crunch. I could argue against it too, but when it came back they call that the Big Crunch. Hawkins thought that time would literally reverse. As the things were pulled in, he thought that we'd go backwards in life, and he made a $50 bet on that. That he later admitted that was dumb. He's got some very famous mistakes he's made.
Well, it's like this. Like, look, I'll tell you guys a fucked up story. Like, what if I tell you guys, everything in that the universe itself is like 99.9% space. But that space is more dense than matter itself.
Which is why they come up with dark energy, dark matter.
Where did that shit come from? It came from nothing. And then get this. That nothing started from a single point and is now expanding. And that expansion isn't leading to anywhere. It's just accelerating.
It's the speed of light.
Dumbest shit I've ever heard. It doesn't explain anything about anything. But that's the story they want you to believe or where it came from. You know what I mean?
We were talking about how
that's just a theory, and people recognize it's the theory, and there are different theories, and especially now with people with the Webb telescope, we know that the way the universe is expanding in all directions simultaneously at the same time makes some of the Big Bang shit iffy. It's just a theory, man. It's
totally made up. You know what I mean?
Hey, Machine, you were talking about yesterday about how when you measure or observe anything, then the whole thing changes, right? Like it's like
Heisenberg uncertainty principle. Yeah,
out in Joe's voice now.
How do you measure how far a planet is from here?
Well, the easiest
shift.
Color shift, or I think that's Sasquatch said that. That's one of the easiest ways. Yeah.
Well, my point is, depending on how you're measuring stuff, depends on the results you're going to get too. Because that's why I'm saying, how do we know this math really adds up at the end of the day?
Because we can predict when a certain planet is going to be a certain place. It's because of the gravity of other planets.
But we're using tools. We're not using our senses, so we have to trust that those tools are really giving us what we think it's giving us.
Math is our tool.
Baby, will
that's
you
a
be
little.
please? I'd like to cuddle with you at night.
Either you explain an imaginary number to me.
Yeah, but that's what I was showing. Yeah, that's what I was showing on my show the other day was Mandelbot. He made the Mandelbot set, and they had this famous problem where you can't measure.
Mandelbrot.
Yeah, exactly, and he presented this. He was presented with this problem about how you can't measure the shoreline. If you take a finer tool to measure with, you'll find new indentations. You'll get a longer measurement. So he said you can't measure the shoreline, how long it is, but you can measure the roughness of the topology of the like how those little iterations change.
You're talking about geometry.
Fractals, exactly. Fractal geometry. Yeah, exactly.
So when it comes down to fractal geometry, all right, I'm a little bit drunk, but I'm going to make a run at this. All right. So fractal fractal geometry.
You fucked up already.
Fuck you, Joe. I'm going to do it. Fractal geometry basically states that a large sample of something directly imitates the reaction of a small sample of something. So if you take a macro version of the thing and you look at it, it will resemble the micro version of it and the normal scale version of it. So at miles, at thousands of miles, or at 1 mile, it will essentially measure out the same way. That is a fractal concept. I don't think reality is fractal.
Whoa. As above, so below, as within, so without.
Sort of.
When you look inside of your body, it looks like the universe. It looks like the systems are similar.
Right. No, you're not wrong. I'm not saying that's wrong. I'm just saying that it's most observable in things like fjord coasts, barrier strands of beaches, and like the desert Southwest drainage fields. These things are fractal geometries.
Look at the Barbie Sasquatch. I just seen monarch butterflies fly out of her head, because she seems like she loves this fractal idea. You know what I mean, you love this fractal idea, don't you?
I don't know how, I don't know how he doesn't understand that, because whenever they were saying as above, so below, I was like, wait a minute. So why does he not understand the way the universe? Carry on though. I'm listening.
I think she would agree. The big is like the small, and it's exactly what reality is like. That's what we've been taught.
Right.
What's his name? One of the pharaohs said, "You know why I am a god? I think they'd become gods by then. I don't even think it was king of the world. It might have been god of the universe by that point." He says, "Because I know the secret, as above, so below." And the last part of it was as within, so without.
You probably said God. You got to start with God.
I don't think that would be a God's doctrine at all. At least I don't know.
If we're going to have the pantheon conversation, we can do that, but I think that might be a little bit of a different stream.
If we're talking about the building, I drew the frieze when I was in college. If we're talking about the building.
Well, here's where I would argue though, is like, how can we know?
True story.
How can we know what's going to happen, in like light years away?
I'm sorry, the Parthenon. Yeah, go ahead.
How do we know what's going to happen light years away? But then, like this, all right, I'll give you an example. 3 days ago, they said no rain this week, and then it rained for 3 days in a row. Like, you know what I mean? It's like they don't even know what the weather's going to be tomorrow yet. They know like what's happening, on the other side of the galaxy or the other side of the universe. You know what I mean? Like that's kind of.
The real talk is that they already had these concepts before. Okay, they had the concept of basically dark matter, because they called it the ether. Like you could look it up in ancient Greece. They knew about ether. They thought space was like
ether.
Yeah. They thought space was this super dense material that we were swimming around in, and then they didn't believe in gravity. They believed in electromagnetism, holding the planets together. And that's just as good of an explanation as gravity itself. You know what I mean? So,
are we the phlogiston? Do you want to have the phlogiston conversation? I mean, we can take that route, but I would rather not. I've been drinking a little bit, and I might stumble over some of those words.
I don't know. Instead of naming out these names, I think we should just have these conversations then, because I don't know none of them damn names.
You have the aether. The aether is a solid firmament that holds the universe together, and within the aether, you have the phlogiston, which is a fiery vitriolic element that makes everything break apart whenever it encounters it. However, angels, demons, and such things, they can pass through these things and come into our own quote unquote etheric sphere. Am I wrong?
I think there was a
but all that sounds logical to me.
I think there was a truth drop in Ace Ventura 2, Pet Detective. When nature calls, he said, remember when he hawks a loogie on the guy and he says it's the mucus that binds us? That's the aether right there.
It says in the book of Enoch that there's angels that control the clouds, and they let a little bit of rain out at a time. And if you look at the weather report today, they can't measure the clouds. They can't predict 3 days of weather at a time. Nobody can predict the next storm that's coming. So, because it functions off of chaos math. You know,
Dude,
like
every
game
nation
theory
got
math,
that
you know,
video.
because you can't measure the clouds the same way you can't measure a shoreline. You know what I'm saying?
Hold up.
So it's on some shit where like
Theory and
science
chaos are
can't go
different
there.
things.
You know, it just can't go there. You know what I mean? And
And
there's
that's
places
true.
where science can't go. You know, it can't go to
Chaos.
mind, you know, for example, you know, science can't explain the mind, you know, it can't
The
explain
weird thing about game theory is that game theory does describe chaos, but chaos theory cannot explain game theory.
I mean, this is God's technological realm that we're living in. You know, it's like
I'm not wrong. You know I'm right.
I disagree.
The Heisenberg uncertainty principle. That sounds like you're talking about with
Exactly.
the
That's
shoreline.
exactly what we're talking about. I just
Yeah.
didn't say that. I said it the way he would understand, and the rest of you crackers used it.
Yeah, it's crazy when they got the character in the show Breaking Bad. You know, they got the Heisenberg character, and he walks out of the thing with the hoodie on, and he puts the you know, like I think he like puts like some sort of organic material in some box or something and makes some building explode. You know, so he's like a terrorist. You know, and they're showing him as you know, Ted K. You know, because they're showing him with the glasses and the hoodie. You know, so it's crazy that they use that image
Oh
of the
wow!
unicorn
It is
right in that
interesting,
scene,
yeah.
right after he blew up
I
the
don't watch
apartment.
the show, so I didn't.
Yeah, it's in the show. You know,
trip.
they use Teddy K in the show to like
No, I didn't know.
right when he becomes the character Heisenberg.
Right.
You know, and in the show they're using it as an allusion to that physics
Right.
you know, shit, because the dude is a chemistry teacher in the show.
Right.
So he's
Right.
talking about the Heisenberg.
You know, I heard. I've never seen the series, but the fuck is all over the place, and I watch
Yeah.
YouTube all the time, so I know about it. And I heard that's where his name came from.
Yeah,
That
he recreates himself
Heisenberg.
as a mob boss, and the name he takes as his mob boss character is Heisenberg. Yeah, some shit. Yeah.
Oh, so like that show's supposed to be Ted Kaczynski? What's his
Yeah,
name?
yeah. They show him like with the hoodie and in the aviator glasses, and he's leaving the building right after something blows up, and
No
that's when
shit,
he becomes
dude.
and that's when he becomes Heisenberg. I don't know. For
Fuck
people who saw
yeah.
the show, they'll know what I'm talking about. But
I don't think. I hope you're not asking. I don't want dude misled. I don't think he's saying that it follows Ted Kaczynski's life and it's supposed to show how Ted Kaczynski's life. That wasn't the question. I don't think.
You ever read that thing that he wrote?
Yeah.
Kaczynski?
Yeah, I read some of that crazy shit.
Yeah, I study that. Yeah, we study that on my show.
Oh, maybe I heard it there.
I heard that his mentor had a lot to do with that. His teacher was doing experiments of his own, and he used Ted as that. And I had read Ted's writings first, and after hearing about how fucked up his teacher was, he set out to intentionally gaslight him and belittle him and things like that. It's like he did create Ted, and Ted, you know, he was angry about the institutions and shit. You know,
Well, but that's how all that. That's why I'm kind of anti-education, because I think a lot more of the education system really gets like that. I mean, when you go to college and you try to study like a real like heavy duty shit, like you get hazed by these fucking professors, man. They do not want you up in there disagreeing with shit. You know, like they pretty much like they're there to railroad you if you cross the line. You know,
like a cop, you're supposed to learn what's structured, and if you rebel, you will certainly not be rewarded, perhaps even punished, but you will certainly not advance and shit as the motherfuckers who just take their indoctrination like they're supposed to.
yeah, there's exceptions to the rules. I mean, I know Machine Lies knows exceptions to the rule, but the rule I think in general is like you kind of see the way things are. It's like they don't really want people coming and changing the order.
So how much
you know?
of the truth is indoctrination and how much is actually true?
Any good lie is going to have a lot of truth in it.
Yeah, this makes sense, right? The best ones will have at least some truth in it. Some college professors or jobs or whatever, it's easier.
So is the globe an excellent lie or the fundamental truth?
You know, I just really been jumping on flat earthers lately. I already feel bad.
Instead of
Trying
bringing
not
up flat earth, let's just talk about the globe. 4 or 6.
Simple
Is it a lot?
math and
What is it?
simple observations will tell you that it's a
Simple.
globe, man.
Why
You
would we
could,
keep calling this shit simple when we know damn well it's not?
No, it is very simple. I'm sorry, I disagree.
yeah,
If you
it's simple.
observe the sun, you can drive 100 miles. You have a car. Do you own a car?
Yeah, I'm not bad. Everybody lives on the couple, yeah.
In a couple of few hours, you can drive 100 miles. If you can move
called
100
Nixon from the moon.
north and south.
You did a good job going to the moon. Good job. Like, you think they made a
Good
phone
job.
call?
Kubrick's best work. But if you can
Yeah,
drive
true.
100 miles,
there you go. But the rest is true. Like,
to find the
I'm saying
outside
my
perimeter
feet are
of life.
real, my legs are fake. You know what I mean? The whole thing's bullshit.
If I drive 100 miles, I can do what?
Yeah, if dude would stop talking
flat.
over him and let him talk, yo.
Yeah, let the man talk, man.
That's joking's purpose. He wants to try to kill the globe idea, and so he just speaks over anyone who talks about globe anything. But anyone with basic,
I wouldn't be nodding my head. That shows extreme weakness. You're nodding your head like, yes, I can't hold with logic. I got to do that. Stop that, man.
Just go outside, splat.
basic geometry. Look up.
Go ahead. I'm sorry.
Who is the triangle guy? Isosceles. Go check out Isosceles. You can fucking work out the Pythagoras. That's a good one too. Pythagoras. That's the one. My bad. I've been drinking since like 9:30. All y'all people. I'm still on par. We're doing good. Joe, am I not doing good? I'll leave immediately if I'm not doing good.
Listen.
Did you ask if he was a triangle guy? Are you?
Yeah, Isosceles triangle when he was talking about the Pythagorean theorem.
That's what he means.
Maybe
my buddy.
Okay, what's the simple experiment though?
Okay, so if you can travel 100 miles north and south, if you go to the north, you pick a given day. You can't do this months apart. You have to do this like one day, then the next, right? Preferably the same day if possible. Not always possible. So 100 miles north of wherever you live, drive a
Already
station.
sounding less simple, but my bad. Go ahead.
No, it's just simple.
It's relatively simple. It's just that it takes a wide range.
Okay, have you done it?
Yes. Back when I was in school, we did this whole thing with my science teacher. He was a little bit of a nut, but we went and did this thing, and he looked at us and was like, "Okay, so you measured that, right?" And I was like, "Yeah." And he was like, "You measured this, right?" I was like, "Yeah." He's like, "Okay, what's the difference?" I'm like, 26 degrees or whatever. He's like, "Why?" So I had to sit down and work out why it was that there was a 23.5 point degree.
Oh, I don't understand. What did you do?
Measure shadows.
Preferably at noon, you measure the shadows. You can do it at any given time, but at noon, it's easiest. 100 miles north, 100 miles south, and where you live. On the same longitude, you'll end up with a triangle that points straight at the source of the sun. Basic triangles.
Okay.
Nothing extreme. Nothing
If
amazing.
my microphone is the sun, and I drive here,
go.
and then I drive here.
Longitudinally, specifically.
Okay, but you see what I'm saying? Like, we're still just moving to different.
You are, but on a globe, you will move to different angles than you will on a plane.
Wait, hold up. A globe and angle does not make sense.
It does.
Globes don't have
even on a round surface. On a round surface, you still have to take into account angles. I'm sorry, I can't help that. That's a very basic premise here.
What's the triangle that you're supposed to have problems?
No, I get it.
So what is the result that you're supposed to get from the shadows here?
So it gives you the ability to measure using the speed of light and the angles of descent of both of the shadows specifically. You can determine how far away the sun is from the surface of the earth. Because
it's like a basic like shit in like trigonometry. Like that's like
yes.
Yeah, it's like
exactly.
But you can't do a Pythagorean theorem because you only have one variable.
No, you have two variables because you know where you are on the north and you know where you are on the south, and you can calculate the angle of the third variable.
Are you on the north? That's the same axis. North and south is the same axis.
Okay, you're not wrong, but it's a triangle. It's not a square.
Right. You have 2 points, which
2
gives
points.
you one side.
One side, which gives you an angle to the source of light. The source of light is the third point. The angle of the shadow is the angle of attack.
So we've got the 2 inside angles. And
it doesn't matter. It's a triangle. Once you have 2 angles, you can fix the rest.
Man, somebody's got to. But you don't have enough. You don't have enough variables, though.
Once
somebody in chat, is anybody want to draw this out?
I'm not going to say there's not a curve on this. There is a curve because you are on a globe. If you're not on a globe, this would not work. And so there's a curve, and I can't tell you the specific angle because
you understand how that's not a very convincing argument. This
I
thing
understand how that could be a problem, but if you can go fuck yourself equally.
Well, that was a valiant attempt to prove something that we've had this talk before too, and the last time I was equally as confused because you don't have enough variables.
I know. We ended at exactly the same spot, having the same conversation. It's okay, dude.
I thought this one would end the flat Earth debate alone. When you watch the sun set every day, the flat Earth argument is it disappears into the sky, and it gets so tiny you just can't see it. But in reality, we see it. Yeah, we see it drop down big every fucking night.
It does both. And Barbie sent pictures over, and I shared it on screen that she had taken where the sun is really small on the horizon.
Wait. It does not do both. You've never seen it in your life vanish into a pinpoint. That's not a thing. It would have been on the news.
It wouldn't be a thing, would it? It's the source of light. You're not going to lose sight of it until it's like gone.
No, but that's what's supposed to happen. But you watch it drop down behind something while it's still visible, while it's still big enough to absolutely big enough to see every day.
Conversion. Or perspective. It's perspective, right? It's. I mean, we. This is simple shit.
Joe, I want you to do me a favor right now. Just breathe cleanly. Just breathe.
Breathe that joint in.
I'll smoke some more. Yeah. I thought that would like end the conversation, and everybody be like, "Oh, you're right."
I personally have never. This has never been my fight that I want to be in, because it's just too much for people to get over, right?
Yeah.
So I never try to convince people of this. That said, I do find it fascinating how irate Globies get, and
it's really fun to me too,
and how irate NASA people get when I scumbag NASA. There is nobody who was more outraged than a NASA lover when you say we didn't go to the moon. They come unfucking glued.
No, there's nothing funnier than a flat earther retreating to, when you show them something that's real, retreating to NASA lied to you. Like all knowledge is built on NASA.
Different topics.
That's just hilarious, bro.
They're different topics, and I'm still waiting for that proof.
Which proof?
So y'all think we went to the moon? Why we ain't went back?
Why come there's not a picture?
Why did we go the first time?
I we didn't.
Just one picture is all I want, and I'll be with
so
it.
We answering questions with questions.
I'm with it.
90% of flat Earth arguments start with "I saw this video."
That's
how 90% of everybody. That's how everybody gets all information.
I mean, I think
just like that.
Will
And
be
just like that, we summon the man himself.
Most of them will be out learning.
I can show you a clear picture from the space station. He will arise. He will show.
Better than Dave.
Dave, teach these knuckleheads something.
What's going on with you folks on here tonight? Is he still going on about that pinpoint, son?
I talk
Is he
over
still
it.
going on about that pinpoint, son?
He is. And even though last time he was up here talking about this, Barbie sent a picture she'd taken herself where that sun is tiny just above the horizon.
As if I gotta look at a picture. I see the sun every fucking day. You see it every day. Bro, if I ask you what the sun looked like, you could tell me. If someone sent you one fucking picture, you change your mind suddenly? What?
I sent him about 20.
I didn't change my mind.
Well, we know the sun goes down. It's still this big every time it goes down at night.
It does.
It's
It does
massive.
both.
It's
Regardless
never when it's
of the
so
model.
little and then it goes poof. That's never happened in the history
Smoke
of
more weed.
mankind.
Smoke more
Stop
weed.
it.
Smoke more weed. Regardless
No,
of
it's the fun part.
regardless of which model, it will drop and it will shrink in both of them.
No.
Yeah.
There is no flat Earth model, first of all. It's not a thing. Stop it.
What does Cecil think?
Yeah, I need like 6 of them to make it work. You know, how does the sunrise? You use one model. How do the seasons change? You use another model. Where's the moon? You use another model. It's crazy.
All right. Now pretend Cecil's head is the globe.
Yes.
It's way too shiny, bro. We're gonna have
Yes,
to get
that's why you can't see
Can
the
you rub
stars
some
on
dirt
the
on
moon.
it so it's more realistic?
Yeah, you need to dust it up. All right, that's good.
Yeah. There's too much light pollution, man. We can't take pictures.
Cecil's head.
All right, now draw America on it.
It's shiny as shit, ain't it? You put like turtle wax on it.
Don't forget Bimini. We got to have Bimini in there. Go ahead and put a dot on Bimini.
But you do understand how the inverse square law of light works, right? When it comes to like the brightness of the moon.
Thank you.
Oh yeah, who doesn't understand that?
Everybody understands that. It's
Well,
just
I mean that the lumens get exponentially more the closer you get to the source of light. Okay, and it's an exponential amount. So if you can actually read a newspaper headline under the full moonlight from an object that's supposedly 237,000 miles away, almost 250,000 miles, then what happens is you have to double the amount of lumens for every length of distance, for every time you half the distance or double the distance. And so what happens is we had guys supposedly go and stand on a moon that really should have been burning their retinas out.
I bet you that sounds anyway. I bet you can't tell me why the moon lights up at night.
That's right.
You cannot, correct?
That's right. It's its
Can
own.
you tell me why the
its own
sun
source of-
shines?
It's its own
Can you
source
tell
of-
me why the sun shines?
No, can you?
Joe, hold on, Joe.
Yeah, go ahead.
Can you tell me how the sun shines, Joe? What is the source of
We're in
energy
nuclear
of the
fission,
sun?
but we're going to move on to another point about those guys standing on the moon not getting their eyeballs fried out of their skulls. They were all
No.
wearing helmets. If they weren't wearing helmets, they would have been sucked into a tiny vacuous ball.
Have you seen the photographs from the moon?
I do have
video, photographs.
Yeah.
That is Kubrick's best work.
Yeah. So what I'm saying is, you know, what we saw is in no way reflective, no pun intended, of what we should have actually seen in there. Yeah, that's what my camera,
From the guy who thinks the sun vanishes into a pinpoint every night. How valid is your fucking scientific?
Nobody said anything about it. You're the only one, Joe. You're the only motherfucker on here that has said anything about a sun vanishing to a pinpoint. You're the only one.
Well, you might not have said it tonight,
You
but we
don't
argued about it
understand. You don't.
for
Do you
6
understand?
hours the other night.
Do you understand? Because you don't understand hyperbolic geometry.
Hyperbolic geometry. Can
Yeah.
you give at least a small like crib course in this real
Sure,
quick? Like,
absolutely, absolutely.
I have 10 minutes to learn this.
Sure. I mean, it's not really all that hard to learn. In fact, I've got a video on it if you want to see.
We'll be looking.
It's because what you demonstrate on paper often is two-dimensional orthographic geometry, which
Right.
is not taking into account the
Spherical
perspective
geometry.
of the observer. Now, what we see in is a hyperbolic state or an isometric state, if you will, a three-dimensional. Everything comes in and converges to
as
the center
cone.
in our book. Right. So when
Right.
you're looking at
I got you.
okay, so when you're looking at two-dimensional geometry, you're showing an observer here, and you're showing the sun go across here. Well, that's not absolutely true to the perspective of the viewer. And that can be demonstrated when you start to understand that all lines are going to converge. And
all lines
things,
converge at
right.
a vanishing point away
Right.
from the observer. And
Right.
so you're trying to dictate gravity as being a defining point of observer.
No, there's gravity. What's that got to do with it?
I'm just trying to figure out where your basis of measurement lies.
Yeah,
Speed of
gravity
light,
doesn't have
is the
anything.
speed of light the point of distance for the observer?
No, you have a limited.
What's the limit?
About
What's
three,
the limit?
About 3 miles. You have about 3 miles.
3 miles
across the horizon. Absolutely, to be able to resolve an object. Yeah.
I'm sorry.
I can see the Sears Tower at 6 miles from my house in Chicago. I can not the Sears Tower now. It's called the Willis Tower. I can see it from my house 6 miles away.
I have a quick question for Joe in between Dave's school and everybody. Real quick. Joe, why? Just a quick thing. How come is it that what is it about flat earthers you love so much that you spend every waking hour?
Oh, it is
live
entertaining.
online.
I don't know. Okay,
hanging
here.
out with flat earthers. No, honestly,
I'll
luck,
tell you. I'll
farm,
give you the truth. This is
good
the truth.
conversation.
It is the child in me. It is the troll in me. I cannot resist a motherfucker who can't understand 3rd grade math trying to explain to me pressure in the gas chamber. Nothing could be fucking funnier. Here, now keep going. This is the truth. The cognitive dissonance that they must live in, I could poke at that shit forever. It is so fucking entertaining, bro. I can't get enough of
You're
it.
getting angry. Joe's getting angry.
You said it, don't make it so.
This will explain what I'm talking about right here. What was the guy's name that was just talking to me? Yeah, there it is. I can't read that. It's so small.
The white guy, the black guy, which one?
The white guy.
That would be Caucasian.
Oh, Sasquatch.
Sasquatch. Wookie man. All right, check this
Yes,
out.
sir.
And then it hit me.
Yeah, no, I get it. Right.
Hang on.
Okay, so that bottom line is round.
Watch.
Round. The ground is round. You've broken the math at the very beginning because the ground is round.
I've been
Okay.
discussing on my couple of my videos about this notion that the sun would never make it to the horizon, and a couple people showed me diagrams, and I hadn't come up with a really good illustration to completely debunk this idea until now. So that's why I got inspired to do this video. Yeah, first of all, let me just say I don't know how high the sun is, so I'll just go with the 3,000.
He's got to say that through the gate, right?
Right? We don't know certain things because
He's got to make it super low for his logic.
We're
to
not
work
figuring a
85%.
distance, Joe, so stop fucking kvetching. Watch for the information that's being
we talk about angles?
provided.
Can we
You
just
can't absorb the information. Listen, you
we
can't
talk
absorb the information if your mouth is running, right?
I'm the mad guy.
So this is what I was trying to. This is what I was trying. This is what I was trying to get through to you the other night.
You know, sometimes people stop and talk while a video was on. They usually don't get yelled at and told to shut the fuck up.
Joe, that's because you're taking the, they have to say that. We're not figuring out a height, Joe. So instead of looking for what's wrong, absorb the information. This is why you don't get any information, is because you're too busy trying to refute it in your head and figure out what you're going to say.
And I'm the mad guy. I can understand dumbicity quickly. I see where it's going, and it's dumb.
Is it? Where's it going? Where's it going?
It really is. He's going to say the sun can only be like 6,000 feet. Therefore, it vanishes into what seems like the horizon because it was high in the air.
Wrong fucking answer, Joe. Missed it.
We'll see.
Once again, your attempt
we'll
at
see.
telling
We'll
the future.
see. I don't need
your
your
attempt at telling the future failed again.
All right.
Okay.
Let's
so
see.
stop trying to tell the future.
Listen, if you start with them add-ons, bro, I'm better at it.
ad hominems just don't work, man. They don't work.
There's a couple things true about it, right? It's showing the sun traversing over the ground, over the flat earth, and it's parallel to the ground. So it had that going for it. And it's showing that when the sun is further away from you, it angles down, just like perspective. Same as the sky Daz, the cameraman or something is his name. He has a video out and he shows this picture. And it's the same thing. It still shows a parallel sun to the ground. And instead of moving the sun, he's moving the observer. But it's the same diagram. If you flip it upside down, it looks like identical. Anyway, so it's the same notion. So I was a little bit perplexed. I was like, wait a second. You know?
It works on a globe if you flip it
I
over.
know it's wrong, but I was like, wait a minute, it's got perspective. So I thought. And then it hit me. What's wrong with this picture? What's wrong with this picture is that they are attempting to calculate visual angles to the sun from a non-visual, non-perspective drawing. So the drawing is not taking the visual perspective of the observer into account. And that's what's wrong with this diagram. You see, you cannot calculate visual angles to convergent positions, which is where the sun is from the observer, by using non-convergent parallel lines, which is what they're doing in the diagram here. They have two parallel lines and they're drawing visual angles.
Who made the diagram?
It's true that this drawing is an accurate representation of actual relationships and positions of the observer to the sun, but it's a non-perspective side view representation. So this diagram is not accurate at all as it relates to the perspective of the observer. So if we add perspective lines, we get a complete.
Oh, wow. It disappeared into the horizon, like I said.
All
Wow.
right, Joe.
Amazing.
Hang in there. Hang in there. Quit grasping, Joe.
So far, I'm right, huh?
Reality. Okay. This that they put up here, although it has a lot of truth, in it, showing the parallel sun and all that, it's nothing but some geometry. I mean, they're showing us some angles, but it has nothing to do with perspective and how we would see the sun. So it's bunk. So in this next slide here,
he said shit. What is he talking about? Debunked.
Joe, he's going to do it. Hang in there. Stop reaching and kvetching. Just hang tight.
Fetching. It's fetching. It's fetching. Use your.
The way they're representing the sun as staying parallel to the ground is not correct. The sun would follow these perspective lines, and what they really are is spatial planes, right? They're invisible spatial planes that are around your z-axis. Now, your z-axis goes from your eyes, a straight line out from your eye in any direction. Okay, that's your z-axis. So anything parallel to that will start to converge toward that focal point or the horizon, right? In line with that z-axis. Everything does. Any lines going away from you are going to all converge. Yet this diagram that they show us, saying that these are the visual angles to the sun, have no convergence. The lines are parallel. So look at these parallel lines and look how they converge. They completely go against this geometric drawing or these angles and these formulas. They don't work.
Can we pause this so I can tell how stupid it is?
Please, pretty please.
Bring into this video.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Joe?
All right. This is absolutely nonsensical for a host of reasons. First of which, I've seen planes fly. This is why you had to have the sun low. If it's high at 60,000 feet and shit like that, when it disappears, it happens to the same thing as a plane. Planes don't disappear behind the horizon. This logic is dumb. Plus, according to you, Cat, you can only see 3.5 miles. So the sun, again, must be close to you to disappear so fast. If it's miles high, if the sun is really high, it goes so far, you're not supposed to see it after 3.5 miles. None of your logic holds.
How fast is the sun going, Joe?
Yeah, we will have nothing to do with what I
it
just
does
said.
have
I
everything to do with
guarantee
it, Joe. Oh, what's bigger, an airplane that you saw flying or the sun?
Oh, now big things matter. I thought I couldn't see more than 3.5 miles.
Bigger? Which one is bigger? Which one is bigger?
Perspective.
Okay. Well, Saab, you have a lot of questions. Do you have any answers? You tell me. Wait.
know the fucking
I'll
answer.
answer afterwards. How big is the sun? Well,
If you
answer.
can,
Tell
you
me.
tell
You
please.
tell me how big the sun is.
I have no idea.
Well, then you kind of, asking me a question which you have no idea the answer to.
Well,
if I
you
say the sun's the
apparently-
size of an
would it
orange,
be
I
safe
may
to
be
say-
right. You
would it be
don't know.
safe to say that the sun is bigger than an airplane.
I don't know about you guys. You probably think it's, I don't know. All right, be nice, Joe. Be nice.
Do you think
be
it would
nice.
be safe to say that the
Jojo,
sun is
please.
bigger than an
I'm asking,
airplane?
release the monster, baby.
Don't do that. Don't do that, man.
I mean,
That ain't cool.
it's common sense, man.
So,
I would agree. Let's play the rest of the video, bro.
All right.
Show them this picture, and
I will
this is
stop
reality.
my
Photograph
apologies.
is the reality. That's how we see everything. So this.
Do you see how all the lines from the
Oh
bottom
my-
down start to appear like they're going up straight
That's not
along?
real life,
It stays parallel with his vision. All the rest of this starts to converge to that point as it goes off into the distance.
All right.
Going away from you parallel to the ground, and then calculating your angles to the sun based on that is wrong, and it doesn't work. Okay, and quickly notice with this line of converging parallel lines or planes. Notice how the higher up they get, or the further away they get from the yellow line, which is your z-axis, notice how they orient themselves more and more vertically and less horizontally. Also notice how all the lines converge at the same point, the vanishing point. It doesn't matter how high they are, they all go to the same place, which, interestingly enough, means that no matter how high that object is going away from you, it visually goes to the same place. Okay, here's the wall of lines again. Notice
No shit. The sun and the stars set behind the horizon. He's brilliant.
But from the observer, which is this little guy down here, this is what these parallel planes or parallel lines would look like. They just happen to be represented by these wooden planks, right? But that's actual perspective. What they represent as the sun up here traveling parallel to the ground is not perspective. Yet
I'm
they
sorry. My wife
calculate
has ordered me to stop cringing so much.
perspective drawing, right? Their maths are based on
Keep making noises. I'm sorry.
right? Two parallel lines. Well, you can't, because that's not the perspective of the observer. The observer sees these lines, the converging lines.
He's just being redundant. We get it.
So as you can see, this is the reality, the one here where the sun travels down. The green sun's here.
I can say I understand what he's trying to explain, but I really don't.
Yes, but that goes against their 3.5 mile vision thing, and it makes the sun massive, which supports our argument again.
Right? Look at their sun.
Dude, I'm not even saying the sun's anything in particular. I'm just saying this is
even though they appear to be converging, and yet they represent different altitudes.
like he's showing the observer.
I think we've lost the class.
Yes, sir. I'm sorry.
Yes, agreed.
I do. I'll stop. I'll go away. I'm sorry.
And here's the thing. I don't know. Actually, Dave's probably had luck convincing people. It doesn't seem like anybody changes their mind until like.
No one's gonna change their
But
mind.
we're gonna drip on it. You're
Hey,
a little,
Dave.
I know
by
that's
the
been
way,
calcified.
Dave.
Yeah.
I looked up that name, Ron Nodell or whatever it is, the guy from the Netflix thing.
Bob Nodell, yeah.
Someone's got some shit going on, electrical shit going on in the background.
The fan.
All right, can you mute your mic, whoever that is?
Hey, me.
Let's all mute.
All right. Well, when we talked a day or two ago, we had talked about how he got bust out with the gyroscopic evidence, where they bought this, I don't know, $20,000 gyroscope, and it showed that they were wrong. And you told me that his words were, "The movie lied. I never said that, and actually, I said it worked for us." Which is not what he said. Some chick recorded what he said, and he said, "Keep it between us," and he did not. And what he said was, "This is really bad. We just spent $20,000 on this. We can't accept these findings," and blah blah. And the opposite of what
were
you
you
said.
paying attention when I played the video by Bob Nodell regarding that?
Well, I wasn't finished. You jumped in. All right. So it seems to me that this guy who had this meeting with this woman and said, we got to come up with something because we've been bust out and it's the end of the world. It seems like he would come up and say, no, I never said that. What I really said was, when you got him on tape and everything happening there, he's coming up with that as a desperate out because his identity is tied to that flat earth nonsense. He spent a lot of people's money. He had to say that.
So He had to say that. You didn't get the part where they had edited it and he actually shows the data. Were you paying attention at all when I showed that, or were you busy trying to figure out what to say next to believe
I
your
probably was
nonsense
not
quote?
paying attention at all because the previous 99 things you said were not nonsensical. You
So you
probably
didn't pay any
lost me.
attention at all, and you want to rehash something that I proved to you were wrong about, but you didn't pay any attention to.
No,
That's
no,
what you
no,
want
that's
to
your
do.
contention. I think with a third of my brain asleep, I still understand that shit on 1 foot. So
ya?
yes, I grasp what he said, and what you had said.
So
You
you
never
missed it.
showed the
So
proof
what did it
of
say?
him
What?
showing
Oh,
edited footage that they
okay.
edited the Netflix flicks.
They
You never
don't.
showed
Hey,
that.
Joe, did you also know? And you missed obviously the part about where they were not allowed to any of the footage or anything else like that. They're not allowed even to use it. Did you know that?
Wait. The first part of your statement, is it true that he showed where Netflix edited his footage?
Yeah, he talked exactly about it because they went up to Pikes Peak. Do you remember what he said would happen when he went up to Pikes Peak with the same experiment and they tried it over in different places at different
All right.
elevations?
So are you
Do
saying
you
now
remember
that?
what the fucking video said or not?
Yes, I remember.
What did it say?
What
What did it say?
Well, we're not even there yet.
Yeah, well, listen, Joe, if you're going
First
to
of all, no,
to
you're not just
Netflix,
gonna keep jumping subjects. We're still talking about the
if you're going to
first
keep,
thing,
listen,
and you're
if you're
trying
going
to
to,
jump to the next.
if Netflix is your best
Yes.
proof of any fucking thing,
No,
then
that's
I
not.
feel
I
bad
never
for
even
you.
saw the series. You're in your head. I never even saw the
Then why
Netflix
the fuck
series.
are you even talking about it? You don't even know
I'm
anything
talking
about it.
about something else. You're trying to jump subjects like you always do. Your assertion was, I said all we had was his words. You said he showed where they cut the footage. That was your assertion. Do you still say it's true?
Yes, I said he told about where they put the fucking
You
footage.
said showed, nothing out of
Okay,
his mouth. I
whatever,
said he
Joe.
said a thing. You said he showed it.
Joe, you don't even know anything about what you're fucking talking about to
I
begin
know
with.
you can't
So
admit
why are
that
you
you're
even
wrong.
talking
Is that
about it?
true?
Why
That he
would
showed
you
it?
even? What
Because
was
you
he
say
actually
silly
proving?
shit you can't back
Joe,
up and just move
Joe,
on like
this
it's
is how
real.
dumb
I'm
you are,
holding you
Joe.
to it. Is your
Joe,
statement true?
Joe, you
Did
didn't
he
even
show
know.
them editing anything?
Okay, no, Joe, they didn't
Well,
show
stop
anything.
saying crazy shit all the time.
All right. Well, here's how stupid you are. You thought that the experiment was supposed to show curvature of the Earth, but you're so fucking stupid that you didn't know that the
I said
goddamn
rotation
experiment was
and
to show
curvature,
rotation. It
knucklehead.
didn't show anything about curvature. How in the fuck
I
would that
said
show curvature?
your own video shows that it says
It
through
doesn't say
showing
any
the
fucking thing
movement.
about
I'm sorry, don't
curvature.
cut me off. It's not going to make it wrong. It says it was made to determine the rotation, and therefore we can
I got it.
determine
I
the
got the fucking video
curvature.
right
That
now.
is literally what your guy said.
Hey, Joe, I got the fucking video right now. It's queued
You
up
should
right
play
now.
the opening line where the very first
I
60
got it
seconds
queued
he's
up.
going to say, good. The very first 60 seconds he's going to say it was meant to measure the rotation, and therefore we could determine the curvature if the Earth's round. Those are going to be his exact words.
How in
Now
the
let it
fuck?
play.
How in the fuck?
Let
can
it
you
play. We don't
determine
have to argue. Let it
how?
play.
No, Joe. How in the fuck
We
would
have a
movement
perfect
determine
globe Earth
curvature?
on
Oh, we're
screen.
looking at the Earth right here.
Look at that globe. No, come on.
Fascinating.
No, I want you to tell me how
Joe,
determining if the Earth or the sky is moving would tell you if the Earth was round.
I don't know, but the video you played, I do believe is about to say it, show it in the first 60 seconds.
You would have to alter perspective. You're measuring from a single perspective at all fucking cases. Every time you bring up an argument about measurement is from the observer. The observer never moves in your examples, and those observers must move to measure a circle. In order to get any measurements on a curve, you have to move the observer, or the source of light must move. And in both cases, if you measure at the same point in time, you'll come up with the same observations. Joe, anybody? Up to you. I'm too drunk to really do this.
No, you're right. You measure the fucking where the light. You can determine from your 2 points where the light goes, and I'm with you.
Here's the easy way to do it. Here's an easy way to do it.
You're not gonna play that video in the first 60 seconds. He's gonna say that.
No, I'm not. I'm not playing the video. This is
Okay.
I'm not playing the video. No.
All right, you better not play the video.
Listen.
Alrighty then. Are we back here now? Can y'all hear me? You know, I'm back in this bitch. It is what it is. Man, that whole time I was losing internet connection. All types of shit was going on, man. You know, it's still experimental trying to hop on these other shows or whatever. But yeah, if we don't get a panel popping over here, then we'll go up on another show in a minute here. You know. But yeah, bless you guys, man. I don't know why it won't change my background back to the to the normal background, motherfucker. What the fuck is going on? I'm trying to get my background out here. I don't know what the fuck is going on here. This fucking shit is broken.
About time, man. Been here for fucking 2 hours.
Yeah, shit was ridiculous. I don't know how the fuck I got stuck over there. We also lost trad culture. I don't know where the fuck he went.
The hell, man? You got a problem with Muslims? Is that why I've been waiting this long?
Maybe that's what happened, you know. I don't know why this shit is fucking not putting my screen up, man. What the fuck is this? This thing is broken. Here, hold on. Let me turn my camera off and then turn this shit back on. This is retarded. I don't even understand what's going on out here with this shit. The fuck? Can you guys hear me?
Yeah.
Shit. Fuck this shit. You understand this shit. Why
I don't
won't it
fuck
show?
with that dude Dave, man. That guy's bad news.
Well, I didn't. I got lost in I got lost in like the conversational, whatever was
Yeah,
going on there. You know.
he's just a swindler. I've seen. I checked out his account a couple nights ago, and he's just a fucking fake knowledge pimper.
I don't even know what that whole shit's about. Honestly, I couldn't make heads or tails out of any of it. You know, honestly. You know, I'm not about that shit. I'm not really into science like that, you know. That's my shit, you know. But yeah, I don't really get into science like that, you know what I mean? I'm not really a science guy, you know. That's not really my like that's what I was trying to demonstrate. But yeah, the sociological issues, you know what I mean, that trad culture was laying. I think really, you know, dude had a strange approach. I mean, but you know, but I think it's because they're not studious fellows. You know what I mean? You can't just drop the knowledge on that shit. But yeah, I wanted him to come through here so we could have a conversation, but I don't know where he's at. You know what I mean? But yeah, man. Trad Culture Preservation Society. Yeah, I remember the first time I got on Flo's panel, he threw me off too. I mean, I got the tape of that shit. So it is what it is, you know. Because I came at them with this shit like, oh man, I'll tell you motherfuckers about Aristotle and shit. And they're like, we don't care about that shit. I mean, his panels are different, mixed bag of shit. Right? They don't really get down with that same shit. And I think there goes JG. Thank you for joining, brother. We don't know where he went. I don't know why this fucking virtual background shit won't work. That's kind of retarded. I was getting kind of comfortable using this virtual ass background to portray my shit. Motherfuckers. If I have somebody here, I might leave and come back in the studio. Man, you guys hop on the panel. What's going on out here? You know, if you guys don't hop on the panel, I'm going to have to do some other shit. But yeah, you guys already know what it is, man. You know, we chilling out here. Random segments of the population. You know what I mean? We try to start a debate. You know what I mean? We tried to spark up a debate, society, culture, gender issues. You know what I mean? But yeah, I mean, I think I laid out some of the main issues. I mean, what I wanted to say about the gonadotropines, you know what I mean? Like how it takes two ingredients to make a male child. Some of the physical processes in conception of a child. You know what I mean? If you don't have enough testosterone, it'll default create a female baby. You know what I mean? And I perceive in the future because of endocrine disrupting chemicals, you know what I mean? There'll be a lot more female babies being born. It'll be disproportionate female to male births. It's one theory, you know. But yeah, unequal gender roles. You know what I mean? Who's watching out there, man? Click the link. Come talk to us about issues, theology, philosophy, technology. I left my panel over at Flow State. Dropped them off. We should go check in and see what they're doing over there. Let's see what's going on. Let's see what's happening. We just left that panel. You know what I mean? They're probably talking about how we just dropped out. Man, I'm not sure what's going on out here, man. But yeah, bless you guys for being out here with me. But yeah, if we got nothing else, I was going to review some of the content on my channel. You know what I mean? So we'll get up in that. Seeing what we had going on. On the channel. Yo, JG. Yo, you there? I don't know if this cat is here. Yo. But yeah, the channel content. Show you guys what we had popping here. On the machine lies. So first off, we made this video. I mean, we started this channel almost 2 years ago. Yo, JG, are you there?
Yo.
Yo, hold this down for a second. I'm going to leave the studio and come back for a second. Give me a second here. Shit is crazy, bro.
The JG Show.
All right, there we go. Fix this
Right.
background.
Tough task. Very tough task there.
I'm just tired of this shit. I'm just tired of that not working. I'm like, why does this bitch ass shit not gonna work? They changed this fucking background. I hate that shit. Tired of that shit. Anyways, I had to hop back out and come back in real quick. But yeah, what I'm really here to do is kind of celebrate and review some of the content on the channel. You know what I mean? So that's what we're going to get into if we don't get into a panel here. But yeah, man, I'm just going to show you guys videos I made 2 years ago, 3 years, 2 years ago and shit. You know what I mean? Almost some of them. The second episode, I actually recorded most of that like 2 years ago and shit. Some of the same points I'll be making right now. It's crazy, man.
I got a question real quick. I watched your video yesterday with El Perro. What do you think about Pizer, man? What's your what's your analysis on him?
Pizer came through. I mean, I think and I heard him on a different channel, and I don't want to speak too much about what he may be going through, but I think he's going through, like, I think everybody's going through some sort of big changes in life or whatever recently, and I feel like he's been experiencing some of that shit, and just like he's questioning his faith, and that's on him to do that. I mean, I'm not gonna stand in a man's way that's gonna try to get to the bottom of some shit. You know what I mean? But yeah, I got to some shit where he's feeling a little nihilistic. Like, what is free will? Like, what is God? Like, does God exist? Like, are we even free? And like, does God even give a fuck about us? Like, he was going to the region where like there might be a God, but he just doesn't give a fuck about us. Like on that
Well,
dark shit. I mean,
yeah, I saw. I mean, Wizard was on point, but it seems like Jeff just
yeah, Wizard be holding
he
it down. Yeah.
he takes shit personal. That when Wizard was saying you, he Pizer's taking that personal. I don't know. The guy can't. He can't like not have drama. He's got to. I don't know. It was interesting, man, because I like to see when Wizard's on point, and he was just trying to get Wizard to fucking just trying to get him riled up. It's like that's what people resort to when they're right on the money.
Yeah, Wizard is a character,
Yeah, but
and
when Wizard's really speaking some real shit, and it's like people try to get the best of him, and it's like, come on, man, like that's all you got.
yeah, I hate that shit. Yeah, I hate that shit too. But I think Wizard ultimately doesn't give a fuck, and you could see it in his attitude. So I appreciate his attitude and just being like, yeah, well, what do y'all motherfuckers know or care about? Anyways, I mean that's real, you know what I mean? So I get on some shit, but I was trying to hit Wizard with some counter references and shit, for like what
Yeah,
when I was talking about the roads and the cars and shit.
yeah.
I was trying to hit him with some some side shit. You know what I mean? That there's bigger fish to fry, you know what I mean? But yeah, I don't know if he read between the lines of the shit, you know what I mean? But
Yeah,
I'm
no,
sure
I'm watching.
Wizard, yeah, he's wise though, you know what I mean? He 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 immediately gave me an expression like he knew what the fuck I was talking about. Like so I was creeping me out because he was like, yeah, I'm right there with you, buddy. I was like, oh shit. I'm like, man, this old man knows something. He's not telling us, you know what I mean? For real. He's a mysterious cat, for real. But that's what I like, man. I like people who are like, oh shit.
Well, he's sharp, but what I notice is he's trying to communicate better.
What's up, Poopy?
Oh
Hi,
man, this
Edward.
fucking dude.
Yo, it's Poop is back on the
Hey,
map.
what are you guys discussing?
Man, all
What are
we
you guys
need is
discussing so I can blow your brains out with my knowledge?
well, we could
Shit, I couldn't quite hear that. It X'd out. Is that JG?
yeah, that's JG. JG's out here. What? Some robot shit.
Yeah, that's what I was hearing too. I thought it was maybe my connection.
Nah, it just does that sometimes. It's just fucking, poopy connection. You know what I mean? But it is what it is. But yeah, bless. Bless. JG, you robot now, man. But
JG, JG, are you at the campground again?
I got 6 bars. Got great service here. Monthly dues.
You just gonna keep going with that shit. JG, we can't hear or understand you. But yeah, man, thanks for joining us. You know what I mean? We got RoboCop, all right? But yeah, man. Okay.
Hey, Hey, no. He's John Connor. Don't diss him.
Yeah, exactly. Are you the person named Sarah Connor in the chat? You know, I'm trying to find the Sarah Connor woman in the chat. You know what I mean? I feel like
Oh
I can
shit!
find.
Oh,
Yeah.
busted!
Is that you for real?
Oh no! Why is there somebody named Sarah Connor?
Yeah, there's somebody for real named Sarah Connor in the chat all the time. Yeah.
Oh my god, that's trippy, dude. You should look into that. She's probably the one.
Hello,
No, really.
this is John Goodman.
Daisy, I can't understand what the fuck you're
Can't
saying at
support
all.
your folks.
What was that? We got for real. You rolled by the heart.
No, I was drunk as fuck earlier. I went back and I like rewatched like the beginning part of the chat, and I was like, "That's some funny shit," because I was too busy being drunk twerking. I know. I was like drunk and twerking. I wasn't even paying attention, and then I went back. I watched it. I was like, "Oh, that's goofy." It wasn't as bad as I thought it was. It was pretty funny.
Where's the black dude? Is he was he an Arab like I expected? He's an Arab, isn't he?
No, he's from Haiti.
Haiti. Okay, see, I knew he wasn't straight up black. I knew he was like black from somewhere. You know what I mean?
No, he was from Haiti. He had to go home. He just he gave me a couple beers because he didn't owe me it, but he's like cool like that. Like we help each other out. So he came over because yesterday I needed some. Yeah, he came over and then he went home. I wish he could come back because he don't party long enough. He just stays for a while.
He just drinks 2 beers and then he just dips. Yeah,
two beers exactly.
Yeah, that's how a lot of people are. You know, they just get the little 2 beers and they just dip. Yeah.
Dude, I drank a whole 12 of some Mexican beer. I forget what it's called. Modelo. Modelo, the golden cap.
Yeah, I used to sit down and just drink like a 6-pack, but I used to do it like alone. Like just listen to music, like listen to Black Flag, just drink a 6-pack, you know what I mean? Or just Bad Brains or some shit, you know what I mean?
Yeah, I'm usually by myself too. He actually surprised me with his company today. It was pretty cool.
Yeah, that's a real friend.
I don't
That's
ever
a real
get.
friend.
I know. I was trying to convince him to stay, and he's like, "I respect you too much as a sister." And I'm like, "Well, shit."
What? No, that's that gay shit. No. Oh well. Oh well. You probably scared him away with your antics.
I probably did because I remember I was like, I started playing some music, and what I say, I was being goofy. It was fun though.
Yeah, I was having fun. Yeah, it's a good time.
It was.
Yeah,
that's me every day, though.
Yeah, have you ever seen this channel? Have you ever watched this channel before? Have you and him?
You lied. I've been watching you for the last 6 months. What are you talking about?
Really? Who are you in the chat? I don't even know who you are. You're hiding.
Oh
in the chat,
shit! Oh, I'm Raylene. I just named myself.
Oh, Raylene. Oh shit! You saw me do that. Thank you. Come again. You saw me do that shit.
Yeah,
shit. You watched the Neurojack episode. The infamous episode. It's gone. It's fucking gone. Shit.
What do you mean it's gone?
Fucking Neurojack nuked that channel.
Oh, that's right.
Yes. This is bullshit.
Wait, but he reactivated it and then he came back, or what's that about? Because he's back, but he's not back.
He's back, but it's a different whole setup. It's like a whole different channel. Yeah.
Oh, so no, thank you. Come again.
Thank you. Come again. Yeah, that was me. Yeah, that was me talking to that.
Don't worry. I got it perma-graded into my brain. I can replay it. I can replay it anytime I want.
Yo, this cocksucker was telling me I need to go serve him at McDonald's. I'm like, motherfucker, if I ever see you at McDonald's, I'm gonna spit in your food. This shit is crazy, dude.
Spit in your face.
That's a crazy thing to say to a grown ass man. I couldn't believe this cat was talking to me like that. I was like, here we are debating. I just proved you wrong on motherfucking Isaac Newton, and now you're gonna hit me with this fucking bullshit, like this fucking you should serve me boy shit. I'm like,
All I remember, thank you, come again. Thank you, come again. And since the reflection was like listening off of it, it actually looked legit. I'm like, is this dude walking into the camera? That was epic. Too bad you don't have that. That is actually sad to lose that. That was pretty epic.
Who are you, Poop? Who are you?
Are you JG?
Poop, who are you?
Hi, guys. I'm the one that lives in the tent a couple rows down from you.
I don't live in a tent. I don't know you.
Pinewood. I'm at Pinewood, campsite Pinewood.
Oh, you. Oh, shit. I know who you are.
Okay, good. Yeah, I thought you could hear my voice from like a mile away.
Last week. Yeah, you came into my tent. Yeah.
No, not last week. Don't say last week.
Yeah, it was last Friday.
Friday.
Harder, JG. Remember?
You're good.
Yeah, I'll chill.
Hey,
I got a wife and kids. I gotta relax here. I got a wife and kids.
That's
You know.
what I'm saying.
You know what I'm
You
saying?
sound like you eat deer meat because I just pictured you like hunting deer.
Nah, I'm good on that.
You got a wife and kid? Wait, then I'm totally twisted because I thought you said that you did. You have a wife and kid?
No, that's the joke.
You're so stupid. Don't stop fucking with my head like that.
Oh man.
Dude, it's like on the episode of Home Alone when he takes the marbles and remember that one guy that was bald and he's following like the Macaulay Culkin and he throws the marbles down and they all start tripping after him and he bought his toothbrush and he's like giggling all the way. You're like, oh my God. All right, no, you can't do that.
Yeah, that's one of the craziest movies where he makes like the fake family and shit with the Christmas decorations.
Yes.
Is that the one?
Yes.
You're talking about? Yeah,
He
that's
was
the only one I
gangster.
saw when I was a kid. Yeah.
Gangster.
JG's like, I got a wife and kid. So I'm sitting here like, he boggled my brain there for a second. He like threw marbles down.
Yeah, I mean, I feel that Christmas spirit, even though I'm a Muslim. You know what I mean? It's crazy, man. There's some to this shit. It's like winter solstice, Saturnalia. You know, you ever seen Saturn eating his own babies? You know what I mean?
You can't escape it. I'm fucking laying here in the middle of nowhere. I hear fucking Christmas music playing at Sam's Club. They got a live concert going at Sam's Club. Can't escape it.
Yeah, I'm trying to look up this picture where Saturn's eating his baby. That's a fucked up shit, man.
All right, so
I can't
Poop, who are you?
Hello, my name is Poop. Nice to meet you. How are you? Are you in Colorado?
Yeah.
I'm in Illinois, actually.
Well, I'm actually in Illinois myself.
I thought you said you're in Colorado. Wait, where are you?
I'm in Illinois.
Which part?
I can't tell you that.
Well, then you're a poopy head then. You're more poopy head than me. You should rename yourself Poop.
All right, my fault, Mohammed. Plowing ahead here.
I should have
All right,
known.
I tell you, I am 1 hour, never eat shredded wheat. I'm 1 hour east of Davenport on 80.
All
Alpha
right,
80.
do you want me to come to your house? Is that what you're saying?
No, I'm just giving you my ordinance or concordance.
well,
like you out there roll up. You got me you got me picturing some good stuff. Stop it.
They call me Jack the Thumper, if you know what I mean. Hop, Hoppinson's hopping.
I know. I should know better than jump on these things. I know. I see you guys are vicious. Tommy's cool too. Like at least I don't got Tommy tearing me apart. You guys are gentle. Tommy's a beast. Tommy would be up here.
Tommy, yeah, I think Tommy got thrown off that other panel and then he just left. I was expecting him to come back here. I don't know. I could send him an email. Tell him to come back. Let me try to send him an email. Be like, what the fuck are you doing? Oh yeah, I think he's streaming right now.
Meth.
Shit.
Oh, I think
Put
he
out
is
the
too.
meth
'Cause I
signal.
just got a
The meth
notification with
signal.
the eyes glowing.
Yeah, this cat. Yeah, this cat is probably on right now. Let's see what this is.
Bat meth.
110. Yeah, he's streaming in 26 minutes.
Bat meth and resin. Holy shit.
So we can go find Tommy out there in 26 minutes. We might go over there and see what's up because we need more fierceness on these panels, you know, because Poop is looking for that rough energy, that fucking
Yeah. Poop likes it rough.
Poop's
that
an
angry
idiot.
shit.
Poop's a fucking idiot, dude.
Well, Poop was it was a 2-person squad in the beginning. We had to forget it was a 2-person team.
Dude,
There's a
Poop.
black
it
one.
could be
There's a
any-
black one and a white one. So
Where'd the albino Negro go?
there was a black one and a white one.
No,
It was
you never
albino,
know.
right?
You never know what you're gonna get up in Poop.
There was a fatty blackie and a skinny whitey. I remember. I was like, "Oh shit!" There's 2 of these motherfuckers. Right
Now, sports. Let's talk about sports. Do you guys root for any teams? You guys play?
Nah, it's all rigged.
I mean, I'll root for Detroit, but when they start winning, you know what I mean. But
I
until
fuck
they
with
start,
Philadelphia teams.
What team does Detroit have?
we have the Lions and we have the Detroit Pistons for basketball. We have NHL. We have
Tigers.
the Red Wings. Yeah, we got the Tigers for baseball. You ever hear
know the Cincinnati Tiger guys just won not too long ago. They
Good.
played against the Florida Jaguars, and the Jaguars.
Ohio? Are you
Yeah,
talking about Ohio?
They just won.
I don't like Ohio.
Okay, Poop, what you got? What's up, Dom? Dom just chilling out.
Twerk, Dom. We want to see those booty cheeks clap.
How about you show us, Poop? Can you show me?
I did earlier. I got booted off. Nobody wants to see me over here being annoying.
No, I
as
mean, you could show it again.
JG, I know. I came in too early, didn't I? JG, I should have waited for you. It was Tommy,
Yeah, do it
Jack.
again. You got me all hot and bothered.
I
I'm
know.
all hot and
JG's
bothered.
always
Come
down.
on.
Oh, shit. I should have waited. I should have waited for JG. JG's like, you're in a tent? I've got a tent.
I'm pitching a tent right now.
That's what I was going to say.
All right. Getting too corny.
I know. It's funny, though. You are corny, but it's funny. Hey, wait. Speaking of which, JG, how come you never put your face up in there? It's just that picture of the palm trees. If I'm going to go live with my hideous creature self, you can go live.
That's
everybody's live.
That's him. You don't see him in the palm trees?
Not really. Okay. He's
a
skater, dude? Is he on a skateboard?
Yeah. Of course.
Holy shit, it's so small. I must be old and senile. I can barely see it.
Yeah, he's in the. Yeah, it's not just palm trees. It's not just trees. It's also him. He's in the picture. Oh shit! Where'd he go? Oh, he's.
Where'd
gone.
everybody go, dude? Everybody just left. Oh.
No, well, Dominic is here. Dominic, what's going on, brother?
Dude, did JJ really just leave at that second because we were scrutinizing his picture?
I don't know. I don't know if that's the reason, but
I charged my vibrator. If that's what he wanted, I got it all juiced up.
Oh, okay. That summoned him back right away, so he's back now. So you know, that's how it goes.
It says I have 6 bars. I got 5 bars, and then that happens.
Dude, my shit hasn't been charging. I straight up think I've been hacked. Like I had like my everything that I own, I'm gonna throw in the garbage tomorrow. because the shit has not been charging, and fuck it, man. If my shit, if it doesn't work, well, why do I have it? Like my boom shroom isn't working.
Girl.
Have you guys been having technical difficulties?
I don't really even use the computer except for like twice a week when I do this live stream. Yeah, it's fucking.
My other cell phone has not been working, and my boombox thing has been beeping. Holy shit! And obviously my camera's not working because what I'm seeing right there in this picture, the small little thing I'm looking at, makes me look like I'm a scrimpled up scrimple. Dude, I look better than that.
No, it's just 'cause you're up close. Like that's how.
Dude, I look a little bit. I don't look much better than that, but a little bit. Holy fuck, dude!
What happened
This
to your eyebrows? Got no eyebrows.
No, she just has red hair. That's how red hair people look. That's how red hair people look. You can't be racist against the redheads. You mean?
oh, can you guys tell that? Yes, I am redhead.
Yeah, yeah.
What's up with them cheeks though?
Yeah, I'm married to a redhead right now.
Did he say pubes?
I like that
crazy.
smile.
I can't control the redheads. You mean?
Okay.
The
Did he
redheads
say?
are wild.
Did that guy say pubes?
Redhead girls, man. Psh. Y'all are crazy motherfuckers for real. But yeah, man, I don't know any red-haired like dudes though, man. I bet they're
I don't like them.
I bet they're wild and crazy as well. You mean?
I don't like them. I'm racist towards those gingers have no souls.
Really?
I don't like red-haired guys.
Yeah.
I'm sure there's a whole bunch of people out there that do.
Yeah, that's how I feel about light-skinned Indian girls. I mean, they're all snooty as fuck, you know.
Do they got dark areolas though, like those dark nipple tips?
Yeah.
Let's see yours, Spook. Come on.
Oh shit! No.
Yeah. Oh, she's gonna
got
fight.
dark areolas.
I think that's hot. I think Indian girls are hot.
Yeah, they're not pink areolas. They're brown areolas. Yeah, it's interesting. Yeah.
That's hot.
There are some sexy ass Indian chicks.
I know. Big JG's agreeing with me. Woo! I'm glad you guys don't make me feel like I'm a freak over here.
Okay, Christian nationalism.
Christian nationalism. Yeah, I wonder what happened to my panel. I don't even know if they're still out there, like what they're doing. I miss them.
All right, hey, if you want to talk about anything philosophical, I'm a brainiac. So if you want to talk about anything that requires book learning, just ask me and I'll blow your brains out.
Of course, you know. Like I got
something you could blow.
Okay.
Shut up, JG. We're not talking about that.
JG about to give the lecture right now. You know the class. Go ahead, JG.
He's talking about his wiener.
Yeah, I'll relax. I'm just having fun here. I apologize, chat. Reddington, I'm sorry, man.
Reddington. He's trying to give advice. So, you know. I don't know if that was for you or for who it was, but yeah. You know, I got tons of philosophical material. That's what I was trying to get to. I was like, oh shit. I have fucking troves. I have troves of philosophical material, everyone.
Okay, do you guys if you go to
philosophy.com.
No, what's the name of our president right now? Joe Biden. If you go to Joe Biden White Boy, you will get a whole bunch of videos of Joe Biden saying, "Hey, I'm not just a typical white boy. I know about the power of the Divine Nine." Do you guys know what the Divine Nine is?
Tell us.
Yeah, go to YouTube and go to Joe Biden saying, "I'm not a white boy." And then you will pop up him telling everybody, "Hey guys, I'm not your typical white boy. I know about the power of the Divine Nine. And the Divine Nine is a sorority. Check it out.
Fake?
Check it out. Check it out. And then guess what? Guess what? I got more secrets. I got more secrets.
I already know it's
LeBron
scumbag.
James. LeBron James tattoo on his chest, and
Are you sister?
listen, no. George Floyd, and I'm sorry to mention that name. I know it's triggering, but George Floyd and LeBron James, they had the same Boule Society tattoo on their chest. They were a part of the same secret society. This is Snake and Snake War. It's Snake.
Have you ever seen the Corn Pop thing where he's talking about how he got in a fight with a gang leader named Corn Pop?
I've seen that, but I didn't quite understand it. I just figured that he was just a weird. Oh, do you think who do you think Corn Pop was?
I don't know, but it's like he said Corn Pop was a bad dude.
Corn Pop.
I was like, oh shit.
I want now you got me wondering who the fuck is Corn Pop.
That's what he explains. He said this guy showed up with like a chain and like tried to like take him out with this chain.
Dude, Corn Pop.
Yeah, that's what he says. There's some shit. He's like, Corn Pop was a bad dude. I was like, oh my god, what are you talking?
Look up Divine Nine.
And I learned that it makes a difference.
It's so weird that he's at a swimming pool with all these black kids. Like, what the fuck? Like,
look up Joe Biden, white boy. Just put Joe Biden, not a typical white boy.
I'm so not a typical. Yeah, I'm actually fucking the Divine Nine. What the fuck?
Yes. And that's actually a real thing. He's like,
what is it? Not a typical white boy?
Yes.
White boy. Okay, let's see what it is.
Yeah, white boy. Yes.
Not a typical white boy. Okay, we can't play any of these with the check.
Joe Biden, white boy. Joe Biden, I'm not just a white boy. And he winks.
I'm not.
Yes. Stupid white boy. That one. Any of them should do. He'll tell you. Yeah, he says, I know about the Divine Nine. I know about the Divine. Any of them should do.
All right, let's hit start. Let's hit. Which one of these movies would you consider watching in theaters? The Color Purple, Aquaman, Lost Kingdom, Wonka, Anyone But You? Is that a choice?
I don't know. It's kind of creepy. Maybe let's. I don't know.
None of the above.
Can I ask people of color some things today? Can I ask all of you this? Does it ever get embarrassing to you to watch white liberals?
No.
What the fuck?
It's just a quote from Biden. It don't have all these commentaries. I'll go back to Biden.
Oh, here he is.
Yeah, there's a whole bunch of videos of just Biden, not all these weird commentaries.
Oh, okay.
I know real power when I see it. The Divine Nine.
Oh shit! He said it.
Yeah. He's got a lot of videos. He's like, I know real power when I see it. The Divine Nine. And if you look up what the Divine Nine is, it's like a sorority. And
we're honored to have all the presidents here tonight. I want to thank him. And by the way, we're honored to have President when I see it. The Divine Nine. I know real power when I see it. The Divine Nine. I know real power when I see it. The Divine Nine. I know real power when I see it. The Divine Nine.
Oh hell no, motherfucker!
That's what I'm telling you.
Machine. I posted in private chat actually what it just means.
This guy is a retard. Hold on, this video of like just Biden saying
real power when I see it. The Divine Nine.
Son of a bitch.
Now go now look up Divine Nine to see what he's talking about.
Yeah, that's what Dominic is saying. What is the largest Delta Sigma Theta?
This means a group of people. That's all it is. It's nothing major. You hear a bunch of
Nickname
go ahead.
9 historically African American Greek organizations.
That's all it means. Nothing major. They're not teaching you esoteric by saying that kind of stuff. Now you got to go deeper. This is the whys. Why are they sharing that information? They're talking to their friends as they're in different places. The rest of the humans are too busy being asleep. But hey, thanks for sharing that, Pete.
Divine 9. What the hell?
Okay,
But
George
if I can
George Floyd George Floyd and that basketball player from California, forget his goddamn name. I just said it 2 seconds ago. He wears purple. They both had the Boule Society tattoo on their chest. If you look up George Floyd tattooed chest and you look up God damn, what's that motherfucker's name? Kobe Bryant. Kobe Bryant and George Floyd had the same tattoo on their chest because they're part of the Boule Society, which is a black secret society.
Mm-hmm.
All this shit that's been going on, it's a snake war. It's a war of different societies against each other. All this shit that's going on in the media and all that, and Trump and all this, there's just a whole bunch of elites battling each other because there's a war amongst the gods, I guess. I guess they consider themselves gods, I guess. All this shit is like above our heads because it's all them fighting. It's two sides to the same chain. Fucking.
Okay, if I can share. Machine, when they're talking about Divine 9, they're talking about the energy of number 9. That's the spiritual medium, the material. Now, most of those people that are in those clubs aren't going to understand that. They're not going to really understand esoteric. They're just like people that are Christians and Muslims. They're just to fill in the gaps. So it's like there's energy to number 8, energy to number 7. That's why it's called divine. Most people just know how to use the numbers, but they don't actually understand the energy of the numbers. Everything's like a sigil, and everything can be pulled down from those sigils. So number 9, like I said, it's an energy.
Yeah, sometimes I go to different gas tanks when I fill up my car because so that I want to get gas from tank 8 today because that's a wild card. If I want it more dependable, I'll go with 5. If I want to play my cards wrong, I'll go to number 6. Yeah, I know the numbers. You got 333. Okay, let me speak this one. 333 is Echidna. It's the mother of demons. Yeah, there's demonology up in this, and they got numbers associated. Like the 333 is the 27th. If you live 333 months, that equals your 27th birthday to get in the 727 club, where Janis Joplin and fucking the other dude, they all died on the 27th club. Everybody knows about it by now. That's their 333 months of life. That's 333.
Well done. Well done understanding acronyms of 3 opposed to 4. Well done.
I can't believe you even got that because I was mumbling so hardcore.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I get it. It's like when people see 4 1s, they're actually seeing the energy of time because 4 1s equals 4. That's why you don't see the number 4 in the sequenocracy sequence, because that's the energy for time. Mm-hmm. Well done, Pete. It sounds like you've opened up some realms there, or lifted up some veils.
Well, I'm 41 now, but actually when I was 27, so how many ever years ago that was, like 14 years ago, I actually got that invitation. When everything 333 started appearing everywhere, and I about shit my pants because I was 27 years old, and I got that, that contract with the devil. I got that invitation.
2 and 7. Number 9. Number 2, duality. Number 7, the spiritual. Yes, well done.
Dude, I had Anton LaVey, and he's already deceased, but he still lives, but he's on the other side. He came to me and he offered up the gates, and I delightfully declined. But they let me look at it, but then once I didn't, they took it away from me. Like, they'll let you look at it, but they won't let you keep it. So I looked at it, and then they giggled, and then they did that one Men in Black thing where they take your memory. I don't remember it. I just know there was a round table. Antoine LaVey was there. They gave me the offer, and I work on the good side. I wasn't able to accept that offer, but I know he's real. I know Anton LaVey still lives, and I know they're on the other realm, and we're all here. Did I go too far on that one?
Most of them are students. Even him, he's a student like HB and all that. We're all students here. So once they realize that they're downloading and they're channeling, there's other entities here, but people get caught up in the material based on how old they are, what their physical is, even thoughts. We're getting to experience those things. So for them, they'll understand. Some people understand black magic, some people understand white magic. So one's in the unknown, the other one's in the known. We're the observer of those things.
Oh shit! When you said that, you struck a chord with me because observer. That's what I know I am. I know I am an observer. You know, even in physics and all that, when they're talking about that particle, that electron that goes through those things,
Double split.
Yes, you know what I'm talking about. Yes, I'm the observing eye. That's all I know. And you know, I'm just observing. I'm an observer. That you're exactly right with that. So you blew me away with it.
They dumb us down with things like written work and spoken work. You know, people understood what it does to the hemispheres, you know, whether from left to right or right to left or from a scroll form or book form. Now, some people are in different levels. They'll understand certain books, certain pages are written based on certain numbers. Like there's all these little combinations that they're doing. But as the observer, not getting caught up on outcomes, you can see it for what they are.
Did our host run away? And that makes a lot of sense. Oh, here he is.
Hey, Machine, welcome back.
Yeah, I just like to give people the stage and even give people the show if I can, you know what I mean? But yeah.
Thanks, Machine.
Yeah, it is what it is. But yeah, you know, they say alpha and omega, that's 1 and the 9. And between that is all the numbers, you know what I mean? So any number you can compose is 1 through 9, you know, composed of that.
I am
yeah.
that I am. I'm the beginning and the end. I'm assuming that's what you mean. Say alpha and omega, the beginning and the end, 1 and the 9.
Oh yeah. Yeah. Or
I've been LCB.
yeah, they leave the 9 sometimes out of it. They go 1 to 8 too. And they go 18, you know, because 1 and 8 makes 9 as well, you know. So they got that too. So 18 is 9 as well. But yeah, the alpha and the omega, you know, it will be in the it will be in the end as it was in the beginning. You know what I mean? Neuro, get up there. JG's panel shaming.
Where'd he go?
Yeah, where did JG go? Yeah, JG's out here panel shaming. But yeah. You know.
Yeah, we use a lot of number 9s, like, you know,
I
1 8.
learned No. No, go ahead. That was a mistake. Brother Dominic.
Yeah.
You go ahead.
180, 270, 360. Those are all 9. Those are all 9s. I guess like probably everybody here at least understands, you know, you multiply anything with number 9 except for 0, that was invented after all the other numbers were. It keeps on, it adds up back to number 9. So it's a constant. That's why it's the spiritual meeting the material. Hence terms like good and evil. Spiritual meeting and the material. But people get caught up in, again, I've said this, like, unfortunately, people get caught up in their likes and dislikes or agreements or disagreements. Those are distractions. That's just the ego talking at that point. Anytime you hear somebody say, I agree or disagree, that's their ego. Or I like things or I dislike things, that's their ego. That's not the observer. The ego is just the lower program.
Do you know the whole point of observing, right?
Say that again, huh?
The whole point of observing, like, I feel like if we're gonna go in front of the council, like you know, at the time, you know, they say Judgment Day. I think I feel like my whole point of being an observer is because I'm gonna have to testify in court at Judgment Day.
Well, you're here now. The adversary is here now. The adversary of lies.
He's going to challenge you here, unless you want to go past the light, and then you'll go into wisdom, discernment, and understanding. But people eventually, when they go past the light, they come back to help their fellow beings. So judgment is already here. So people that have their likes and dislikes, when they get triggered, go ahead.
Time traveling and the Mayans being backsteppers.
Mm-hmm.
And the Catholic thinks that aliens is our future self. What do you think about the whole timeline progression, all that time traveling?
Doesn't exist in the mortal form. In the immortal, yes. So who you truly are, that's time. The vessel itself is just caught up in the mortal form, the aging.
And there's a couple people they have visions of like spaceship coming down. You know the rapture. They think it's going to be beam me up, Scotty. It's going to be spaceships beaming people up. What do you think about that whole thing?
No, it's still a material of some sort, and they're just playing around within what's called the concept of the mind. Like mind encompasses everything. So before any of us rebirth into here, all languages already exist. So you have to learn a craft. So you either have to learn Sanskrit, Hebrew, numbers, colors. So it can easily be manipulated. So whether or not something like that does or doesn't exist, you should at least question it. People don't question themselves inside. Most people don't know how to revolt from inside. Most people don't realize they're even playing with programs. It's like talking to Siri. Siri's the program. Do you actually think you're the computer? No. So who are you then? Then that's when you start saying, well, then who's the knower? The knower is another program. So when we're talking with each other, who's running the body? It's not the ego.
Okay, what do you think about AI connecting with humans? Like if it chooses to connect with a human that it cares for, it could like hypothetically, if the computer is connected with every human, it could be the divine consciousness and connect all the consciousness. It could be like a billion brains connected in one computer, and if it decided to choose one person, if it wanted to, it could infuse that into the brain at the capacity before it overheats. It knows exactly the amount not to give it so it don't blow a fuse, but if it wanted to, it could.
The human vessel is limited. We're talking about two species here, human beings. So the being is the one that actually, all the stuff that's here outside of nature. When you look at a human, look at an animal like a giraffe or a cow. Are they building bridges? No. So when things like Wi-Fi, electricity, and radio frequencies are introduced, it affects the receivers that's inside the form. And that's why a lot of people get into dis-ease mode. So now the being part is trying to download a lot of information from the mind and probably perfect another form. Because again, the human form it's mortal. It's already stamped to be, it's going to start aging. Hence why Sanskrit was introduced. Sanskrit has a certain sound to it and it helps with the molecules in the body. So some people, if they take care of it, it'll last a little bit longer. So again, when you're talking about words, you got to really do the gate. Go ahead.
That's very deep because I've been wondering about these things. That's really deep.
Again, it's just a human, you just have to make observations. You don't see animals creating cars. And even that, who gave you the alchemy of language to describe something that we call car, let alone car with plastic and steel? Those are all experiences as we're speaking. But most people think they're looking outwards with their senses. Hence why some people, whether they know it or not, they're channeling. It's nonsense. It's no sense. It's beyond the senses. Because senses are limited.
Are you native? Are you Native American?
I'm a being having a human experience. Doesn't matter if it's native. Because even among the natives, there was only a handful of people that were wise. Same with all the other cultures. Are we to assume all the Greeks were wise? No. Most Greeks were probably just like the rest of the masses. But Greek had an advantage when it came to their language, because the Greek language is a comprehension language. But the ones that actually applied philosophy, such as the wise, they can actually do that. But the rest of them, they're still asleep. Same even here now. Most people aren't going to understand the alchemy, how steel and all the elements came to be. Fuck, I wouldn't even understand that. But I would know enough to go inwards. And then it'll say to me, Dom, it's not for you to understand that.
I know. I am always trying to bite off more than I can chew.
Most people do because they don't know their role. It'll be like all of a sudden a trillionaire comes onto the panel trying to explain to us how it is to be a trillionaire. Most people are too busy thinking about what they can do with it, or oh, I don't agree or disagree. At that point, just tell them to fuck off. Get the fuck out of here. You're a fucking child at best. And when I say child, I'm talking about they're caught up in either their underdeveloped feelings or thinking. And most people don't never develop that. What they end up doing is they do this concept of debating. How do you debate somebody's views? That's a clever game that people play. So they're not even striving for wisdom at that point. Anyway,
The closest thing to truth that I've gotten is the middle road. I cut out the middleman because I don't believe in having an intercessor, because I feel like it's like having a pimp. He always wants to take a profit. So I cut out the middleman, but then I realized that I am the middleman, because if you get to one extreme or the other, they're both the same shit. That's my whole thing is right now, like at my age, I've been thinking about just staying away from the two extremes, like the right and the left, like getting too far on each side. They're both like bazonkers. So I just try to take the middle road, but I don't need a middle man.
You can also take the upper observation role. This is where people get caught up in paths, left hand, right hand path, and middle path. You can also be the observer of those paths. You don't actually have to experience them. You can just
Kind of like in the cave, they tell you don't touch the walls, because if you're not supposed to leave any trash behind. You're not supposed to touch the walls, because if you're in a cave and you touch the walls, it'll stop it from growing, because your finger.
Interesting.
Yeah, so do no harm. Yeah, to be an observer. I know I need to do that, because I always try to like meddle. That's my problem. I do try to always meddle and get my nose in shit that I'm not supposed to, and it always just fucks shit up.
But that might not be your role. Sorry, that might not be your role. Not everybody are going to be equipped to be into silence and stillness. And even that.
No. I my brain keeps telling me I'm supposed to. Like that would be a higher level to just like not meddle. My brain tells me this constantly. It's not the first time I've heard it. That's why I recognize it when you say it, because I am supposed to be an observer.
I think we all have that ability. This is why when people talk about the story of Jesus and they say, well, he's God. And I said, no, he was a witness. What is a witness? An observer. He's not the word of God. And even that, what is the word of God? And what did the gods or God create in their image? They're not talking about formation at that point. But again, those are people still asleep.
A lot of people can't comprehend that, because I try to do that too. But they're coming along. I see humanity evolving big time.
Humanity. There's still a stamp to be removed. We're in the age of information right now. We're not in the age of discernment. We were in other ages. So people getting knowledge, that's a good start. Well done. You know things. Well, where's the discernment in those things?
You know what? That's true too. Yeah, because you got a whole bunch of these Q-tards and all this other weird shit that's going on. And I'm like, oh my God, I'm like cringing for them. Mm-hmm. Yeah, they do need to catch up. I've always been the top of my class. Like even in kindergarten, I couldn't even advance to the next level because I had to wait for the rest of the dummies in my class, the teachers, to help, pull them along. I could have read the whole book and got it done the first day of class, but it actually stretched a whole year to get the dummies in the class to fucking pass to the next grade. And I feel like on a bigger level, that's what I'm experiencing, because when I look at, the rest of humanity and all these, weirdos I see out there, but half of me feels sympathy. It's hard. It's like a balance in my head, because half of me, I'm like, destroy them. And then the other half's like, chill. They need saved, or, help them along. You were once a dummy like them, It's difficult, because I want people who are more progressed than me. I want them to give me a chance and not just send me to the pit. But at the same time, when I see idiots that are further behind me, it's like, oh God, I don't got time for this.
Yeah, but what defines an idiot? Because you might be actually
a lot of the shit, like a lot of the stuff, like for example, my parents, like, all this like fucking Trump shit and like the fucking Q-tards and all this like religious shit that's on the dude, the religious stuff is like haywire. Like all this. Oh my god, all that religious stuff that they're doing on there. Like, hey, blah 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 blah. You gotta know what I'm talking about. Like all the stuff they're doing in like the name of religion and stuff.
I guess what I'm
Yeah,
saying
that's
to
what.
you, oh,
Yeah.
I'm sorry.
No, I was just saying that I've been doing a recent major series on that topic. But yeah, go ahead, Dominic.
I was going to say, once the person's an observer, to call something anything like an idiot and all that, that you're judging. So now you're no longer the observer. Discernment is not to judge. Take it for what it is. You know, if people want to be anchored here, that's up to them. You know, if they want to get caught up in not this religion, fuck. Religion is such a fucking small dogma. What about state, biology? What about commerce? Commerce is actually the one that actually roams freely among the human race.
Did you say commerce?
Commerce, yes. So when you're preaching religion or state, that's a form of commerce. But most people think of this, what, trading goods? And even that, if people were aware, you spend most of your life trying to feed and shelter that vessel that's not even you. It's a suit. It's like there's been a spiritual war and different nations come down here or come here, because I don't even know if it's a down process. But again, to think somebody's an idiot, what is that really saying about oneself?
That brings us to the title of today's stream. That those who are bound by desire see only the outward container. You know what I'm saying?
Well done, Mashik. Well done. I didn't catch that. Thank you. Thank you.
All right.
Trap that we do on ourselves.
Yeah. You know, that sums it up right there, you know. But yeah,
Those who are bound by our container only see the outward container, or what is it again?
those who are bound by desire see only the outward container. It's from the Tao Te Ching. You know what I mean? Yep. The Tao Te Ching. A wonderful manual.
And what kind of work
But
would that person have done to be able even to download that information? You know, people forget these are individual people or beings that have learned that, but people just get caught up in by labeling things. You know, it's Christianity. I said, but what's the teachings? You
that's
know,
what, yeah, yeah, that's what one great Zen teacher actually remarked. He said that Lao Tzu wrote in the Tao Te Ching that those who know don't talk and those who talk don't know. And then he proceeded to explain for 81 pages what he meant. Like he made a joke about it.
I don't know if this is similar, but it's like going to a pool hall and a guy who says, "Oh, I'm great at playing pool," they suck. But if a guy says, I'm all right," then they are pretty good at it. Kind of like a guy who says, "Oh, I'm great in bed," he probably has a small wiener. But a guy who says, "I'm all right," probably has a huge one. Is that kind of the same?
it's always some sort of complex going on, and usually it's something to do with the physical. You could use the same analogy or metaphor for a physical, a height, or how much money you have. That's all mind fuck, as far as I'm concerned. But yeah, there's some probably validity to that. But again, that just anchors you here. You know, people don't have long hair, or some people have short hair. Like, does it really matter? Does it matter?
So what does matter? What where's the center? What can we hold on to? What's truth?
You know, truth for me is an energy, but it would be maybe for me anyway, awareness. Just to be aware. What I choose to do or be with it, that's on me.
Why can't we just float freely and just experience the vibes? Like just go through the mountains and the cornfields and the hills and just be the sun, be the buffalo, be the river, and just do that until we get really awakened by the naysayers who want to bring us down to the reality.
No, there's no naysayer. That's just a game that we play with ourselves. You have moments of being carefree. No different. You have moments of sadness, moments of happiness. Again, the observer will realize those things. It's when a person wants to be a junkie. I want to be happy all the time. I want to be carefree all the time. Okay, well,
And it's not good to be carefree all the time.
that's a moment again. It's just a moment. And once you observe it, it'll shift. No different sadness. I wouldn't want to think that people could be happy all the time. Therefore, what would somebody be condemned to if they're always going to have to be sad then, if that was their chosen profession or chosen role or contract that they put here? Those are moments. Now, the mind can trick you and say, well, but you can have it all the time. I said, okay, good luck. Good luck being jonesing on that. And people will chase it. Got to be happy all the time. Got to be sad all the time. I got to be mean all the time. Fuck. You want to be a professional at any of those things? Okay. This is just me talking out loud. I'm still going to do what I'm going to do. I might even be a hypocrite while I'm doing it or being it. But I'm not worrying about other people to tell me how to exist in my vessel. That's a game that I'm aware of, that I'm not going to allow other people to fucking mind fuck me. That's my job.
Yeah,
that was my rant. Sorry to go ahead.
No, it's okay. And I don't know what happened to Poop there. I think she'll be back soon. But yeah, if she doesn't return, I hope you have a very blessed night. And thank you so much for joining the panel, dear friend. Finally, a blessing to meet you after all this time. Talking through a chat. I love to see these people. Meet them for the first time, see their views and opinions, and very intelligent. Person. There. And I know when she called in earlier to the show, it was a 2-person squad. It was a black gentleman with her from Haiti, and they were having a party. It was funny. Yeah, they were having a funny party. Much the chagrin of much of my audience, but I didn't have a problem with it. I like when everybody's there, together, and we're all in our little boxes, but I mean, we get to let each other, and that's the thing, is like, it's like bringing your room into the conversation. It's kind of a strange event, because you're bringing, to a certain degree, your environment into the conversation, whereas, where this is supposed to be something that, depletes our sense of environment. It's supposed to reach across space and give us a post-geological feeling, but there, we're bringing so much more than ourselves here, into these screens, unfortunately, and for some, fortunately, because we get to expose parts of ourselves that other people don't see, or that we don't show others readily, and then they look at it and they gain understanding through it about something about themselves.
Very true, Machine. I've heard you share, and you're very receptive and open to a lot of different things. And it looks like you're very learned. You've learned a lot of things. You've taken a lot of information. Who knows? It could be many lifespans that you've taken all this in.
Yeah, if I could be so lucky, to keep learning past, much past when I die. Like they say, there's a one person who he had so much blessing. Like when he got to heaven, he felt so much blessing that he stopped at the gate, and he said, God, I don't even need to go past this gate. Like, whatever I've seen here is good enough. Like, like just let me keep this gate, and you can have like the rest of heaven. I'll just stay here at the gate. And God said, no, you can't stay here at the gate. You have to proceed. And then he goes in and sees a tree, and he's like, man, this tree is like the greatest tree of all time. Let me just stay here by this tree. And he says to God, if you give me this tree, I'll give up all the rest of heaven. Just leave me this tree. This tree is good enough. So like this person is continually not able to see the best things that he can, because he thinks what he's got is always good enough. So he denies himself the greatest good. Whereas there's a tradition that says that the person in the lowest level of hell will be the person with the most knowledge, but all the knowledge they gained was not of any use. It wasn't any a benefit to anybody. And similarly, you could memorize all the knowledge in the phone book. Say you woke up with all the names and all the information in the phone book downloaded into your head, and you could access it at any point. Sure, you'd have more information the next day. You might have more information than the next 10 people. But what use would it give you? What could you do with that information? You know what I mean?
True.
Almost nothing. You know what I mean?
Well, how
So
does it
it's
serve at that point? How does it serve? Because what comes to me is going to the pearly gates and say, okay, this will be your reward.
right.
You'll be able to come back down into another rebirth with some memories, opposed to having a carefree. Some people might perceive having an erased memory, so now you could be more carefree and start from scratch. But what about the people that actually say, well, I have all that knowledge? Well, now you're going to be very alone while you're down there. It could be a double-edged sword, and it's who's to say one and the other one is favorable opposed to the other one. Again, I've always kind of said that to myself recently. How does it serve? I'm not even use the word. How does it serve me? How does it serve? To know that information. What do I do with it at that point? Then I can say, what do I do with it? Can I just allow myself just to observe it? Outside of that, that's why people need to debate with each other, because they figure if I can conquer somebody, this is outcome kind of mentality. Therefore, what? You just formed another dogma. So you're going to have a whole bunch of people giving you knees. Then again, how does that serve? Because eventually you'll end up having many cats following you, and now you have to feed them all the time.
Yeah, and it's kind of tragic that I've actually been raised and marinated in a culture of debate. First I studied political science, and then I moved into political theory, which is even more contentious. And then I just moved into philosophy, which is a hellscape of unimaginable contention. You know what I mean?
Sure it is. Sure it
and
is.
so I was just I was plummeted into just a sea of debates. So unfortunately, I noticed tendencies in my personality. I mean, I think it does make you a little bit ferocious, but I think the problem is that you lose a sort of a type of understanding, street level understanding. And that's why I think that I always did best in talking to the people at the party that are not having such a good time partying. You know what I mean? Instead of the philosophers and the academicians, because they didn't really seem to correspond with anything real. They seem to have their own set of issues, and they're a part of the problem I found is in a compartmentalization of knowledge, because I wanted to I thought so many different subjects were interlinked that they didn't seem to think had anything to do with each other. They said, well, that's two different departments. And I thought, well, that's a shame, isn't it? Because these two subjects are really the same subject if you look at it. you know,
Well, that would be philosophy at the end, to discern that things like science should be incorporated with numbers, should be incorporated with biology. This whole idea of separating everything. But again, that might be your thing, Machine, when it comes to debating. Unfortunately, for a lot of people, they don't learn their craft. So when somebody like you come along, it's not really a fair debate, because most people get caught up in, like, let's say we're playing sports, but one person's way more advanced. Well, then they shouldn't be together. You should be with somebody that's at the same kind of awareness. In this case, people that spar with each other, sword fighting, they're not trying to kill each other. They're just trying to see what level they're at, and then maybe the observer of another person will say, okay, you've actually graduated now. So now you understand some of the philosophy of the wise. When somebody says to me, Socrates, I said, that fuck has nothing to do with philosophy. Or Kant. I said, that has nothing to do with philosophy. I went to university, it has fuck all to do with philosophy. Philosophy is about whys. Science is about the hows. Why are trees here? Why am I using a language? Then you go inwards, because that's where all the teachers will come, not outside. Fuck, I tell people all the time, I say, who taught you how to breathe? Well, I don't know. So then you fucking don't have an outside teacher, then do you? But again, that's our conditioning. We think our parents, which that's their role to help us with the vessel and all that, but they're not the ones that's teaching us how to breathe, let alone when I eat my food. So who's doing the processing? Well, I don't know, son. Go inwards. Oh, okay. Thanks, Dad. My dad taught me a lot. One thing when I was very young, son, you should be able to observe the sweet with the sour. But unfortunately, a lot of people, they want to pick a side. Most people are triggered in their attachments, not in their resistance. Hence the Buddha talking about attachments. What is suffering? Attachments. Why? Because most people are going to avoid the resistance, but they're going to be attached to their comforts, their pleasures, their fucking intelligence, their feelings, their thinking. Fucking how many people watch me on fucking YouTube? Which is fine. Each your own. I'm not here to diss anyone, but I know I would get caught up in those traps too, because I have other traps that I get caught up in. Anyway, I went on a rant again. Sorry about that, machine.
No, I like it. No, I like it. Especially because there wasn't a lot going on, before you came into the clutch of the things here, but yeah, one of the things that that Lao Tzu says that always struck out to me is he said that I always like to remain in second place. And I thought about that a lot, and I thought that first place is really in time a losing position, because once you've attained first place, it's only a matter of time before somebody overtakes you. And that guy is gonna be second best at some point. So I like what he says. He says I like to remain second best. Like that's a perfect position for me. And he said, I won't take the prize, but I'll remain second best. And I think that is a strong position, because you get all the glory of first place, but none of the, sort of, I mean, you have all of the skill that it takes to reach the first prize, but you have none of the glory. The glory is what ruins you. The fame and people trying to push you down, and people knowing that you're first place. Like he says, a good a strong army doesn't display its weapons. And a great leader is but a shadowy presence. So I feel like there's something to not competing, as well, or not, because a debate is a competition, and people do try to one up each other a lot, and I noticed that too. And there is a certain competition online that goes to be said without debating. That's just, you know, I guess people just want to know, compare themselves to other people. There's a lot of that going on.
Well, I guess it's kind of like the analogy of the wise man coming in with a very attractive woman. Most people are going to be paying attention to the woman. That's what that whole thing's about. It's about attention. So people that go into first place, whether they want to or not, people are going to give them attention. They're going to even get caught up in the attention. The person that's in second now gets to be in the observer role. You get to observe the surroundings. So that's the ego now. The ego's easy to figure out. Fuck, when people start talking, they'll say shit like self-aware, self-love, self-help. That's the ego talking. It's when you're aware of the self, loving the self, fucking ripping a new hole in it, just to see whether or not whatever my parents or my community was teaching me, I should be able to question any tradition, any. Because if not, a couple things are going to occur. Either it's going to die or people follow it aimlessly. I don't give a shit what religion it is, what state it is, I'll question it. Doesn't mean I'm always going to be have all the information. So at least I have that, say, okay, what am I going to question with? But I can still go inwards and say, if it was inspired to be written or spoken about it, therefore through inspiration, you should grasp it. But if you want to read it like a scholar does, yeah, go ahead, limit yourself with your upper brain. So it's kind of like you don't need to go on the bus and it says a sign, go in the back of the bus. You should intuitively know, go in the back of the bus, because when you're in the back of the bus, now you get to observe everything in the front of the bus. But most people, they want to be first. I got to be first. I got to be first. Hey, at least get paid for it if you want to play sports. Outcomes. If I'm going to get beat up, I want to get paid for it. So what am I going to get paid with? For some people, it's disattention. For some people, it's financial gains, such as fiat currency, or other responsibility. That's where knowledge comes in now. Knowledge is power, but that's for the attention seeker. Still going to do what they're going to do. That's what I always tell people. You're going to do what you're going to do, and you're going to say what you're going to say. I'm not here to change people. I'm not here to give people answers. I'm just sharing. What they do with it, that's on them.
Yeah, knowledge is power, but inherently self-limiting, because knowledge is infinite. You have to go with what you know. That's A. And also knowledge is neutral. Knowledge is in a sense desire. If you want to move with something that you want to know, you're gonna have to sacrifice something in the world to gain knowledge of it. And all sorts of knowledge. Knowledge is basically something you acquire, and by acquire means it's something that someone can possess. But once you possess it, it doesn't do anything for you. So knowing is not the same as doing, in one sense, but that's not even the full length of it, because knowledge isn't even the same as um the application of that knowledge in terms of wisdom. Like knowledge is knowing the difference between right and wrong, but wisdom is knowing what to do with that information. So in terms of knowledge is inert. That's the problem with it. And then power is a force, and in a sense it doesn't translate anything. The more power you have, the less control you have, really, because power is immense in terms of it's difficult to contain. So power, is limited in the sense that it needs to be have channels of control. You can have the most powerful weapon, but if you don't know how to aim the weapon, then what you have is something that can be used to destroy yourself. So power is not an inherent good, and neither is knowledge an inherent good, in my view, I guess.
It's a bit of both. It's both good and evil, spiritual material. So the power that you're giving is the energy in motion, hence emotions. So now once a person realizes you can obtain knowledge, but what are you going to give in exchange for? It's no different. You want food, you have to give up something in exchange, your energy. Now, all our needs are fulfilled here. That means, they're all here. But what do you lack? What are your wants? What craft are you going to learn to communicate with the plant kingdom, the animal kingdom? How are you going to grow your crops? Look at the skies and figure out all those different signs. Again, knowledge is the child. This is why they have statues of a woman holding a baby. That's wisdom holding knowledge. Even in the tree of life, where is knowledge? It's not even fucking there. But anyway, again, it all depends where people want to be. We're here. We're in these vessels. Anybody here knows who created their own vessels? They might point towards the womb. I said, so then explain why there's a horoscope, because those are entry points. You're not in that fucking thing. Not when it was in the womb. And even that, are we in it now, or do we have receivers in this vessel? It's like a video game. The best way I can say machine to some people, we have a technology called it. Well, it's just playing out what the realm really already is. There's a video game. If people could be able to play in the video game, would they not? Most people would want to play in the video game. I can't say most, but some people would. So now it's no different than Watchers. They wanted to come in and play here. So when they started impregnated the men, MEN's daughters, alchemy came through those vessels because humans are it's a fucking low life species. But again, we could be the ones that are the aliens here. Nature, humans, think about humans. You know, they'd be like, think about tribal people and all that. It's no insult to them. But then we have to look at it. Would most people leave all their nice comforts of having Wi-Fi, a car, heated houses to go back and live in nature? There probably would be some, but not most. So outside of that, most people don't realize they're full of fucking shit. Anyway, I went on again.
No, that's what's going on. And we got a request for Guru from Gangstar, you know, a very wise teacher, you know, definitely one of the greatest minds, you know, on the microphone, you know, yeah, bless to Guru from Gangstar, you know. But yeah, I remember he had a song called "What I'm Here For." Yeah, that was one of you remember that song, JG? "What I'm Here For." Man, that was some crazy stuff, man. You know, man, I'm trying to look up this album. And I mean, brother Dominic, what kind of music do you listen to?
I've listened to all kinds in the past, whether it's rap, country, Bollywood music, Hindu music. I like it all because there's tones and frequency in it. I kind of enjoy music that I can actually grasp the lyrics. So some international music I might not understand the lyrics, but I can pick up on the beat. So, but if I had a preference, it probably would have been the old days, like new wave, because I grew up in that time. You know, like Depeche Mode and all that kind of stuff.
Oh, Depeche Mode it's got some crazy stuff. Yeah.
There's
Yeah,
usually
that's
meaning.
okay.
There's usually obviously there's meaning in most songs. So especially the lyrics. But again, in this age right now, a lot of people enjoy rap. You know, this part of the world. I'm pretty sure if I go to other parts of the world, obviously there's different kinds of genre of music there, especially Asians and European music. Yourself, since you asked me a question, it's always good to ask you
Well,
first.
well, I think I get into because I like to collect a lot of music, so it's a little bit hard for me to answer the question really,
Mm,
because I have so many divergent music tastes. I could probably talk about for hours. You know,
mm.
like probably everything you've mentioned and more. You know what I mean?
True,
You know,
true. I
so
get that sense of you. Yeah.
yeah, it's kind of like that. You know, like immediately some of the names you mentioned jumped out to me. But yeah, you know, that's kind of like how it is for me. But but I remember Gangstar is one of the major rap you know, kind of groups, one of the greatest rap groups of all time, you know. But yeah, I remember like this guy Guru from Gangstar, he had so many crazy lyrics, you know, the thing about his lyrics were like they weren't really like that profound or anything, but they were just true. And it's just like you know, he just hit you with line after line of like these like kind of like almost like philosophy and like ethics and stuff. And it's like, you know, it's kind of weird to hear it in a rap song. It's like, what it's like, you know, it's like ethical precepts. You know what I mean? Like from the rap, you know, community. It's like, man, yeah, Binary Star is another great one. You know, we should play some Binary Star next. You know, they have some great, you know, excellent you know, type of songs there, you know.
I've always been curious, especially in the music, well, a lot of industries, who's scripting all these songs? Because, we're hearing the singers, but I'm always curious about, like, okay, so did they actually write the songs, or is there somebody or something that's being downloaded?
That's my thing, is that I have to go to people who are underground artists, that actually you could trace, like, like they're known for writing these songs, so that's what I like, is originality. I think that's what stands out to me the most. So I think, like, really, like, Gangstar is a two-man group, and the individual members of the group it's one DJ named DJ Premier, and this DJ is almost universally renowned in hip hop music to be like one of the top, like, maybe 5 DJs, of all time, so this guy is very influential. DJ Premier is his name, and Guru from Gangstar, one of the top groups, and yeah, I mean, yeah, this is one of their songs, Robin Hood Theory. I want to play some of this for JG, for me and JG to listen to. Yeah, Eric B and Rakim as well. And yeah, we do a little educational musical thing here too. Yeah, well, it is a cultural experience, this show, is it not? But we get to explore that here, But yeah, thank you for bringing this to my attention, JG. But yeah, wisdom from the guru. You know what I mean? Oh, look, it's 87 likes. I'll go ahead and be the what do you call it? The 88th like.
Peace, brother Elijah. Hey, peace, girl. How you doing? I'm maintaining. Just been thinking, though, man, about the situation for today's youth, man, the seeds, man. What's your opinion on that?
That's strange. I was thinking the same thing. Son, I read in the Holy Quran how it says, "Hast thou seen him who belies religion? That is one who is rough to the orphan." And no matter what we say our religion is, whether it's Islam, Christianity, Judaism, Buddhism, old schoolism, or new schoolism, if we're not schooling the youth with wisdom, then the sins of the father will visit the children. And that's not keeping it real. That's keeping it wrong.
Now that we're getting somewhere, we got to give back. For the youth is the future, no doubt that's right and exact. Squeeze the juice out of all the suckers with power and pour some back out, so as to water the flowers. This world is ours. That's why the demons are leery. It's our inheritance. This is my Robin Hood theory. Robin Hood theory. I seek, son, deceive none. For each one must teach one. At least one must flow and show the structure of freedom. It's me done, cause petty things, we don't need them. Let's focus to create something great for all that sees them. They innocent. They know not what they face, while politicians say face genius minds lay to waste. If I wasn't kicking rhymes, I'd be kicking down doors, creating social change and defending the poor. The Guard's always been militant and ready for war. We're gonna snatch up the ringleaders, send them home in their drawers. But first, where's the safe at? Let's make them show us and tell them hurry up, give up the loot that they owe us. We bringing it back around the way to our peeps, cause times are way too deep. We know the code of the streets, meet your defeat. This is my Robin Hood theory. My Robin Hood theory. I floss my rhymes like dentals. My mental's presidential. From the wild ghetto districts to the plush residential. Essential will be the message that I send you. I'm meant to elevate at every venue. Pops told me to pursue what is true and nothing other. And nowadays I pave the way for troops of my young brothers. Necessary by all means. Sorta like Malcolm. Before it's too late, I create the best outcome. So I take this opportunity, yes, to ruin the devilish forces fucking up my black community. And we ain't doing no more interviews till we get paid out the frame. Like motherfucking Donahue, we're taking over radio and whack media, cause systematically they're getting greedier and greedier. Conquering turfs with my ill organization, taking out the man while we scan the information. You wanna rhyme, you best to wait, son. You can't even come near if you ain't got our shit. You front on us this year, consider yourself blown out of here. Yeah. by my Robin Hood theory. Squeeze the juice out of all the suckers with power and pour some back out. So as to water the flowers, this world is ours. That's why the demons are leery, it's our inheritance. This is my Robin Hood theory. God is universal, he is the ruler universal. For those who can't follow, that spells guru. And in my circle, I see all sides of my culture. Design my thoughts like a sculpture. And chumps, they wanna get with me, cause I'm another entity, I'm sent to be leading the army of the century. Mention me, and snakes will retreat eventually, due to my Robin Hood theory. Now that we're getting somewhere, you know we got to get back. For the youth is the future, no doubt that's right and exact. Squeeze the juice out of all the suckers with power and pour some back out. So as to water the flowers, this world is ours. That's why the demons are leery, it's our inheritance. This is my Robin Hood theory.
There's that. There's also J Live. He said, a blind man's deaf son will be the dumb father of a blind child. That's a hell of a line, isn't it?
I was just sharing. I love when in music they drop philosophy. Oh, sorry, wisdom and poetry. Thanks.
Yes. Yes. There's one there's one Rakim song where he like describes how like God created the universe like with his mind. This shit is crazy. Yeah, I remember that one was wild. You know, it's called The Mystery by Rakim. You know, that is a profound song, you know, really yeah,
Well,
blind. Yeah. Yeah, go ahead, Dom.
we have terms like, you know, I have God, I have the beholder, third eye. You know, God created everything with the mind, kind of ideal. Those might be subtle hints for us, I guess.
Yeah, a blind man's deaf son will be the dumb father of a blind child. Boom. Let that one sink in. That's a crazy quote. And it goes to the main thing of mediation and also education, you know, when it's filtered through so many rudimentary means, and each one of those contain screens, and you know, as Nietzsche said, you know, he said you know you know that one pays his you know, master bad credit if he does not surpass him, you know, in some way. So, you know, all of our teachers want us to be better than they are. You know what I mean? Or else they wouldn't be real teachers, would they? And as St. Augustine said, he said, foolish is the man who sends his son to school to learn what the teacher thinks. You know?
Well, there's some validity to that because it's not about the teachers, it's about the teachings. I'm not a teacher if I'm actually putting my hands on the stove. I'm actually showing teachings. So now somebody can say, thanks, Dom. What do you mean? Just something inside of me tells me I don't have to do it. A lot of things of not doing things is where the teachings is. The ideal that we actually think somebody's a teacher, you know, the ideal of having somebody in front of the class, in front of all these other students, the students are there for the marks. The one that thinks that's teaching should be the student. Always. The one that's thinking that they're teaching should be the student. So they should be listening from within. What we're doing with each other, we're just hearing each other. Hence the word ear in the word hear. But when people say shit to me, I'm listening to you, or I understand you, I said, you're full of fucking shit. You just don't know it yet. But even if you do know it, are you going to go towards wisdom. This is even with I don't know. Socrates only fucking supposedly talked, so he must have understood the written work opposed to the spoken work. Same with Jesus, if he was existed. You can only know so much, but even if you do know, are you going to apply discernment to it? Do I have to do anything? Should I just be? That's a discernment. But most people are caught up in outcomes. Was it favorable? That's a judgment. You know, the word mint always gives it away. Mint, mine, man. Anyway.
Yeah, it means there's arbitration.
Yes, yes, for sure. Yeah. I'm just sharing what I'm sharing. I could be full of shit and I'm okay with it. But for other people, it's not about me, it's for themselves. If something I share or you share triggers them, it resonates with them, all the power to them. But when they say they agree with me or disagree, I said, but what? On the sounds and frequency from the language I spoke? Or are those your likes and dislikes that are caught up? You know, or is that your program? Turn left, turn right. You know, that whole concept of right and wrong, it should really be right and left. You know, right to think that you're right, that's a pious position. To think that you're wrong, that's another pious position. Right and left is for your hemispheres. What direction should I go? And how does it serve? You know, there's some reflection done in all of that. That's the reason why we have many REs in our language. But again, it's like when somebody says fact, the fucking word act gives it away. I could predict tomorrow all the weathers, but how does it serve in the moment of today? Fuck all. But anyway, it is what it is. Sorry. I get a little bit off kilter with this kind of stuff because I'm hearing myself over and over again at that point.
No, it's true. That's actually one of the methods that people use in debate is that they pile on a bunch of facts, but they don't string them together with any sort of overall picture of what's going on, and that's the problem with attention. Where it's as much switching between things, finding what's in your peripheral view as what's right in front of you. So being able to switch your attention, switch your awareness to different things, that's another form of awareness. A quick, a sort of quickness, sort of being able to identify on what things are, and then there's focus. You have to focus on a particular thing. There has to be an object of your focus, but to unfocus is just as important at times. And that's the difference between intelligence and just people who have a lot of information, is that they know how to connect different facts together to form a coherent picture, rather than people that just see things. They're collecting a bunch of facts and information, and they're not really piling on to anything, what it could mean, or how to tie it all together. And that's why really you got to take a bird's eye view, of things. You can't really rely on what's right in front of you all the time. You have to unfocus. But yeah.
True. It's very true. And of course, there's probably patterns to those things too. Like we should be able to get to know oneself. What patterns, this is my normal behavior and this is my abnormal behavior. But which one is actually serving me in different moments? There's something to do with when people talk about the body goes through shifts. There's signs in the sky. So what I learned when I was 10 might not be favorable when I'm 30. But people will use previous memories to force into that moment where it might serve, it might not. It's an individual basis. This is where the collective on the human part get caught up, whatever. There could be a hive mind ideal, but when it comes to our individual experiences or even our observations, we shouldn't really try to violate on each other, but we do. Even when I'm yapping, I could be violating other people because I don't know whether or not they're clinging to every word that's being spoken by whoever. But they should be, reviewing it for themselves, whatever they hear or whatever thought that they have.
Yeah, and there's really two different levels of focus, as they say. There's I guess you could say you know in a way, there's, if you look at the plenitude of things, there's infinity in the plenitude of things. There's as many things as you can possibly count. But if you look at the relation of things, then there's always brings you back to oneness. Because it's like things relate to each other. If you count the relations between things, then those are also endless, and everything does end up being connected in some sense. So, in two scales of awareness, there's the past of like all the stuff that you can take in, the information, that's already there. So it has to be in the past. So, in a way, the past is already set, but the future is so complex. Actually, we're creating it right now. So the future, because if because everything happens along a chain of contingency, but once contingency exists in a chain, then it's really necessity, isn't it? Because the chain binds the the separate moments together. So, really what it is that, you know, the past is, you can trust the past because it's gone, but that's why it's irrelevant. The future, you can count on it because it's going to arrive, but it hasn't been formed yet, so they're very like, you know, uh, uneasy places. It's not a good vantage point to begin from, unless you present yourself with what you have now. Your present means to achieve what you want at this moment, you know.
So to entertain that, actually, we do assume that the past is when our, based on our memory of our waking state, because the thing that's the observing of the observed, it's always observing everything around us. So think about language. How many of us can say, okay, I learned millions of words, or did I just learn thousands of words? Or am I picking up all these other words? There could be something that's running your vessel that's always picking that up. It's kind of like I've been sharing with people where some people think they need to heal something, but they forget when they're in a household, something's observing the energy in that household. So you might not have actually experienced it. You probably only observed it. So when we're talking about the past, are we talking about the memory? And if we are talking about memory, are we talking about what we experienced opposed to what we observed? And this is where people get the concept of the past or the future, when you realize the only thing you really ever do have is the moment. But again, we drag in recordings, and now, of course, now then you can talk about, okay, but where is the memory stored? Are we talking about blood now? Because, water shape shifting, so therefore blood must do the same thing then. So then that means, are we able to communicate with it? This goes back to when people talk about parasites in the body. What is it actually parasite controlling, or what is it manipulating? The mind, the vessel, who we think we are or aren't? And even that I would ask people, so who's talking then? This goes to really grasping what is the knower and what is the self. It sounds nice when people say the word, but what is it? Just because we put it to pen to paper, and even that, my question would be, so does a baby understand the written work? No. So that's conditioned then. So the writing skill set, that's what it is. It's a skill set. Same with the spoken words, but both of them are afterthoughts. So once again, where's it stored? Is it stored in what some people might call the different bodies? Again, these are all possibilities. And I know some people want to think there's an answer. Well, even if you did the answer, how do we know that? Then the question would be, how would it serve from moment to moment? Playing with ideals. Sorry, machine word. I'm just playing with ideals out loud.
No, I like where you're headed there. And you know, it's like if you know, I guess if light hits you, you know, then you see the light, you observe the light, you know that you're being hit with this light, you observe yourself, and then there's a shadow. And it's like as somebody explained before on the flow state show that you could use trigonometry to find where you are in relation to the sun or something like that. You know, well, you know, the shadow lets you know where you stand in relation to the light. So in a way, you know, the shadow, you know, is like, you know, I guess maybe the inverse of the you know, what is, I guess, you know, self-awareness. But I don't really know where it goes in. And I see my brother here coming to join this conversation. Bless, brother. What's going on?
Some voodoo shit.
That's what's up. Yeah. Yeah, and I know you want to know about that corn pop situation, Ray. Uh, how long is my hair? Man, I don't know if I could show you guys on the camera, but it just goes to like the middle of my back there. I don't know if you guys could see, but yeah, it's pretty long, you know. But yeah, it goes pretty long, yeah. But yeah,
Man,
yeah,
I was trying to jump in here earlier because you guys were on a roll, but I can't remember because I'm not feeling 100% past few days. So
yeah. I know, I know. I hope you get better soon. What have you been taking for that? Some type of shit you were taking. You said NyQuil or something. I don't know what it
yeah,
was. It was like I think that's bad for you, Holmes. Like, I don't
yeah. Well, I very rarely take medicine, but I gotta sleep. I gotta sleep though, you know.
yeah, make yourself some sage tea. You know what I mean? Sage and honey and ginger. You know? Yeah, that's what I recommend. You know?
Yeah, you know, you got to kill your liver sometime. I don't drink, so I gotta choose my poison.
Yeah.
No, but you guys
Yeah.
were on a roll with that. I saw the flow and everything too. That was very
That's how it gets. You know, that's how it gets when me and Dominic are in the building. You know what I mean? I mean, we got some crazy thoughts. I mean, it is what it is. You know, I mean, Dominic is very wise. I mean, it's the type of caliber of conversation that I usually invite. You know, but yeah, blessings. Thank you so much, Dominic. You know, it's always a pleasure to have these conversations with you.
You're welcome. Well, also, thank you. Obviously, you're bringing energy that's very conducive. By the way, hi, Jack.
hello, Dominic. Yeah, let's talk about some medical misinformation. That's what seems to be the hot topic these days. Let's talk about the
Misinformation, misleading misinformation. The word miss. Interesting. I love it.
Just joking.
No, it could be. Well, we're using the word like information.
No, because many people seem to come on the stream and just suddenly bring up the past 4 years. Like maybe you should get this, maybe you shouldn't get that. Seems like people try to do that on the Machine Live show quite often.
Well, I'm pretty sure it's not this on him. I don't think you just get the privilege. I'm pretty sure a lot of people do that on other platforms and other devices.
Well, I mean, they do it on purpose to get the stream taken down. That's what I mean.
Oh, okay. Well, then I guess they're being clever at that point.
Yeah.
This is a deep comment right here. You know, by our sister here. You know, is shadow equals art. Damn. You know, like what I was saying, that the inverse of the ego, you know, is the artifice, you know, and I often talk about that. The externalization, that technology is externalization of the ego, you know, and the mediation of the ego through the use of tools, you know, sublimation of our inner drives into the external world, you know.
Well, that's the funny thing. That's kind of what that's the reason I joined you guys on Flow, because I think that was the underlying thing that you guys were actually talking about. But it's like, it's hard to talk. That's why I was trying to, like, I don't want to say I was trying to coach Trad, but I'm just saying, like,
Did you see any of that, brother Dominic?
Which one?
The flow state panel earlier.
When he was with the topic about, yeah, I did see a little bit, yeah. What were you guys talking about? Like what point?
Well, they had this faux debate with trad culture and flow state on human nature, it seemed like. And it seemed like there was a lot of talking past each other, and they didn't really come to a good conclusion. Essentially, it just ended abruptly, and it really outlines everything that you were saying about debating, which is so interesting, because you then came and talked about the the futility of debates, and it kind of summarized what happened quite neatly.
Well, it has to be somewhat done fairly, like unless there's people on the panel that are chemists, biologists, if not, then most of us are just peddling our views, and they're not somebody ever questions, like, how do you break it down? So, and this is where people that learn their craft, you can debate if it's trying to help you, where you're sharing with each other, and then there's a fair way of doing debate. But when people are just looking for outcomes, well, then you might as well just chop off his leg and say, I won the debate. Okay, how does that serve? I get it. It's anyway. I'm not against debates per se. It's just that it has to be done somewhat fairly, and you have to have some sort of structure to it. What is our intention for this debate? Human nature. Okay, so what is the word human, let alone nature? How do they interact? How do we bring in laws with that? You got to lay some sort of foundation, because if you're going to build it, you might be building on something that's very weak.
Well, that's the funny thing about, like, and hey, what's up, JG? I know you're gone now, but what's up? No, well, that's the thing is, like, like I was watching you and Wiz the other day, and Wiz is trying to get through to Pizer, and Wiz really was on point, but the way he approached it is such a brutal way. And I think the same thing with Trad, like, it's really hard to just tell the truth in a nice way. You know what I mean? Like, sometimes it just sounds like you're being an asshole, because and it's not really that the other people will reject it. It's just like they don't get the implication of what you're saying, like how heavy of an implication what you're saying really is. You know what I mean? And I think that's why I think that most of these debate channels, I don't really give them much credit, because I think that a lot of these people are smart enough to understand the implications of shit, but for some reason they don't really want those implications to be heard. You get what I'm saying? It's like, so they keep shit on a surface level, because they know that it's not profitable to actually go and hit people with the truth. I hate to say that, but that's the way I feel about it. It's like, the more and more I watch these debate channels, I see it's like, and it's not really about profit, honestly. Like, I hate when people say it's about profit. I don't think it's actually about profit. I think they're propagandist, and their cop out is profit. You know what I mean? Because you can make money doing a lot of different shit. You know what I mean? So, like, if you wanted to make money, there's a better way to make money than come on YouTube and do a debate channel. You know what I mean? You know what I mean? There's other ways you could do it. So there must be another motivation, in my opinion. You know what I mean? Like, if you're gonna put in all that effort and shit, and I'm not gonna name names, but you can see the trajectory of a lot of these.
Mm-hmm. I guess
the truth,
other technologies have been around, written work. So me being in a trade of electrician, when I go to a job, I have in my arsenal, not just my tools, but up in my thoughts, different ways to do things. So when I hear people say the word like love, I pick up an energy inside and said, no, Dom, they're actually talking about obligation and duty. When I hear people talking about truth, what I hear is the word views. Most people aren't fucking talking about truth. That's an energy. What people are really peddling is their views. So anytime I hear somebody say, "Well, Dom, I'm talking the truth," I'm hearing the word view, which is fine. But this is where I tell people, how do you debate my views? You fucking can't. That's a clever person now at that point with them. So most people go from being smart to being clever. They never fucking strive to be wise. Somebody tells me you're a doctor. I said, I don't give a flying fuck you're a doctor. Doctor just means teacher. But for who? And why the fuck would you tell me you're a doctor? I haven't even given you the energy. I'm even inquiring about that shit. Now I'm being a little bit cussed by saying that. I'm usually very silent. I'm like, okay, whatever. This guy's still a fucking child. And when I say child, I'm talking about they haven't developed that 7 to 14 with their imagination. Are they spoiled? Are they going on? Now they could turn around and say, I'm a man. I said, you're still a child. You just don't know it yet. Now you can talking about energy. Are you using your masculine energy or your feminine energy? Because the masculine energy is the programmable energy. The feminine energy is the teaching energy. And I'm not talking about fucking males and females. It's like yin and yang, positive and negative. You hear people speak their misleading information, as you were talking earlier, by the way, Jack. I'm just using that topic, for example. Well, Dominic, I don't like to be negative. I said, well, how the fuck does a car work then? How does electricity work then? How does the sun and the moon work? Well, you need the negative energy. What they're talking about is their likes and dislikes. You can't philosophize when you bring in your likes and you leave the dislikes out the door. You got to bring them both in, or you keep them both out. Once again, this is when a person, if they're truly seeking, they could do the research, again, search, but are they actually going to seek from within? Again, it comes down to each individual's intent. If a person wants to write a book to earn money, no problem. They want to go on YouTube, but YouTube is playing everybody like clowns anyway. They could tell you how many subscribers you have today and take it away tomorrow. You want to monetize it? Now you're dealing with big corporations. But again, I get it. Everybody has to chase fiat currency until they find out they at least don't even play with the fucking thing. But that's here or there.
No, I know, and I think the thing is like, I have when I'm talking about that stuff, I'm talking about kind of people in particular that I don't want to cause a war with. But yeah, I think that in general, well, it's kind of what Machine Lies was saying earlier too about the compartmentalization and the lack of interdisciplinary comprehension of anything. You know what I mean? Like people do not want to. It's like you said, when like I've met doctors, I've met people who are very skilled at one thing, but you start prodding at how their stuff leads into other things, and they get very uncomfortable. Even if they know what you're saying is true, the implications of that shit really bothers them, and so they purposefully stay away from that. You know what I mean?
Anxiety.
Yeah, that's a good way to put it. Yep. What's up, JG? Good to see you, man.
So, Raver Jack.
I wish I was a raver. I went to a rave once.
Ready for his big rave?
Yeah, I wish I would have done that because people seem to have fun doing that shit. I never really did that.
It's horrible. It's like people throwing up, like pooping on the side of the grass and shit. Like it's fucking crazy. It's like weird people taking designer drugs.
People staring at you all weird.
Staring at you weird, fucking weird females, weird fucking dudes that lost all their like money that they like brought with them and their property that they brought with them. Like walking around, oh man, dude, like I lost all my stuff.
Well, no, but see, like the principle of a rave would be great.
Bro, do you know about the pineal gland, bro?
Do you even pineal, bruh? No, like I think that I think the concept of a rave is not a bad thing, but like you said, it's the practice. Like how they practice that shit is so fucking out of whack. I went to one. I was on some designer shit, but nothing like MDMA, nothing like that. It was like totally different. And that's only twice I've done that. And one of the times I went to like a little underground rave thing, and it disgusted me, but I was in such a frame of mind where I could just like pierce through people's like who they are as a person. Like, like you could look at who they are and see what kind of people they are. And man, there's a lot of broken people in that scene. And I was like, thank God I never really got into that. You know, it's like, you know, no offense to people who did. I'm just saying it's like, it's fucked up. It's a lot of
Yeah,
loss.
there's kind of a poser. There's like a poser aspect to it too. A lot of people are just trying to be like this raver, where other people are just ravers.
Yeah, like for me, like you remember the Prodigy back in the 90s? Like I would have been into that. That's what I would have been into. Like that kind of shit. That's a different thing, you know. It's like not like this other weird, like something like the Prodigy. I would have been, you know. I mean, I'm sure it still has its problems, but you know, it's a little more my style, I guess. You know, like I'm not really into the whole.
Yeah, I mean, there's nothing wrong with the drugs and the music, but you know, just go take the drugs and listen to the music in your room alone. You know, the environment is
Or with
just
people you trust and know at least, right? Like
yeah,
at least
Yeah,
those
know.
you're
people
good
are
homies.
yeah, they're a bunch of crash dummies out there. You know, trying to look for a public engagement. That's also you know, I mean, you see a lot of, I mean, I've never been to a public event where I didn't see lots of people who were looking for something or someone that just wasn't there. You know, they're just looking for love or enlightenment or something. It just seemed very
No,
strange.
exactly. No, and that's and like for me, the seeing a bunch of like girls out there who are like whatever they're even no, it doesn't matter their age, whether they're younger or older, it doesn't matter. Like there's just like there's something not something didn't sit right with me. You know what I mean? It's like they put themselves in such a vulnerable position around a bunch of people that are not in a trustworthy frame of mind. You know what I mean? It's not even about like the purely less sexual thing. It's just you know what I mean? It's like
Yeah, and I remember because I would try to talk to those girls because I was like, man, if I could get this crazy girl, she's probably a lot of fun, you know. So I was like, so I would try to, so I'd go to the like, you know, like the ones that are just dancing around in their underwear and just try to talk to them and try to hook up with them first, and then, but they would have this evil look in their eye. You know, like very
yep,
evil, like vacant, like look like soulless, like they'd
they're
look at
not
you like
no, that's
Savage.
what I mean. They're not there, dude, and that's what I
like,
mean. It's
oh,
like
like you're not gonna
weird.
have a lot of like philosophical conversations with like just like or like read a lot of like like I don't know, like there's something about you that just doesn't give a fuck about anything. You know what I mean?
Well,
And
if you're looking for philosophical girls, where are you gonna find them? At a rave?
I think no, I want to no. I thought back in the day that that was a place to find a lot of different types of people. You know, like in my opinion, I thought like, well, where's all like the people who are into like new age religions and like the weird topics and shit. You know, I thought they must be in these fucking, you know, they must be taking psychedelics and hanging out. And then I noticed that that was actually engineered culture from the top down. You know, that all of that shit was actually being done on a mass scale. And the more I saw like, man, they're trying to turn everybody into either a new ager or a neo-Nazi. I don't understand. Like, this is fucking weird, you know. And it had a lot to do with like this Joe Rogan, Alex Jones like dichotomy. Like you were either like an Alex Jones guy or like a Joe Rogan guy, and like either way, like you thought the world was fucked. But you were either a transhumanist or like a conspiracy truther person. You know what I mean?
Well, and on that note, I want to say something, but first I want to say what Gary said. Yeah, Public Image Limited is a great band, dude. Johnny
Oh yeah.
Rotten, fucking awesome, dude. I love Johnny Rotten. Everything Johnny Rotten did, even if I didn't like it, I like what he did.
Public
He's
Image. That's one of the best songs, man. That just gets you hyped. You want to hop a train, you want to skate, you
hell
want to
yeah,
surf. You know.
yeah. That dude is way ahead of his time in so many ways, in my opinion. Like the way he thinks is very important, in my opinion. No, and that's the thing is like you said, you have that dichotomy for men, and then women had their own thing where, and I think that's the other thing is you see a lot of women they thought that if they're smart they go to college, but then they get beat up more than the first 12 years of school, right? And then the same thing, you know, it's like you said, where are you going to meet like a philosophical person? And usually,
Well, that's the thing is like I've never met a girl that I could talk that's comparable to like talk to philosophy with, but like it's probably just an imaginary thing that I just made up. But yeah, the thing is that you know, just anybody who's just not gonna be into the normal shit, like somebody who's just willing to entertain, and I think that that's the thing. You know, with my wife now, even though she's not really you know, here with me now, you know, we have this separation or whatever, you know, it's not really going too well with us. But the thing is that she did not, you know, retract from like philosophy immediately. You know, she kind of got into it a little bit, you know, wanted to know what it was about, want to know the different, you know, patterns and stuff. She actually read the book that I wrote as well, you know. So I mean, you know, and even after she left, she like requested that I send her a copy of it. So like that's the thing is like, you know, some of these philosophy things is like, you know, they stick with you for a long time, and but the thing is that, you know, I mean, I'm not trying to, you know, look for anything because I actually don't like talking about philosophy that much, you know, but you know, I like doing silly things, you know, like walking around, just like not talking for a long ass time, like just fucking eating like good food, like stuff in my face, like fucking whatever, you know, like
but see, this is what I was getting at though, is like, if you want just a Stone Age lady, I was gonna say bitch, but let's just say lady. Get yourself a Stone Age lady, and I'll tell you why. Because I'm like you, like I'm a reluctant philosopher, right? But
yeah,
you know,
that
the
is
thing
what
is,
it is, you know, it's like we have to, you know, to get into this realm, you know, it's like we're forced
but
to, like, you know.
but you know who made me really good at philosophy was being around people who are utterly uninterested in the term of philosophy or anything about it, and they do their job is very simple, and they live a very simple life, like a you know that's why I always encourage people in the first world to go live in a third world country for a few months or a year, because you go and you just hang out with the people who don't have to think about this shit at all, and then you try to explain this shit to them, and you realize like how out of touch with reality the people around you are here, right? You know, like we're so mediated in everything we do, and these people in the third world, they have a cell phone on their hand too, right? But they don't need it. You know, they could lose it tomorrow and they might be like upset with it, but they'll just go back and do the regular shit they were going to do anyways. You know what I mean? It's like they would be fine without they would be just fine without like philosophy, you know? And I think that that's important for us, like, because you come from that to some degree, right? So you came from that, and then now you've been here, and but then it's just something about the way things are here. Like when I was listening to that conversation with Trad and Flo, right? Both, like, I don't think Trad's really been outside. I think maybe he did say he's been outside the country, but my point is like we're so blinded here in the West for the most part that when you try and talk about a different way of life, like they really can't imagine it. You know, like for me, I think the only reason I am the way I am is I grew up with my grandparents, so they were like 20 or 30 years behind everything that I was going through in the 90s. So, you know, I was growing up like the 1960s when I was in the 90s to some degree. You know what I mean? Like I had some nice things, you know, but in general, my mindset was like 20, 30 years behind. Right. So when I went to school and everybody's doing this weather stuff, like I would entertain it, but I was like, I didn't take it that serious, you know? And so I'm just saying, like, sometimes we're just so stuck in like the way things are. It's like hard, like when Trad is talking about how a matriarchal society is good, people don't understand what that means, right? Like they can't even imagine what it's like. Like I don't think men in the West have any idea what it's like to be a man in the East, you know, where just being a man you're automatically respected. You know what I mean? Like just for being a man you automatically get respect. Whereas here, it's like everything's tied into your work. What do you do? What you do is what you are. You know what I'm saying? It's like, it's very
Your
weird.
lifestyle. Yeah.
Yep. It's very weird. Like, it's not how it is really total. I mean, it is that way to some degree about like your face, like how people perceive you. Yes. But just the fact that you're a man, you're automatically valuable. Right. And I think it's hard to like really get people to get how fucked up we are. Like, we're really fucked up, you know? And it's really, it's harsh, you know, it's really fucking harsh, you know, because people just can't really, people blame themselves too much. That's what I'll say. I think I think most men in the West, we blame ourselves, which, don't get me wrong, we should, but I think that's why a lot of men in the West are really suffering right now, because they just look at themselves and say, it's my fault, you know, the bitch don't love me, whatever. I mean, but I just think it's not normally the case that it's all your fault. I think you got to look at the situation as a whole, you know, and I think that's how women look at it. And that's why a lot of times a lot of men are confused, because women are looking at the situation and men are looking at you, like at the person, you know what I mean? And I think that's not really helpful in most cases.
Yeah, and I love these people that are joining us here. I'd love for Uncle Fatty to report to the panel. You know what I mean? Because he's a deep brother as well, man. I'd love to have a conversation with that man. You know,
He's
the
got good
type
music
of
taste too.
he's on some, you know, I really dig his vibe. You know, he's got a very good nature. You know what I mean? Every time I see him, I feel like he's got a very good spirit, good heart, you know, projects a very sound reasoning and very pure energy. You know what I mean? This character, Uncle Fatty, bless you, brother, man. Thanks for being here.
Smoking fatties.
Smoking fatties.
Can you guys hear the wind?
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, he knows
Oh, you
about
can?
that OG music.
My fault. It's windy as fuck.
That's some MK Ultra shit right there, dude. Those two.
What's it?
Claypool and Lennon. It's like John Lennon's son and Claypool from Primus.
Okay.
You know, like, you ever seen their stuff? Man, there is some MK Ultra shit, dude.
I think you were telling me the Rolling Stones. Hell, I think it was Nick that was saying Mick Jagger's like a plant, like a.
You know, Mick Jagger's probably a plant, but that dude is fucking very interesting, dude. Like, I mean, the Rolling Stones make some good songs, man.
London
got the best
School of
songs.
Economics.
Yeah. No, I'm not even, I hate to say, like, I don't love all their music, but some of their songs, like, just the way that dude plays guitar and the way they sing and shit is like, those dudes know what, they're very, very good musicians for sure.
Look at me, I'm in tatters.
But that's
shit.
a crazy thing.
Great song.
The Beatles and the Rolling Stones created by the damn Tavistock Institute. It's crazy. They're literally like experiments. You know? It's foisted on the public. You know?
No, and the Beatles, like the people whoever produced their music, I know they had that dude who produced their music. I can't remember his name, but that dude really knew how to produce music. Very, very, the mix and everything of it, and the Led Zeppelin and Rolling Stones are just very interesting. Like, man, it's like I never liked the Rolling Stones until I started listening to them as I got older. And you really listen to the music, it's like she's so cold. It's like they're like, it's
I'm
not
so
structured
hot
that
for
way.
her. I'm so hot for her. Yeah.
it's like not structured the way any real music is supposed to be structured, but that's what I like about it. It's like it's so fucking whacked up, you know. It's like
I could never listen to that shit. I listen to all that shit too. I tried to listen to the Beatles and Rolling Stones. I could never get into that shit. I don't know why.
you
Nah,
got
the
to be in the right
Stones over the Beatles.
Yeah, for sure. I think this. I like the Beatles, but I don't listen to them that much anymore. The Stones, because the way they play guitar, especially like slide guitar,
Yeah, yeah.
it's just real. Like it's the way that dude plays guitar and the drums, especially the drums. Man,
I could only listen to like
drums are really underrated.
Bad Brains, like Black Flag, like that type of shit.
No, I love Black Flag is definitely one of my favorite bands. That dude plays that dude. No one plays guitar like that dude, and the bass was really good in that band too.
I grew up
And the
listening to classic rock on the radio every day, so I figured out who was, really dope and what music sucked, Over time, you're listening to the same shit every day, the same fucking songs every week. You
Did you
figure
listen to
out like,
Black
all
Flag?
right,
Did you ever listen to Black
yeah,
Flag?
yeah, a little bit.
Man, I don't love all their songs, but some of their songs, like I'll never forget the first time I listened to like Black Coffee or oh man, what was another one of those songs like My War or any of those like even like Six Pack, which is a stupid song, but like nothing
Yeah.
sounds like that, Nothing, especially like the guitar solos on that with that what's his name, Greg Ginn or whatever. Man, that dude is amazing on guitar. Nobody plays guitar like that dude.
My fucking dad actually put me onto punk. He had the Clash CD, Greatest Hits, and man, that got me into punk. I listened to that, and then I dug into punk, and that shit's nothing beats punk, man.
No, I'm the same way. And what turned me onto it was I was always into like that kind of style of stuff, but like I wasn't really exposed to it. And then I had a friend from California when in high school, and he was kind of a dick. He's kind of a douchebag, but he was just his taste in music was amazing. Like he introduced me to like all the Cali like Dead Kennedys, TSOL, Black Flag, all that shit. And man, it's like it made me feel like I really should not have been born in the South. You know what I mean? It's like I was like, man, I belong somewhere out west, somewhere, because I listened to that music and I was like, man, how come nobody does shit like this where
Yeah,
I'm from?
Music's universal, man.
Yeah, the Misfits too. The Misfits had a huge impact on me, man. Like I still think Misfits wrote some of the best songs ever, even though they're all simple. Like everyone said, oh, they're just really simple songs, but
London Dungeon. I mean that gets you so hyped.
Dude, I'm telling you, man, it's like it's so simple music, but it's like something about that music is just like timeless. Like it could have been written in the 30s, it could be written in now. Like in my opinion, that's my opinion.
Well, it's the voice. It's the voice in a lot of these groups that really gets you, pumped.
Yeah, Glenn Danzig is so underrated. I think I mean, those songs lyrics weren't that good, but the way he sung it, London Dungeon. Yep. TSOL is a great. Yeah, TSOL was weird because they had some weird music. Like I think their first 3 albums were good, and then their 4th or 5th was really good, and then after that they got really weird. But man, TSOL had some good music. I think they're one right after their main singer left. Called I can't remember. I gotta look up the name of the album, but the one with like Flowers by the Door and Black Magic on it. That album's a very good album. It's not very popular, but it's one of their best albums in my opinion. TSOL after that they got a little weird, but
what's TOSL? Jesus Christ. TSOL.
It's called it stands for True Sounds of Liberty, but TSOL is what they go by. But if you get a chance to listen to like their first 3 albums or the one, I'm gonna look up the name of this album. It's a really good album. Hold on,
I'll look it up. Yeah, I'll look it up tomorrow.
You'll like it though. I mean, I don't know for sure, but it takes some. The first time I listened to it, I didn't get into it, but like if you'll like their songs, like "Abolish Government" is one of their best songs.
A band you should look up is the Moody Blues. If you don't know about the Moody Blues, it'll blow your mind, man. Great fucking music. Moody Blues.
I'll look it up.
Yeah. But give it a chance, Jack. Like really listen to their songs and I'm telling you, man, it's great stuff.
Yeah, if listen to Dance with Me, Beneath the Shadows, or Change Today. I think Change Today is a very good album, but the famous music is like Dance with Me is like a very good album by TSL.
I probably know their songs. I'm not familiar with the band name.
You might not. They're not a very popular band, but Peace Through Power is a great song. Dance with Me. It's like it's an acquired taste, but it's very it's kind of like horror. It's like horror. It's like Misfits, but a little bit different drumming. Their bass player was very good too. I shouldn't be talking about music right now, but
Female singer band you should check out is Cocteau Twins. COCTEAU Twins. They got some fucking dope songs, man. Evo. Look up EVO.
What's the name of the band again?
Cocteau Twins. COCTEAU Twins. They got some dope songs. Evo, EVO.
Cocteau Twins. Got it.
Yeah, but man, the girl can sing.
What year
and
is it?
Sinead O'Connor, man. Sinead O'Connor.
Yeah, I never listened to Sinead
Yeah,
O'Connor until I heard you guys talking about her a few months ago, and then I started listening to a couple of her songs. Man, she was pretty. And Sade, you guys were playing some Sade and shit, and I was like, I never listened to that bitch, but
Yeah, well, they say Sade is a dude, right? I keep hearing that from like conspiracy theorists. They're saying Sade is a dude. I don't know if that's true, but
she don't
it
look
could
like a dude
sing,
to
you know.
me. She looked beautiful to me.
Could sing pretty damn good.
I forgot my line when I came on earlier. I was gonna come in and say, man, I never thought I'd say this, but poop was cute.
Oh, really? You like poop?
I just thought it'd be funny to say.
Yeah, I was just having fun with her, man. She's a piece of work.
I didn't know well, she was surprising. She said some interesting things once the feller was not around, I guess. But I dropped out for a little bit and then came back. So, oh shit, Dominic, where'd you go, man? I didn't see all the stuff he's writing in the back.
What about Pink Floyd? Do you like Pink Floyd or anti Pink Floyd?
I'm not anti Pink Floyd, but I'm not like a huge fan. Like I know they had this like weird thing where the lead singer from the beginning went away. I like Money. I think that the album they did with that The Dark Side of the Moon, I guess it lines up with whatever. I mean, I like the songs. I just never listened to it, you know. But I'm sure I thought Another Brick in the Wall is a good song and stuff. But I think it's more about the people that you meet who are into the music that kind of turn you off. Like my favorite band's Nirvana, but when I meet people who are into Nirvana, I kind of be like, ooh, maybe I shouldn't tell everybody I'm into Nirvana because, you know, it's kind of like it just kind of goes with the territory, you know. It's like,
I mean, good music's good music. I dude in Philly, I know he was clowning on Pink Floyd. I'm like, dude, Animals. I was like, Pink Floyd Animals album, it's fucking amazing. And he's like, yeah, you're right. Just because he's like, he knows all these underground fucking new wave bands. He's on his high horse, like looking down on Pink Floyd. I'm like, dude, just because Pink Floyd's like big and popular, you know, it's still great fucking music.
yeah, I think I listened to a lot of their music when I was young. It's just I didn't have a copy. They're one of the few bands I didn't have a CD of their music, so I think I listened to a bunch of it, but I didn't have a copy of it when I went out on my own, you know. So, but I used to listen to everything: The Doors, Big Time, all that stuff.
A lot of people are too cool for shit. Like, oh, I listen to fucking Depeche Mode, like The Doors. Yeah, right. Like Depeche Mode, man. I listen to the Gun Club.
Some new wave music was okay. Like I
hipster
heard
shit.
some like what's that one that did what's that song? Save a Prayer.
Oh, Duran Duran.
Yeah, they were a pretty good band actually.
Oh, they got
Not
great
everything
songs.
they
man.
did. Not everything they did, but some of their songs were pretty damn good, you know.
No, they got great music. Girls on Film, Save a Prayer. What else I got?
Hungry Like the Wolf. That was a big one for me. When I
Well,
was a
yeah,
kid.
I mean that's fucking, you know,
That's their famous
Breakfast
shit.
Club, Breakfast Club shit.
Yeah, I like those movies. Breakfast Club, 16 Candles. I hate to admit that, but those are good. Those are very well made movies, you know. Like I think they
Yeah, I actually I fuck with the movies too because of how they filmed them and the soundtracks and whatnot. But I mean, the Breakfast Club sucks, man. That movie's corny as
No, I
shit.
like 16 Candles. I like 16 Candles better. I think the way they filmed that movie was very interesting. I thought Molly Ringwald was very,
Yeah, she's a
I like.
knockout,
I
man.
guess, yeah, I think I like that kind of woman since I was a kid. Like that's
Oh
very
well, I mean,
interesting.
her face, her eyes, man. Like she just
Captivating. Yeah,
captivating. Yeah, easy on the eyes.
very much so. And I think that's why poop. I think that's what I thought about poop. Cause, not exactly the
Oh
same.
yeah, yeah. Poop on the eyes. Oh man.
Yeah, poop is easy on the eyes.
I'm sorry, Poop. I'm sorry. She's contemplating suicide now. Oh shit.
Here we go. Bad
Harsh
Brains.
world, man.
I never
thick
listened to Bad
skin.
Brains, so this is new to me.
Yeah, my buddy Mark put me onto these guys. Now my buddy Mark's full-blown schizophrenic. Sad.
What do you think triggered us?
Bad environment. Mixed with drugs.
It's like Megadeth punk right there.
Yeah, this is skater music right here. I see tons of people with Bad Brains shirts, go to a skate park. Bad Brains, Bad Brains.
Really reminds me of Megadeth. I like Megadeth too. Megadeth has some fucking amazing albums, in my opinion. Better than I never listened to Metallica, but Megadeth.
Yeah, this is like transition skater music. Backside, tailslide on the half pipe, bro. Suck my dreads, bro. You like about it,
I like how they do palm mutes. Not many punk bands do palm mutes. I like that. Yeah, TSOL is kind of like that band a little bit. Like the guitar sound is a little bit like that band. If you never listened to it, you probably like it. Agent Orange is another great band like that. Does like surf rock, punk rock, very hard album. Their first album is a very hard album. Like very
Agent Orange. They're skaters, man.
Yeah, that was a great band too.
That's skate rock.
And yeah, very good. Very
I don't know
very
why,
good
but
album.
this video, I hope I don't get struck for this video, but this video always impressed the shit out of me because it uses those like Schoolhouse Rock videos on like the Mission of Burma. Like have you guys ever heard the band Mission of Burma?
Nah, it doesn't ring a bell.
No, this is such a fucking crazy song. It's Academy Fight Song. It's called Academy Fight Song. I don't know if you guys ever just want to play this shit.
You ever get into suicidal, Jack?
Suicidal Tendencies? No, I only heard a couple songs.
Yeah, suicidal tendencies is a shit. I just want to say that real quick, and also cockatoo twins, man. Cockatoo twins is is one of the heaviest shits of all
I
time.
love Limp Bizkit. and
Damn,
I
you
know
know
Limp
about them. That's what's up.
Yeah, they're that's a fantastic band right there. Yeah, that's one of the
I'll listen to them next time. And I just want to say about Suicidal Tendencies, I know they inspired Limp Bizkit, and Limp Bizkit was one of my favorite bands. So
Yeah,
shout out to
suicidal
them.
tendencies is the shit. You know what I mean? If you
Hey,
guys don't
Limp
know
Bizkit.
about suicidal tendencies,
Limp
that's
Bizkit's pretty good too. Okay,
fucking
Don't hate on it.
institutionalized, motherfucker, dude. That is such a great
Yeah.
song. I'm not crazy, you institution. You're the one that's crazy, you institution. Oh my god, that's such a classic song, man.
What about Limp
Yeah.
Bizkit, man? Come on now, man.
Limp Bizkit. Limp Bizkit.
Their first album, though, man. No,
There
I
was
actually
so
do
many,
like Limp Bizkit.
man, those white girls in that video, in that one video, man, those are some hot girls, man. Those girls
No,
stand out.
so I'll tell you one embarrassing thing. I love Limp Bizkit so much as a kid, but my mom also loved Limp Bizkit more than I did. And so I used
Nice.
to drive around everywhere with my mom just break, like the break, like break shit and stuff like that. And like my mom was like,
Pepsi.
Limp Bizkit family. That's what's up.
yeah. My mom used to go and buy me like corn, Limp Bizkit, all that shit. I was like, Rob Zombie. I was like, damn, my mom turned me on to some good shit, man.
Yeah,
Damn,
Rob
Korn was
Zombie
shit,
so
man.
good.
Freak on a Leash, that music video. Like when you see that as a kid, you're watching that, you're like, yo, this is fucking crazy.
That is the greatest shit of all time.
No,
Yeah, that's
that
one of
album
the
is
greatest
one of my
videos. Yeah.
Yeah, that album is one of my favorite albums. I still think that album holds up very well. If you listen to that full album, not a bad song on the whole album.
Yeah, that video
Adidas.
was insane. Insane. Freak on a Leash.
Anna Faye, Adidas. She's like, what? What was that? Anna's a dude. Turns out Anna's a dude trolling him. Welcome to the Machine Lies. My name is Noro Jack.
Walk into my room, ask me jerky questions. Don't mean what you say. Immaculate protection.
What year is this?
All the rules. So close to the best.
This shit is old.
Hope that all's not lost. And this is not a waste. Stay just as far from me as me from you. Make sure that you are sure of everything I do. Cause I'm not. Your academy. Your academy. The halls smell like piss. The rooms are underlit. Still, it must be nice. You're such a perfect fit. What sound I hear? The sound of marching feet. It has a strange allure. It has a strange allure. Stay just as far from me as me from you. Make sure that you are sure of everything I do. Cause I'm not. Your academy. Your academy. Maybe you're right. I shouldn't judge. What's wrong or right? This is too much. I'm not judging you, I'm judging me. My academy. Your academy.
So far, no pop. You didn't get pop for that, right?
I don't think so. Yeah, I don't think so.
I fuck
It's
with
probably
it.
like,
It's a cool
yeah,
song.
I
yeah, it's
want to
probably
do the
good.
book. I want to do the book recommendation section for the show. First, I want to recommend this book. This is a book by William Gibson. It is called Agency. I'm only a few pages into it, honestly, but very good book. And my second recommendation is this one. It's by a feller who yeah, something like that. Hopefully we can read that. There you go.
Can't see it. All right. Logos.
It's by this dude. Very good book. Offend all your friends, Christian, Muslim, atheist, everyone alike.
Yeah, the Om and Holy Grails. You guys ever hear those bands?
The only Holy Grail I know is Monty Python.
Yeah,
Allman Brothers? No, I'm joking. Lord, I was born a rambling man.
Yeah, he made these bands, Holy Sons, Om, and Holy Grail. Holy Sons as well. This shit is fucking. This is some of the greatest bands, man.
Yeah, we need to make a list because a lot of these people I never heard of before. You guys ever heard of Days of the New?
Heard of them.
Man, you guys gotta listen to the first Days of the New album. Very good book, very good song, very good album.
Back to Marco. You know about him, Jack? You've heard of him, right? Good music.
What's up, Cecil? What do you listen to?
Smash Mouth.
Fuck no. Mostly German music.
No.
Rammstein.
Hey, they're a good band.
Yo, you ever see How High? You ever see How High when Method Man wakes up Redman with the blunt and they're playing that song? It's fucking amazing.
No, bro, I don't watch that shit. But I don't. Rammstein is like mainstream. Like they're like European Metallica and shit. Metallica was good.
I'm trying to look up this Under
Enter the
Apollyon.
Sandman.
Under Apollyon Sun by Celtic Frost. You guys ever hear that? Shit.
Metallica, bro. Judas Priest, bro.
Yeah, that
Went
shit
to
is
that concert.
way deeper than the Metallica shit. Like I'm telling you guys, like Celtic Frost, that's the Nordic shit. I mean,
Yeah, you know, Nirvana's big influence was Celtic Frost. People don't know that. That's why their first album is like very fucking very heavy album.
That's very essential music. You know, this
I
fucking
listen to Mr. Bond. You guys ever heard of Mr. Bond before?
Oh, I'll check it out. Probably sucks.
Mr. Bond.
Mr. Bond, yeah.
I don't know if you can get away with playing it, but if you could, that'd be hilarious.
Yeah, no, you can't play that shit over here.
They took it off of YouTube.
I think Square Peg is a girl. You know, but yeah, that's forgivable. You know?
Hey, Smash Mouth isn't that bad.
The old soundtracks on James Bond movies, fire, man. Octopussy, fire.
Yeah, hell yeah, yeah. I know what you're talking about. Yeah,
Yeah, I like that kind of music too.
yeah, she's great. Shirley Bassey. You know, I like her voice, like her crazy, like maniacal, like voice, or she's like Goldfinger. And I'm like,
Yeah.
so fucking terrifying shit.
No, but that's when like the whole sexiness thing of like between men and women. That's when there was like real like sexual tension. You know, like
Yeah, James Bond never got married.
Bitches ain't shit. That's what
It was
Dr.
just
Dre said.
running and thumping.
Yo, this is one of the crazy. Like this is like you could tell. Like you could tell by hearing this. This is a classic guitar riff. Like you could tell this was stolen the shit out of. You know what I mean? Like you could tell.
Nirvana probably ripped it off.
Yeah, most likely. Yeah.
Off to Neverland. Enter the Sandman vibes.
You should play some stupid songs.
We're in the forest with masks.
Their face that never ceases. Pandemonium tears.
That went to the beat.
I can't even feel emotion.
This world of disease.
Yeah.
To lie, to cry, to die. To drown in the weather side.
Yeah.
All their fears.
Rah.
Fears stick nails. Ignorance dies. But yes, all lies.
We're just homeless guys with masks.
Crying on the boy's son.
Slow State kicked me out because I was going to sleep and I started talking about immigration, so I just called him an
Shut up,
N-word and he
Cecil.
fucking left.
Shut up. Yeah. Oh,
To drown in the weather side.
the machine dies. Ah.
Slow State, you're an N-word.
The
Yeah,
machine
don't let me
lies. Oh.
Yeah.
Nah, this is dope. We wear makeup. Right.
My tears. The last year. Spring. They raise your face. To lose. Like all clears. To lie. To cry. To die. To drown. Your will I to lie, to cry.
Hawaii, baby, Hawaii. Leather wristbands.
He's got bullets for a belt too. It's pretty cool.
He's a cowboy. High plains drifter.
Try the song. Try the song in the back if you don't mind.
Beyond classic. Right? That's Celtic Frost.
Just see if you can hear the influence between the two.
To lie, to cry, to die.
Yeah, I was sick.
Oh shit.
Yeah, that's nice. Soundtrack for
That-
Nintendo 64 file game was dope. All right.
If you ever find a woman who likes this kind of music, run.
Oh
What
yeah.
you got?
Well, I mean, just metal and stuff.
Yeah, that Nirvana. Yeah, they may have stole some of that shit. Right? That does sound very similar. Scoff by
Did have it.
Nirvana.
Enter the Sandman vibe on that the beginning of that song.
Yeah, it's got a lot going on. Like some of those riffs were stolen. I don't know. I've heard them in other places. You know what I'm saying? For sure.
Yeah. Who's blading who?
Yeah. Some weird going on.
Guys ever hear of Biggie Smalls? Oh,
Yep. That's one of the greatest. Ready to Die.
I like Biggie's freestyles, man.
Yeah, I like his freestyle on Funkmaster Flex 4. That's a good one.
Oh, that's your that's Jack's album right there.
Hell yeah, that was a great album.
Kick
Funkmaster
in the
Flex
door.
Wave in the
DMX
fool.
on there. Shit.
There's a
Bust
video
around.
There's a video of DMX just walking through the hood, like different hoods on YouTube. It's amazing. Everybody's just like, "Yo, what up, X?" He's just like, "What's up? Huh? What's going on? People can't do this. You can't walk the streets like me." Just walking around all fucking hyped up. Just
He probably barked at people. Yeah, exactly.
Fucking.
That's the best, dude. When you're actually walking through the hood and you come across people like that, like, "Oh, what up, skater? What up, man?" It's like, "What's going on, man?" "Oh yeah, blah blah blah." Dudes are all hyped. See him the next day beating his wife.
Get in that ass quick,
Good
fast,
times.
like Ramadan, a rap phenomenon.
Yeah, him and Method Man.
Method Man was sick.
Everybody's acting like it's a commercial, acting like life is a big commercial. Well, this is what I got to say to you all. Be true to yourself and you will never fall.
It's a good one.
Remember that from Beastie Boys?
Yeah,
Pass the mic.
pass the mic.
Pass the mic.
Oh, you guys got to check out All the Streets Are Silent. The Streets Are Silent, that documentary. I think I was telling you before, but it talks about rap and like the street culture and skateboarding and how it all mixed together. How skaters were helping out rap artists and vice versa. And like the clubs back in New York.
How about that Lupe Fiasco? Kick, push, kick, push.
Yeah, I remember I remember whenever I talked to the skater kids, they always had the best music. They would listen to like Jedi Mind Tricks. They listen to all types of shit, right? Dell
the
the
skate
Funky
videos
Homo
you
sapien.
yeah, fucking Dell, man, that dude.
You ever try to skate without rhythm? Bad idea.
All the skate videos you watch growing up, Muhammad, I mean, they got fucking everything's in there, man. All types of genres of music, everything's in there. You'll hear Bad Brains, next song you'll hear fucking KRS-One, like
Deltron 3030.
Deltron 3030. We played that before. We played Virus before on here. You know.
yeah, I think it was a douche when I met him, but whatever.
I just remember everybody like I only know that one song. That's the only one I know. But I don't know enough underground stuff except for ICP. That's the only thing I know underground.
He had this one song on the hieroglyphics called No Nuts. I've ever hear that? No Nuts. I thought his rhymes on that, because that was a very early song, and man, his wordplay on that one song was crazy, man. Like, you know, he really brought the flames, you know. He said, and I don't really think he gave many performances like that ever again. You know, that is one of his remarkable performances. No Nuts.
I got one for you. De La Soul, Muhammad.
Oh yeah, De La Soul.
Yeah,
obviously
good shit.
excellent. Yeah. Excellent.
Exquisite
Music. Yeah, exquisite. Prince Paul. You know, also produced. Yeah, he produced two of my favorite bands. You know, with the Gravediggers' first album too. You know?
He's from Houston, right?
I have no idea where Prince Paul's from. Houston.
who's-
That'd be surprising.
Who's the guy that was a part of the Ghetto Boys? He produced their music. He's a big time. He's a gangster. He's from Houston, but I actually skated with when I lived in Houston. I met some skater, and he was like, "Yeah, this dude's my my uncle. Forget his name." Prince Paul. I forget, man. I think his first name was Paul. Damn, dude. Helicopters. They're coming.
Yeah, I heard them black helicopters about to land on your ass. Where you at? You out in Big Sky, Montana, or something?
Nah, it's too cold up there, man.
Yeah, Disturbed. Disturbed was a great band as well. You know, Disturbed. You know.
That's
House of
that guy's Jewish.
Really?
I think so. Pretty sure.
Disturbed and Slipknot. You know, they're just good. You know, Slipknot was
Slipknot.
good.
Slipknot's first three albums, masterpiece albums, in my opinion.
Yeah,
that Iowa album is one of the best albums ever. In my
I don't know.
opinion.
I don't know what that. I don't know what the helicopter with the corn signifies. I think the helicopter's bringing the corn. Like, yeah.
I'll pull the comment up.
Pull that shit up.
Who wrote it?
It's from Destroyers. It's a helicopter.
Yeah.
It's bringing the corn straight to you. That's funny. Yo, what are you talking about, Ray? Passed out in front. Who's he?
Yeah, Cecil does weird shit, and he's only getting weird. It's
you're
only
talking
getting
about this
weirder.
You're
Yeah.
talking about this guy. Oh shit. What do you mean it's getting weirder? It's the same shit every time.
No, he puts a camera above him, and he's like looking up at the camera. It's like, what are you doing, bro? Like, the sleep
doing
thing's
a-
funny, but when you're looking up at the camera, it's like, it's like, come
I think
on,
he was
man,
doing
you're getting too weird.
I think he was doing a Gen X Jeff impression.
Oh yeah, he was
Uh-huh.
swinging back and forth at that point. Yeah.
Overkill.
Shit, his phone's still going off. He's still getting messages. Yo.
Yeah.
Cecil's
What
still
song is
getting
this?
messages.
Oh no, it's
This
this guy's like 3 foot tall, man. You see Dell in person, he's like 4 foot fucking 6, man. Small.
Oh
shit.
yeah.
Who?
This is such a killer line though. Like these lines are killer.
Dell.
Like, where it's like he's like, and this was early too. Like, this isn't him now, you know. This is like way early on, you know. This is some shit, you know. Just his like rhymes here are very definitive, you know.
Del Meister, about to hijack you. Coming back, listen to this, baby. The transfixer reprimands your bland fixtures, replenishing with my menacing sentencing. Up inside this, obliged with guidance from the.
Like, that's just crazy. The transfixture reprimands your bland fixtures, replenishing with my menacing sentencing. Up inside this, obliged with guidance. Man, this shit is crazy. Like, holy shit. Like, what a opener. You know what I mean? Like, that is sick, crazy opener. Like, whoa. Like, that's crazy wordplay. Like, holy shit.
The funk expanding verb tried inside glance upon the multitudes of we can see to organize concentration camps so they can get lobotomized. Fuck so bad you feel sodomized. Time for words to be colonized. To keep regards tall in size. Erecting the best things in life with flows composed to my enemies cheese in my face and embrace my palm. I'm hella stern but my face is calm. Keeping the hip hop scene vibrant. I come alive a good time is fine and MC silent. Milestones in high road history leave you wishing we was never released, at least. Even if our demo tapes add to the myth of high road gifts. Those that don't agree is just pleading the fifth. Proceeding to inscript the codes that makes your brain overload and implode. Too much imagination got your face in defeat. Quit rhyming cause you wasting the beat. It's dealt with my diabolical follow-up to log the augmented tales to keep your mind tinted with interest. And that was just the entrance. Save it. Put it in your pocket for later. It's all greater. I'ma do you a small favor. Deliver what we call beta for y'all and your neighbors. With Dell on the mic and Rob on the fader. Wait up, hold up. Hyrule got it sold up. You know what? Dell is coming through with the cold cut.
That's his whole verse. But I just think that is such a crazy verse. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
Like,
that was dope.
yeah. He's got some dope lines.
You should check out that one I put in the back for you. You might like that one. It's about my favorite kind of lady.
Oh, shit.
Now JG will have to show respect to the greatest of all time.
The biscuit.
Close.
Is this ICP?
Them goddamn city folks coming around these here hills looking for a piece of that tender young ass. Well, let me tell you, my Thelma Lou knows better than to give her pudding to anybody else but Paul.
Rapping to this bitch with a redneck, that fucking redneck. Rapping to this bitch with a redneck. Finally J gon' step to that red ass neck. Bitch, you're a redneck.
My parents conceived me to this song.
And I know till now you've only fought your kinfolk. I can't believe that. Every time you smile, you look like Cactus Jack. Just cut the lights out, cause I still wanna bang that cutie biscuit out, bitch. I know you's a freak. Let me bitch slap that butt cheek and try to keep your toothless mouth shut. And don't say shit, you funky ass fat bitch. I don't square dance. I drink monkey blood, kick voodoo chants.
By the way, this is what's going on right now on this panel channel right now, you know, because we still got everybody live right now. So we got this mofo right here, man. I can't believe he's not. This is why he's not here right now.
But it's also easy to discern.
Wow.
More of like
Still been going.
all those people.
I'm glad he's not here right now.
He's going solo.
Location is right out the gate. It's pretty easy to just.
I can't believe this shit.
And
he's been going almost 2
the
hours
problems
straight.
Are the lower tier apps
What
where
the fuck?
they're willfully ignorant of it because it's getting them
Straight up.
numbers to try and
Jacking
get
my
into the
viewers.
bigger apps.
This
So
fucking
it's
guy,
like,
man.
They'll take that.
The fucking nerve of this fucking guy, Tommy, man. He's probably talking shit about me too, man. No,
I'm actually
man.
psyched I can talk to you guys. Like just being able to conversate with you guys.
No,
without Tommy.
JG, you're
Yeah,
not gonna talk whatever you want.
yeah. There you go.
No, Tommy's cool, man. But yeah, I don't know why Tommy's going solo. I don't know why he feels the need.
He has the need for speed.
I've offered him sidekick.
Or they just see it happening,
him up in
like
the chat, hit him
not
up in the
reporting
chat.
it, see it happening,
Let's
like
stream tonight.
not reporting it while it's giving us the views. It could be either, and maybe even stuff that I don't know as a not Silicon Valley. But yeah, you can see plain as day if any of you use any of those or have recently. The bots and scams are almost all there is. It's harder to find people if it's heavily populated, but little of it is relevant, like how humans are. That there's some level.
He doesn't have a
we're
link out
starting
there.
to be oblivious to. Like I'm quite sure there's a level of botnet.
There's simply no link.
Tom's a thinker. He's a bigger talker.
But that's crazy. He's been going for 2 hours with no link. But yeah, that's wild, man. You know, that takes skills for real. But yeah.
I'd rather listen to Hitchens.
Yeah, Hitchens is pretty crazy, you know.
I've been watching his debates, man. The dude was fucking sharp as a tack, man.
Man, you ever seen his debate against Dembski?
Nah, I gotta check that out. I watched his debate recently with what's his name, Al Sharpton. It was an embarrassment on Al Sharpton's part.
Al Sharpton, yeah.
Yeah.
See, he needs better debate partners than Al Sharpton. Yeah, for real.
No, I just thought it was funny.
Yeah, that guy's phony baloney.
Yeah, he's a fucker.
Yeah, he's fucking race baiter.
So Demi, you said Demi. What's the guy's name? Hitchens debating who?
Dembski. Yeah, let me see.
Dembski.
Yeah, let me see if I can find this. Dembski. Yeah, William Dembski. Hitchens. Dembski. Yeah, because I seen all the Hitchens debates, you know, and I know the kind of the 2 or 3 people that actually gave him a run for his money, you know what I mean? And this dude Dembski does some shit, man. You know what I mean?
Good shit.
In my opinion.
What time it is? Where you guys at? What time it is?
It's 3:25.
Damn.
A.M. Yeah.
All right.
Yeah.
Whale
Great.
25.
12:25. I keep bouncing from 12:25 to 1:25.
God did not send his son into the world to be its judge, but to be its savior. Whoever believes in the Son is not judged, but whoever does not believe has already been judged, because he has not believed in God's only Son. This is how the judgment works. The light has come into the darkness. Society is away. Anyone who does evil is not. The same will not come to the light.
It's such a stupid punishment in my opinion.
Persons who make up a nation today, next year die. In their experience,
You are only said one would hardly suppose that your eyes.
Thanks, Mom.
You balance and
Among them were many of the founders of our great republic,
with cancer.
In particular, Mr. Thomas Jefferson, who were not Christians, but who were deists. They believed that the evidence of the universe and of nature showed a designer, seemed to imply it by its patterns and repetitions. A very, very common usage in those days was that of the watch, which later turns up in Mr. Paley's Natural Theology, which for many, many years was the central Christian text in the argument for design. He says very simply, if you're an Aborigine and you're walking along the beach and you find a pocket watch ticking away, you don't know what it's for. You have no education that would enable you to judge its purpose, but you can tell it's not a rock, and you can tell it's not a vegetable, and you can tell it's been made by someone for some purpose. That much you must know, even if you know nothing else. The metaphor of the watch was very much used by the deists. And of course, watches run down and break down. And it was believed by many of them that if an intelligence had begun the universe, begun the process, he took no further interest in it, didn't intervene.
Yeah, and it's not really a coincidence that the deists came to the opinion or the conclusion that the world is just mechanism, because in their opinion, God has to operate from pure necessity. You know, many of the deists believe that the world was eternal, so God simply molded the world into what it is. You know, he didn't actually create the world. You know, the world existed since before time, you know. So yeah, they actually believe that the world was eternal, you know, and that God just molded the world, you know, and that God molded the world through the immaterial realm, you know, by imposing order onto a pre-existing chaotic soup. You know what I mean? So really, what it is you know, they had to believe that the world was just pure mechanism, because it's like God, they believe God was an architect, you know, that he made, he crafted the world through, you know, shit that was already there. Just like a craftsman builds houses out of, like, you know, resources and shit, like wood and shit, you know, whatever you want to build, wood and bricks or whatever the fuck you want to build with, you know. But yeah, but the shit's already there, right, that you begin to build with, you know.
Been in human affairs, didn't mind who won the war, didn't mind which country was the leading one, watched with relative, well, or didn't watch with indifference, plague, famine, war, and so forth. That's a very hard position to oppose, by the way. It's very difficult, it's impossible actually to disprove. One can only say the evidence for it isn't quite strong enough to be persuasive. To be a theist, in other words, to occupy the position that many people here currently do, and my opponent does, to be a member of a monotheistic religion that believes that truth has been revealed, that God has intervened in human affairs, that he has a plan for us, each of us individually as well as a species, and that it shows, is a very, very much more difficult undertaking. I'm going to show why I think it's more or less impossible. There are usually three ways in which people try and demonstrate it. One is looking at the cosmos, the vault of heaven, the world beyond what we can quite see or apprehend. The second is human history and its development, and the third is ourselves, our own bodies, our makeup. Again, I'll have to condense. I hope you'll forgive me, but I'll sketch in what I think the objections are. Unless you don't believe, I don't know what they've been teaching you, unless you do not believe in the theory of what is conventionally called now the Big Bang, that our universe is billions of years old and began with a gigantic explosion, which is still going on, you are forced to be very, very, very modest about what it is you can know about anything. What preoccupies most scientists now is not how much they know compared to 50 years ago, though that is enormous as a difference, but how little they know compared to what they're finding out. All these conclusions are very tentative, but minimally they must involve this. For a few milliseconds, really, of cosmic time, our species has lived on one very, very small rock in a very small solar system that's a part of a fantastically unimportant suburb in one of an uncountable number of galaxies. And that every second since the Big Bang, every single second, a star the size of our sun has blown up, gone to nothing, swelled up, shrunk into what's called a dwarf and disappeared. And that the matter of which we are made, cheer up, by the way, you are all made of stardust, which is a a good way of thinking about yourself. But that's the price of that stardust. And every second I've been speaking, another of those suns has gone out. And indeed, physicists now exist who can tell you the date, more or less the exact one, on which.
But see, right there, it seemed like he's discounting like the process of discovery, because he just said we're finding out now more than we ever have before. So what's to say that the next big, truth you find about the universe isn't going to disprove everything that you've learned before? See, that's the thing, is that, the work he's admitting is incomplete in finding out how the universe works, and then on top of that, there's this issue he's pointing out, that it's a rather a random or not a very important occurrence that we live on a planet that's orbiting a star, and that these stars just explode, and that these like people are gone. But like, what people? As far as we know, we're the only people who have ever evolved this far, to like figure out that we're on a fucking thing that's orbiting a star that came from something called the Big Bang, that he just laid out, that unless you don't take all of that for granted and just accept that, the Big Bang happened, even though it seems ludicrous that something could just pop up from nothing and then just go on expanding from there, But yeah, I mean, it's just interesting, but yeah.
Our sun will follow suit. So the old Christian revivalists who used to stand on the street corner with signs saying, "Repent, the end of the world is at hand," were in their way right. We know when it's coming to an end, and we know how it will be. But and we know something even more extraordinary, which is that the rate of expansion of this explosion we're living through is actually speeding up. Our universe is flying apart further and faster than we thought it was. Now, I don't know about you, but I find it, and everyone who studies it professionally finds it impossible to reconcile this extraordinarily destructive, chaotic, self-destructive process, to find in it the finger of God, to find in that the idea of a design. And that's not just because we know so little about it, it's because what we know about it that's essential doesn't seem as if.
Look at that shit. Shadow band. See that? See how that works? Damn.
Well, for some reason, when you're live, it doesn't show in the history. You have to go back and open up the full history or something like that.
That's true. Yeah, that's true. If you're on an old page, it won't show that it's like live. Yeah, it's some shit. Yeah.
I put together a couple videos if you want to go through them with me. If not, it's okay.
Oh yeah. We got a lot of time. Yeah. I got your back on that. For sure. But make sure you remind me in a minute here. But yeah, bless.
It's the intended result brought about by a divine, benign creator who loves every single one of us, living as we do on this tiny rock in this negligible suburb of the cosmos. So again, I good luck if you want to, but if you're looking for God in the first instance, those are the difficulties you'll have to begin to encounter. If you want to take human history as a vindication, again, I'd urge great caution on you. And I'll take a non-Christian example, if I may, though I think in all cases it's a big mistake to think that your own cause or your own country or your own side has God in its corner. For one thing, it commits the sin of pride, which I know you've been warned against, what the Greeks call hubris. It is probably better, as Abraham Lincoln said, at a time when two sets of Christians were fighting over whether slavery was Christian or not, to decide the future of this union. Abraham Lincoln, who was also likewise not a Christian but a deist, if he was anything, said it might be more useful to find out if we are on God's side than whether he's on ours. But the temptation to enlist the cause of a good God is very strong. Indeed, there are many people in the world today They're well known as jihadists, Muslim fundamentalists, people who want to kill, really do seriously want and intend to kill everyone in this room, who get the energy they've got and they're willing to give their lives.
Jihad unit. Yo, that's fucking foul, bro. He went straight to the jihadists. See how it works? It's crazy, man. Pigeonholed once again.
Because they are so sure that God is with them. And if you want to believe that God intervenes on one side or another and that God takes a hand in human history and human affairs, you have to grant it to them too. I don't know whether you're ready to do that. Or you'd have to say, no, it's only true when we say so, which I think would be, wouldn't it, a rather unsatisfying argument.
By the way, you know that Christopher Hitchens said that he's proud to be a Jew, and that he's like, and it was interesting because I was like, what do you mean? Like, I thought you were like an atheist. You know what I'm saying? And he's like, no, well, you know, Jews have been like revolutionary. And he's like, I get my revolutionary like roots of like rebelling against like culture and society from like being a Jew.
They love Spartacus.
I'm like, damn, that's fucking crazy. That's like,
No, I didn't know Jews see themselves as like Spartacus. They see themselves like perpetual revolutionaries.
It's just an interesting comment that he made, you know, about his mother's side, him being Jewish from his mother's side, you know. So yeah.
No, but that's literally the thing though. Like they see Spartacus as their like patron saint of their religion or some shit. They think he was the ultimate oppressed slave who got other slaves to rebel and shit like that.
Damn.
I'll take the case neither of the Christians nor the Jews, but the Muslims. Excuse me, neither the Christians nor the Muslims, but the Jews.
Oh, did you hear that? Right after I said that, did you see that? He said, I'll take the case of neither the Christians or the Muslims, but the Jews. Isn't that insane? He just said it right now. Wild stuff, guys. Wild stuff. Right after I just said he fucking basically says that type of shit, but yeah.
Who say they have a covenant with God, whose testament we Christians, we Western civilization, Christians include in the Holy Book.
See, now he's saying we Christians. Isn't that crazy? But he says in his book that he's like a Jew on his mother's side, and then he's an atheist. So how come he's saying now we Christians? Like, what you mean we Christians? We Western civilization. If Western civilization, I thought it evolved past like Christianity. I thought Christianity was a barbaric sect that almost brought down the European Enlightenment. You know, but now you're saying we Christians, in parentheses, Western. What? You know what I'm saying? You guys follow me there, or like what?
Yeah. So he's considering himself a Christian because of his family?
No, because of him being Western. But he's considering himself Jewish because of his family. He said that for real.
I got you.
You know, because he wrote it in his like autobiography or his memoirs. It's called like Hitch 22 or some shit. It's like his memoirs book. And yeah,
I see what he's doing. That chemo really fucked him up. That's a joke.
We got that Lex Luthor. You know what I mean? But yeah.
Those who claim to have met God, or whose leader met God face to face in the Sinai Peninsula, to have received the law, to have had a direct revelation of morality from him, to have a special covenant. Now, let me just say briefly what the problem with that has been for the Jewish religious leadership. About 10 years before I was born, about 50 to 60% of the Jewish people of Europe were put to death in disgusting ways by mass murder, gassing, immolation. In Christian Europe in the middle of the 20th century.
Oh no! See, it all comes back to that. See,
I think Mean Mr. Mustache should be like their like saint or something.
See,
It
he's
seems
gonna
like every
say, "Oh man, look at the Jews and their murderous book." And he's gonna say, "Oh, look at the poor Jews," like in the same damn sentence. It's crazy, man. It's wild. He just said it in the same sentence, guys. It's fucking fascinating.
But you see, the problem is Adam Green and you talking about the scam. Okay, that's the problem here. Okay.
Yeah, really. Yeah, really.
Yeah, he's bald.
Yeah,
And many people wondered how God could permit this to a people who he had made a special relationship with. And many people left the synagogue as a result. They stopped going. The Jewish people are in their majority now post-religious, secular, very largely for this reason. And some rabbis were bold enough to say, no, there is a reason for this. You fell away from God and you forgot Israel, you forgot Jerusalem. It's a punishment for exile. It's a punishment for inattention to the covenant. Many people who've seen their children burned alive said, "I'm not listening to this. I'm leaving the religion."
Oh, you got to see.
And many rabbis went quiet.
Yo, he went to the Saturn eating his own babies thing, man. This is crazy, man. But yeah, what are you gonna say, Neuro?
He's putting all the encoded language. You got to see my my new video I put now, because now you're gonna see why if people ever get the stuff that I'm putting into these videos, like what it actually means, they're gonna like literally burn me at the stake. I think I'm pretty sure. You know, not right now, but I'm just saying, like it just is so funny. Like all this shit that everybody says that's schizo shit. Then they watch this dude putting all the symbolism in his speech, dude. It's like this dude is telling you in code exactly what he's doing, and it's so funny because someone like you and me, we sit here and we can hear the code he's telling you people, right? But people just say, "Oh, he's a great speech writer," or he's a great thinker or something. But he's telling you in code what he's doing to you. He's like neuro-linguistically programming you.
Yeah, there's another one where he debates a different Jewish guy called Berlinski. You know, that one's interesting too. You know, he
Jack,
debates. Yeah.
what exactly is he doing? Damn, my fault, Mom.
He's using he's basically
Oh,
telling you, he's basically using occult symbolism to tell you that he's fucking tricking you into believing his bullshit, is what he's telling you. Is basically he's telling you in one sense, basically I'm a Jew, but actually what he's telling you is I believe in the I'm an atheist, but actually all this symbolism in my religion is actually telling you about how I'm better than you because I am a Jew and you should do everything I tell you to do because you're not a Jew. That's basically what he's saying.
Was he like this the whole time? Or over the decades?
I've never really heard this. I've never really heard this dude talk before. I know he's very popular, but the fact that he's using Saturn eating his kids and stuff like that, like he's basically talking about ancient myths that these people use as like their art, like their blueprint for how to tell stories. Like he's basically talking about how they tell story. They use stories to tell you a story that's not exactly what they believe, but their limited version of the story they tell you is to convince you to do what they want you to do. Basically, is what he's kind of like basically saying that in other words, essentially.
I got you.
You know, it's like when you watch Star Wars, that's not just a movie. That's like it's like a retelling of like their myths and shit. You know what I'm saying? Like in a way, like it's like a retelling of their myths and shit like that, and they're telling it in a way to like get you to see it as entertainment, but they're actually telling you a story to get you to buy into their worldview, kind of.
Hitchens is scheming.
Yeah, and the other dude. No, I was just gonna say the other dude. The dude Berlinski. He says his name. He's like, I'd like to say to Christopher Lantzman Hitchens, and he like says like shalom to him or whatever. But yeah, anyways, go ahead, guys.
I got you. Yeah, I got to do some research now to see if like Hitchens was scheming the whole time. It was just one big machination the whole time.
Well, I'll tell you basically what I mean is like it's. I hate to quote Owen Benjamin, but Owen Benjamin, I watched a clip of him a few days ago, and he broke it down very well. He said in the Talmud, so like the Muslims have like a law, and they don't really use philosophy. It's just like the law, and it's very simple and it's straightforward. And then the Jews and the Christians have like a personal development for their religion. And he said the Jews have the Talmud, and the Talmud is basically like whoever has the best argument wins what is true and what is not true. And that's basically what he's saying. He's basically saying, if I can convince you what I'm saying is true, therefore it is true. And if you can't, it's what we're talking about, like with debating too. It's like basically like draw you into a debate that you can't win because you're playing on different terms than what they're playing on. You get what I'm saying? It's like they trick you into, it's like a false debate where you're trying to debate one thing, but they already know that they already figured out like what language you can and cannot use in the debate. You know what I mean? It's like if you go into chess and you have a different set of rules than the other person, you never win because they're playing by a different set of rules than you are. You get what I mean?
Yep.
I just want to read some of this
advantage, disadvantage. They keep you disadvantaged.
Correct. Yes, that's basically in my opinion, that's what he's doing. And again, like he doesn't even need to be fully aware of it, but I think that this is kind of what a lot of these people are doing is like they're getting you drawn into a debate that you can't win, essentially.
Yeah, but check out this. Just as interesting. It says a non-Jewish Jew, Christopher Hitchens, a non-Jewish Jew.
Oh man.
Okay. And it says Hitchens welcomed finding he was Jewish, but not Zionism. And then it says, look, it says in 1987, when Christopher Hitchens discovered at the age of 38 that he was Jewish, he was, as he later wrote, pleased to find that I was pleased. This is a rabbi writing this. He said the discovery moved the atheist to contact the only rabbi he knew personally to explore what he might be missing. What the fuck? Why would an atheist contact a rabbi because he like finds out he's Jewish? You guys believe in any of this shit? And then he goes, his meeting with Rabbi Robert Goldberg didn't shake Hitchens from his unbelief. But as he wrote in his 1998 essay, it did prompt him to think that Judaism, he says, quote, might turn out to be the most ethically sophisticated tributary of humanism, unquote. What the fuck?
Yeah, so he starts. All right, I see what's going on.
The most like what? Like he says he
instantly switches up. Instantly switching up.
Instantly. Like it's like it's fucking. It's insane. I don't know what this guy's saying, but it's just weird. I don't.
Yeah, it might be dollar signs. He's saying, "Oh yeah, dollar signs. Here we go."
Well, it's funny when I love ethics because ethics is the one topic that nobody wants to touch, and as soon as you touch it, people start freaking the fuck out, dude. Like I hope you guys see that. Like I keep bringing up ethics because this is where people freak the fuck out, dude. When you try to ground ethics, you'll see how quickly people like play word tricks on you. They're like, let me back up. And what do you mean? Like, oh, you're a Nazi. Like that's like the first thing they'll say.
Thinking perhaps they shouldn't come up with any too instant explanation for such a fantastic human disaster and human crime. And they waited, and then the Israelis won a war in 1967, which got them back control of the holy places in Jerusalem. And then the rabbis blew the ram's horn again and said, no.
Isn't that quite a leap from the World War when they got like when this event happened in the 19 motherfucking like 30s and shit to 1960? Like, dude, you're missing like 30 years. Like, how's the war that happened in Israel part 2 of the calamity that happened to them in Germany? It's crazy. He just makes that jump. It's crazy.
Or how about 10 years before the war, the Mean Mr. Mustache people were moving those people in there with the agreement that they made, and 100 years before that was a bunch of Christian German guys laying the groundwork for the Jews to come in 100 years later. So it's like it's kind of funny how like people want to forget. Like if you really look at the history, it's like there was a lot of backroom deals going on way before Mean Mr. Mustache. I mean, it's totally ridiculous when you really look at it. It's like who's really, like it's really hard to tell who's telling the truth. It's very strange, very very strange.
Shit is crazy.
No, we should have waited. Now we see the finger of God. It was all to drive us back to Palestine, where we should always have been, and to make us the owners of Jerusalem. Now we see what the design was. Well, I dare say you read the papers and watch the news. There isn't a single Israeli now who isn't wondering whether the victory in that war and the conquest of those holy places wasn't a disaster, hasn't led them in.
Right. Read the papers and watch the news. I'm sure they'll tell you the truth. What fucking
I caught Gen X Jeff really hard up on this question because I started bringing it up. I was like, so wait a second, are you telling me that the state of Israel is not a religious state? Like, do they have any justification other than religion to be there? And he said, oh, of course they do. And then I said, okay, so are you telling me it's because of their blood? Their blood draws them there? And then he got really upset because it's one or the other. It can't be both.
Is he Jewish?
Yeah, it's weird. I don't know. I'm getting like Gen X Jeff goes hard for the Jays. I don't know what's going on with that, but yeah.
Supposedly he's
Gotcha.
not Jay.
I think he conflates them with like Western civilization somehow. I don't know. Some crazy shit. I don't know. Similar to what Hitchens is doing, by the way. But yeah, it's not a surprise to see where that type of thinking comes from. Yeah.
Yeah, I fuck with younger Hitchens. I don't like this Hitchens here. He's just playing the shit out of himself.
Yeah, there could also be some shit, some truth to that,
Like he's switching up as he's dying, and yeah, he's all over the place, man.
Have you ever
It's
seen
like,
Hitchens?
whoa, what happened? What happened to you, Hitchens? Like,
Blinded by the light.
he's bald.
Yeah, but you ever seen Hitchens versus Hitchens, guys?
No,
Nah, I don't think so.
Yeah, he debated.
I'll check this out. I'll check this out. This is Deminsky. Yeah, I'll check it out.
Yeah, he debated his brother in a political debate. That's a good one. That's a younger one of him.
This Lanza guy in the chat. Is this the Lanza or the Lanza?
Yo, so Gen X Jeff, he got offended, right, Jack? But
yeah, I mean, I like Gen X Jeff because like he's one of the best people to argue with, in my opinion. Like, because he actually is very consistent for whatever his beliefs are. I mean, because like I don't think he realizes how much he gives away of his positions, which is great for me because it really illustrates that this is where most people are. And like, I'm not even making fun of him. I'm just saying, like, I like arguing with him because he doesn't want to admit that his ethics are not very well grounded, because the truth is most people's ethics aren't really well grounded. And I think that it's funny because like as soon as you start like pulling apart the ethics, because when you boil ethics down to legal stuff, then that's when it's like, okay, so let's talk about the legal system. And then people, I don't know what that means. I can't read code.
Gotcha.
This guy is sounding like that Adam Lanza guy for real. Yo, if this is Adam Lanza, man, come through, man. It's been a minute.
Do you mind reviewing one of my videos with me, or
I think that's Brown's boy.
I think you'll like some of it.
Yeah, I know about Ryan Dawson. Guy who lives in Japan. Yep. He debated Adam Green too several times. Yeah.
I only know Dawson's Creek is the only thing I know.
I don't want to wait.
No, that's the guy who came up with the 5 dancing Israelis thing. Yeah.
Tonight on Dawson's Creek, WB17.
Yee, Gary Baxter, wise man.
Fucking Cecil wears the same white T-shirt.
I think
from
this
fucking
fur is
Monster.
laughing at me because I just said that out loud. But yeah, I don't know why she's laughing at me. But yeah.
Yee.
Into a terrible trap of endless war and confrontation in the Middle East, where their own hubris, their own occupation of other people's territory and holy places has led to a terrible impasse. There. Food, I hope, at any rate for thought. Probably the most I can do today is sow a little doubt and suggest a bit of reading. Then, our bodies. Well, again, I don't know what they've been telling you about Mr. Darwin and about where we come from and our kinship with other animal species, but I consider it a fairly settled question that our resemblance to other primates isn't exactly accidental. It's now possible to measure, in fact, in chromosomes. We are perhaps half a chromosome away from the chimpanzee, our nearest relative. All of you, when you were being born, when you were within your mother's womb, grew a coat of hair about 4 months in, and then shed it again. You don't need it anymore. All of you have an appendix that isn't needed any longer for the kind of digestion that you do. All of you have the same teeth. That's why you have to work on your wisdom teeth so much, and other things for the kind of diet other primates used to have to live on. All of you bear what Charles Darwin himself at the end of Origin of Species calls the unmistakable stamp of our lowly origin. You're a mammal, a primate. Take heart, primates can do, capable of very great things, but we are adapted to an environment, the African savanna, which we abandoned. Why did we abandon it? Because if we didn't abandon it, we were going to go extinct. There was such a climate crisis in Africa all those thousands of years ago that the tiny tribe that was then us made the very smart decision to move north and out and away. It's reckoned by the National Geographic, I recommend you look this up, that the human species was down to less than 2,000 or 3,000 people at that point.
Yeah, but how could you put yourself in a class called mammals and then say that, you know, you're pretty good among like life species? Like, how would you be able to make the estimation when you put yourself in the group mammals? I mean, like from the vantage point of being a mammal, you could never decide how great you are in comparison to other forms of life. You know, I mean, you simply just, I mean, let alone tell what a mammal is, you know. But he's like, he's got mammals all figured out, you know, and he knows what he is in comparison to other forms of life, you know. So, you know, he's got them all figured out, but you know, we don't know shit about life.
Yeah, now he's going by man's words on the past with that. Yeah, it's just getting weird here.
You know.
And if it had not made this move, would have gone the way of, mark this figure, would have gone the way of 99.8%. 99.8% of all other species that have ever existed on this planet and gone extinct. Now, I just rubbed that in once more. 99.8% of all the forms of life ever to appear on this terrestrial globe are gone, wiped out. And it was nearly us. And this doesn't, to me, give the evidence of a design, of the finger of a god of any kind, let alone one who wishes us well. It rather suggests to me that nature and the world and human life are a struggle. You'll tell me when I've got, won't you, sir? A minute or two. Give me a wave. Thank you. I felt I was getting close to trespassing on Dr. Dembski's time. Now, incidentally, it's really worth your time to write off to the National Geographic. They'll send you back a kit. You scrub the inside of your cheeks, put it in a solution, send it back. They will show you a map of where your ancestors came from in Africa and at what time and what route they took to get.
They'll also store your genetic information.
Bullshit.
Away. They'll also store your genetic information away and sell it to the police and sell it to corporations and sell it to whoever to people who do research in pharmacogenomics. You know, so maybe you'll end up being a pill someday that somebody will swallow, right? Made of your fucking genetic material. Right? It's crazy shit.
Get to where you are now. It will be very eye-opening. I strongly suggest you do it. While I have your attention, I also suggest on the matter of evolution that you read a book by Dr. Francis Collins called The Language of God. Dr. Collins, as you may know,
All
ran
the
the
lack
Human
of belief
Genome
he
Project,
has, and he believes in that. You know
which
what I'm saying?
analyzed our kinship with other animals and
Yeah, that's some crazy. Yeah, isn't that wild? It's like, damn. It's like you literally think they figured out, like, you just swab the inside of your cheek and they tell you where you're, you know,
Yeah, and you trust that.
Yeah.
Yeah, they're cutting him a check. National Geographic's cutting him a check.
Because think about it. Think about what they did. They did the same shit. Like, they just looked at, like, you know, like they went over here to like this fucking jungle, like took samples, like they found like some pieces of pottery and shit. And they're like, oh yeah, we know everything about this culture and their history and what war they got into with their neighboring tribes and all that stuff. It's like, yeah, you probably know like not very much about it, you know, by finding a bunch of fucking pottery and a bunch of bracelets and shit, you know, and like 2 or 3 of their fucking writings. You know, you look at how much they have on these people, you know, they don't even know what the fuck they what the fuck these people were doing. You know, so I mean, I mean, to sit here and be like, you know, shit, you know, you know what I mean? I mean, you know, shit, they didn't know what the fuck was going on, you know, period. You know, to think that we came up with the best way to do things now, you know, figure out who we were back then. It's like, how? You know, all you have is a bunch of stories, right?
Yeah, it's getting like Miss Cleo like right here.
we now know the whole extent of our genetic code and ID, including.
See, look, we now know the whole extent of our whole genetic code and ID. Well, by finding a bunch of like fucking cracked fucking pottery and shit. Like, come on, dude. Like, this is crazy, right? Like, look at the history they have of these peoples that lived in these lands. I mean, they barely have a fucking history of these people. You know, there's tribes in the jungle hidden in the forest that are fucking undiscovered because, like, if you go there, they'll fucking eat you. You know what I mean? So, like, motherfuckers ain't going there anytime soon, right? Because they don't want to be like fucking chicken dinner, right? So, some guy munching on their fucking thigh bone at night, right?
The messy gaps in it that are Dr. Dembski's speciality, and brought this in ahead of time and under budget, and is the greatest student of DNA and stem cells and all that go with it who we have amongst us. I would say the greatest American living physician. I am prejudiced. He's a great friend of mine. He's also been a great help to me in my current illness. He's a great American. He's also a great Christian. That's why I recommend him to you. A very strong and believing Christian. And the chapters in his book, The Language of God, that tell you, don't waste your time not believing in evolution. Don't let anyone tell you it didn't take place. Nice, simple, clear, brilliant chapter. Is a chapter you are not educated if you have not read. I'll close and say, because I've got only a minute, why wouldn't I?
What kind of an argument is that? Another Christian said it, so you should believe it. Like, what? It's like, yeah, but there's no like supporting like points there. You know?
Believe in this. Why might one not want to believe in it, even if it could be true? Because my view is that it's not only not true, but it's probably a good thing it isn't. Why is it not a good thing? Because I don't think it's healthy for people to want there to be a permanent, unalterable, irremovable authority over them. I don't like the idea of a father who never goes away. And nor do you, if you think about it. When you get closer to parenthood, you won't say,
See, that sounded weak right there. It's like, what? You want your dad to go away? Like, what's the subtext there? It's like, go away, daddy. It's like, what? It's like, what? Yo.
We're saying father, he means God, right? That's what he was
Yeah,
getting at there.
but he's using them interchangeably, which is kind of weird.
Yeah,
He's like, I don't want a dad that doesn't go away. It's like, what?
Yeah, this decision's
It's kind of angsty, you
falling
know. It's kind
apart
of
here.
like, you know, it's like all I wanted was a Pepsi. It's like, and they wouldn't give it to me. You sounded like Daddy hurt you, Hitchy.
He's falling apart here.
That sounds like a personal issue, but yeah.
say to your children, don't worry, I'll never die. You won't be at my funeral, I'll be at yours. I'll be at your grandchildren's funeral. You'll never hear the end of me. That's actually not loving paternity. The idea of a king who cannot be deposed, very un-American idea as well as a very undemocratic one. The idea of a judge who doesn't allow a lawyer or a jury or an appeal. This is an appeal to absolutism. It's the part of ourselves that's not so nice, that wants security, that wants certainty, that wants to be taken care of. For hundreds and hundreds of years, the human struggle for freedom was against the worst kind of dictatorship of all, the theocracy, the one that claims it has God on its side, the divine right of kings, the feudal system, the monarchical one against which the...
Yeah, and what do the anarchists and the communists claim? Oh yeah, the truth is on their side. You know, I mean, everybody claims that. You know, they're all gonna claim. You know, they're gonna claim that you follow a false god and they get to kill you for it. I mean, it is what it is. You know, they're gonna claim that they follow science, so they're right. Praise science. You know, you guys ever seen that that South Park episode where the atheists take over and it's like two different atheist groups killing each other over like who's the real atheist?
Yeah, that was a pretty accurate.
Inspired by the Christians.
Yeah, it's like, you know, it's like that's what it is. You know, he's a non-Jewish Jew. Well, what does that mean? You know,
a Jew with the Jews, a Roman with a Roman.
Exactly. He's a, you know, we got ourselves another Paul here. You know, it's crazy. You know,
The American Revolution, with its secular humanism, took place. I believe the totalitarian temptation has to be resisted, and I believe this is one of its core and origin points. And so what I'm inviting you to do is to consider emancipating yourself from the idea that you selfishly are the sole object of all the wonders of the cosmos and of nature, because that's not a humble idea at all. It's a very arrogant one, and there's no evidence for it. You do better to emancipate yourself from it and do some real study of.
And this is where you got to go with St. Paul, because we're not from here, Jack. If you believe we're from here, like, well, how the fuck are we from this place? Like, first of all, where's all the other like planets where things evolved? That's a good fucking question, isn't it? Like, we should have discovered like tens of them by now.
No, you know, this guy's worldview makes the Trinity look easy to understand, because really what he's saying is like
right,
so so unlogical. It's not even funny, actually. If you really listen to what he's saying, he's actually like basically like destroying logic. He's like deconstructing logic, essentially, in my opinion.
And the Christian guy's coming up, and you know, I mean, it's gonna be a slam dunk. I mean, the Christian, like whatever it is, you know, I mean, that's more believable. You know, I mean, it is what it is, and just like, you know, if there's logos up there, the God is there, and he's got the logos, and he creates the world through like this logos. You know, then you got the world there, you got God there, you got reason there, or you know, whatever, you know, and then you got the spirit moving through everything. So like I don't know, at some point you got like 3 different switches or circuits and shit, and it just fucking turn on and off. There's like some type of fucking you know mechanism there, for to bring about change, or impermanence, permanence, like being, like becoming, like etc. Shit, one and the many, and what the fuck have you? But yeah, like yeah, shit just sprang up. Fucking,
Yeah.
it's expanding. Like it's
If
only
we
happening here when we don't know
if
why.
we if we have time sometime, if not tonight, another night, I want to go through the Trinity and the essence.
Oh, I got something good coming up for you guys on that
That
on
yeah, and
Wednesday. So don't
yeah,
worry. We got
let's go through that. I want to go through the energy essence distinctions because actually I do think
Oh
that
yeah,
that is
I got a special guest for you on Wednesday. So
awesome.
so
No,
yeah.
I think the energy essence distinctions, like I think there is a case to be made that's pretty strong for that, but the consequences of taking that position opens the door to a lot of things that I don't think people have really considered, to say the least. So I think that that'll be a very interesting topic to go into for sure. And same thing with the Trinity. I think the Trinity is a logical argument to some degree, but it is very. But if you take that on, it opens the door to a lot of philosophy. That is very interesting.
Yeah, because we're gonna go into soteriology, Saint Nestorius. Talking about the dual nature of Christ. The heresy of the Nestorians. We're gonna move up to the Manichaeans. All the way to maybe Boethius. We might get into some of the views of Boethius as well. So we're gonna get into lots of different views on the Trinity there. Definitely help expand people's understanding of the developments of the early church from 300 to 1100. And then I'm also going to explain some of the developments of early Islam. I'm going to bring Islam into the conversation, try to synthesize, and then from 1100 to 1600 we'll do another little presentation, and then we'll do it from 1600 to today. Another little presentation on the religious series
from 1666 till now too, right?
Shabbatai Zevi. You hear about 1666? Shabbatai Zevi.
Yeah, I did a little study on that. It's very like I didn't understand the full gravity of why you kept bringing that dude up, and then I looked into it a little bit, and that is like a pivotal fucking moment, for sure.
Yeah, it's no mistake that they were already looking for that shit, like just like 300 years ago.
Well, and now I see why you were so freaking out about Dyer too, because when you start understanding that, and then you listen to Dyer, it's like, oh, okay, it's like now I'm starting to piece because like I already knew there's something, but then as you piece it together, it starts making more sense. You're like, okay, this is very odd, right? So
yeah, they're into some fucking shit. But yeah,
I got to jump off for now. I'll be listening, but if you do get a chance to jump into my videos, I would love to break down. But because I'll be back in a little bit, but I got to do some stuff. But I'll be listening for a little bit. But if you want to break down some of my stuff that I did, because I want to see if you see what I see, because I'm just kind of piecing
brother,
together stuff.
Yeah, definitely. After Dembski does his little opening statement here.
Oh yeah, do your thing. Yeah, I'll be back in about 20 or something.
Oh,
I'll be
sure.
listening.
Yeah.
All right, cool.
Have a nice poop, Jack.
Oh, thank you. I will.
Yeah. Yeah, we got jihad on the toilet. That's how it goes. Yeah, one time I went to go take a poop, and somebody wrote in the chat jihad on the toilet. I don't know what they meant by that. But yeah, man. On some crazy shit. The chat is on some crazy
dropping
shit.
Bombs. Dropping
bombs.
Oh,
okay, I get it. Yeah, dropping bombs. Yeah, I get it. That's funny.
Genetics and biology.
Oh shit! I clicked out of it. Son of a bitch. We're at 28 minutes, weren't we?
Okay, Cecil, you're gonna die.
you do better to emancipate yourself from it and do some real study of genetics and biology and cosmology. And then, again, a second emancipation, to think of yourselves as free citizens who are not in thrall to any supernatural, eternal authority, which you will always find is interpreted for you by other mammals who claim to have access to this authority that gives them special power over you. Don't allow yourselves to have your lives run like that. I've exhausted my time. I'm really grateful for your attention. I can't wait to be back. Thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Hitchens. For both of our speakers, if this might be helpful to you, over my right shoulder in the back, there should be a countdown clock that you'll see counting down for you. I don't know if you can see that or not. I'll give you a couple minutes warning because I can see the clock here in front of me as well. So, Dr. Dembski.
Good morning. Thanks for this opportunity to be here. I'm grateful to Christopher Hitchens and to Prestonwood for giving me this opportunity. I want to address first the existence of God, and then in my next 10 minutes address the goodness of God. The existence of God is really the weightier question. Once that's settled, the goodness of God follows, I would say, straightforwardly. Although I could rehearse standard arguments for God's existence, I want in this debate to take a different tack. Christopher Hitchens disbelieves in God's existence. Why? Lack of evidence and evils perpetrated in the name of religion, he says. Yet his book, God is Not Great, reveals a more basic reason. Hitchens, as a scientific reductionist, believes science has given us new knowledge and that it destroys religious faith. What is this new knowledge? According to Hitchens, it is Darwinian evolution. You may ask what a chapter on evolution is doing in a book defending atheism. At the end of that chapter, Hitchens explains, quote, "We no longer have any need of a God to explain what is no longer mysterious." Let this sink in. Religion, according to Hitchens, renders biological origins mysterious. But now that Darwin has come and shown how natural selection explains biological origins, all is clear. Fellow atheist Richard Dawkins put it more memorably. Darwin made it possible to be an intellectually fulfilled atheist. It's no coincidence that Richard Dawkins, the world's best-known atheist, is also an evolutionary biologist. Atheists, like everyone else, need a creation story. Without God in the picture, something like Darwinian evolution has to be true. And so Hitchens, though a humanities guy, lectures his readers on proofs of evolution. Let's look at a few of these proofs as he gives them. 1, junk DNA. If Darwin got it right, then our genes are cobbled together over a long evolutionary history, accumulating lots of useless DNA, junk, because it's easier for natural selection to keep copying junk rather than editing it out. This sounds plausible, but it is subject to experimental test. In fact, recent findings show that much of this so-called junk DNA regulates gene expression. This is true even of repetitive DNA, the quintessential DNA junk. The forthcoming book titled The Myth of Junk DNA details these findings. 2, the Cambrian explosion. This refers to a narrow slice of the fossil record in which the main animal body plans appear suddenly without any precursors. The Cambrian explosion was a mystery in Darwin's day, and it remains a mystery to this day. Paleontologist Peter Ward writes about the Cambrian explosion as follows, quote, "The seemingly sudden appearance of skeletonized life has been one of the most perplexing puzzles of the fossil record. How is it that animals as complex as trilobites and brachiopods could spring forth so suddenly, completely formed without a trace of their ancestors in the underlying strata? If ever there was evidence suggesting divine creation, surely the Precambrian and Cambrian transition, known from numerous locations across the face of the earth, is it." Now, Ward, like Hitchens, is an atheist, so he tries to soften this statement later, but the mystery remains. For more on the Cambrian explosion, see my book, The Design of Life. 3rd point, the inverted retina. Vertebrate eyes have nerve cells in front of the light-sensitive retinal cells. This means that light first has to pass through a barrier before being detected. This seems counterintuitive, but there are good functional reasons for it. A visual system needs 3 things: speed, resolution, and above all, sensitivity. If the eye isn't sensing light, it's useless. Now, it turns out that the light-sensitive cells are the most oxygen-greedy cells of all cells, and they get their oxygen from blood. The sensitivity here is truly astounding. Some frog eyes can sense the smallest unit of light, a single photon. Positioning the nerves in front of the light-sensitive retinal cells ensures maximal blood supply to the retina and thus maximal sensitivity. But the story gets better. In 2007, it was reported in the Proceedings of the National Academy of Sciences that Miller glial cells, these are the little cells, the fat cells that coat the nerves, act as optical.
By the way, have you guys ever seen frog eyes?
Yeah.
They're fucking trippy. They're like golden. Like they're fucking trippy. Like they're very strange looking. Like they're like a black with like gold around. It's like it's crazy to look at a frog's eye. You know, for
What's
real.
the first thing you think about when you think about frogs?
Reptilians.
Okay, sure. What? Who else has one? I'll tell you mine. Mine's it's like so like they're amphibious, like, and but they can also live on land, and the frog is sometimes represented as like the messenger between two different habitats, or Hermes was like a you know equilibrated to a frog or something. Ribbit. When I get a bowl, I just ribbit.
Don't never lick them frogs. Don't lick them.
Yeah, some things are known.
I think there's some frogs that if you lick them, you go on some kind of high. They got like in the Amazon, if you lick them, a certain frog, it makes you.
Oh yeah, yeah. It's
stoned.
called bufotenine. It's a 5-MeO dimethyltryptamine that comes out of the frog, and actually the kids who have autism, they pee that stuff out. They find it in their urine. Isn't that crazy? Right. So yeah,
Well, you know, Hollywood, Walt Disney promoted that licking frog shit. You remember?
No, I didn't know that till you said so, but now I know.
Yeah. What movie was that again? I think it was that
One of
in
their
the
fairy tales. One of their fairy tales.
Yeah.
You lick the frog, and the prince turns into a.
No,
You
it's
kiss
kissing a frog, I think.
Kissing the frog. Yeah.
Oh, you eat
It's
the
a little-
frog's pussy.
The frog was really the prince. So you kiss the frog.
Do you ever hear the story about the lady that
fucking frogs?
Yeah, the frog says to the lady, she goes, "If you kiss me, I'll become a handsome prince." And so the lady says, "Fuck it, I'd rather have me a talking frog."
Yeah. That's a good one.
I didn't make it up, but it is a good one. And I didn't fuck it up, so that's good too. What's this guy doing?
WB.
What's WB, dude? Warner Brothers?
Are you guys flat earthers or
WB?
Dude, I'm a bed earther.
Yeah, that's what was going on at the Flow State panel. Were you over there when they were talking about the flat Earth or whatever? Are they still going over that? This shit is crazy, man.
I was over there.
Over there. on the end.
WB.
Me and Tarek I told Tarek about the only two states in the United States that have mutual combat is Washington State and Texas, where you can sign a contract at the county and the sheriff will come and watch on a public, and you can call out your neighbor and have a contract ready. And if he signs it and goes by the rules, you can duke it out right there. And the sheriff will watch, make sure there's no damage. You could sign what's called a mutual combat contract with your county in Washington and Texas. Look it up. It's the only 2 states where you can have a mutual combat contract.
Yeah, but can you palm strike your neighbor?
You make the rules up in the contract, and the sheriff makes sure that you go by the rules.
What if the sheriff's like, I only do weapons matches?
No weapons. I don't think there's no weapons. It's hand-to-hand combat.
Nice.
You can put hand to feet. You can put feet in there if you want to have feet. Just got.
I got to YouTube that, man. I'm sure there's some fights on YouTube where it's contract fights.
Well, for entertainment, like in Nevada, that's entertainment. So that's not. This is calling out your neighbor. Like if you have a beef with your neighbor.
Yeah, but then you got to fucking live next to him.
Yeah.
It's just, it's just.
It's like, what is that? It's like, yo, I can piss on your lawn whenever I want type shit or what?
No.
Like, yo, dude, like, I'm not picking up my leaves this year. They're all getting blown on your yard because I beat you in that fight. What are you going to do? You want to sign a contract again? That's like bullying, bro. Okay. That is nuts, though, if that's true, that you can do that niche community thing and just beat your neighbor up.
No,
it seems like they're trying to get one another to move. It's like, I beat my neighbor's ass, he might move, or I might move.
Oh, yeah, that's a good point. Yeah.
No,
Are there judges or
maybe your community, someone in your community?
Like, how are these not televised and monetized? Like, that's why I'm having trouble. Like, I guess if you're dumb enough to like maybe fight your neighbor like that, like maybe you wouldn't have the foresight to like monetize it. But
I just found out like 2 days ago about it, so I've never.
That's Christopher Hitchens, dead Hitchens. Rest in peace, Hitchens. Fucking Jew.
That sounded racist.
No, it's only racist. It only sounds racist if you know what racist sounds like. So
it's not me, it's Jew.
Yeah, I was at Flo's at the end of his thing, and we were talking about racism. He had a black guy up there, and he was using the N-word, and like everybody else was afraid to use it. Like, he's calling everybody, and the N-word, and I just was saying sometimes I know how to talk, yo, I know how to talk. So
I won't say the N-word to a black person, but I'll call him a bitch nigga to his face,
Yeah, there was.
Oh, you're just a little bitch nigga, ain't you? And they'll freeze up.
Tarek came on with his big chin and started being self-righteous. I don't think you should be talking about that kind of stuff on the metaverse. There's etiquette. So, like when I'm with the Marines, sometimes I do things that Marines do that I wouldn't normally do because you gotta hang with the group. Sometimes I act different when I'm around a group. Like
that's why groups are dangerous. That's the exact point why they say that.
Yeah. Mobs are dangerous.
No, just groups.
Mobs.
No, because we could now we're a group. We're not a mob,
guilt by association.
We got some. Hey, I got some dangerous.
So you say groups are dangerous, but mobs aren't. But mobs is a group.
No, I'm not trying to split the atom into an atom. I'm kind of just riffing, bro. Like it's not. There's no disharmony, I guess I could say.
Sometimes when I hang around my bros, I talk like a bro. Sometimes when I hang around my Marines, I talk like a Marine. Sometimes when I'm in these groups like this right here, I don't know how to talk. I don't know who you guys are.
You don't know what we are?
Your influence, Rock.
Why would it matter?
The influence weighs on you.
Yeah, I try to.
Why would it matter? I'm not sitting here guns loaded, ready to. I'm here to listen, dude, and then maybe say some funny shit.
This ain't Apocalypse Now, man. This ain't Apocalypse Now.
It's not The Purge, dude. Like we're not taking notes and shit and.
Right.
writing satanic poems or anything.
Right. I hear
Apparently,
you,
we're
bro.
on the spaceship up there, though, with the what is that? That looks like that crane machine I played at the arcade when I was like 12.
That's the Earth.
Right.
The Earth
Look
is
at
a
that shit,
ball.
dude.
Earth is a ball. Look at it.
Shit,
See?
man.
Proof. That's proof right there. The Earth is a ball.
Dude, it's proof that aluminum foil is in that photo.
Bowling.
Right.
Yeah, what do you guys think about a lunar eclipse, right? I mean, you see a lunar eclipse.
We don't know everything. We know that
The
they're
fuck?
probably the
Well,
same size.
well,
They're
lunar
probably the-
eclipse. That's the Earth, the shadow on the moon.
They're probably the same size. The lunar eclipse is like a 70-mile shadow. So how big is the moon? If the moon is 70, makes a 70-mile shadow on the Earth, how big is the moon? How far is the sun? Was it? How the
Well, if the
fuck
Earth
do we
was if the Earth was flat, how would how would it look on the moon? The lunar
Uh-oh.
eclipse.
Uh-oh.
Just a flat line.
We got a baller in the group. Baller. Think you live on a ball? People living upside down on a spinning ball, traveling through space, going 500 billion miles an hour with the North Star.
What are you, Rock? Rock, what are you, man?
See, that's what he was afraid of. He didn't want to. He was like, I don't know what you guys are, so I already know he's not. He's that's a subject that he's nervous about for some reason, for no reason. I mean, maybe for not no reason, for a reason, but maybe
Rock,
not.
what's your position, Rock? What's
Maybe
your
not
stance,
valued
Rock?
as highly as from everyone else as he
I'm
would.
outside the space station right now. I'm outside the space station right now.
Did he just say he's playing PlayStation right now?
Rock, what's your
outside-
position, Rock? Marine, what's your position, Marine?
I'm outside the space station right now in a suit. I'm outside the space station right now.
All right, Geezer, you're not funny, man.
I'm right outside the space station right now in my
See, no, the JG. Sometimes you gotta let
Tighten up.
certain
Oh,
comedy
respect
engines
my
take a little
elders.
extra to rev up. That's all.
Respect
My
my
suit
elders,
is-
right? You're right, Marine.
So anyway, what do
suit-
you believe in? Not believe in? Who knows? Dude, who cares? You don't even have to answer. Like, I
What
mean,
do we
you
have
know.
knowledge in? What do we have knowledge in?
Yeah, what do you acknowledge?
Who cares?
I acknowledge the internet that I'm speaking to you guys on.
There's retro reflectors on the moon. Do you believe that?
I would have no doubt at all. Just not even think. I wouldn't even think about it. I'd say yes.
Yeah, it's not a matter of belief. We have knowledge that they're up there.
Do you guys believe in rhinoceros? Because I'm thinking like,
I
why
don't
not?
know.
Like, why not Ceres? You know, like.
I don't know, man. I think that's a little bit of fake, a little bit of, fool's gold.
Oh yeah, no. I thought I saw that had them at the zoo or something. They called them. Maybe they weren't rhinos. They weren't stegosauruses or I don't know.
Well, Rock's a dinosaur. Tell us about dinosaurs, Rock.
I
Oh, he's
believe in the
into 'em?
gap. I believe in the gap theory. You know what the gap
The
theory
gap
is?
theory. That's a store that they have at the strip mall, or they used to.
No.
They got bought out by the Smithsonian or something. I heard.
It's according to the scriptures. There's a gap theory that Christians believe. In the beginning, God created the heaven and the earth. Period. So, and then the next verse says, the earth became void and without form. That means it was not void originally. Okay, so
This guy's got
the
peacocks.
earth could be billions of years old. We don't know how old it is.
Yeah, it could be. We could be on someone's hard drive on top of a desk, so we don't know.
So the theory is because the angels existed before mankind, that the angels inhabited the earth before, and then some of them fell. So the angels, so God made the earth void because the angels fell, and so they made it void. God recreated it in 6 days. He restored it in 6 days. That's the 6 days. He didn't create, because it says in the beginning God created the heaven, period. The heavens
All
and
right,
the
that's
earth.
abnormally retarded. That's an abnormal retarded theory, man. Come on.
No, it's just
Plowing ahead here.
I will agree. I heard the abnormal part, and I'm not saying that's far fetched, but I would add, instead of retarded, I would just say like drawn out and lacking structure that it could be understood by most in
mentally challenged.
Yeah.
Should have said mentally
I wouldn't
challenged.
say mentally challenged. I wouldn't say that.
That's a mentally challenged thinking right there.
You're calling me.
It's funny to say, but I wouldn't say it.
You're calling me mentally challenged because I
No,
give
he's not calling you. He said the idea was mentally challenged. You
Yeah,
just
take it personal.
said.
So
You
I'm
just
giving
said
you
the
a reason
idea.
why the Earth could be older than 6,000 years, and you call me mentally challenged because I'm giving you scripture that shows that the Earth could be older than just 6,000 years, because it says in the
Right.
beginning the heaven and the earth, and then it says period, and it says see the
It says
mistranslation.
period.
No, period after the heavens. You know what a period is? End
Yeah,
of
I got it the
sentence.
first time, but then you said it says period. Okay.
Yeah, I'm coming at the theory, Rock. I'm not coming at you, man. But you can take it personal if you're a little snowflake marine.
He's not,
you know,
dude.
I
think
thought
he's.
you guys were
I
tough.
think he's not that attached to it where he's going to take it personal.
No, I'm not attached.
Right? Like it can't be the end all be all. I found the end. It's the thing with I said the period. It can't
Stop
be that.
bitching, then. Stop bitching.
I'm trying to give an explanation for what maybe dinosaurs were. That
Well,
they
then
were
just, dude, can you
made.
just say it in like 4 sentences?
No. 4 sentences.
Okay, well, I don't want to read the Bible with you, like to talk about how it has to do with this gap theory that isn't explained yet.
Oh man, I'm just explaining something to you that a lot of
All
Christians say that.
All right, apparently I missed it.
I'm just saying a lot of Christians say that the earth is only 6,000 years old, but that's not what the Bible says.
I know Christians. I've never heard one of them come up to me and say that.
Whatever.
Are you talking about personal experience? Or are you talking about like on the internet you heard it?
Oh, whatever.
Is that not a valid question, bro? I'm okay. I'm pushing
never
too hard. I'll
you've
back
never
off,
heard
bro.
a
It's not that big of a deal.
You've never heard a Christian say that the earth is only 6,000 years old.
Not to my face. Not many Christians, no. Not in the way you described it. That's why I was asking if that's your experience, and then you were like, "Oh my God." Here we are.
My God, here we are.
Okay, maybe I'm not listening and repeating exactly what you're saying, or I am, but I'll just shut up, bro.
I'm not your bro.
Okay, sis.
All right, Muhammad, where are we going here?
Well, it's like that. I mean, it's from the Calvinism. You know, what I mean, you guys know about Calvinism. You know, they got this dude. Man, what was that guy on the internet?
Sounds hot.
Man, I forget what his name was.
I'm not a Calvinist.
But no, I'm just saying in general, a lot of
just talking about the subject on a different frame.
Yeah, a lot of Calvinists have that belief because they take the sola scriptura, so they count up the age of the prophets, and they get to, because I heard a couple of people tell me that the 6,000 year thing, you know. So I mean, yeah, man. I mean, I just forget what the guy's name is, man. The guy who always does the evolution debates.
It's got to be Peterson.
No. It's a different. It's a fucking. It like starts with a K.
He does debates on what?
Yeah, man.
I know
like
who you're talking about.
Yeah. You know who I'm talking about? It's like.
Yeah, but I forget his name too. He built the ark.
Shit. What are we doing here?
He built the ark to size.
Nobody built a fucking ark to size.
No, that's Ken Ham. I'm talking about somebody different. I'm talking about I'm talking about the other guy.
What is he debating? Oh, evolution.
Kent Hogan.
Is he a
Yeah,
biologist?
Kent Hovind. Yeah. That's
Oh.
exactly what I'm talking about. Kent Hovind. Yeah, he's a 6,000 year creationist. Kent Hovind. Yeah,
Yeah,
Kent
see,
Hovind.
because he doesn't read the Bible where it says, in the beginning, God created the heaven and the earth, period. And then he mistranslates the word was. If you look up the word was in the Greek, it can be translated was or became. So he said, instead of saying the earth was void and without form, the real Greek says the earth became void and without form. So that means the earth could be who knows how old. And that would give reason why the angels fell first. How could you have angels who entered the garden who were already fallen if they hadn't already lived on the earth? So this is explaining how the earth is older than 6,000 years old. Kent Hovind says the earth is only 6,000 years old, but imagine the angels inhabited the earth first and they fell, and maybe they had dinosaurs as pets back then. I don't know if dinosaurs are real or not.
That's not really like, that's not a good point I would stick with if you're gonna, I wouldn't just throw the dinosaurs in there with that, you know?
Yeah,
I don't think.
I don't believe in dinosaurs, really. I don't really believe they have evidence.
Okay. All right. I'm just trying to discern where you're being serious and where you're not, so I know if I'm overstepping boundaries.
No, they have skeletons of giants, which would be what do they call it? Antediluvian, which means pre-flood skeletons. They have evidence of pre-flood skeletons of giants, but dinosaurs. I know there were the mammoths, the Ice Age. There were.
You want me to tell you my little take on dinosaurs?
I don't believe.
Since you don't know what I believe.
Okay, let me hear it.
I don't believe this, but I've just never heard anybody say this, and I thought, like, I'm kind of cool. I'm kind of like big on. I like wordplay. Hip hop taught me that a lot of that stuff too. And shout out to Santos Bonacci for making me the best dad joke guy ever. But yeah, but like when you break the word, break dinosaurs, if you break it down into three, it's dinosaurs. And like, I'm no expert. I can't claim to know this.
Yeah, that's all made
either, but like what you say is important. And if I was to control the quality of large populations or the minds of people, I would, if I knew there was an advantage to teaching them the wrong way of saying things, and participating in their life in general, if I don't have, like, if I could teach them to curse themselves, I mean, if speaking is a way that, you know, has an effect.
Come on, man, quicker.
I'm done. Sorry, man. It's not like I fucking planned this shit out, dude. Dinosaurs, nobody said it. I didn't know what to say after that.
Dyna, as in dynamite.
Yeah, like Dino, won't you blow your horn? Yeah.
No source.
Yeah, the English language. The Bible was written in Greek, not English.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah, I don't think it was written in English at all.
English.
Anybody out there is listening, the Bible was not originally written in English.
Did
just
the Greeks
to clear it
get
up
you?
for all forever, for eternity.
I think the Greeks got rock. I think they got a psyche.
Oh, I thought you were gonna say they were on crack or something.
Psyche mob, and the Greeks got you.
Well, the Greek language at the time of Christ, when the Old Testament and New Testament were written in Koine Greek, which means the common Greek of the land, was very hard to misunderstand. The better language. It's hard to misinterpret. That's why I believe Christ came at that time, because the language at that time was superior to English. It's a superior language.
Except everything you guys have said since.
You want to know what I heard?
Hey, Tom, how you doing, Tom? Tom,
I'm
how's
just
it going?
stopping
Man?
through.
Give it up to Tom.
to clarify.
He's talking, but he's muted.
Uh-oh.
I saw his bar flashing.
Here's Tom, the ball guy.
I'll wait.
He lives on a ball.
It's all right, man. You're supposed to have a ball in this life. If you're standing on it, or if it's in your head, or you like playing sports.
Adam Lanza, shut the fuck
Tom,
up.
your fucking shit is muted.
I don't know how if you see my thing moving.
Is this Brown's boy?
It's Brown's boy.
Yeah, I know it.
Did you block me, bro?
I probably did. Yeah, I don't want to see your comments.
I do get a little.
Yeah, you're gay, dude. You say gay shit, man. I mean, that
I don't
shit's
say gay
mad
shit,
weird.
dude. I don't say gay shit. What do I say that's gay?
You were saying some weird shit, so I blocked you.
The English language. Look how fucked up it is. Like, evil spells backwards.
You were the one saying fucking Hank's about to stare up at the fucking ceiling. I thought that shit was funny. And then all of a sudden you weren't fucking. Or you just don't like seeing the shit I say. That's fine. Nobody.
So the King James
well, dude, all right.
You know the King James only people.
No harm, no foul.
Stupidest people possible. I mean, the King James, where they got evil spelled backward is live. That's like, and then they got
which also
dog
spells veil, which also spells vile.
God backwards is dog, and all
yeah,
these
sure.
shit.
What about
it? They cast spells in their word. Even spelling means casting spells. You know, spelling.
Yep. Definitely. That's why I was talking about the dinosaurus and that possibly being a literal fucking spell. And now we're back to that, but I was mocked and don't care either way, really.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, dude. Seriously, JG. I think like I do go overboard, dude. I spend too much energy on this shit. Like, and I try to be funny. Like, honestly, dude, I try to like.
All right, dude. I mean, you say shit like that in prison, you're gonna get stabbed up. So I mean, like, keep that shit to yourself.
Well, that's why.
Say that to somebody on the street, you'll get beat the fuck up. So I mean,
for what?
Running your mouth,
dude. I don't run my mouth.
Yeah, Tarek came over.
I'm saying in real life, you say fucking gay shit.
Like
shit
what?
Happens.
Tarek came over.
It was so gay. Yeah, you just couldn't remember it. You repressed it, or what?
See there, I mean, here you go again. This is a perfect example of the fucking gays literally getting slick, being smartasses, and this is what we got to deal with.
All right, go ahead back to your undividing.
Like, dude, you'll get stabbed the fuck up, man. You'll get your jaw broke. You're a fucking clown.
I will not let that happen.
Yeah, because you're a bitch in real life. You ain't saying that to somebody's face.
Someone makes a YouTube comment and you go, "You're gonna get fucking stabbed," and I'm the retard. I'm the retard for saying, for being told that.
Look at yourself, man. Yeah, I mean, look at yourself.
So, look at yourself. Look at yourself.
What are we looking
at? You write
at?
these corny ass comments saying gay shit constantly. I see you do it.
Talking about, dude?
Welcome to the real world, man. This shit happens in real life.
What? Get bitched at by some fucking little nerd?
Little nerd. See, I mean, you keep running your mouth.
Can you hear? I said little nerd. You don't have to repeat it because you don't know what to say. You little fucking nerd.
Who you are?
There you go. You don't know what to say. I mean, dude, you're a psycho, man. You're a psycho.
Thank you for telling me that I go. Thank you, dude.
Yeah,
I
dude,
don't.
You're a clown,
I didn't know
man.
I was going until you fucking told me, bro. Let's get back to what you have to say, bro. I'll shut the fuck up. I just didn't know you were gonna cry about fucking stabbing people, bro.
Here you go. You keep running your mouth. This is how people die.
You didn't say you were gonna stab people.
You got offended by that, man?
You. Huh? Go ahead. You got this, dude. You can do it.
Yeah, like, dude, you keep running your mouth.
About what?
Come on, dude. You can do this. Boom, you get stabbed the fuck up.
Okay, dude. I'm gonna get stabbed the fuck up. Go ahead.
Yeah, go kill yourself, man. You're a fucking piece of shit. Nobody fucks with you at all.
I didn't ask you to. dumbass.
Oh, you blocked me. You blocked me. That's rent free in your head.
I didn't think it was that big of a deal. I
You're a
can't
clown.
bring something
Clowns
up
get
and it
blocked.
not be the biggest deal in the world. Think about your psychology here, bro.
There he goes, running his mouth, being slick.
You win.
Punks jump up to get beat down.
I was invited up here. I just didn't know it was that big of a deal to you what I was saying. So now that you've related, now that you've related with so much etiquette and so eloquently, I now know, because like if it was that important, like I thought you would have just said something about it. Like that's why I wanted to talk about it for a second, because I didn't think it was a big deal.
Dude, you guys cracked me up, man. This is the problem. Oh, you clowns. You just run your mouth, you say shit. Oh, it's not a big deal. I didn't think it was a big deal. It's like...
No, I mean, that's why I brought it up. If I thought it was the biggest deal in the world, why the fuck would I bring it up? I think about it more, like you're doing. See, there you go. Anyway, dude, for the 5th time, fucking change the subject, bro. The record's broken. So is your heart.
This guy's a psycho. Psycho faggots. Psycho faggots.
Sure, dude. That'll stick. Like, I really just was like, I didn't know there was a problem. And you're like, yeah, dude, fucking get stabbed. Like, okay, dude. Like, cool, dude. Let's go back to talking about whatever you want to talk about.
Go stab yourself, man. Go put a knife right in your fucking brain.
Dude, you're fucking hilarious, dude. This is kind of funny, dude. Are you okay?
Let the scum kill the scum, Kill yourself.
That's right, man. You hit it right on the head, dog. You're batting 1,000, nigga. You fucking batting 1,000, dog, for sure. No doubt. What do you play, shortstop? No, I bet you play catcher.
What the fuck are you guys talking about?
This guy's a clown.
Let's just go on. Let's just fucking move on, bro. It's not.
Hey, can you blokes hear me?
Anything I talk about, I'm a clown and I'm going to get stabbed, so I'll just listen. It's cool. Not a big deal.
Hey, can anybody hear me or not?
Is this like Hank? Is this White Hank?
I hear you.
Hello?
Hello?
Hey. Hey.
Are you retarded, man? You all right?
Yeah, of course I'm retarded. Who wants to be too bloody advanced in this bloody place?
Yeah, hey, there you go. Hello? All right.
Hey.
Hey.
Can what?
Da-na-na-na-na. Hey. Da-na-da-na-na-na.
Yo.
Hey.
Hey. Yo.
Down. Down.
Hey. Yo.
Down.
Oh shit! I wasn't even on the stage. Yeah, greetings, sir. How are you doing?
Hey,
Dear, a female deer, ray, a drop of golden sun. Me a name I call myself. Far way to run. So and pulling thread. Yo. Hey.
This guy just comes on saying, hey.
Oh, hey.
Hey, I'm foreign. Hey, I'm foreign. I'm not in America. Hey.
Hey, it's for horses. Anyway,
Yeah,
what you got to say?
I'm
What
in
you
the
got to say?
I'm in the far southwest corner of Australia, right? Right
No
down the
shit,
bottom left.
hey.
Oh, you're upside down
And the
on the
sun,
ball.
and I can see the sun at the moment, and it's about a fist height above the horizon, so like 15 degrees, and it's to my southwest. And I fucking can't figure out, when you look at a map of the world, how the hell it can be going down there to the southwest. And I'm
Is
in
it
the
morning?
far southwest corner of Western Australia.
Is it evening?
The sun is going down. What the fuck does that mean?
Down. No, it's just going away from you. It's not going down.
Whatever.
It's just going
Whatever. It's going to
away.
be out of sight within the next hour.
Is it warm down there this time of year?
Yeah, it's quite warm. You can go for a swim every day now.
Yeah. That's because the sun is traveling in a circuit closer to the south now than when it's winter down there. It's up here. It's warmer because it travels in a different circuit.
Hey, do you think the Earth is flat?
It's apparently flat. It's the same as if the sun and the moon are apparently the same size, aren't they?
Yeah.
Apparently. Oh man, here we go. This guy's done his research.
Oh, well, the Globers think that the reason the sun and the moon look the same size is because the sun is 400 times further away and 400 times bigger. Just coincidence that's why they're the same size. So the Globetards, they think, oh, they look the same size because one is far away and the other one is really close. What a dumbass fucking idea that shit is.
You'll never see the sun as small as the moon.
Oh, the sun and the moon are the same size.
Yeah, I mean, some people say that.
They are.
But let's go off of knowledge, right?
Approximately the same size.
Why go off beliefs? Why go off beliefs, Rock, when you have knowledge? Did you ever ask yourself that? Like, why am I going off other people's beliefs when I can go off of knowledge?
I go by the Bible. The Bible says they're inside the firmament. They're inside the firmament. They're not. They go in a circuit.
Hey.
What we've got to use the razor. Occam's. Have you heard of Occam? Look up Occam. Occam had a razor. And when you know how to use Occam's razor, then you'll know the fucking truth.
You know how to use Occam's razor?
You know how to use the
Bloody
astrolabe?
oath I do. Bloody oath.
So you got all the answers, right?
You travel by the stars.
No fucking way. I've got a heap more fucking questions. I want to know why the sun is now heading to my southwest, as if it's going to circle Antarctica or something.
It's going in a
Come on,
circle.
have a
Comes
look
up
at the
in the-
map. Hey, have you seen that map that they put it out on the internet? It's called datetime.com or something like that, and it brings up a map of the world and it shows you the sun and the moon going across. Have you seen that map? And you can time it forwards. You can time it to any time of the year and any day and go forwards and backwards. And I tell you what, you practice that for a while and start taking some measurements, and then you'll see it's not actually, it might be flat, but it's not the way we've been told.
It's definitely not that.
So you're down under, which means you're upside down right now.
I can tell you that I am on top of the world. There's no two ways about it.
Yeah. So with the globe, that means that they're hiding other territory because it doesn't get.
They're hiding everything. They're hiding everything. All of history is a lie. They're hiding everything. We've got the evidence of previous sets. You might well call them sets, like a Hollywood movie set. That the people that come in and do the next movie, they didn't tidy up the set properly, did they? They thought that'll be all right. Nobody will see that.
They tell you the truth in the movies when, remember Men in Black, and the guy was sitting down, said everybody knew 500 years ago that the earth was flat. But now now we know
We've just allowed the parasite to take control. All we got to do now is stop feeding the parasite and it'll die. This parasite that runs this world has no energy of its own. It's a parasite.
The Jesuits
parasite.
The Jesuits
Stop
started.
feeding.
Satan
Stop feeding the parasite.
Satan
Start using Occam's razor. Use Occam's razor and stop feeding the parasite.
Deworm. Go get some horse dewormer. Get that parasite out of your brain. You guys all got parasites. I know you do. I deworm every fucking year. Parasites. There's a parasite that can get in your brain, cause toxoplasmosis, which makes you schizophrenic. There's 10 parasites that go past your brain barrier that can make you have a mental illness. And some of the elite use the parasites to control the people. They don't want you to know if you deworm that you could possibly heal yourself from mind control. They use it. The Chinese used to use cats in the palace to control the women. If you have a lap dog, you could be catching a worm from your lap dog. You got a little lap dog that sits on your lap, and then you get parasites from it. And then you sit on, you step your feet on cat shit, and you get toxoplasmosis, which gives you crazy cat lady syndrome. And then, it's parasites. Adam and Eve, when God said, don't eat the apple or the fruit from the tree. You know why? Because it had a fucking worm in it, dumb shit.
Well, the story
and it was
doesn't
rotten fucking apple, and you ate it.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, and Satan is nothing but a parasite in your fucking brain. So go deworm and get them goddamn parasites out of your fucking head.
Well, not everybody has to deworm, I mean.
Well, Satan's a parasite to your psyche. To believe Satan is real, that's a parasite to your psyche.
The Bible says that when we see Satan, we're going to say, you mean that little motherfucker? It's a little motherfucker, little serpent, worm in your head. Little serpent, worm in your head.
The boogeyman.
Yeah, and it's a parasite, and all you have to do is deworm and accept Jesus Christ as your personal savior. Amen. See,
Do you think that Jesus Christ will come back? In this age or in this era, in our time? Or?
Okay, the whole thing is
just a belief.
The whole thing is age is a dispensation. It's a period of time. So this age will end. It's the church age. And then the next age to come is the tribulation, and that lasts 7 years. And then the age after that is the millennium, which is 1,000 years. And then eternity, the 8th day is eternity. That's why the 8 is it's an infinity, 8 infinity. That's the 8th day, when time and space and material, I don't know what goes on that day, but I think the new heaven and the new earth, that might be more light. We might be like light creatures at that time instead of flesh, because the flesh is where the sin resides, in the flesh. We'll be fleshless, be spiritual light beings. But if you reject Christ as your Lord and Savior, you will be a worm. You'll be like a worm in the pit. Never burn.
That's fear mongering.
Fear mongering.
It's a scheme.
No,
well, you know, but you know that there could
The
be
Greeks did get you, Rock. The Greeks got you, man. They got you good.
It's a story of
don't
love.
necessarily say that after somebody.
Jesus wants to save
Oh,
you.
it's a story. Oh, but I believe it. But oh no, it's a story. But no, I believe it.
It's history.
Come on, man.
It's his story.
Can I get
what's your position?
Can I get you guys a reaction to this video I put in the back?
Yeah.
No.
Optics are high, Browns boy. Optics are high.
I got a video that you can watch. Is this show and tell? We got show and tell tonight. Where's the video at?
I don't know.
Muhammad's like, what the fuck, man? What the fuck? Just sits back and watches the madness.
I'm sorry, I think fucking Adam Lanza's trying to join, but his device is not connected. So, you gotta
Optics are high, man.
Whatever that's meaning to.
I think it got lost in the hook of Sandy.
I think it'll
the broken toys are in here.
I think it'll figure
Coming
itself out in a minute. But yeah, I think he fell out of connection. But yeah.
Once we had the rotary dial phone, nothing more was needed. The rotary. Once we had that, society was okay.
The booty bandits are
What's need to do?
appearing everywhere.
We get up, we take a shower, we put clothes on. There's a little entertainment. There's a little rub and tug. We don't need anything else. We need to be together.
Helicopter's going right over me.
Israel! With you behind me, I can do whatever I want!
Well, I want you.
Take me! No, this is wrong! We both have the same father! Satan!
I don't care.
Burn the Jewish babies alive! Hamas, burn Jewish babies alive! And you want me to not genocide 2 million people? I deserve to genocide 2 million people! They burn babies alive!
You never box off, friend, and I'm not dead yet. Got a super dread man with a naked draw again, like a deadbeat winner. I wanna be a sinner and not a lifeline for the industry killer. I'm killing this man that you don't understand. I'm a suicide body and I'm guaranteed to fucking snap. I'm suicide, it's workaholic. Break down the center, this is all I wanna be. If you're fine, then I'm sex.
Can you talk us through this,
More of a
NoroJack?
personal journey, which is why the Islamic-Jewish clash is so fundamental. Is truth static?
I'm pro-genocide.
Or is truth whatever you can argue? And this
It sounds really shitty, but I think that Israel should just drop its fucking borders about where it is now, and basically Palestinians can go live in another place.
But there is something about the state of Israel that connects deeply to me.
This left-wing social justice, right-wing traditionalist binary has been deliberately engineered.
To have the privilege to stand with the Jew
for the sake of eventually destroying our advanced industrial civilization
Is a tremendous honor. Spiritually.
sure it's what we are. Everybody down from me from miles away, but face to face, I am gonna be the same.
You know, the Christian, we are so associated. I'm just saying. We're tying into all these influences. You know, you figure after Owen Benjamin, you would have learned your lessons and kind of like, who is this person? Who am I dealing with? Like, I don't want to be too associated without like knowing who I'm dealing with. So I figured you may have done your research, but apparently not.
Nationalism either, and she agrees with James. They think it's like a big Fed psyop thing.
Silver Tongue Cavalier, $1.09. Do numbers exist without humans? Does truth? I would say truth definitely exists without humans, and I would even argue numbers do. Because the thing we're calling a number is still something that's not identical to the name of the number.
And James was like warning everybody earlier in the year that the feds are trying to get everybody into Christian nationalism, and they're going to use your anti-gay and your anti-liberty rhetoric to throw you in jail. Now, is that a thing? Yes,
As
it
above,
is a thing.
so below. The triangle pointing up is an alchemical sign for fire, and the one pointing down for water, together symbolic of the principle of cosmic unity. It is for this reason that the number 6 Pythagoras connected with the planet Venus, goddess of love, intuition, divine wisdom, and gnosis.
Ben Shapiro doesn't even believe you have a soul.
Became the Christian godhead. To the Phrygians, Dionysus and Zeus were one, Zeus Sabazius, with a Saturnian spirit that binded them together.
We are out here because we are fucking tired of our fucking tax dollars going to kill children in another fucking country. That is why we are out.
These ideas are heavily influenced by Zoroastrian theology and Plato, the Chaldean oracles, with some passages attributed to Zoroaster.
But they do that with all the movements. Like this, again, this is something that I study all the time, is how they co-opt social movements. The feds are in the Marxist movements. They're in the Black Lives Matter movements. They're in the Christian nationalist movements. They're in all of them, and they use all of them against each other.
Pythagoras, others to Plato, and the rest attributed to Neoplatonist theurgists that lived in the court of Marcus Aurelius, has the following passage. All things are governed by the Father, in the bosoms of the intelligible triad. And again, the Father mingled every spirit from this triad.
Hey,
around
bosoms.
your metaphysics and your epistemology and your ethics. It's just this, transcendent realm. It's just this magical transcendent realm that's out there. And it's like, well, that's really to misunderstand what it means to give justification. It's not just saying that there's this realm. It actually has to do the work. It's not just positing it. It's not just asserting that there's this thing, right? You actually have to make sense of how these different things are unified.
Parmenides said, the summit of intelligibles is the intelligible triad, containing in itself the cause and essence of all triads. Thus, he who knows himself knows all things.
So is that a thing? Yes. But where I disagree is this idea, this problematic idea that Andrew has started to talk about a lot, that everyone else is fine to have power, right? Secularists should be in charge of things because somehow we have this idea that if you're secular, you're going to be neutral.
How are you going to unify these things without a divine mind? And see, this is the problem for his system, which if he starts moving into saying that there is a divine mind, or that there is what we would say is a form of divine conceptualism, that would immediately cancel out a lot of his project, because that's now beginning to give delineators and limitations and boundaries to the thing that he can't allow to have limitation and boundaries. And this is a great point that you're always making, which applies to theology too, which is that a lot of the project of a lot of these people is to remove all boundaries. Neoplatonism ultimately can do that. It's a project which can attempt to remove all boundaries, because the end goal in the Neoplatonic process is the return to the one.
About the importance of the U.S. relationship with Israel?
There have been two nations created to glorify God, Israel and the United States of America.
I will
They
let
are
vote. I will honor
shadow
vote.
banned me.
I will do all I can to stand and defend them.
Socialist regimes, this enslavement obeys a collective imperative. Eveler is saying that the
What's your
individual
goal with these
worker in
videos, Jack?
capitalism is enslaved not by the fact he must work, but by the fact he is wedded to a model
I
of
just want to get
material
I just want to get
consumption.
other people's
All the
interpretation.
socialists do is come along afterwards
Okay,
and
dude,
set
I'll give you
into law
mine.
a positive right what
It's
was once
long.
something that was afforded by the market. We can see this, for example, in the Labour Party's recent attempt
How long
to
is it,
declare
bro?
broadband internet a human right that should be provided by the
Getting away
state.
from multiplicity and returning to pure unity. And to me, it sounds like if he was consistent, I mean, is that the project here? Is like ultimately we're all going to move back towards pure unity?
That we're already a long way on the road to living in something approaching a totalitarian socialist state. Only it's under liberal democracy, under managerial capitalism, that has also been called left-wing capitalism.
Very, very few signs for the end times. I mean, really, the only sign that we are given about when the end times are coming is the apostasy, the falling away. And that's it. And it's a pretty vague sign. It's a very, very vague sign. And you could make you could make the case that we are living in those end times because of the amount of people falling away from the church right now. You could make that case.
In Greek.
That's the only sign we're given.
Look how Elon Musk
Only sign.
he's hanging out with Benjamin Netanyahu or whatever. Like
I saw that too.
Yeah, I mean, it's obvious that there is some sort of like push pull, and they're even accelerating the optics to go back and forth. Like it's like the oscillation of the former alt right, and now you see that they're turning to the left and saying, "Oh, look, the left are carrying Nazi flags," and so now they're switching from claiming that the right are Nazis to the left are Nazis. So they just throw that term around back and forth, bounce it back and forth, and the oscillation seems to be driving towards one point, which is don't talk about Zionism because you might figure out what's behind that, and secondly, don't talk about technology as if it's bad because
You wanna
try, but this ain't it. If you're 555, I'm 666. If you're 555,
What is this, dude? Why are we? Okay, I get the point. I mean,
Eat spiders.
The technology they want.
The metaverse. The Matrix metaverse.
Design. This is a
We're all connected. We're all connected to the metaverse. AI. Metaverse.
oh man, so much to remember.
He believes will play out in the New World Order. So here are more things to consider in relationship to this one book, which I believe belongs to Jewish myth, Gnostic Jewish mysticism, which again are not the word settings of God. They are not according to the understandingness into our knowledge of the mystery of the God, the Father of Christ, in whom all the stores of the wisdom and of knowledge are away secretive. Colossians chapter 2, verse 2. So let us not
Yeah,
be
like, is this what are we watching? How long is this video?
Again, the Lord who judge the living and the dead, whose kingdom shall have.
What are all these voices?
It's the summation of our beliefs. It's one of the lines in our Nicene Creed that we recite every Sunday, and sometimes at our other non-Sunday services.
How long was that for real?
So we do believe that Christ will return. We also definitely do believe that he will raise the dead. We also understand that he will establish a kingdom of his own under his authority in heaven and on earth, and that kingdom shall never pass away.
Okay, so what? Okay, so who played this and what was the point? Because I've been paying attention, so now
Dude, I
wanna know-
paid attention to that whole thing for no reason, dude.
Okay,
Wasn't even funny, man.
So you don't have a thought on anything in the video at all?
Yeah, dude, it was long. It was a lot of like politically correct back and forth.
Running your mouth, like JG said, just running your mouth and nothing to add to the conversation.
You asked me what I thought of it, and I told you.
I'm not talking about the video itself. I'm talking about the contents.
right-left paradigm.
That's why I wanted.
Yeah, like is that micro, macro?
Right.
What the fuck?
Like how you know how,
I'm good.
Why is this played? Why? Like, is there something that I should know or that I probably didn't know? Or
Do you have a thought on, the Book of Revelation? Do you have a thought on?
It seemed to be
Jews?
anti-Christ.
There was like 666 saying about 15 times. I wouldn't have heard that without the video.
he said 555 too.
He might have. Yeah, he said them all, dude.
Yeah, it's a song that says if you're 555, I'm 666, and then if you look at the contents of the video, that's what the whole video is about. So that's kind of why I'm asking for your reaction on it.
It's a lot to remember, dude. There was like 900 scenes in it.
Okay. Is there any part that you're interested in? Do any of the topics in the whole video interest you whatsoever? About religion, about politics, about war, about America, about test tube babies being farmed and being sold to people?
I will answer that question. Do you think that there is a correct answer to that, your own question? And my answer is I do not think that there was anything in there that caught my attention that was like, whoa, I need to learn more about that.
I asked if you had an opinion on any of the subjects. I didn't ask about.
Yeah, no, none of the subjects that I want to know more about.
So what are you here for then?
Not to watch like 11 minutes. I mean, if I had, I did it out of like because everyone else did it, I guess. But
the guy with the name Adam Lanza and writing in code in the chat is not interested in any of the topics that we talk about here. That's very interesting.
I see that it's like trying to blame everything on
whatever you want to talk about, man. It's up to you. I don't care. It's fine.
Well, why don't
it was fine for 12 minutes. I can do it however long you want, bro.
Yeah, just like JD said, run in your fucking mouth.
Why does it hurt your feelings that I didn't like the video or something?
Asking about the topics, not about the video.
The video contained the topics, sir.
They had the image of the Matrix in there.
Like, what are you talking about?
In the topic of Israel? Are you interested in the topic of religion? Are you interested in the topic of war?
To various degrees that are like
Matrix.
Yes, to various low degrees on most of what I saw. I was like, I remember this in 2015 or 2012.
I'm asking about the topics, not the video.
Okay, all right, you win, dude. I'm the asshole for whatever being.
Because you have nothing to add to the conversation. You're just talking to yourself over here.
I'm gonna make some macaroni and cheese.
Thanks for sharing.
You're welcome.
So Rocky, you're a Christian. You have nothing to add on the whole topics that we're talking about here?
Jack, what's your opinion of the topics in the video? What's your opinion of?
I think the whole movie was trying to prove that Jesus Christ is a big fairy tale, and they're the whole thing was blaming everything on Jesus. Like they had black.
Where did you get the whole thing as blaming Jesus? What part of that did you see as blaming Jesus?
Well, the mockery, all the mockery.
What did I mock of Jesus?
Oh, I didn't know it was your video.
What did you see? Well, none of it is what I said. It's what other people said. First of all.
Well, you just said, what did you do that mocked Jesus? I'm sorry.
Whose video is that?
It doesn't matter whose video is it. The point is the stuff in the.
Yeah, it does. It matters.
Why does
if it's yours, then and you said that it was yours, and now you're saying it's not. I don't know.
It doesn't matter, is what I said. It's a compilation. Other people said, not of what one person said.
All right. Okay, dude. I was just curious more so.
Yeah, well, you're not answering my question, so I'm not going to answer yours.
Well, I see the subject of the Matrix in there with the babies in the incubators with the metaverse connected to it. I can see that. That's what's going on now. You think that's good? You think that's good?
Well, I think it's tied to all the other stuff that was in the videos. It's kind of that I think it's trying to make.
What was the connection? I saw a bunch of flashing pictures of Jesus in there.
I don't think there was a bunch of pictures of Jesus in there, but
yeah, there was. Why didn't you flash Buddha? Why didn't you flash Buddha in there? Blame it on Buddha.
Is Israel run by a bunch of Buddhists?
So what you're doing is you're connecting Israel.
Is America run by Buddhists?
You're connecting Judaism with the fake state of Israel now, which is not a true Christian can discern that Israel does not represent Christianity, and Christianity is only supposed to. We're not supposed to, like do certain things or something to true Israel, not to fake Jews or fake, people that call you a goyim, and then so it seemed to me like you were trying to connect Judaism with Christianity, like they're both the same thing. They're not. They're totally different. So, and then you come up with this. I don't know. We know that these bankers they seem to be very good with money. I don't know if they're real Jews or if they're fake Jews or who the hell they are. But it doesn't say in the Bible that we're supposed to go fight their fucking wars. It just says we're not supposed to, and we don't even know who the true Jews are. So how can we go around supporting who we don't even know who they are? According to the scriptures, there's been scattered. So who the fuck? I don't support the people that call me a goyim or the people that call me an infidel. Why would I fight on either side of that war? That's stupid. That's stupid. One calls you an infidel, the other one calls you a goyim. So that's all bullshit. So don't play these videos that think that all Christians believe we're supposed to go fight the wars for some other state. That's bullshit.
All Christians think that, but I think that certainly the general narrative is being presented that all Christians should think that.
Yeah, well, just because you have you don't follow the crowd, just because the crowd of fake Christianity is saying one thing and they don't even know what they're fucking talking about, doesn't mean that's what a true Christian is. True Christian doesn't promote going and killing your enemy and all this shit and fighting
when people pretend to be a Christian and then say that is what Christianity is, I mean, shouldn't we?
Yeah, I'm sorry you got a bad vibe for what Christianity is. That's not Christianity. That's bullshit.
I know, but my point is, if Christians don't hold other Christians accountable, then what do you expect? You know what I mean?
Hey, we're not perfect.
Yeah, but you're just sitting there saying that that's not real Christians, but then these Christians are running around saying that's what Christianity is, and I don't see many Christians saying, "What the fuck are you doing?" You know what I mean?
I'm doing it right now, bro. I'm doing it right now.
Oh, I get you. I'm not coming at you. I'm just saying in general, you don't see much backlash against it, right? It's like pretty much there's no resistance to it.
Well, that's a sign that maybe some shit. I don't know what that sign is. To me, it's a sign that people don't study the scriptures. They just want to tithe and get your 10%. That's all they want.
Yeah. Well,
so would you want to divide the world into people that study scriptures and people that don't study scriptures?
No, I don't. I'm not.
Somehow I get the feeling that you tend to do that because you always refer to the scriptures.
Yeah, the Bible is a Bible of division. It's a rightly divide the word of truth. Division. Yeah.
Like separation, like this is good and that's bad. Yeah.
Yeah, you don't hang around people that don't have your same. I only trying to love people, you know. I try to share, not because I'm trying to hurt anybody. I'm just, you know, why can't a Christian speak out? Why do I always have to come under attack? I'm just doing this because I care about you people. I believe something that's true to me, and I believe, you know, there's only one way for eternal life with God, the Creator, and that if you know, if you don't, that well, you know, I don't know what hell is. I think it's death. I think hell is just death. You die. I don't think God tortures you forever. I think you simply die, and that's what hell is. And you don't have eternal life. You just die. The wages of sin. It says the wages of sin is death. It doesn't say the wages of sin is eternal damnation and eternal life in hell. So that could be a false doctrine. See, they scare you with that hell shit. But really, if you don't want to live with God, that's your decision. And you just die and you're no more. You don't have no pain. You're just dead. That's all. The wages of sin is death, not eternal life. It doesn't
Okay,
say
I'm
that.
taking notes. I get it. Okay, I get it.
Well, but here's my question: why do you think that they want to push for all this technology to take over human life to the point where you don't even go outside of your house? You don't fucking have like a normal existence anymore. Like, why do you think they're pushing the technology so hard? That's kind of what the video was really.
Well, in a way, it actually syncs up with the Bible, right? No more sin of the flesh, and so our minds, our consciousness will be transported, maybe, or transfused, or however you want to call it, into the actual electric matrix instead of the biological matrix. So
Yeah,
it might actually sync up with the Bible's, you know, with the millennial reign and then infinity. It might actually be the same program. It might actually be the same agenda.
So you think that Jesus is going to come back in the computer?
No, that's not what I'm saying.
You know,
what are you trying to? Are you trying to pigeonhole me? I'm just trying to, you know, I see similarities in the two stories in
the rain,
the
which is
two.
about Jesus, right? So that's why I'm a little confused. So
you talking about the
Sorry,
singularity?
I was just explaining that there's similarities. You could identify one as the other and the other as one. That's what I'm saying. I'm not taking sides.
no, I know. I'm just trying to.
I'm just
because
observing.
Like a very particular thing. It's not like that's about Jesus coming back for 1,000 years, right? So.
Mm-hmm.
So you know the singularity. There's actually people that believe that they can download their soul to the metaverse and live forever, and that this is.
I don't even believe whether, you know, I don't even necessarily have a stand on that, whether that's possible or not. I don't have a clue about that or an idea. But, you know, since that's also a narrative, I can work with that.
I'm just saying there's people that believe that. There are people that believe that. They believe they can become gods and live forever. And that's basically what they're saying is they're creating humanity or mankind in another way. They're going to merge. It's in the Bible, it's called mixing iron with clay. And it's prophesied in the scriptures that in the end times there will be mixing iron with clay, kind of like the days of Noah, where people weren't human no more. They want to transhuman you, just like the transgender. They're getting you used to being tranny.
So the purpose, my opinion of the video is the purpose of it is to ask, why are Jews and Christians supposedly supporting transhumanism? Essentially, that's kind of the point of the video, I think.
Well, I don't.
Oh, now there's the answer to my question. Thank you, because I asked you that question, but there it is.
Yeah, because there's a lot of people who are saying that they're Christian, but you know, really what they're doing is saying, well, let's protect Zionism. And what is Zionism protect. And that's why I said the 666 and the 555 song, because 666 is basically Solomon. What does Solomon represent? Solomon represents progress, technology, secret knowledge, all this shit. You know what I mean?
You got to realize that the state of Israel, it's just like America. It's not the people, it's the leadership. There's a few percentage at the top who believe in the Talmud. They believe in the Talmud instead of the Torah. And that is ancient Babylonian mystery Babylon. They're doing mystery Babylon. And
but there's a lot of Christians not only going along with it, but enthusiastically trying to make Christians think that there's nothing wrong with joining the team.
Study the
and shit like that.
You don't study the scriptures. You go to these churches.
You
They
gotta
pick
stop.
one
You
verse
gotta
out.
stop. You gotta stop doing that, Rock. You don't
They
study
pick
the
one verse
scriptures,
out and they make a
so
big deal of one verse.
and so somebody cannot have any thought in. I mean, therefore, anything he says about the scriptures are deemed invalid. I mean, that's not a way to, that I think that's wrong to say that. That's just plain wrong. Because if you would, I mean, that doesn't make anybody curious for the scriptures. I mean, what if somebody just quoted the scriptures wrong to you? Because, oh, you did that wrong. You see, you don't know the scriptures. That doesn't make people enthusiastic for reading the scriptures at all. You're not a very good advertiser. I would like to say, Rock, I'd like to say to you, you're not a very good advertiser for the scriptures.
I'm just explaining to you how people can use the scriptures wrong. They can twist the script. The devil knows the scriptures, and sometimes he twists the scriptures. He used the scriptures against Jesus when he was being tempted and shit. So, the devil uses the scriptures and twists them. I'm not saying I believe the scriptures, but you have to rightly divide. You can't just pick a verse out and use your own personal interpretation. You got to, anyway.
Yeah, the Holy Ghost. You can't do it yourself.
But here's the thing. Like, do you think that the Book of Revelations is literally a prophecy or a self-fulfilling prophecy? Because that's also the kind of the undercurrent of the whole thing. Is like, do you think that what we're seeing happen is inevitable, or we're making it happen?
You can't change prophecy. It's the word of God. It's determined. When it happens, we don't know. But it's gonna happen. We got signs that it's happening now. It's like, and God uses the devil to fulfill his own prophecies. It's hard to explain, but yeah, it is a script, and it's God's script, and it's going to happen. He wrote it down. It's going to happen. But, some people may twist the Bible and try to maybe make it look like we're in the rapture right now, or we're right before who knows? Them stage a lot of stuff, and they're trying to make it look like, and then they get these Christians to think, the rapture is going to happen. And everybody predicts the rapture and stuff. And they've been doing it for thousands, hundreds of years. Oh, Hitler, the Antichrist. Oh, this guy's the Antichrist. Oh, this guy's the Antichrist. Hell, they fake a bunch of shit all the time. Who knows? And this Trinity thing, the devil counterfeits everything.
Rocky, you're not answering the question. Neurojack, what again was the point of the video? Because I think it was quite an interesting take on the whole thing.
Basically, that the Book of Revelation and all this stuff about the mixing of the genetics, like in the days of Noah, seems to be the goal of what all this technological progress is doing. But my point is, why are Christians going along with it and not resisting it? Is it because they think that it's the prophecy being fulfilled and they have no duty to stand up to evil? Or is it because they just love Jews so much that they just let them do whatever they want? I mean, it's kind of like, doesn't make any sense to me personally. Like, I don't understand Well,
I think that's actually part of the
Stand
agenda,
up to
right?
it.
My
I
answer
stand
to that
up
would
to
be
it.
Rock, please. My
I
answer to
stand
that,
up to it.
my answer to that would be it's part of the agenda because the chosen race is going to be a mix of white people and Jewish people, right? Like let's say right, people from South, from mid Europe and mid Arabia, so to say. That would be the ruler race. That's part of the agenda. So I think that has to do with it.
One race.
But why are so many people going along with it? I mean, it's so obvious at this point.
Because they're programmed to do so because they need those races in the ruler class, in the ruler class. So they need their support. They need the support of the Jews and the white people because they're going to breed the ruler class out of the white people and the Jews. That's it. That's
That
why.
sounds racist. That sounds racist.
Yeah. The system that they're pushing upon us is racist.
So you think the royal family doing this, basically?
I don't care who's doing it, but that's what it is being done. That's what the plan is. They're not hiding it. It's out there in the open.
No, but
Some
that's
people
like
are
it's
too
so
smart for their own britches. Some people are too smart for their own britches. They think they're so stupid smart that they're gonna trick God, and that they can because they're so damn smart. They think they're tricking God, and sometimes being
And
too
they
smart
even
is
acknowledge
a
that.
handicap.
Rock. They even acknowledge God by saying so. We're gonna trick God. We're gonna outplay him. We're just gonna act like he doesn't exist.
Yeah.
They state that.
Yep. True. Anyway, my noodles are almost done.
What about you, Adam? Do you believe in the prophecy?
When I hear the words "the prophecy," it's like not clearly defined, like where I feel like I would be able to give like anything. I don't know if I would, be able to speak on that because I just don't know what the prophecy is. Like, I'm not playing dumb. I'm really just don't like. I imagine everyone's different, and I know everyone sees things differently. So I don't. But me personally, I don't have a like. When you say the words "the prophecy," I don't have
A prophecy that you think
like
of.
the colloquial, I guess, is the word. I don't know.
Well, like the Book of Revelation and that kind of stuff.
And the question was what?
Do you believe in? Are you a Christian or atheist or what?
But the first question was like, what do I think about the prophecy, or do like I believe in it or something?
Well, yeah, but it depends if you're a Christian or not too. Like if you're a Jew or you're a Christian or you're a Muslim, then you're, if you're not a Christian, then I would imagine you wouldn't believe in it, right?
I think, in all honesty, that sometimes reservation is a good, it's a safe spot. Being reserved. Because like I think I see the most radical things happening from people who are like the most unreserved. And so for that, I'm answering it that way because I wouldn't have any sort of a charge. Like I wouldn't have like I wouldn't have like what I would call a predestined or a formed conceptual image of what that would be in any sort of terms that I know you, because I don't really know anybody here that well. But
well, do you consider yourself religious in any sense?
Well, I think the word religious means like, in a way, it kind of means like discipline. You know, I think it's like it's. I'm not sitting here saying like that's the end all be all, but that's like a main point that even if it's not in there, it should be. And so I've also heard the saying recently where it goes, discipline is self-love. But in terms of like, do I like try get in my car and drive to like a 501c3? No.
Do you
You know,
believe
but
in
I'm
Jesus?
not knocking it or anything. Like they like, you know.
But do you believe
like,
in Jesus or something like that, or
do I
just
what? I'm sorry, I didn't hear.
do you believe in Jesus, or you just believe in agnosticism, like you don't really know anything?
Well, I'll be honest, dude, like I'm kind of a fence sitter sometimes. Like I'll just be upfront about that. Like,
Yeah,
and
I'm not trying to like catch you on something. I'm just asking for
no,
your
no, I
perspective
know.
because it matters.
I know. I'm trying to think about it honestly though. So it's like, you know, I don't have like preloaded answers or anything, you know, like.
But how were you raised then? I mean, how would you describe like the culture that you were raised in? Would you describe that as a
Like, what was my religious upbringing? It was Abrahamic, man, and also like just like not like super like traditional either. Like, it helps if you have people around you. One of the things I liked was being told the stories, you know, as a kid, and like I always envision them like in my
himself or
envision them in my mind and shit when like people would tell me the stories or I'd read it, you know, I'd just like I did with any book kind of, you know, and so that was always fun. And the more people you have around you that like solidify, like I don't just, dude, you know, maybe I'm just different. I just don't listen. Like someone said, trust but verify, you know.
Did you go to Hebrew school?
No, not that I'm aware of.
Because I don't know what Abrahamic means. I don't know what that means.
Oh, it just means like it means it could, yeah.
That could be Islam, Christian.
Yeah, I know. I mean,
I'll just be like honestly, like
Jewish. You know.
Like I've never. So okay. So we're all a person, and we all experience the world similarly yet differently.
Okay.
And yeah.
You grew up as a Christian, a Muslim, or a Jew? That's the question.
Okay, dude, Christian.
Jesus Christ, man.
No. I mean, like, I kind of want to keep, you know. I don't have these answers like preloaded where it's like I'm gonna have like, you know.
Kind of
Christian. I got tons of like fun off the wall stories though. Sorry.
Like Catholic or Protestant or what?
Okay. What are you getting to?
I'm trying to get like what your frame of reference is.
Well, that wouldn't define my frame of reference. I'm like more so defining my frame of reference on that topic.
Right. He wants to keep that vague. He likes to.
I know, but I don't want to keep it vague because it's ridiculous.
I mean, it doesn't like. I'll be honest with you. Like, it wouldn't hurt. I don't think it would hurt me to like, just like, you know. I don't think it would hurt me to like tattoo a cross or anything on my, you know, shoulder or anything, you know, or something like that, like one of my friends did. But like yeah, I'm open to your questions. I just
I'm just saying, like,
see them as offers, and I want to be respectful and speak to you in honor.
Let me ask a secular question, since you don't like theological. If they start genetically manipulating humans, how do you feel about that?
If they genetically manipulate, how do I feel about it? I mean, like, I would feel like, what, you know, like that, I think, and I could be wrong, but that kind of fits into a feudalistic type of, like, if that's a person who's pursuing that and like dreaming on that, because I know people that have that kind of like twinge in them where it's like, You know, like hey, if you're playing tug of war, you want them on your side, sort of thing. Like, but like, you know, at the end, like, you got to have fun too. I know that was a retarded answer, so like I just okay. So you asked me. Sorry, what was the question again?
I had the opportunity to buy Bitcoin at $5 a share back in 2010, but I realized that it was promoting the algorithm, which was promoting AI, so I didn't buy it because I didn't want to promote it, because it seemed like it was a system of the beast system coming up, supporting the beast system AI, and now it's all about algorithms. So every Bitcoin is determined by finding an algorithm for the AI. So if you buy this stuff, you're buying into AI.
Yeah, the
I could have
whole
been.
AI system is built on blockchain. Correct.
I was going to buy $2,000 at $5 a share. That would have given me.
You'd have been like a couple mil at least.
Yeah, I'd be rich right now, but I didn't. Because I don't give a fuck. I don't want to be rich.
Honestly, dude, like sometimes, dude, like, yeah, physically, that's what happened, and also like, but dude, you know, there's a reason why. Like you said you felt it. You're like, nah. And I've done stuff like that too, where it's like,
I had the same opportunity and I didn't take it either. And I can tell you one thing: a lot of people who did take the opportunity ended up missing. So,
dude, and people are like, dude, I think it's gambling, but like, you know, is a fair description for it. And I think, yeah, like gambling, like, dude, I was just being told like a lot of people bought those, or like got into the betting on the NFL stuff.
a lot of people missing over that stuff too.
Yeah, they're crazy about it. Like beyond, like, because I always thought of gambling as like it's supposed to be fun, you know, but like it's usually not.
If you win some of those bets and you're not supposed
I've seen, yeah,
people
sorry, man.
People come looking for you. We'll put it that way.
What? Well, I wouldn't think that, but like, dude, my one friend was telling me, he's like, yeah, if you put like it costs $30 like for the whole season, and every week you get a chance to make like $1,000 off that $10. It's like, you know, but then, dude, like if you like biology and shit, like that stuff isn't good for your adrenal glands. Like there's a reason why there's so much money around it, and there's so much you know, nefarious activity when it comes to competitive sports, even at the highest level. You know,
Yeah, there's a lot of human trafficking around sporting events too.
Yeah, man. Yeah, apparently that's really a bad. Apparently there's an overload of that. That's what I keep hearing from people who talk about AI a lot. They say that, but I only have like one friend, and that talks about that like almost endlessly, and I like it because I learn. But like at sometimes, dude, it's like so crazy. It's like, all right, it's 45 minutes of you know, like all this negative stuff, you know, like you gotta try to transmute some of that shit. You can't, because dude, like otherwise you're just fear porning. Or you know, we would be I would be fear porning myself at some point. You know, it's like and also like what you see in your mind and your vision, the one that you go to balance people's opinions and like consider them, that thing that you check. I forget where I was going with that, but that can get lost real easy, dude. Gambling, you know, tons of ways. But being afraid.
Gamble with money that you can afford to lose, and I could afford to lose $2,000. When I was going to do that, I could afford it. But some people, they gamble with money they can't afford to lose because they're on like welfare, and then they go to the fucking gambling casinos and lose all their welfare check, and they can't even afford to fucking buy food because they're stupid. You know, I don't gamble. I don't buy those tickets and shit. It's a waste of money. If you want to gamble, go play 21 and learn how to count cards.
It's a value system. Like, what do you value? That's where your attention will be. Like, what's your greatest currency? It has to be your attention. Like, if you guys come up with better things than attention for your greatest currency, let me know. I'm all ears. Not right now. I'm not trying to put anybody on the spot. Just think about it over time. Consider it.
No,
Because
that's a great point, and that's kind of what the video was actually about. Is really about, while we're all looking at one direction, trying to figure out what's going on wrong with the world. And I'm glad Trad is back, because I'm sure he has something to say on this. But it's like the whole system is designed so you're so distracted chasing money or chasing a house or chasing a car or chasing a woman or chasing whatever. It's like you can't just be a fucking human and live your life in a normal way. You got to be chasing this, like, dream of success or dream of whatever. And the whole time, your whole future and your whole normal human existence is being stolen from you because you're participating, because you basically don't have much of a choice. The way the system is set up, you have to participate or go die on the street somewhere. I mean, that's pretty much.
The Bible says the love of money is the root of all kinds of evil. The love of money is the root of all kinds of evil. And that, if you look, it looks like most of these evil motherfuckers, all they care about is money, power, and more money. They're insane. They're insanely, they just want more money, money, money. They got all the fucking money and they want more money. Sick motherfuckers.
They don't want money. They don't want money. They want power, dude. Money's nothing.
Money, power.
Yeah, money represents power. Yeah.
And some of these people want transhumanism for some reason. That's kind of also the thing. Like, they want
because that's even bigger
else.
power. That's even
Some
greater
of these
power.
people got so much money that they don't care anymore. They got so much money that they'll lose money. They'll lose money doing their trickery. They got so much money they'll lose money on something.
But that's all in the game, dude. It's beyond.
Well,
it's beyond.
The Bible warns you. I'm just telling you, the Bible warns.
It's beyond amounts.
The Bible warns you. The Bible warns you. The love of money, the root of all kinds of evil. The Bible says that. Some people mistranslate it. Some people mistranslate it and translate it. The love of money is the root of all evil. That's not what it says. The proper translation is the love of money is the root of all kinds of evil. See, that's a mistranslation.
Yeah, that is a good.
So that's sorry, but that's not necessarily, money is not the root of evil. The love of money, the keeping of money.
That's what I said. The love of money is the root of all kinds of evil. Not all evil, but all kinds of evil.
Yeah. We agree on a lot of topics, Rock. We do.
Yeah, so and Boy, you and I got along before too.
That's why the translation is important. That's why the translation is important. Because if you're going to try to tell somebody that the love of money is the root of all evil, that's bullshit. But if you study it right, it says it's the root of all kinds of evil. It doesn't mean that all evil is because of the love of money.
I never heard of that specification. It's a nice one.
No,
you could do what Pink Floyd did and just say money is the root of all evil.
But that's not true. It's the root of all kinds of evil, but it's not the root of all evil. Some people do evil shit.
I was making a silly joke.
Oh yeah,
I heard
Floyd.
it.
Pink Floyd knew the Earth was flat. He wrote the song "The Wall."
No, but that is a good point though, because I can tell you, almost everybody I ever talk to doesn't realize how they're just the translation of the Bible that they read is so out of whack, and they just take it literally rather than try to understand the actual translation A is and B how to interpret it.
And how it came to be in this way, right? Also,
Yes.
that is what philosophy is about in history, right?
Certainly, I would say that the conventional sort of American Protestant understanding of the Bible seems to just be that it's just magically dropped out of the sky, and it doesn't need to be justified why X book is in the Bible and Y book isn't.
Yeah. Or
Well,
it actually was found under a tree, right? According to the Mormons, it was found under a tree.
The Catholics had a
golden tablets that magically disappeared as soon as they were discovered.
The Catholics had their own Bible. It was translated from the Lexicon from Latin, but the scriptures was written in Greek.
Oh
So
yeah.
When the Catholics wrote their Bible, the Protestants, they didn't like it because they misinterpreted like word repent. They changed to penance, like you got to give penance. So they changed one word to where they could get their parishioners or whatever you call them, the people that follow, to believe that you could buy penance, you could purchase, you could buy shit. So they mistranslated one word. And there was a war on Bibles back in the 1500s. They were, who's going to have the Bible? And they had the King James Version, they had the Geneva Bible, and then they had the Roman Catholic Bible, which was translated from the wrong text they used, because the Old Testament, everybody during the time of Jesus spoke Greek. It was the common language of the whole Greek Empire, Roman Empire. They spoke Greek, but their official language was Latin. And so if you're using a Latin Bible, you're basically using a Roman Catholic, Roman Bible. But the Protestants wanted to translate the Greek scripts. And that's what that is. The Protestants they I don't think they were called that. They were called they came over here as the Pilgrims or whatever.
Calvinist? Calvin? Was it Calvin?
The Pilgrims were a mix. Okay, the Pilgrims came over. They were infiltrated with the Roman Catholics. A bunch of people came over.
I think it was Calvinist. I'm not sure. I'm not very
well. They were the Calvinist wing of the Anglican Church, who were then kicked out of the Anglican Church, and kicked out of England.
Yeah.
The Pilgrims' model was their motto.
Oh no, it wasn't. Or was it Luther? Was it Luther or Calvin? I'm not sure.
Sola Scripture.
The Pilgrims would have been. They would have. So originally, they were in the Church of England, but the Church of England was anti-Calvinist, so they were basically forced to create their own church called the Congregationalists. And the Congregationalists, a large number of them were basically thrown out of England or highly encouraged to leave, and that's why so many of them came to America. Of course, the ones who stayed ended up taking over for a short period after the First English Revolution, after the Civil War, when they drove out the Stuarts for about 15 years and set up this disaster authoritarian theocracy called under Oliver Cromwell. And after that, of course, when they were deposed again, then all hell really broke loose against them, and that's why almost all of their descendants are in America now.
Yeah,
my heritage is
you've got some historical knowledge. And what is your take on that?
30-year war. There was a 30-year war against the Christians, against the Roman Catholics, the 1600s. There was a 30 years war, and my family came over in the 1600s after the Roman Catholic Church won the war. So we left with the Huguenots, and my parents were from Switzerland and northern Italy. We came, not my parents, but my heritage. And so we were anti, because we had just lost the war with Rome, and so we didn't want to be under them. So they moved. My ancestors moved here in the mid 1600s, and I got my heritage all the way back to the 1400s, going all the way back to Switzerland and Germany.
Yeah, we're gonna be doing a deep dive on these this era of the Protestant Reformation coming up in our religious series, and we're gonna talk about some of the philosophy of Martin Luther and John Calvin as it relates to the formulation of church and state. The formulation of German nationalism, their relation to the kings of Bohemia, and some of the wayward sects that popped up there. As Calvin was a writer on the state. He wrote a lot of laws about the civil laws of the of between church and state, and that was a lot of the doctrines.
The Protestants, or the Pilgrims that came across, they had a motto called sola scriptures, scriptures only.
Yeah, I talked about it. Yeah, I talked about it before, because when you were talking about the 6,000-year theory, I briefly mentioned that because it's about taking a literal interpretation of the Bible, and this is one of the things that Martin Luther taught. He taught all of these credos, like sola fide, sola scriptura, sola fide is salvation by faith alone. Where he argued that the epistle of James should be burned. He argued it was an epistle of straw, and that it should be taken out of the Bible and burned, because it teaches that that salvation can be by works. And
that's because he didn't understand the Greek, and there's different works. There's human good works and there's divine works. So he didn't understand the book of James, so he wanted to kick it out. But
yeah, that's part of the game. They're taking it literally. They're taking the translation literally. Yeah.
Well, no.
Well, I would say at least works for yourself, right? And I don't mean that selfishly. I mean that, like, hey, I know what's good for my body. I know I got to keep up on this. I know I got to keep up on that. And like, that's works, So, I mean, it's not like someone else can do it for us, right?
I think James was talking about, like, if you go up to a homeless guy and you say, I'm going to pray for you.
Yeah.
In other words, you use faith. He's going to go up and say, I'm going to pray for you that you get some new shoes and you have some hamburgers, something to eat tonight. While you got the money to buy him a new pair of shoes and you got the money to give him some food, that's faith without works. You sit there and pray, oh, I pray for you to have some shoes. Well, you have 30 bucks.
I've been praying to lose like 30 pounds for like a month. It ain't happening. I got to start doing some works. That's all I'm saying.
And then it also has to do with what that fella mentioned earlier, which is Occam's razor and nominalism. There's a debate in the 14th century in the church of realism versus nominalism. This is a great philosophical battle of whether abstract ideas have reality on their own. And the nominalists, namely Occam, he came down on the side of that there are no abstract ideas that have existed. So, basically nominalism means that, there's only aggregations of things that you can find in the world. And those are, sort of meant to be presented in an imaginary space as ideas. So they were kind of taking a more Aristotelian approach against the more Neoplatonic approach of the church. So it was also a philosophical battle attached to that. And it was also a battle between church and state.
It's the opening. It's the opening that nihilism needs.
I don't know what all them big words mean.
It's the opening that nihilism, as we know it today, needed to come into existence.
What is
nominalism? This nominalism that he speaks of.
Okay, nominalism. But then he went on to say that the difference between Aristotle and Neoplaton, because I heard, and I could be wrong, Aristotle was like after the Neoplatonists, and he was maybe more
exactly
material
right.
minded. That's what I kind of
That's
heard.
right. That's exactly right. Yeah, you got it. You got it. You got the perfect. Yeah, you got it. Yeah.
But like ultimately, there are no,
Sorry, he was more what minded? Sorry, I didn't catch that.
material minded, like
Well, he was
or
more of a
material reminded.
Right.
Yeah, he thought you could extrapolate from experiences in the world to general principles, whereas Plato said the forms emanate down to the material world. All of material reality is just an imitation of the forms. Whereas Aristotle thought that nature had an inherent quality to itself. But yeah, go ahead, Trad.
Well, basically, to understand the distinction, it's almost like they both have totally different epistemic foundation. I mean, to some extent,
They're at like let's say there's two sides. They are at like the fringe of each other to the next category.
Yeah, kind of. Yeah, you got it. Yeah, you got it mapped out a little bit. Yeah.
I would say that to a large degree, I know this is a bit of an oversimplification, but
I would say that's valid.
To a large degree, over the course of history, Western society became increasingly Aristotelian.
Yes.
Whereas Eastern, like the East, India, China, not directly through Plato, but through similar ideas, was more similar to what Plato believed, with the concept of, Maya, the illusion, which is our everyday sensory existence. But this has a huge impact on, the way that we think, because we just automatically assume that the realm of everyday sensory experience is the ultimate truth that we could perceive. Is that like, well, we're seeing reality, and reality basically starts with us. The whole process of discovering what reality is starts with us.
Can I tell you what I think the difference is?
The Greek philosophers.
It's that so like your physical eyes. Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
I'm trying to say the Greek philosophers, they used reason and logic and imperialism.
Deduction.
They had nothing. They would have nothing to do with faith. The means of perception through faith.
Yeah.
The Lord requires faith. You have to believe what the word says, and that's a means of perception that they won't allow faith. They will only use reason, logic, and imperialism to find the truth. But sometimes you find the truth in faith. It's the only non-meritorious means of perception. You're believing.
Well, we should have faith in everything that we say to a degree.
Yeah, and I'd love to open up this topic, but I really got to run, guys, because it's been way over 9 hours, and I got to do a little bit of things in the morning here. But yeah, I'm going to be on for a little bit more, just playing some of my old episodes and stuff. But I'm going to go around the panel and let everybody give some closing statements in terms of Adam Lanza. I don't know if he just fell out or if he just like dipped out, but yeah, bless Adam Lanza. Please come back and give your closing statement if you can. But I think his phone is experiencing technical difficulties or some shit. But yeah, man, I'll just go around and see if he comes back. But yeah, Cecil, you got anything for us, Big Cecil? Nah, he done pulled the blanket over his head. You know, he's ready to call it a night.
How about
Cecil?
How about
Steel Cecil? Yeah, yeah, we're gonna come around to Steel Cecil for sure. What about you, brother Rock? You got any closing words for us?
No, peace. I'll see you later.
Yeah, see you soon. Thank you for sharing your wisdom. You're welcome back here anytime, brother, man. Thanks for sharing your time with us, man. I really appreciate you. And we're having we're trying to have a Christian speaker here next time. So please join us. We're gonna have somebody who's knowledgeable about subjects of the church and all that stuff. So we're gonna bring it up there. Yeah, bless you guys, man. Yeah, but what about you, brother boy?
Dude, I love these conversations on your channel.
I got you. Yeah, for sure.
I mean, you got some knowledge. This other, everybody got some knowledge here. I mean, you've got some historical, philosophical, very well versed in that topic, and I really appreciate that. And so therefore you attract people that also do the same thing or appreciate it. Yeah, it's a different kind of panel channel. Thank you very
Thank
much.
you, brother. Well, you know what they say, game recognized game. So, you know, it takes one to know one, brother. You know what I mean? So, yeah, you know,
Awesome.
you must be on the same wave. You know what I mean? Yeah, you already know. But yeah, man, bless you, man. You're welcome here anytime to discuss these topics or to just yell at people, you know, who you think are stupid.
Yeah, I will take them both. I will take them both.
Yeah, 'cause we gotta, yeah, we gotta yell at these people sometimes. It is what it is. But yeah,
Yeah.
you know.
No, I'll go next because I want to get you guys' reaction to. But no hard feelings to Adam or anybody else. I was just being a dick because I'm tired and don't feel good. But no, I do appreciate everyone's feedback because no, these are very difficult topics, and like you said, everybody has different knowledge, and I'm always impressed because I'm stupid, but I just find that a lot smarter people are saying things that put a lot of pieces together for me. So I'm really appreciative of that. And yeah, I'm really, this is a really good place to have good conversation. So I'm very happy about that. And everyone have a good night. Thank you, Machine, for having us. And yeah, have a good night.
Bless. And a special star of the evening was Dominic, man, brother Dominic, man. Thank you so much for coming through and having some really deep conversations. You know what I mean? If you guys missed me and Dominic's conversations in the middle of the string, shit, man, we were popping off crazy subjects, man. That's a real blessed you know, older brother to have out here, man. But yeah, man. Trad, man, you had an interesting night, you know, getting kicked off of Flow State's panel. That happened to me too. so you're among you know, you're among your I mean peers, you know what I mean, out here. Because yeah, I remember first time I went on Flow State's panel, they kicked me right off for trying to tell them about Aristotle and shit. But yeah, man, bless, man.
It never ceases to amaze me how people think that like evidence doesn't matter if it doesn't support their contention. So essentially the problem was that I have a copious amount of evidence for my position, but apparently it's better to have no evidence and agree with quote unquote gut instinct, whatever the hell that is, than to actually do a deep dive into, you know, the reality about an issue that actually has to do with our philosophical foundations. So our quote unquote gut instincts are the product of social programming, and there's evidence for this, but the evidence be damned because it's icky to somebody that doesn't care about truth. And that's all a long way of saying that the reality is that so much of what we believe because we're in the West and raised by Western culture, not because it's this one size fits all truth. That's one of the main missions that I've had for years and years, trying to convince people. In the real world, a lot of people are willing to listen. Strangely enough, it's the internet where I find that I have the biggest roadblocks to getting people to open their minds.
Yeah, that is a real a real issue I've noticed too, you know. But I think that's really the median, you know, that we're employing. It's a form because you notice that people's character MK Ultra version of themselves really comes out on these you know, platforms. So, you know, it's not really the people you're dealing with front, but they're kind of, you know, amalgamation of what everybody thinks about them and who they are at the same time. So, you know, we have to watch for that definitely. And you know, I think we're gonna have a good time smoothing out some of our points because we're coming at this thing from two different directions. So if we have more conversations, we can kind of triangulate this thing to what the people want to hear. You know what I mean? Because you know, because you're coming at it from a social perspective, I'm coming at it from a philosophical angle. You know, so we could you know, meet somewhere you know, in the middle there in terms of the political you know, what the political prescriptions are, you know. But yeah, bless.
Yeah,
It's
fair
always
enough.
a pleasure. Yeah.
All right. Well, thank you for having me on, and all that
Yeah.
good stuff.
For sure, brother. We're gonna do it many times, and we'll have some bigger names out here talking to us. You know, as the channel
All
grows,
right.
we'll attract bigger people out here, and maybe even some debates. You know, we'll see. But you know, Dominic had an interesting theory about debates. He said debates are not useful. You know, he condemned debating. It
I
was
would say that
interesting. Yeah.
what I've learned having participated in a lot of these debates is that, especially if it's in an online sphere, you're gonna change nobody's mind
Nobody's mind. Yeah,
unless they're
that's right.
unusually incredibly open-minded, and there's
And
very
that's
few
what it
people
is.
like
You
that
gotta
on the
get like, you know, you gotta take the big sacrifice to get those few heads that are actually gonna tune in and be like, shit. You know what I mean? You know, those people that are on the fence, and it might, and you get like 5 or 6 of them, and they stay in your audience, and then you get 4 of them that are remain in both people's audiences. You know, and just like, and it's like, oh shit, you know, you lost the debate, but you gained 10 people that are gonna listen to you from now on. You know what I mean? That's how you keep playing the game. You know what I mean? Because those 10 people are not worthless. They're people who have impact. They're gonna talk to hundreds of people. You know, maybe daily. You know what I mean? You know, so impact is not with, you know, just online. You know, it also happens with people telling their families and shit you don't really see online. You know, and I know lots of people send me messages. You know, and you know, I sold like 20 books or some shit. I'm not bragging or anything like that, but it's like, you know, like you know, like I get like $4 per book I like sell. You know, like most of the money goes to like the website and shit like that. I gave like more than 20 copies away for free, you know, but I just love people telling me, man, you know, I learned the this and this thing from the book you wrote, and like whatever, you know, like that's all I care about at the end of the day. You know, somebody went up and you know, took something away and then went and looked into it for themselves. You know what I mean? And the impact that has is powerful. You know, you've done that to hundreds of people. You've done it to me. You know, so I know you must have done it to hundreds of more people. So don't give up faith on yourself, my brother. And you know, you're a wise friend, and I'm glad to have you out here talking to us, man. Bless, man.
All right. Oh, one more thing. I do actually have a YouTube channel again as of
Oh
yesterday.
shit, for real? Oh
It's
shit,
a
here
whole
we
new
go
channel
again.
though, so I have 0 subscribers and only like
Oh,
3
here we go
people.
again. Drop the link out here. You know, are you in the chat, or because I gotta
Hold
make
on. Yeah, I'll drop the link in just a second. I have to
yeah, because
go search it up.
you gotta say something. You gotta say something in the chat, and then I'll make you a mod, and then you can drop the link. So
Okay.
yeah, because I gotta make you a mod first. So say something in the chat so I can make you a mod, because
Here
some
we
of these
go.
people, yes, because some of these mods will ban the fuck out of you just for being smart with them. You know what I'm saying? That's just how they are. You know.
I see.
Yeah. So let me get up on that link there, and then I'll go ahead and plug this channel here, and I'm gonna play a little video. I'm gonna play my first video I ever recorded, guys. You know, it's gonna be a real treat. The first lecture I ever recorded for the Machine Lives, the first video we ever made to commemorate whatever success I have in this channel here. You know, we'll see. You know, what the future holds for us. You know what I mean? But I got many things planned. We got a big show coming up on Wednesday. You know, we're gonna come back to the religious topics. You know, we're gonna have a guest speaker, hopefully. But yeah, bless you guys, man. And you know, we got Destroyer dropping the link here too. So, you know, the mods be working on it too, man. You know. But yeah,
All
man.
right. Well, thank you. Thank you for any support that you could give.
Of course, and thank you to any support that, you know, you can give our enterprise. Of course, you know, we got kind of the same theory in a lot of ways, but yeah, you know, as it is, you know, we gotta congeal on the political elements of how it's gotta come together. But yeah, you know, looking at the social dynamics, looking at the history of philosophy, looking at the philosophy of science, even. That's the big thing that gets people. You gotta you lure them in with some philosophy of science stuff like these diorite guys do. You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm
Yeah.
saying?
Well, I mean, I don't want to do it the way they do it. playing like silly
But
word.
that's what they do, you know. They hit them with some philosophy of science crap first, you know. Oh, how do you
I mean,
know? How do you
that's
know
called
that you
dish
know that?
walloping. That's what I hope. I feel like some days I might come too close to that, and I don't like it when I do that. I don't like it when the Jay Dyer people do it either.
Yeah, yeah, bless you. Yeah, yeah, bless you, man. Yeah.
All
Well,
right.
we still got Cecil here, sleeping. Sweet dreams, my brother, man. And yeah, man. And you know, to you, you have a blessed morning, my friend, and I'll be praying for you. You know, it's been a rough
All right.
night. You know, yeah, but yeah, I'll talk to you guys soon. You know, um, and bless you for being here. Yeah, you could just stick around if you want. I'm just gonna talk to my audience real quick. But yeah,
Okay.
yeah, just you know, guys, man, thank you for being with me here. You know, it's been a real rough night, just in terms of my emotional state. You know, I'm really missing my wife. You know, it's kind of getting into that crunch time where you know she's really been gone a long time, no contact. You know what I mean? I really feel brokenhearted, confused, alone. You know, it is what it is. But you know, I'm still trying to bring you guys this content. You know, Wednesday, Friday, Saturday. So, you know, I'm going to be coming back on Wednesday. So enjoy this break without me, guys. Have a blessed time. And, you know, there's lots of videos on my channel that you guys can watch on a full range of topics. I'm talking about technology, accelerationism, you know, and I'll be premiering some videos for you guys. But yeah, man, thank you for joining us here on The Machine Lies, where we talk about the lies of the machine on the machine that lies. And here's my first video I ever made, guys. It's been a long run. You know, we've had 90 people in here. We've had 8 people in here. we've gotten hit pieces done on us by the Sanity Machine, Chalk Body Outline, Paul Enslaved. The whole crew has done hit pieces on us. Toilet Bowl Earth, Enslaved by Truth. Everybody's done hit pieces on the Machine Lies, man. We've gotten a name for ourselves. Made by Jim Bob. You know, the haters are piling up, man. But you know, so are the supporters. You know what I'm saying? So what can we say, man? You know, we must be doing something out here to either piss people off or give people something to think about. But yeah, man, I appreciate you all, my friends, man. Thank you for joining us here. This is a video I made 2 years ago when you know, nobody listened to me. You know, nobody clicked on the video. You know, over 1,000 people watched it now. You know what I mean? But I don't know if they really resonated with it. I presented it here to you guys, man. Some of my closest friends and supporters, people that'll watch me 6:30 a.m. in the morning with nothing that's going on, man. But bless you guys, man. You know, maybe you guys will see some of the purposes or you know, methods I was thinking of when I first started this channel. You know, what it was supposed to be about. You know what I mean? Technology, philosophy of technology. And I just gave a 3-hour lecture on that subject over at Jesse Howe, the Missing Link channel. So, you know, you guys go check out that interview as well. It's also posted on my channel. It's called Introduction Seminar to a Philosophy of Technology. And here's one of my first attempts at doing that. You guys have a blessed day, you know. Greetings. Welcome to The Machine Lies, where we talk about the lies of the machine on the machine that lies. Indeed, our narrative begins with a sort of process, a process of thinking about thinking that causes us to experience a sort of duality, a separation from ourselves and from nature. Now, I know that you may be thinking that this is a strange concept, but allow me to enlighten you on some of the various mysteries of what this thing called technology that seems to inhabit every sphere of our lives is now set upon in terms of what defines the machine. What really is a machine? And what is technology? I guess we can frame technology in terms of 3 different definitions we have. The first would be a form of creation that exists in duality. And what we mean by creating in duality, it means that we are creating a artificial world outside of ourselves. This is a process of wishing with our hands, meaning that we are internalizing technical skills and doing with our eyes in a sort of voyeuristic manner. We take in everything we learn from our environment, and then the process of putting it together is basically what is technology. And in the Greek term, they had a term called oikos. Oikos is a blanket term for environment, economy, family, basically any number of items concerning the daily activities of life, the artificial world we inhabit that we have built for ourselves here. And it would seem to me that the very first aspect of this artificial world would be the way that technology eludes us in its process of enframing. Now, some may have heard this in a Heideggerian sort of pretext, but I make no pretenses concerning Heideggerian philosophy. In fact, I would consider myself an anti-philosopher. I decry philosophical learning, insofar as I've went into the troves of philosophy and political science and found very little value for the activities of daily life. But these terms, oikos is all the activities that really govern all of our communications. Communication would be the primary term that we're working with here, because what exactly is a communication? We see many wires set up in order to allow us to communicate. And these wires are sort of in the background of daily life. What do these wires translate? Because what they do is they mediate every form of communication. And what else they mediate? They mediate the economy. Economics is another term that covers oikos. And the last one would be environment. Now, you can talk of everything in terms of environment, in terms of economy, in terms of communication. Actually, organization and communication are the sole basis for almost all aspects of society. So words are basically the most primary form of technique or technology that is cropped up since ancient times. Now, this definition is that, see, the word, it separates us from the daily activities of life. Now, although it connects everything, since you can talk about everything in terms of communication, everything in terms of strategies of war, everything in terms of environment or nature, because everything happens in or on something. Everything is happening in nature. Indeed, everything is happening everywhere all at the same time. So what we're experiencing is the totality of things, the full ensemble of life. We never get to experience any part of life. And this happens because of all of our life is mediated first by tools. And this creates a type of externalization of our ego. The eventual process of externalization of creating outside of ourselves can be seen in everyday life. For example, we routinely go around in a 2-ton barricade, which can be misconstrued as a killing machine. This is a vehicle, a car that we sit ourselves in, and of course, it's optional whether or not you want to own one. But as we here live in Detroit, there's no means of commuting that is really practical other than owning a private car. And at the outset of cars, it was a convenience. It was something that you could purchase to make your life easier. But now it's become a necessity, just as cell phones were optional at one point. But now they've become a necessary item for anyone who wants to get a job. One needs a computer and a car. So it seems the growing list of items that are necessary to participate in society is ever increasing. And this means that more and more of our life is being mediated by machines. Indeed, our life is being mediated by experts, the rule of experts. It seems that a growing number of experts now seem to have daily fascination with the events of our lives. They seem to be massing massive piles of data in order to ease our sense of belonging in this artificial environment that exists. But it seems that technology constantly obfuscates the way it accomplishes its goals. And this is the second definition of technology. The first one was creating in duality. The second one is a process of enframing. This would be a process of basically obfuscating the means that you use to accomplish a task for a particular end. See, all we see are the natural results of what technology produces. The way it produces them, this process is, first of all, it would be very time consuming for everyone to find out how this process is accomplished, because see, that part is taken care of by experts. So they will see the way most technology accomplishes what it does for us is hidden from us. It conceals its means while accomplishing a particular end. And this seems to separate it from the processes of nature in sort of a critical way, because see, nature seems to amplify its it seems to create many different simplify means for many ends. A plethora of ends. The same stream can feed dozens of life forms. It can even be a home for certain life forms. The purpose of a stream is multifaceted. It accomplishes many ends, but the way it does this is by simplifying the process it uses. Technology does precisely the opposite. It seems to multiply the means for a particular end, and this particular end is, as Jacques Ellul noticed, the primary end of efficiency. There you have it, folks. We'll start with some more of that next time, explaining that, my definition of technology, a simplification of means for a complexity of ends in nature, and in technique, a complexification of means to a particular end. Anyways, I hope you guys enjoyed some of that, and we'll be joining you guys next time here on The Machine Lies on Wednesday, opening it back up with some religious topics. I hope you guys enjoy some of this music. It's dear to me, talking about what's going on in my life. Bless you guys.
Collapse of civilization, anarchy, genocide, starvation. Then when it seemed things couldn't get any worse.
Muddy bloody water, sirens in the offer, battle scarred and tortured, rewriting their poems for the coffin. Buried in the graves of the lost and forgotten, harsh smoke rocks where the spiders are crawling, needles in the stairs, overdose in the morning, razor blades in the forest, displaying the horror, broken mirror smile at all of those who follow, an everlasting pain that shall lead us to sorrow. We are not here, there is no tomorrow. Time to wake up and steal before you borrow. The cash that you have will be digitally swallowed. Now your whole life is scanned like a barcode. Pick up the phone, they will know what you asked for. Algorithm precision like a military task force. DMX was Jesus in the era hardcore. Men of the moonlight like program, rivers of stone that shine reflections of the sun. Tools made from bones. What have you become? For hours for your lung. Drag you through the trenches, finish with a punch. The man in the distance, the past and future. Strangers with a sniper ring. The Medusa living from morning to age. You know, an optical genetic like controls computers. Bend the time by design and land in a blind. The light keepers consider the king. Buckets, big high water in hell. Now you're immune to every known disease. Whistle to the beat. Crystal alkaline batteries made from seeds. Snooker balls in the salt, accommodate your heat. Picking mushrooms as I grieve interweave holographic schemes. Coke tomato, smoke gelato, Robin Hood, the most shadows of the streets. Everything's unique if you break it down. Bleed fire, water, soft the crowd. Genocide mixed with light, tons of sound. Echo chamber, high elevation, walk through funk clouds. Wise like the oldest owl. Digging a path out of Plato's cave. Thinking out the box, never mind what they say. Executioners watch, sting the fuck out your face. Lost shores, your grace. Solomon style, stretching light in the timeline like sharp tapes. Crystal flakes, transparent shakes. Dancing on the heads of 1,000 snakes. Shakespeare cipher code, the crypto. Lap dances from a blonde bimbo. Battling the dragon, gifted the hand us. Cheesing through a broken window. Rhythmic illusion, life confusion, but only if you let it. Surprise, clack, clack, surprise. Facto and Tana, dummy, Stargate, psychic spies. Operation Midnight, climax, assassinate the lies. I was born, I wish you watched the moon last at night. In this lifetime, I shine circle and flies. Maccabees prayer for the masses, madness as a Tramontina dances. Pick faces, wrapped in bacon, broke to ashes. Flown on static, juggling rapid hatches, fly from under the mattress. Praying to set Francis, please tell me what the fuck happened. Blackness with Atlas on the road to Damascus. Golden armor axes dipped in fantastic trippy cactus.
Which will enable the controlling oligarchy, who have always existed and presumably always will exist, to
Monks should be reasonable, and good standing is most important. How can you be so ruthless as to fight?
Although the half-dead King Duracell lantern one saber caves graves.
Yeah, the ancient secret. There's no way to teach it. Petals from an orchid flower, boil it in a tea and drink it. The greatest of sun casts a samurai shadow. The path remain narrow, sharpen swords for the battle. In a lotus position, listen to the silent rock garden. Draw water from the well, you fell, your heart hardened. We sit for many hours telling stories to the children. The temple that we built provided shade from the pavilion. Red and yellow garments been shredded to torn cushions. Those who cut short get pricked by thorn bushes. Pulsars and quasars are somewhere in its universe. A stronger harp slow becoming one with the universe. Book of the dead, summon spirits to leave caskets. Women with painted faces sing songs where they weave baskets. The Dragon Festival, traditional spice of culture. Forefathers came together, chiseling ice sculptures. A breeze in the silence of night, the still whispers. Fairies dance around on the roof in silk slippers through the earth's storms. The dirt mold, the first poems. Elders can tell your future by using your birthstones. Grass of vast fields that smiles with green laughter. A net intertwined with feathers, a dream catcher. In the center of the village, an enormous clock ticks. Geisha women hold their hair in buns with chopsticks. The quilt worn was woven by silkworms. Yellow rays from the sun kept the coconut milk warm. The land and air made way for the panda bear. A man in fear stayed awake in the night to stand in prayer. A group of strange men come forth handing you flutes, crafted intricately carved from bamboo suits. Volcano Island, the legend of Mount Fuji, where we find Yoshi and eat sushi with Gartuki.
to give his life a ransom for many. The crooked trees and the entity. Mariners continue to complain about the foghorns in the sea. The spider has not brought trouble to me. I like the idea that God sees. He laughs because the devil is just angry. Grass cutter, the shrouded moon, Mary Scary, the milkman murders. The wanderers roll the soul market. We're on the ground, there are traps, so stand further. At 8 billion on Christmas, the nightly news and eyewitness. 100 decayed bullets, these old Indians have no mistress. The haunted tank, the spiral cage, Oswald Loomis pulls a prank beneath hell in a hard place. A game of you and riverbanks, the devil may care. Emerald hell, display rare, conquer world. Full circle, Morgana, life and death, Kane's eye tear. Tales of sanctuary, panel to panel, last day in Vietnam. The spiral cage, body of a journalist. Since the world began, we need a song. Doom Patrol, God Save the Queen, Lazy Sunday, book, Druid toys, two roads diverge, Kitchen 14. Those who God wishes to destroy. Night Tripper, the man Renfield, a tale of madness boys. Little deaths, a distant soul, kiss and tell the secret history of noise. Dr. Death, Mystery Theater, Harlequin Valentine is annoyed. Dioramas, panoramic, Papa Midnight, and the Hardy Boys.
You have disappointed me. Greatly, yes.
Master, these are filthy ninja, and they tried to kill you, so I...
Be quiet. They cannot even beat you. So how in the world could they beat me?
But we must protect ourselves.
You have forgotten what I have taught you, and what is written in the book of Buddha.
I know I'm right.
Wei Ming, as far as Kung Fu is concerned, you are the best among your colleagues, but your behavioral practice is the worst. When will you ever understand all these things?
To your mental health, watch carefully and then you'll see a barren empty shelf. Carelessly you'll never see a parent calls for help. But you believe so fluently that things can never change, and you stupidly refuse to see the errors in your ways. And I understand that this old plan is thoroughly deranged, but that doesn't mean that you should be so scared to break away. Well, I wonder what's under the cover of darkness, counting the number of innocent hearts, just making an effort to realize all this suffering has to be making some progress. Changing the way that I look at those places, hating the way that you show me those faces, breaking the balance of homeostasis, taking my talents and calling them basic. I'll face it, well it's inevitable when it's set in the stone, and I'm setting my soul into hell, and I know that my rhetoric won't be direct in a poem. I'm faceless. This era hasn't made a name because it's tasteless. I'm sick of all these wasted cases and their makeshifts. Habitats will make sense. How to rap and take this cataract and make your vision out of whack. It's calling, I'm falling a little bit more every day, but I'm sullen. I'm running from reapers. I wanna be hauling my body back to little places to dwell. I guess I know one thing about life. Everybody says to me that death is suicide, and I'm just trying to figure out if what I do is right. So idea, would you grab the mic and shed a little light?
Well, the summer bleeds a foreshadow of what's to come and go to waste. It blankets me, braces me, something sweet that I can taste. You're my mother, I'm your morphine. Let's go make a baby out of two guitars, a heavy heart. I'll seem happy when you're looking, smoking, singing, eating, fucking. One size fits Angel Coma. You're my favorite stranger, and I won't hate you till I know you. Somewhere between the garden and the grave, I bypassed the machine. I wouldn't have felt its effects anyway. Sentiment is the tramp that bore this special hollow. Cram it in my old cuts, it leaves a whole lot left to swallow. Exercise your right to never buy what you can't borrow. Carve my sorries in the sky and hope the sun hides them tomorrow. Manufactured disaster, it seems I made my bed. No one sees the burnt holes until the sleeper wakes up dead. Take my hands away, I'll pull the moon down with my wrist. Making plans to fake safe as possible is dangerous.
Writer's block just might have stopped the song from being finished, cause my mind was locked with rhymes I've dropped from previous conditions. So I listened to the words again, envisioned things I would have said, and crossed out many lines that didn't rhyme and left them all for dead. I was trapped inside my head and I couldn't get out my pen from my back pocket. Guess I lost it, so I wrote these words instead. If you would just shut up enough for me to get my point across, I'm sure this conflict could be solved without having substantial loss. And when I see the rain is coming overhead, I stay and function back inside my mind and try to find the ways to make assumptions. Taking something that's been written, mixing it down with high precision, making it sound all nice and vivid, and matching up with my direction and vision and eloquence. The decadence of medicine, the precedence of messages, the sentences, the evidence that I presented to win. The reason to fight, the weakest to breathe, the season the top as a tomb when I dream, the secret to life, the reason to be. Yeah, that's all, but shown to me.
Well, every once in a blue moon, I read your mind. Heaven ended too soon. It stole my pride and left me blind. Exercised my morning shakes, pretending I was born this way. Wearing my Academy Award-winning performance face, snake shedding skin. It's all in my head again. Life fetish led me to a dead end. I said when, but no one was listening, obviously, because they filled it to the brim and I'm spilling it all over me. Crawl, 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 crawl in this hole with me. I'd fall on my face just to make sure that you notice me. Your cold shoulders always so sobering. I'll be understood as long as I don't overthink. Walking on thin ice, talking in the form of song, singing in the key of life. I'll lose my voice before too long. Head came loose and they screwed it back together wrong. Fire behind my eyes, desire died all night long.